Chapter 001. Reborn as the Crown Prince, facing the imminent fall of the kingdom. Bad news. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The rebel army has breached the palace. A young eunuch stumbled into the grand hall, shouting loudly. What? Yi's complexion turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Once a mere office worker fresh out of university, Yi led a mundane life of 9 to 5. Yet, not long ago, in a bid to save a little girl, he was struck by a car. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself reborn as the crown prince of a nation. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming joy wash over him. Status, power, beautiful women. In an instant, it was all his. He envisioned ascending to the pinnacle of life. He even thought, once he became emperor, he could easily apply his knowledge to boost the nation's strength. However, before he could fully indulge in his fantasies, he discovered he had crossed into a world of martial prowess, where formidable warriors could move mountains and fill seas, split rivers and sever gorges. And his father, the emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Tianfa, was a master of the late innate stage. Note: stages of cultivation include body refinement, acquired, innate, transformation, transcendence, celestial being, and earthly immortal. Moreover, Great Zhou was not the only dynasty. Surrounding were Great Qi, Great Wei, Great Yin, Great Chu, Great Han, and Great Zhao. It resembled the 7 heroes of the warring states. Additionally, the martial world was rife with various sects. Martial prowess was one thing, but Yu intended to bide his time and survive. Yet, unexpectedly, less than a week after his rebirth, his adoptive father succumbed to madness and died suddenly. It was all so abrupt. Chaos engulfed the court, with no leader to guide them. The populace grew restless, igniting uprisings. 3 factions of rebel armies emerged, one of which had already encroached upon his doorstep. Simultaneously, the neighboring Great Zhao and Great Han, upon hearing the news, dispatched troops to plunder much of Great Zhou's eastern territories. He was beset by troubles from within and without. Before he could even savor his newfound status, doom loomed. Yu sat despondently in a chair, when suddenly ding. The host has been detected. The dynasty conquest system is commencing binding. A system? Yi's expression brightened instantly, nearly leaping with joy. Indeed, the standard accessory for transmigrators. Tough, it may arrive late. It would never be absent. Ding! Binding successful. The host may sign in once every half month and draw a lottery once a month. A newbie gift pack has been issued. 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry have been deployed at the dynasty. Splendid! Yu instantly sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. He startled the young eunuch kneeling beneath him. Surely, the crown prince hasn't lost his mind. Before he could revel in his excitement, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Please sign in immediately. Sign in, Yu promptly exclaimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with 3,000 Imperial Guards and Commander Qinglong. Imperial Guards? Qinglong? Excitement flickered in Yi's eyes. Check the character profile. Name: Qinglong. Cultivation: perfected innate stage. Weapon: 14 forms of the Great Ming. Evaluation: Commander of the Imperial Guards, exceptionally skilled, diligent and loyal to the court. To possess a perfected innate stage. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yi's eyes. Now he would see how these rebels dared to invade. Let us proceed to the Imperial City and observe those rebels. Yi waved his sleeve with confidence, striding forth with an air of authority. At the base of the Imperial City, a vast crowd loomed ominously. At the forefront, a man on horseback donned a dragon robe. Exuding vigor, he was none other than the leader of the rebel army. Sure duh. Only a few hundred soldiers remained on the city walls, trembling in fear. Yu ascended the city wall, gazing down at the throngs below. His eyes narrowed with cold resolve. The city had yet to fall, yet they dared to don dragon robes. Truly ambitious. You little brat. So, you are the crown prince of Great Zhou. Shurda sneered at the teenager emerging on the city wall. Open the city gates and welcome me in, and perhaps I shall bestow upon you the title of Grand Minister. Ha! Laugh while you can. Soon, you will find no reason to smile. A soon-to-be dethroned prince dares to laugh. Seek death. Shurda roared, seizing a long spear nearby, and, fueled by his perfected acquired strength, hurled it at Yu. Your Highness! The young eunuch behind him paled in terror, his legs quaking. Yet, just as the spear was about to pierce Yu, a shadow flickered before him. In a flash, it seized the spear and crushed it into two halves. Subordinate Qinglong, paying respects to your majesty. Note, in the eyes of summoned individuals, Yu is the emperor and is utterly loyal. A middle-aged man clad in embroidered robes, brandishing a spring knife at his waist, sporting a round hat and carrying a sword sheath on his back, knelt before Yu in midair, soaring through the sky. Innate stage. Wasn't it said there were none? Shurda's face turned ashen. He hurriedly retreated into his ranks. Fear not. I still command this army of 150,000. We shall overwhelm him. Shurda reassured himself. At that moment, the ground trembled, stones leaping about. What was happening? Your Majesty, we are surrounded by an army from behind. What? Wasn't it said the Imperial Guards had all been dispatched? Your Majesty, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry have come to rescue you. A shout rang out, accompanied by the thunder of hooves. Damn it! Engage the enemy! Shurda shouted urgently. However, in the clash of armies, the rebel forces fell apart like paper, swiftly suffering devastating losses. How could this be? Shurda's face turned ghastly pale as he hastily galloped away, thinking to escape. A cold glimmer appeared in Qinglong's eyes. He instantly teleported before Shurda. With a single strike, he shattered the horse's head and, like an eagle snatching a chick, seized Shurda by the nape. Your Majesty, the rebel leader has been captured. How shall we proceed? Qinglong questioned, pinning Shurda to the ground. A chilling light flashed in Yi's eyes. Treason and rebellion, attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Decapitate him and hang his head on the city wall for 3 days as a warning. Understood? Simultaneously, under the onslaught of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, the entire rebel army of 150,000 was annihilated. Blood dyed the city walls a deep crimson, casting a grim atmosphere under the setting sun. Chapter 002. Restoring the Court, Ascending the Throne as Emperor. General Cao Chun pays his respects to your Majesty. A man clad in black armor knelt before Yu, hands clasped in salute. Rise! Once Cao Chun stood, Yu scrutinized him closely. Cao Chun, the first commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry during the Three Kingdoms era. He had once led the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to a resounding victory against Ma Chao, pursued Liu Bei relentlessly, and slain Yuan Tan. He was even conferred the title of Marquis after the Battle of Wuan. System: check Cao Chun's cultivation. Yu silently commanded. Name: Cao Chun. Cultivation: early innate stage. He too was of the innate stage. Yu felt a surge of excitement. Even in the former Great Zhou, masters of the innate stage were scarce. Cao Chun, I command you to station the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry at the Imperial City. Currently, the defenses of the Imperial City were precarious. This was the best course of action for now. As for where the Imperial Guards had gone, he must thank his two royal brothers. The second and fourth princes had instigated the commanders of the Guard and the Imperial Guards to rebel, withdrawing 20,000 troops from the Imperial City. Otherwise, how could Shurda have reached the city? Now, with their 20,000 soldiers, they had claimed territory as kings. It wouldn't be long before they came knocking. Your orders shall be executed. Cao Chun bowed respectfully. Qinglong, lead the 3,000 Imperial Guards to investigate those ministers. In this critical moment, not a single one had emerged from their chambers. Not one reported to the court. How truly appalling. A state that nurtures such cowardly individuals is not far from destruction. Yu cast a cold gaze at the hundreds of anxious soldiers nearby. Integrate them into the Imperial Guards and double their pay for this month. Yes. Qinglong nodded in agreement. Now it was time to examine those court ministers. Let's hope he wouldn't stain the Grand Hall with blood. Yi's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he surveyed the Imperial Palace within the city. The following day, Yi summoned the ministers to court. Those who failed to arrive would be treated as traitors. A mere child, truly believes he is the emperor. Right Chancellor Feng Zheng scoffed upon hearing the decree. Unfazed, he continued sipping tea and listening to tunes. My lord, are you truly not going? What if the crown prince imposes punishment? A servant beside him cautioned. Crown prince? He might not even secure the throne. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, many ministers stood in neat rows. Some bore mocking expressions, eager to witness the spectacle. Others wore conflicted faces, while some were overtaken by shame. The crown prince has arrived. Yi Yu strode forth from behind the hall, casting not a glance at the ministers, directly ascending the steps. Then, turning to seat himself upon the dragon throne, symbolizing supreme authority. He surveyed the ministers below, exuding an aura of sovereign command. Several elder ministers, upon seeing this, hastily knelt down. Long live His Majesty! The remaining ministers, whether willing or not, quickly followed suit and knelt. Rise! Stand at ease! Yi Yu spoke coolly. Gazing over the assembly, he suddenly inquired, Qinglong, which ministers have not arrived? A figure materialized, kneeling before Yi Yu, and coldly replied, To respond to your majesty, primarily there are the Right Chancellor and the Grand Minister Wu Li. Additionally, the Deputy Minister of Works, the Minister of Justice, the Grand Tutor, the Grand Preceptor, the Provincial Governor, among others. The rest are all listed in this booklet. As he spoke, Qinglong presented the booklet with both hands. Yi Yu casually flipped through it, and gradually a look of anger and gloom overtook his face. How delightful! He was questioning why so many were absent. It turned out that not only did they not come, but they were also colluding with the treasonous rebels. They were all preparing to witness his downfall. Since they are not coming, let them never return. Yi Yu spoke in a chilling tone. Your Highness, the Right Chancellor is home, recuperating from a cold, which is why he cannot attend. At this moment, Tong Zhengxi by Jin Liang stepped out of the ranks and addressed Yi Yu with a smile. Is that so? Then why have I received reports that he is currently enjoying tea and music? A cold glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Your Highness, you must have been misled by the petty men around you, sowing discord between the court and the Right Chancellor. Indeed, His Highness must have been deceived by these knaves. Precisely. You lowly scoundrels should surrender. Take your own life as an apology. A few others stepped forward to support by Jin Liang, pointing at Qinglong and hurling insults. Truly, the presence of such lowly individuals is most vexing. Do something, Qinglong. Observing Yi Yu commanding Qinglong to take his own life, by Jin Liang's eyes gleamed with triumph. Even if you become emperor, what does it matter? We do not recognize you. You ask him to kill his own people, you are powerless. Are you not? Bai Jin Liang chuckled in self-satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he beheld a figure. It appeared to be his own body. Ah! Several ministers were taken aback, collapsing to the ground. Jinyui, heed my command. Arrest these treasonous ministers. In an instant, the sound of footsteps echoed. A group clad in flying fish robes, wearing black hats, and wielding embroidered spring knives surged into the hall, encircling the ministers. The gleam of the blades sent some ministers' legs trembling with fear. Ji Yu, what are you doing? A general stepped forward, questioning loudly. Do you wish to stain the Golden Lawn Hall with blood? If circumstances permit, I would not mind turning this Golden Lawn Hall into a guillotine, Yi Yu stated calmly, but his words sent chills down the spines of all the ministers. Then you shall die. The general suddenly lunged forward, leaping towards Yi Yu. However, Yi Yu remained unfazed, merely regarding him as one would a lifeless body. With a cold snort, a figure flashed before the onlookers. Swish! Qinglong seized the individual, crack, and swiftly snapped his neck. A congenital master. The ministers were taken aback. Those who had just stepped forward were filled with regret, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads in supplication. Meanwhile, other ministers wore expressions of dread and unease. Kill! In an instant, heads began to roll. Blood stained the golden lawn. Observing the remaining ministers, who were now terrified, Yi Yu nodded in this chaotic phase of the nation. He could only make an example of one to intimidate others. He merely needed them to behave for a while. Yi Yu believed that with the system, he would soon quell the chaos in the Grey Zhou. When that time came, he would turn his sights on attacking other great nations. Having dealt with the court officials, others promptly entered to clean up the mess. Qinglong also took a portion of people to address those listed in the booklet. Are there any other ministers who wish to speak? However, not a single minister dared to voice a word. All bowed their heads deeply, their expressions laden with fear. Only a few elderly ministers looked at Yi Yu with excitement, prompting him to glance at them a few extra times. Do not worry, my esteemed ministers, as long as you serve the court with utmost dedication, there shall be no repercussions. Yi Yu reassured them, providing a sense of calm. Since there is nothing further, the court is dismissed. I hope all ministers will arrive punctually tomorrow. Once Yi Yu departed, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. What they had initially thought was a mere worm turned out to be a true dragon. The ministers exchanged glances, then began to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads as they exited the hall. Chapter 003. The current situation, defending against external threats while ensuring internal stability. Bang! A great door was forcefully kicked open. A throng of Imperial guards surged in. At the forefront, striding forward with purpose, was none other than Qinglong. What is the meaning of this? Such audacity! Do you know where you are? Feng Zheng exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. However, Qinglong remained unperturbed, producing an imperial edict and coldly intoning. The Right Chancellor has colluded with traitors, disregarding the imperial decree. Such transgressions are unforgivable. The imperial guards are hereby commanded to execute justice on the spot. What? Feng Zheng's face blanched in an instant. He then retorted furiously, preposterous. Where is that little emperor? Does he not fear the instability of the court? This was Feng Zheng's greatest assurance. Most of the court were his supporters. To kill him, surely there would be immediate repercussions. The entire court would be thrown into chaos. This was the last thing they needed in the current situation. Yet, Qinglong remained expressionless, coldly declaring, "Execute." The smirk that had just graced Feng Zheng's lips froze instantly. Two imperial guards swiftly seized him, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. "You dare! Where is Ji Yu? Summon him to see me." "I refuse to believe he remains indifferent," Feng Zheng shouted desperately, fear etched across his face. Swish, the sound of blades being drawn echoed, and blood splattered. The Right Chancellor of the Great Zhou met his untimely demise, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Next, Qinglong turned to leave. In the imperial study, Yi Yu was engrossed in the intelligence gathered by Qinglong. Truth be told, had the Great Zhou been named the Great Qin, it would have truly been one of the 7 warring states. Presently, the Great Zhou was in a state akin to that of King Hui of Qin's era, with both the Shu and Ba states yet to be annexed. The Great Zhou was now embroiled in internal strife, with rebellions erupting in Longxi and Nanyang. The 2nd and 4th factions were in Hanzhou, while the Upper and Hedong commanderies had been seized by Dezhou and Dehan respectively. This rendered the already meager territory even more pitiful. In the current landscape, Yin, Zhao, Qi, and Chu were the most formidable. Han and Wei followed closely behind, while the Great Zhou found itself in the weakest position. Alas, the responsibility weighed heavily. Currently, the nation possessed a mere 600,000 troops, a paltry number compared to the other states. 200,000 were dispatched to quell the rebellions, while 300,000 were stationed in Heshi to guard against Zhao and Han. The remaining 100,000, with 40,000 in Beatty and 60,000 in Hanzhou, had allied themselves with his 2 royal brothers. The last of the imperial city's garrison had also been taken away. Sighing, Yi Yu rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. The only forces he could mobilize were the 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. After all, no one knew what those generals were thinking. To fend off external threats, one must first secure internal stability. With matters at home unsettled, how could he think of external conquests? For now, he must disregard Hedong. Yi Yu resolved to begin with Hanzhou. First, the rebellion and enemy forces posed a temporary obstacle. He held no expectations of them. Furthermore, Hanzhou was a crucial granary, close to the imperial secretariat, and currently undefended. An attack would place the imperial city in a precarious position, restricting the tiger and leopard cavalry. Therefore, Yi Yu planned to seize Hanzhou first, quell the rebellions, and then dispatch troops to reclaim Hedong. "Summon Chao Chun to see me," Yi Yu instructed the eunuch outside the door. Shortly after, the clanging of armor echoed. This humble soldier, Chao Chun, pays respects to your majesty. No need for formalities. Chao Chun, I command you to immediately assemble 10,000 men within the imperial city for intensive training over the next half-month. We shall form a capable army. Once the first 10 days of this month pass, we shall sign in again. However, if it is not an army, but mere personnel, I shall leave behind 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, and these 10,000 to guard the imperial city. As long as we hold our ground, half a month will suffice. At that time, we can draw upon their strength. Even if they are not soldiers, they should possess innate abilities, which can still prove beneficial. This humble soldier obeys. Chao Chun bowed and promptly exited as soon as Chao Chun departed. Qing Long returned. I pay my respects to your majesty. Is everything cleaned up? Yi Yu inquired. All matters have been addressed. The ministers are now quite compliant. However, a few elder ministers outside have requested an audience with your majesty. Oh, Yi Yu raised his head, puzzled. These ministers should be wary of him. Admit them. You have been closely monitoring the imperial city lately. Yes, Qing Long withdrew. Soon after, several figures entered, kneeling before him. This humble minister, Minister of War Fang Zichuan, pays respects to your majesty. This humble minister, Minister of Revenue Li Qiping, pays respects to your majesty. This humble minister, Minister of Works Li Yu, pays respects to your majesty. This humble minister, Left Chancellor Wei Yin, pays respects to your majesty. The four elders knelt in unison, producing a resounding thud that startled Yi Yu. So it was them. Yi Yu recalled the memories of his past life. These four were loyal confidants of his late father. Devoted and dutiful to the great Zhou. You four may rise. Yi Yu gestured for them to stand, and chairs arranged for them. Yet the four ministers did not rise, instead exclaiming in unison, "We humbly beseech your majesty to punish us for our transgressions." What is the meaning of this, my esteemed ministers? Yi Yu feigned surprise, already suspecting the answer. In the time of your majesty's peril, we did not stand by your majesty's side, which is truly an unforgivable crime. My esteemed ministers, there is no need for such self-reproach. To err is human. Who can claim to be without fault? Simply serve the court with diligence henceforth. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gratitude as they bowed fervently. We thank your majesty. Once the four exited, tranquility returned to the study. Yi Yu once again looked over the intelligence, surprised by the emperor's magnanimity. The prince stroked his beard with a smile. The slain ministers. I had thought the great Zhou was doomed. Yet, to think such a wise ruler would emerge. Li Qiping mused, now, we must wholeheartedly assist your majesty. I believe it will not be long before your majesty achieves greatness. Wei Yin remarked to the other three, indeed. The others nodded in agreement before taking their leave. Chapter 004. The 10,000 Xuanjiao army, Qin Xiong. Over the past few days, Yi Yu had firmly established control over the imperial secretariat. The imperial guards were closely monitoring all activities. While others began with the nation, he had transformed his realm into a commandery, starting from the ground up. In the court, the ministers trembled, their demeanor cautious. Where is the Minister of Revenue? Suddenly, Yi Yu's voice echoed throughout the grand hall. An elderly figure promptly stood forth, bowing respectfully. This humble minister, Minister of Revenue Li Qiping, reports, how much military rations do we currently possess? Your Majesty, there are fewer than 100,000 shi left. Note, 1 shi equals approximately 120 jin, based on Qing dynasty measurements. Yi Yu's brow furrowed. Why is there so little? The 100,000 shi was sufficient. The national treasury should contain more, especially after the autumn harvest. Your Majesty, the rations were meant to be delivered from various regions. However, due to the outbreak of rebellion, troops were left behind to maintain order. Moreover, Hanzhong has been occupied by the Han and Wu kings, resulting in a significant portion of the rations being withheld. The second and fourth factions. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing through them. Li Qiping. Immediately allocate 50,000 shi of rations to support the troops heading to Hanzhong. It is time to reclaim Hanzhong. Yi Yu glanced towards the entrance of the grand hall, his eyes reflecting an icy determination. The ministers gasped in shock. The emperor intended to wage war. Minister of War Wang Zichuan stepped forward. Your Majesty, currently, only the 10,000 garrison troops in the imperial city are available for deployment. If the rebel forces were to attack, your Majesty would be in peril. Wang Zichuan spoke earnestly. No matter. Yi Yu waved his hand dismissively, the dragon robe swirling as he commanded. Ding. Please sign in immediately, host, Yi Yu thought to himself. Sign in, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the 10,000 Xuanjiao army, commanded by Qin Xiong, now stored in the system space. Nice. Here they come. I shall dispatch another army. The revelation of another army startled Wang Zichuan and the other ministers, who had assumed Yi Yu had only concealed the 10,000 troops. They had not anticipated there would be more. Yi Yu maintained an air of authority and calmness, while internally brimming with excitement. The Xuanjiao army, established by Emperor Taizong Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty, comprised heavily armored elite cavalry, with horses clad in black armor. Li Shimin had once used a mere 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers to defeat 6,000 of Wang Shichong's forces. Subsequently, he had even overwhelmed over 100,000 of Dou Jinda's troops with only 3,500 men. Qin Xiong was one of the commanders of the Xuanjiao army, a renowned general from the early Tang era, who had fought alongside Li Shimin in numerous campaigns. One of the 24 meritorious ministers of Lingyan Pavilion system. Check Qin Xiong's cultivation level. Name: Qin Xiong cultivation level. Mid and Nate stage weapons. Tiger head golden spear. Gold armored hammer evaluation. Exceptionally brave, strategic thinker with far-reaching plans. Maintains strict military discipline. Excellent. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Summon Qin Xiong. Ding. Arranged at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Announced Qin Xiong to enter. Yi Yu's calm voice resonated. The nearby young eunuch immediately called out in a high-pitched voice, announced Qin Xiong to enter. Qin Xiong. The ministers collectively turned their gaze to the entrance of the Grand Hall, where a tall and imposing figure, dignified in appearance, strode in. This humble minister, Qin Xiong, pays respects to your majesty. Qin Xiong clasped his fists, kneeling on one knee. Qin Xiong, I hereby appoint you as the Grand General of Pinghan. Lead the 10,000 Xuanjiao army to reclaim Hanzhong. This humble minister obeys. Qin Xiong replied earnestly, "Is 1 month sufficient? There is no need for a month. 10 days will suffice for this humble minister to reclaim Hanzhong." Upon being summoned, he had already grasped the situation of this world and the current state of the Great Zhou. 26,000 troops were inconsequential before the Xuanjiao army. The surrounding ministers gasped in astonishment. 10 days. The journey from the Imperial Secretariat to Hanzhong would take at least 5 or 6 days, not to mention the 26,000 troops stationed there. How audacious! Very well. Yi Yu slammed his hand on the dragon throne, exclaiming with fervor, Wang Zichuan, I command you to immediately gather the rations. The elder minister accepted the order. Prince Zhuan bowed deeply, yet his countenance remained clouded with concern. Your Majesty is overly hasty, Cao Chun exclaimed, stepping forward with clasped fists and a respectful bow. You shall lead the 40,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, along with the additional 10,000 soldiers in training, to take command of Beatty County. Let Lu Tung return to see me. Beatty County is currently garrisoned by General Lu Tung, and in these extraordinary times, Yi Yu hopes for minimal disturbances, that he is uncertain about Lu Tung's condition and prefers to observe the imperial court for now. The original protagonist had only met Lu Tung once, and he seemed rather conventional. The expressions of Wei Yin and the other princes shifted dramatically, as they hurriedly stood and implored, Your Majesty, this is unwise. The imperial city is already lightly defended. Withdrawing more troops jeopardizes your safety. Wei Yin spoke with conviction. Indeed, we urge your Majesty to reconsider. You are the foundation of the nation, should any misfortune befall you. The repercussions would be dire. We implore you to think carefully. The princes echoed their concerns. While others might not understand the might of the tiger and leopard cavalry, Yi Yu is acutely aware. Even with just 60,000 troops, they can easily contend against an army of over 100,000. Though they are merely tasked with defending the city, they are far from weak. No more discussion. My mind is made up. Dismissed. Yi Yu did not allow the ministers further opportunity to speak and departed immediately. And no matter what they said now, they would remain unconvinced once the battle results are in. They will naturally believe. Qinglong, arrange for the Jinyui to closely monitor the imperial city. Keep an eye out for any unrest. Yes, came a voice from beside Yi Yu. Chapter 005. The Battle of Fopping in Hanzhong County. Within the county seat, 2 men sat in a grand hall. Second brother, the autumn harvest has been fully stored. Additionally, we have recruited 40,000 men. Now we have a total of 300,000. We can reclaim what is ours, exclaimed a young man in a python robe, brimming with excitement. That it is time. That lad has been allowed to live for an extra half-month. Now our troops are strong, and we have ample provisions. The moment has come, responded a middle-aged man in a python robe, appearing to be in his 40s. Just because they are of illegitimate birth, they have to serve as the younger brothers to a mere teenager. Do noble lords not have the ability? The throne should be occupied by the capable. They currently hold the most prosperous lands and command a formidable army, while the imperial city has merely 100,000 defenders. Great undertakings await. Let us march, the Han King declared with a flourish of his robe, exuding authority. Meanwhile, in a county town of Longxi County, a robust, dark-skinned man surveyed the intelligence brought by his subordinates and let out a hearty laugh. What is the matter, elder brother? One of the two beside him, a scholarly-looking man in a green robe, inquired. The other, similarly stout and dark-skinned, looked on as the scholarly man asked, Second brother, third brother, our opportunity has arrived. The Han King and the Wu King from Hanzhong County have dispatched 300,000 troops, heading straight for the imperial city. Once the city falls, I doubt those soldiers will have the heart to fight. Zhang Cheng laughed heartily, revealing that they were the rebel forces of Longxi County. The scholarly man was the strategist Wang Ji, and the other was his second brother, who had once been a butcher. The three had sworn brotherhood and rose together, now commanding 200,000 men and having occupied the majority of Longxi. They merely needed to observe the unfolding situation. Likewise, Nanyang County, along with Dezhou and Dahan, prepared to reap the benefits of the chaos. Foping County, the boundary city between the inner history and Hanzhong, stood as the only barrier between the two regions. Soldiers stood vigil upon the walls. Suddenly, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, accompanied by the sound of distant horse hooves. The most deafening was the relentless thunder of galloping hooves. Enemy attack! Enemies are approaching. Sound the alarm, a soldier shouted urgently. Instantly, chaos erupted upon the walls. Calm down. Maintain your formations as practiced. An elderly voice rang out, restoring order on the platform. An old man clad in formal attire, wearing a black cap, his hair and beard entirely white, called out. This man was Yang Xiuqing, the county magistrate of Foping. That in his youth he had participated in numerous battles, slaying many foes, earning him the title of military merit county magistrate. Even in old age, his fervor and loyalty to his country remained unwavering. The troops of Foping under his command were still effectively trained. Yang Xiuqing gazed into the distance at the throng of black-clad figures, his eyes narrowing with gravity. To be why his military experience, he estimated there were at least 200,000. Yet this small county had only 1,000 defenders. Immediately send word to the imperial city to inform His Majesty that an army from Hanzhong is advancing towards inner history and has now reached Foping. Yang Xiuqing quickly instructed the man beside him, while simultaneously ordering all archers to take their positions, with spearmen standing at the sides, followed by soldiers wielding broadswords. Humph! The Han King sneered as he surveyed the walls before him. Attack! Second brother, Wu Wang reined in his horse, glaring fiercely at the Han King. You, knock on the door. The Han King pointed at a nearby soldier, yet the moment the soldier stepped forward, he was struck down by an arrow. Han King, Wu Wang, you as subject to the Great Zhou, dare to rebel. How ungrateful and forgetful of your roots. Yang Xiuqing shouted from the walls, bow in hand. The two kings were instantly infuriated. The Han King pointed at Yang Xiuqing, his face flushed with rage. Old fool, I had intended to spare your life, yet you failed to recognize my mercy. Attack the city, the Han King bellowed, and at once a mass of troops surged forward. In an instant, the clash of combat erupted, and over 300 men fell in a single wave. Ha ha! An ungrateful county magistrate dares to obstruct your path to imperial success. Second brother, Wu Wang flattered the Han King. Humph, old fool. The Han King looked at Yang Xiuqing with disdain, his eyes filled with scorn. Increase the assault. We must take Foping within half an hour. With the Han King's command, he seemed to truly envision himself as an emperor. Wu Wang feigned a smile, yet his eyes glinted with malice. Soon, the defenders of Foping were reduced from 1,000 to merely 200. My lord, the city is about to fall. We should retreat. One soldier urged. The late emperor entrusted me with guarding Fopping. If I abandon the city today, how can I face the trust he placed in me? Yang Xiuqing declared resolutely, his face set in determination. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements are here. Suddenly, a soldier shouted with excitement. Yang Xiuqing and his men turned to look in that direction, and in the distance, a throng of dark figures rode forth, clad in black armor. Their ranks flowing with black banners emblazoned with the character for Zhou. Second brother, the army of the great Zhou has come, Wu Wang said, his expression turning grave. Umph. It appears to be only around 100,000. Send 20,000 troops to annihilate them. My lord, it seems the reinforcements are not numerous, a soldier beside him observed, anxiously watching the retreating 20,000 rebels, that if we can merely hold our ground, we will be more than sufficient. Yang Xiuqing stroked his beard, smiling. By heavens! My lord, the reinforcements have charged. What? Yang Xiuqing exclaimed, pulling out several of his own beard hairs in excitement, quickly turning to look. General, the enemy has launched an attack. Split the flanks and encircle the enemy head-on. Qin Xiong ordered without a hint of change on his face. They intend to surround us for a decisive blow. Haha. Where does their audacity come from? Wu Wang laughed, unable to contain himself. It seems that little emperor truly is incapable, sending such an arrogant person to lead. The Han King's eyes filled with derision, his tone mocking. Alas, this general is foolish. Underestimating the enemy. Yang Xiuqing, however, wore an anxious and indignant expression. Yet the next scene left them utterly stupefied. The Xuanjiao army swiftly encircled the 20,000 troops, engaging in close combat. In an instant, the 20,000 troops fell like paper. Pierced through the center by the Xuanjiao soldiers, they were split into two encircled groups. And before the Xuanjiao army, they offered little resistance, quickly succumbing to overwhelming force. The sounds of slaughter echoed and blood stained the yellow sands. Before long, under the onslaught of the 100,000 Xuanjiao troops, the 20,000 men were slaughtered. How is this possible? The Han King's eyes widened with rage, fear coursing through him as he nearly fell from his horse. 20,000 troops gone. Wu Wang's face mirrored his shock point. 20,000 soldiers have been annihilated just like that. As they watched the advancing black cavalry, their expressions shifted dramatically. Second brother, this army is ferocious. It seems the tide has turned. We should retreat to Hanzhong and conserve our strength. The Han King's expression shifted continuously as he gazed at Fopping, his face betraying signs of struggle. Second brother, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Wu Wang, seeing the Han King still contemplating an assault on the city, internally cursed him as a fool that do not see the situation. Who will serve as a shield if we die? Who will stabilize the morale? Retreat. Finally, the Han King shouted, quickly turning his horse around and fleeing. Trying to escape? Pursue them. Qin Xiong ordered, his eyes glinting with fierce intent as he looked at the fleeing rebels. General, do not pursue a desperate foe. At that moment, Yang Xiuqing emerged from the city and approached Qin Xiong, hastily advising, they are merely a ragtag bunch. It matters not. He had guaranteed the emperor he would reclaim Hanzhong within 10 days. And now only 6 days had passed. Soon, Qin Xiong led the 100,000 Xuanjia troops into the dust. Chapter 006. The recovery of Hanzhong in the imperial court. Yi Yu sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. I report to your majesty. News from the battle at Hanzhong has arrived. At this moment, the left chancellor Wei Yin stepped forward and announced. So soon, the other ministers were taken aback, wondering if defeat had come so swiftly. After all, only a mere 100,000 troops had been dispatched, led by an obscure general. Your majesty's command has been fulfilled. I have led the army into Hanzhong and encountered the rebel forces at Fopping, achieving a resounding victory. We have annihilated 200,000 enemies and are currently pursuing the remnants. What? How can this be possible? Could this be a false report on military affairs? This is utterly absurd. Hard to believe. Instantly, the hall was filled with ministers, all astonished. A nameless individual had managed to secure a victory against overwhelming odds. However, for Yi Yu, this was merely expected. Had it not occurred, he would have begun to doubt the legendary Xuanjiao army. Now that Hanzhong had been reclaimed, it was time to consider the appointment of officials in the region. Wei Yin, Do you have any suitable candidates? Yi Yu's authoritative voice resonated, and the hall fell silent. Your Majesty, the magistrate of Fopping has shown exceptional bravery against the rebels, refusing to yield. I believe he is worth considering. Wei Yin stepped forward to speak. Following him, Li Qiping, Li Yu, and Fang Zichuan also rose to recommend several individuals. Dismissed, Yi Yu strode into the inner hall, suddenly commanding, "Order the genie Wei to investigate those individuals." Yes, a voice echoed in response that in a certain mountainous forest. Dust billowed, and the sound of galloping hooves echoed. A formidable force led by Qin Xiong and the Xuanjia army advanced with great momentum. General, ahead lies Nanjing. Nanjing, the capital of Hanzhong County. Capturing it would signify the effective reclamation of Hanzhong. General, we have spotted the rebels ahead. Immediately pursue and surround them. Qin Xiong commanded without delay, his eyes glinting with cold determination. If they can't fight, they can certainly run quickly. Were it not for the Xuanjiao army being heavy cavalry, we would have caught up by now. Hurry. We are almost there. The king of Han's face was filled with terror and panic as he frantically brandished his whip. He had never anticipated that such an elite force was hidden beneath that small creature. Damn it. Upon my return, I shall recruit 500,000 more. I refuse to believe that 200,000 cannot suffice. But 50,000 would. Suddenly, a dark mass surged towards them. The king of Han and the king of Wu quickly reined in their horses, their faces stricken with fear as they gazed ahead. It was precisely as Qin Xiong had anticipated. Foreseeing the king's retreat to Nanjing, he had dispatched a small contingent of the Xuanjiao army to ambush them along their escape route. The king of Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Second brother, they number only around 1,000. Upon hearing this, the king of Han regained his composure and observed closely. Indeed, there were merely 1,000. Even in flight, he still had around 80 to 90,000 men. Could he not contend with a mere 1,000-man squad after being pursued for so long? The king of Han's fury intensified, and he unsheathed his sword, roaring, "Charge forward and slay them! Kill, second brother!" The king of Wu wished to protest. But the king of Han was already leading tens of thousands into the fray. Only a few thousand remained with the king of Wu, unmoving. "Engage!" a leader of the Xuanjiao army bellowed, and in an instant, both armies clashed. However, to the king of Han's astonishment, this 1,000-strong force was indeed a match for his tens of thousands. They truly managed to hold them back. Each thrust of their black spears claimed 1 or 2 lives. Before long, a multitude of corpses piled up behind the Xuanjiao army. Tens of thousands began to crumble. This was impossible. The king of Han could scarcely believe his eyes, a hint of madness creeping into his expression. Could it truly be that fate had turned against him? With a long howl to the heavens, the king of Han expressed his unwillingness to accept this fate. "I refuse to accept this." Suddenly, a spear swept across, severing a head, its eyes wide open in disbelief at its own demise. A once great king of Han lay slain amidst the chaos. "The king is dead. Surrender," a voice echoed across the battlefield. And in an instant, the already crumbling army scattered like birds and beasts fleeing in all directions. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed around them, and a sea of black flags emerged. The Xuanjiao army, led by Qin Xiong, had arrived to encircle the rebels. The king of Wu gazed at the scene before him, offering a wry smile. "The tide has turned. All my efforts over the years have come to naught." With a wild laugh, the king of Wu looked skyward, then turned his cold gaze to Qin Xiong, vowing to tell Ji Yu that he had been utterly defeated. Yet, to kill Ji Ran would be forever impossible. "My life is mine to claim." Ji Ran roared, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword and took his own life upon his horse. Qin Xiong observed Ji Ran's suicide, a trace of admiration gleaming in his eyes. A true man indeed, but his expression swiftly hardened as he raised his hand and commanded, "Slay them." Instantly, the forest echoed with cries of despair. Following that, Qin Xiong led the Xuanjiao army straight towards Nanjing, where only a few thousand troops were stationed, led by the traitorous commanders of the garrison and the Imperial Guard. Seeing the overwhelming forces approaching, the two commanders gallantly charged out of the city to confront Qin Xiong. Hoping to capture the leader, first point one was at the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, the other at the 8th. Yet within mere moments, both were unseated and slain by Qin Xiong's spear. Witnessing this, the soldiers atop the city walls immediately opened the gates to surrender. Subsequently, Qin Xiong dispatched 10,000 Xuanjia troops to sweep through the remaining territories of Hanzhong, which had already considered itself part of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing that the Great Zhou army had arrived, they willingly capitulated. Thus, Hanzhong was effectively reclaimed. Chapter 007. Appointing the county governor, dispatching troops to Longxi. Long live our emperor. During the morning court session, the ministers knelt in reverence, while Yi Yu, clad in a black dragon robe adorned with yellow, sat majestically upon the dragon throne. The black robe had been specially tailored for Yi Yu, as he contemplated the current situation and that man. Rise, your majesty. News from General Qin. As he stood, Wei Yin stepped forward to report. General Qin has led the Xuanjia army to reclaim Hanzhong. The second prince was slain amidst the chaos, and the fourth prince took his own life. The entire army of 300,000 has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, the court erupted into a clamor, the ministers displaying their astonishment at the unexpected reclamation achieved in merely 10 days. Excellent. Yi Yu's face lit up with delight. Proclaim my edict. Appoint Qin Xiong as the Grand General of the Left Wu Guard, commanding the Xuanjia army. Furthermore, the magistrate of Foping, Yang Xiuqing, has proven his loyalty. He valiantly resisted the rebels and shall be appointed as the governor of Hanzhong. Yi Yu waved his dragon robe, bestowing rewards upon those who had rendered service, now that Hanzhong is pacified. What do you all think should be done next? Yi Yu spoke casually, his gaze sweeping over the ministers, exuding an air of pressure that made their hearts race. Your Majesty, I believe we should promptly stabilize Hanzhong. It is, after all, a crucial granary. It must be firmly held in the hands of the Great Zhou. Wei Yin stepped forward to bow respectfully, adding, we should also transfer the grain from Hanzhong to the national treasury, ensuring there is enough left behind. Agreed. Yi Yu's authoritative voice rang out, but this is not the most pressing matter. With the Xuanjia army present, there is no cause for concern. Li Qiping. Here, your majesty. Li Qiping hurriedly stepped forward. Prepare to gather 30,000 measures of grain. I intend to dispatch troops to Longxi. What? All present were taken aback, staring incredulously at Yi Yu. Just as the conflict had ended, the emperor was already planning to send out more troops. Your majesty, it is not advisable at this moment. Several ministers interjected urgently, including Wei Yin and Li Qiping, who advised, Your Majesty, the royal city currently has only 60,000 guards. Hanzhong has just been reclaimed and requires the Xuanjia army for protection. We cannot mobilize any more troops. Setting aside the matter of supplies, they were already short on manpower. Yet, Yi Yu smiled unperturbed. Today is the last day of the month. Earlier today, I completed a draw. Ding. The host has one opportunity to draw. Will you use it? Draw ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 North troops, led by Xie Xian. The North Army was formed during the Eastern Jin period to combat the Hu people, consisting of recruited commoners. The North troops are renowned for their prowess, a name synonymous with victory on the battlefield. Their most glorious achievement was at the Battle of Feishui, where they decisively defeated an army of 870,000 with just 80,000 troops. Truly a case of 1 against 10 aim. Xie cultivation. Mid-stage innate. Weapon. 3 talisman sword. Evaluation. A renowned general of the Eastern Jin, both literate and martial, determined to rescue the nation from peril and restore it. Not merely a treasure of the Xie family, but a brilliant neighbor to the Meng family. I have my own arrangements for the army. Just follow my orders. Yi Yu stated coldly, and the court fell silent. All the ministers were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Could it be that the emperor possessed his own army? Even Wei Yin and the others looked on in shock at the figure upon the dragon throne, realizing that this young sovereign had many hidden cards up his sleeve. This was indeed a relief for them, as they had worried that Yi Yu was too young and naive, lacking in guile. Now, it seemed that this emperor was far from simple. Xie Xian, I command you to lead 100,000 North troops to pacify Longxi. I obey. At that moment, a figure who had been quietly standing in the corner stepped forward, half kneeling and cupping his hands in salute, exuding an extraordinary presence, refined in demeanor, yet possessing a hint of grace, an embodiment of the cultured warrior. Deploying the North troops against the rebel commoners seemed a bit excessive. Yet there was little choice at this juncture. Additionally, take over the 120,000 troops under Li Ji. If they refuse to comply, you know what to do. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Li Ji is the general responsible for quelling the rebellion in Longxi. How could it possibly take so long for a regular army of 120,000 to encircle a band of rebel refugees? Is it truly the case that these refugees are exceptionally formidable, or is there a deeper scheme at play? The minister comprehended the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Xie Xian promptly exited the palace to convene his troops. Meanwhile, Yi Yu coldly declared his departure from court. Tomorrow marks the commencement of a new month. The summons can be made once again. Long live our emperor. With that, no one dared voice dissent, and all respectfully saw Yi Yu off. Chapter 008. The 300,000 Feather Forest Army at dawn. Yi Yu sat in the imperial study, perusing the memorials in hand. Ding! A notification appeared. You have received a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to proceed? Yi Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. It had arrived. He confirmed the sign and ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in to the 300,000 Feather Forest Army. It turned out to be the Feather Forest Army. Yi Yu straightened his posture in surprise, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Yet he soon broke into a smile. This meant he could finally replace the tiger and leopard cavalry. The Feather Forest Army, established during the Western Han Dynasty as the Emperor's elite guards, embodied the notion of being the wings of the nation, as resplendent as a forest that is an elite guard. Their combat prowess was undoubtedly top tier, allowing Yi Yu to finally breathe easy regarding the defense of the imperial city system, manifest them in the imperial city to take over the defense from the tiger and leopard cavalry. Ding, manifestation complete. Come in, with a commanding shout from Yi Yu. A young eunuch hurriedly entered, bowing as he knelt. Your Majesty, this servant is here. Rise Xiao Yinzi. This young eunuch was the one who had originally informed him of the need to flee, and later protected him, thus earning a promotion to his side as a serving eunuch. Convey the order for the remaining tiger and leopard cavalry to head to Beatty County, and instruct Xiao Chun to await further orders there. Yes. Gazing at the memorials on the table, a cold glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes that it was imminent that I in Longxi County, eldest brother. This is bad. The young emperor is coming to eradicate us. Wang Ji, clad in a scholar's robe, frowned as he scrutinized the intelligence in his hands. Humph, what is there to fear? It's merely a battle. A burly figure beside him, dressed in coarse linen, pounded his chest nonchalantly. I think so too. Zhang Cheng echoed, his expression one of skepticism, that we must not be careless. Wang Ji admonished that we are uncertain of the strength of this new punitive army or the capabilities of its commander, not to mention the exact number of troops. I estimate it 1 TB many. Zhang Cheng mused briefly, then spoke. The Great Zhou is currently in turmoil, with both the Zhao and Han kingdoms eyeing us covetously, that I suspect that young emperor cannot muster a significant force. That may be true, but it would be wise to find someone to test the waters. Wang Ji's eyes glimmered with an inexplicable light. Who? Li Ji. The court has dispatched new personnel to suppress us. This clearly indicates a loss of confidence in him. They may intend for the newcomers to usurp his military authority. However, Li Ji is ambitious and would not relinquish his power peacefully. He will not sit idly by. We simply need to send him a letter, informing him that we can aid him in eliminating this new army. Then we can retreat from Longxi. He will surely agree. No. Hu Tu immediately protested at the notion of retreating from Longxi and allying with a bitter rival, slamming his hand on the table. Second brother, are you suggesting we defect? Not at all. Wang Ji understood that his simple-minded third brother might not grasp the nuances, so he turned to Zhang Cheng. Eldest brother, given the current circumstances, Li Ji is certainly keen to bolster his own power and carve out his own territory. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. While we boast an army of 200,000, the majority are refugees. In reality, we have only around 60,000 capable fighters. Should Li Ji truly declare himself king, he will undoubtedly eliminate us, for he commands a genuine force of 120,000. He refrains from attacking us now because he is not yet prepared to retaliate. Rather than face certain death, it would be better to ally with him for leverage to secure our exit from Longxi. We can then proceed to Nanyang. There are also uprisings there, and with fewer people than us, we could swallow them up and strengthen ourselves. In due time, eldest brother, you could establish yourself as king in Nanyang. It seemed the last phrase about kingship had struck a chord with Zhang Cheng. His eyes narrowed as he finally stood. "All right, second brother, you shall write the letter to Li Ji." "Yes, eldest brother," upon hearing Zhang Cheng's agreement. Wang Ji let out a sigh of relief and promptly stood, cupping his hands in gratitude. That moment, within a camp, an elderly man clad in armor, with a grim expression, sat in the high seat, flanked by several generals. "General, the incoming forces do not seem friendly. What should we do?" "Indeed, perhaps we should." One general began to speak, but Li Ji shot him a piercing glance. "Humph, what is there to panic about? They have not yet arrived." Li Ji gazed at the flustered individuals below and coldly remarked, "There is no need for haste. Let us toy with them first. We shall observe the developments." Just then, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "General, a letter has arrived, requesting your personal attention." Instantly, everyone present turned to look at the letter in the soldier's hand. Lig did not hesitate. He took it, opened it, and as he read, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. He promptly penned a response, sealing it and handing it back to the soldier. "Ensure it reaches the intended recipient." "Yes, he. No need to merely observe. We shall take the initiative." Li Ji clenched the letter tightly, a cold smile spreading across his face. Chapter 009. The Battle of Longxi. General, we are nearing Tianshui. Xie Xian sat on horseback, listening to the report from the soldiers below. How the vanguard continued to spread out. The rebellion seems to be concentrated in Lanzhou, while the pacification army led by Li Ji is currently stationed in Longxi. Upon Xie Xian's arrival, he quickly assessed the situation in his mind, having already prepared for the worst scenario. 100,000 against 320,000. Half a month later, it was decreed. Li Ji has failed to suppress the rebellion effectively and has been dismissed from his post. His army is to be taken over by General Xie Xian of the Northern Army. Xie Xian, astride his warhorse, gazed sharply at the kneeling figures below, holding the sacred edict in hand. "Minister, Li Ji acknowledges the decree." Li Ji immediately bent forward, receiving the edict with both hands, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. "As expected. Prepare the troops. We shall depart for Lanzhou tomorrow." Xie Xian turned his horse around, commanding loudly, "Speed is of the essence." That was precisely what he sought. "General, that young man." One general glared at Xie Xian's retreating figure, wanting to voice his discontent, that if you wish to die, feel free to point fingers and speak. Li Ji shook the edict in his hand, casting a cold glance at the general. "Proceed with the plan for tomorrow, and send them a message." With that, Li Ji turned to leave, his voice cold as he left behind a chilling remark. "Are we truly going to do it tomorrow?" A general hesitated. "At this point, we have no choice but to retaliate. This is no longer a decision we can make." Another general said fiercely, determination blazing in his eyes. "Let us go. Prepare." After all, they had only 100,000 in the dead of night. Within a dimly lit room, three figures were illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "Eldest brother, Li Ji has sent a letter. The court has only dispatched 100,000 troops. If we join forces with him tomorrow, we shall surely succeed." Wang Ji exclaimed, clutching a piece of parchment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Excellent. With the support of second brother and third brother, our grand ambitions can be realized." Zhang Cheng laughed heartily. "General, ahead lies a valley. There may be ambushes." The Vice-General Lu Laoji cautioned, "It's not a possibility. It's a certainty." Xie Xian replied with a calm smile that we are merely 2 miles from the valley. Yet there are no signs of birds being startled. It seems someone has cleared the area in advance, fearing our soldiers might be alarmed, but cleverness can often backfire. "Laoji, you take 10,000 men into the valley and lengthen the formation." Xie Xian instructed to He Qian, Tian Luo, "Once Laoji has drawn them out, you will lead 30,000 men. You should know what to do." The three of them were all at the perfected stage and fully capable of handling the situation. "Yes," they replied, clasping their fists, "that is for me." Xie Xian glanced back, a faint smile playing on his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. "Eldest brother." They've entered. Li Ji, determined to effectively eliminate Xie Xian and his forces, even entrusted a batch of bows and arrows to Zhang Cheng and the others. Upon seeing a portion of the enemy enter, Zhang Cheng's expression shifted, eager to issue commands. "Eldest brother, let us not rush. They have only just entered the valley. We should wait until they reach the other side before striking. Wang Ji grasped Zhang Cheng's hand, halting him. Have the generals sensed something amiss? One vice-general observed Xie Xian's forces pausing. Dispatching an advance team, worry creeping into their voice, that I in such terrain as a valley, caution is entirely warranted. Besides, even if they do notice something now, what of it? Unless they have reinforcements at this very moment. Li Ji, clad in armor with streaks of gray in his beard, exuded the aura of a seasoned general. His face bore a cold and confident demeanor, as if the outcome was already decided. To completely envelop Xie Xian and his men, Li Ji had deliberately positioned his troops at the rear, expecting resistance but finding none. This unexpected turn of events only fueled his anticipation. Regardless, Xie Xian's forces now found themselves caught between two pincers. They would surely be annihilated. Release the arrows. As the opportune moment arrived, Zhang Cheng issued the command. Instantly, a barrage of arrows rained down from the trees on either side. Raise shields, Lu Laoji shouted. And the northern army instantly raised their shields, remaining utterly unfazed. Observing the army below, Wang Ji felt an unsettling sensation. Before he could comprehend the situation, Hu Tu charged down with his men, Xie Xian, who remained 2 li away, heard the sounds of battle emanating from the valley, that he nodded towards He Tian and the other, and they immediately understood, spurring their horses to lead 30,000 troops into the fray. You take another 10,000 to encircle this valley. Allow not a single soul to escape. Xie Xian pointed to a subordinate general, who affirmed with a salute. Another 10,000 departed. General, now is the opportune moment. Observing the dwindling forces beside Xie Xian, an adjutant hastily spoke that Lig, gazing at the figure on horseback in the distance, felt a cold glint in his eyes. He swiftly seized the bow and arrows from his saddle. Drawing back the string and releasing, the tide of battle shifted. General, protect the general. Finally, Xie Xian slightly tilted his head, evading the arrow, then wheeled his horse around to face Li Ji, offering a faint smile. General Li, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Upon hearing Xie Xian's words, Li Ji's heart sank. Reinforcements? No reinforcements exist. It is only I. Seemingly perceiving Li Ji's thoughts, Xie Xian chuckled. You indeed underestimate me. With such a small force, do you think you can overpower me? Li Ji glowered at Xie Xian, who remained silent, instead directing his gaze at the troops rallying behind Li Ji. Today, Li Ji has betrayed us, an act of treachery. Are you certain you wish to join him in this rebellion? The emperor has decreed that all traitors shall be executed. Their families shall face annihilation. Those who slay the traitors shall be rewarded. Those who lay down their arms shall be spared. Do not bring ruin upon yourselves and your kin. Indeed, upon hearing Xie Xian's voice, chaos erupted within the ranks of the 120,000 troops. Li Ji's countenance darkened as he unsheathed his sword, decapitating a soldier attempting to surrender. Those who sow discord shall be executed. This man conspired with the rebels, intending to annihilate our forces. Kill! There is no time for hesitation. Li Ji promptly commanded an assault. 20,000 shall breach the center, 15,000 on each flank to obstruct. Xie Xian immediately ordered his troops to attack as well. At the same time, Wang Ji's expression changed. It was no wonder he felt something was amiss. This contingent appeared extensive, yet each row consisted of only 5 or 6 individuals, even as few as 3 or 4. Initially, he had only considered the length of the formation, neglecting the number of soldiers per row. Moreover, to avoid detection, they had not sent anyone to keep watch. Now it seemed they had committed a grave error. We've been deceived, older brother. We have fallen into a trap. We must retreat. However, Zhang Cheng, witnessing the retreat of the northern army, paid no heed to Wang Ji's warning. Seeing this, Wang Ji steeled himself, quietly retreating with a few trusted confidants. The moment trouble arose, he fled, which is how he had survived until now. Suddenly, cries of charge echoed from both sides of the valley. A contingent surged forth from each flank. 1,000 men burst through the entrance of the valley, while another 20,000 fanned out to encircle the remnants before descending. The battle raged on for an indeterminate time. Boss, we are surrounded. This group of soldiers is ferocious. Soon, bloodied figures rushed before the frenzied Zhang Cheng, lamenting their fate. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Cheng froze, Disbelief etched across his face. He had brought 100,000 men. Where are our troops? Where are they? They have fallen. My brothers are all dead. That group of soldiers is too ruthless. We simply cannot withstand them. The third lieutenant has also perished, shot down by a volley of arrows. The second lieutenant has vanished. Upon hearing the tragic cries, Zhang Cheng surveyed his surroundings, corpses littering the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. His forces had been encircled, with only around 20,000 remaining. It is over. Retreat. Break through in the opposite direction. Zhang Cheng bellowed with a voice filled with despair. Want to flee? A bold voice rang out. A figure on horseback charged forward, dispatching all who stood in his way with a long spear. In the blink of an eye, he reached Zhang Cheng, sweeping his spear across. Zhang Cheng's expression shifted as he hastily raised his large blade to block. Yet the combined might of Lu Lao's formidable strength and the horse's momentum sent him flying. Blood rained down from the heavens. As he regained his footing, he found himself staring down the spear's point. Swish! A head flew into the air. The leader of the traitors is dead. Will you not surrender? Lu Lao raised Zhang Cheng's severed head high, proclaiming loudly. Witnessing their leader's demise, many soldiers dropped their weapons. With only a few obstinate individuals resisting, but they were swiftly suppressed. Years of scheming, all in vain. Li Ji beheld the unfolding scenario, laughing heartily, his white hair billowing in the wind. I did not expect the young emperor to possess such capable generals and elite forces. My defeat is not unjust. Ha ha! May the great Zhou prosper. Li Ji exclaimed joyfully, before drawing his sword and taking his own life. Xie Xian observed everything quietly. The northern army displayed an unstoppable momentum. 50,000 against 120,000, and yet they continued to dominate the battlefield. Several times, they nearly breached their lines. Immediately, Li Ji's expression shifted, astonishment flashing in his eyes. However, as a result of Xie Xian's commands, some soldiers turned against Li Ji's personal guard. The tides of battle dramatically reversed. Soon, the forces crumbled like a house of cards. Li Ji, intending to escape, was thwarted by 3 of Xie Xian's strikes. Realizing his fate was sealed, he took his own life. Ensure his body is collected and given a proper burial. Xie Xian stated calmly, promptly organizing the troops to lead the disordered rebels back to camp. Yes, General, we have captured a traitor. 2 soldiers brought forth Wang Ji, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Execute him. All surrendering traitors shall be taken back to the camp for confinement. Allow Lu Lao to continue eliminating the remaining rebels. Yes, days later, within the Golden Wan Hall, Yu sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an imposing presence as he listened to the battle reports recited beside him. The gathered ministers displayed expressions of shock. Whispering among themselves, none anticipated that Xie Xian would recover Longxi so swiftly. Chapter 010. The rebellion suppressed, external affairs dismissed. After arranging matters in Longxi County, Yu directly withdrew from court to the inner palace. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in 5,000 Northern Army soldiers. Another 5,000 from the Northern Army. Not BAD. Why you felt no discontent over the reduced numbers. Immediately summoning Xiao Yanzi to relay orders for Xie Xian to lead 10,000 Northern Army soldiers to Nanyang, while the remainder would secure Longxi. Simultaneously, he summoned the 5,000 troops, ordering them to march to Nanyang as well, to in the Ministry of Revenue. Li Qiping perused the imperial edict, preparing provisions, and could not help but sigh. Fearing the emperor's inclination towards militarism, Nanyang, unlike Longxi, faced not just Zhang Cheng's faction, but a multitude of rebel forces, with several uprisings totaling over a dozen. The largest rebellion boasted around 100,000 troops, while the smaller ones numbered merely a few thousand. Xie Xian entrusted Longxi to his deputy generals, He Qian and Tian Luo, before leading Lu Lao and 1,000 men on a relentless journey to Nanyang. Upon arrival, they awaited the 5,000 troops dispatched by Yi Yu, swiftly reorganizing and directing their assault against the strongest rebel faction, aiming to obliterate them within 3 days. They would pursue and eradicate any remaining rebels, decisively quelling the insurrections along their path. General. Ahead lies the final rebel faction. Only a few thousand remain. Xie Xian, mounted on his steed, gazed calmly into the distance. Quickly eliminate them. The cold command issued from Xie Xian's lips. Yes, at this moment in the distance a group stood in formation, armed with long spears, poised for battle. Rather than mere rebel refugees, they resembled a well-trained army. General, they are rapidly advancing. A man clad in rough cloth approached urgently, kneeling before a burly leader to report. Understood. Zhu Zhong waved his hand dismissively, yet his expression remained grave, his gaze fixed ahead. Zhu Zhong had originally been a 1,000-man commander in Han State, ordered by the Grand General to lead 3,000 soldiers disguised as rebel refugees to incite chaos following the death of the Zhou Empire's emperor. However, he had not anticipated that so soon after the new emperor's ascendance, a formidable army would be dispatched to suppress them. Moreover, this army was ruthless and unyielding, leaving no one to dare resist. He had also gathered intelligence regarding the Zhou Empire. Infighting among the princes, generals amassing troops, and corrupt officials forming cliques. It seemed the Great Zhou was on the brink of collapse, ripe for conquest by neighboring states. Yet now, merely over a month since the new emperor's ascension, he had already stabilized the court. It was said that in the capital of the Great Zhou, the corruption among officials had reached staggering heights. Reclaiming Hanzhong, quelling Longxi, and this new emperor of the Great Zhou is but 17 years old. Everyone believed the Great Zhou was destined for decline. None had faith in Jiyu. They awaited the opportunity to seize a piece of the Great Zhou for themselves. Yet now, it was all nonsense, youthful and capable. This Jiyu was clearly the savior of the Great Zhou. Moreover, he had acted decisively to quell the chaos at once. Such decisiveness and assertiveness suggested he harbored even greater ambitions. Though merely a 1,000-man commander, Zhu Zhong recognized true talent when he saw it. You, deliver this letter to General Gongsun immediately. Have him present it to His Majesty. Zhu Zhong instructed a small soldier, handing over the secret missive he had prepared days prior. Having witnessed Xie Xian's invincible army, he had realized the gravity of the situation and promptly documented the changes in the Great Zhou over the past month. Just as the young soldier departed, Xie Xian's forces arrived. Halt! Gazing at the well-ordered formation of the refugees ahead, Xie Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. They were evidently well-trained, and the long spears they wielded were of military origin. Not from foreign armies. Who stands before me? Zhu Zhong gazed upon the formidable army before him, exuding an aura of dread and determination, and a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes that he opened his mouth. Still unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of this elite and fierce force, the commander of the Beifu army, Xie Xian, held the reins of his horse and bellowed with an air of authority. Who are you? Do not dare to claim you are merely an ordinary leader of a rebellion. Xie Xian's gaze was sharp as a sword, fixed upon Zhu Zhong, who, aware of the tens of thousands of troops behind Xie Xian, realized escape was futile. Ultimately, resigned to his fate, Zhu Zhong let out a hearty laugh and declared, I am but a humble 1,000-man commander under General Gongsun Yen of the Great Han. Very well. Upon hearing this reply, Xie Xian's eyes sharpened. Form ranks and advance. In an instant, the Beifu army surged forward with a fierce momentum, their offensive a form of defense. Brothers, charge! Witnessing Xie Xian's sudden assault, Zhu Zhong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he brandished his sword and led the charge. Fate had already sealed their destinies. It was better to die swiftly. The aura of a mid-stage general unfolded before him. General, I shall confront him. Very well. With Xie Xian's consent, Lu Laoji spurred his steed and plunged into the fray. Half an hour later, the battlefield was strewn with corpses, weapons scattered, and blood splattered everywhere, in the midst of it all. A figure knelt, a spear piercing his chest, his eyes wide in horror, fixated on a single direction, Zhu Zhong. That direction was Hangua, where they buried our soldiers' bodies separately from theirs. Xie Xian surveyed the brutal scene before him, his tone heavy as he remarked, the carnage is but a reflection of Zhu Zhong and his men, whose entire army has been annihilated, yet the Beifu army has also suffered over 100 casualties. This is what weighs heavily on my heart, that I am the imperial palace. Within the study, Yi was perusing the memorials presented by the ministers. Your Majesty, General Xie has sent news regarding the military situation. A respectful voice called from outside. Xiao Yanzi, bring it in. Yi instructed a nearby eunuch. Yes, Your Majesty, upon opening Xie Xian's confidential letter, a faint smile graced Yi Yu's lips, followed by a sharp gaze directed at a piece of paper on the desk. He picked up his brush and scribbled Nanyang on it, then coldly regarded the last two names, Shanjuan and Hudou. The internal matters are settled. The next step is external. Chapter 011. Restoring Livelihoods in the Court. Yi Yu sat regally upon the dragon throne, exuding an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Below him, the ministers felt a palpable anxiety as they gathered for an unexpected meeting, their expressions betraying their confusion. Esteemed ministers, just now, I received word from Xie Xian that Nanyang has been pacified. Consequently, the insurrections throughout the Great Zhou have been quelled. The hall erupted in uproar at this proclamation, shock and disbelief etched on every face. Even in Yi Yu's presence, they could not contain their murmurs. Wei Yin and Feng Zi, among others, shared their astonishment. They had faith in Yi Yu's capability to restore order, yet the speed of it was astonishing. Your Majesty, now that stability has returned to various regions, we should prioritize the restoration of livelihoods and refrain from further military actions. Li Qipeng, the Minister of Revenue, quickly interjected, fearing that Yi Yu might propose another military campaign. As the minister responsible for the treasury, he was acutely aware of the kingdom's financial state. Further military endeavors would burden the populace and deplete resources. That I am aware that my summons today is to discuss the arrangements for each prefecture. I do not wish to see any more instances of officials oppressing the people or citizens suffering from hunger and displacement. Do you understand? Yi Yu's tone was indifferent, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembly. We understand our crimes. Hearing Yi Yu's words, a portion of the officials immediately knelt, their foreheads touching the ground, trembling slightly, fear evident in their eyes. Your Majesty, the corrupt officials in various regions, those guilty of egregious crimes, should be publicly tried. As for those with lesser offenses, let them redeem themselves through merit, that if we replace them all, the local governments of the Great Zhou may descend into chaos once more. Wei Yin argued passionately. Following the death of the former emperor, rebellions had erupted almost immediately, primarily due to the oppression of the common folk by local officials and aristocratic families. Li Qipeng also rose, his expression one of resignation. The aristocratic families control the land and exploit the commoners. This is a universal issue across all nations. Some powerful families can even influence an entire state. Yi Yu's heart brimmed with disdain. If this had been before, he would have felt helpless that a century-old dynasty, a millennia-old family lineage, was not mere rhetoric. Yet he was no ordinary individual. He possessed an advantage. Now, not only had half a month passed, but the month was also drawing to a close. System, sign in, Yi Yu silently commanded. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 5 million sure of grain and 30 million taels of silver. Yi Yu had previously believed the system could only facilitate the signing of talents or troops, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover it could also provide these resources. The grain problem was resolved, and funds were secured. System lottery. Yi Yu promptly declared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in 3,000 county-level talents and 300 prefectural-level talents. Upon hearing the system's voice, a smile crept upon Yi Yu's face. 2 of his biggest issues were resolved. Truly, possessing an advantage was exhilarating. Yet before Yi Yu could fully relish this, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. As a reward for the host's achievement in quelling the rebellion, 50,000 soldiers have been granted. 50,000. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was splendid. He could now replace the Xuanjia army and Beifu army. Although they were ordinary soldiers, they would be more than sufficient to guard each prefecture. Instantly, Yi Yu's expression turned placid as he regarded the ministers, who were whispering among themselves. Silence. Observing Yi Yu's demeanor, the nearby Xiao Yinzi immediately called out, and the court fell silent. That I am aware of the issues raised by the 2 chancellors. Qinglong, at your service. In an instant, a figure knelt in the hall, his demeanor respectful. The sudden appearance of Qinglong caused a shift in the expressions of some present, fear flashing in their eyes that he had been the one to lead the mysterious Jinyue in cleansing the imperial city. Even now, the bloodstains on the ground of the woman had yet to be washed away. I command you to dispatch the Jinyue, accompanied by the talents I have cultivated, to various locations for appointments. Anyone guilty of wrongdoing must be captured. Those who dare to resist, obstruct, or harbor them shall be executed without mercy. Military forces may be dispatched if necessary. Understood. Qinglong responded and vanished from the hall in the blink of an eye. What? Your Majesty has long cultivated talents. The ministers below were taken aback, some in a state of panic. Wei Yin and his companions were equally stunned, gazing at Yi Yu with newfound admiration and respect. This indicated that Yi Yu had been prepared all along, showcasing his foresight. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Wei Yin and the others immediately knelt in reverence, prompting other officials to follow suit. Furthermore, Li Qiping, I shall allocate 5 million shur of grain and 20 million taels of silver to you. I expect you to utilize these resources wisely, ensuring the grain reaches the hands of the common people. This revelation left everyone in a state of shock. What preparations has your Majesty made? Dispatch orders to Qin Xiong and Xie Xian to lead their troops back to the capital. What? Wei Yin and the others were taken aback, eager to protest, but the sight of Yi Yu's expression stifled their words. Order 50,000 soldiers outside the imperial city, with 100,000 to guard Longxi, 150,000 to guard Hanzhou, 150,000 to guard Nanyang, and 100,000 to guard Neishi. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in exclamations of disbelief. 50,000. Even during the reign of the former emperor, the Great Zhou had barely over 60,000 troops. They were left speechless in the face of this revelation. Wei Yin murmured, so this was your Majesty's trump card. The Great Zhou is indeed saved. The Great Zhou shall surely rise again. Your Majesty is truly the rejuvenator of our Great Zhou. Soon, news spread, causing a stir throughout the entire imperial city, swiftly reaching every corner of the kingdom. Chapter 012. The Nations in Turmoil. Half a month later, under the iron-fisted methods of the Jinyui, officials were replaced across various regions, and the distribution of grain proceeded in an orderly manner. Those who remained restless were swiftly dealt with. Grass had begun to grow on their graves. The people of the Great Zhou completed their spring planting and, with the assurance of distributed grain, could weather the famine. As for grain seeds, there would always be sources. If not provided, they would see whether their heads were harder or the blades of the Jinyui sharper. Before departing, Yi Yu had instructed Qinglong with 8 words. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. As for whether the eradication of the aristocratic families would incite unrest, he was capable of lifting these families or crushing them beneath his heel. The Xuanjiao army and Beifu army had returned to the military camps outside the capital, alongside a total of 500,000 soldiers and the tiger and leopard cavalry. He was eager to see who dared to rebel, who had the audacity. In Hangua, within the new imperial palace of Xinjiang, a middle-aged man exuded an imposing presence, clad in a dragon robe, emanating an air of authority. That he looked calmly at the confidential letter in his hand, though the complexity in his eyes revealed the turmoil within his heart. This man was none other than the emperor of Hangua, Han Xian. Under his rule, Hangua had rapidly developed, annihilating the Zheng state and significantly enhancing its power, leaving Zhou far behind. The Jitian has indeed produced a remarkable son. Han Xian set down the letter. Filled with emotion that in just over 2 months, he has stabilized the precarious Zhou state. Even I cannot help but admire such prowess. All of this originates from a 17-year-old youth. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Han Xian's expression was a mixture of complexity. He had initially hoped to take advantage of the turmoil in the Great Zhou to eradicate his foes and, in doing so, elevate his nation to true greatness. Beside Han Xian stood a young man clad in splendid garments, exuding a certain gallant demeanor, with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He is indeed more accomplished than Ewing. Han Xian turned to gaze at the crown Prince Han Ning, expressing his sentiments with a sigh. Father. Upon hearing his father's words, Han Ying's eyes flickered with defiance, and he was about to retort when Han Xian silenced him with a raised hand. You are intelligent, strategic, and ambitious. Yet, all your schemes are mere trifles, for your adversaries dwell within the court. You are under my protection, whereas he stands at the pinnacle of the nation, bearing the expectations of an entire country. Your perspectives are no longer aligned. The younger generation is indeed pushing the older one aside. It seems the future holds intriguing developments. Han Xian patted Han Ying's shoulder with a smile, leaving behind a contemplative expression on Han Ying's face. In the Zhao Kingdom, within the grand palace of Han Dan, Emperor Zhaoyang surveyed the assembly of ministers, his gaze falling upon the report in his hands, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. Just a step away. Finally, casting a glance at the silent officials below, he sighed. It is fate. Dismiss the court. Observing his father's retreating figure, Crown Prince Zhao Jing clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. I must alleviate my father's burdens. Jiyu. I shall surely surpass you. In the Wei Kingdom's capital, a time of turmoil had arrived. The winds of change were stirring. Within a study, an elderly man with a head of white hair and youthful features, dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of worry etched upon his face as he gazed at the map in his hands that, according to this intelligence from the emperor, the great Zhou's ruler possesses considerable capability. In the study, a refined and graceful young woman expressed her astonishment. Indeed, this lad surpasses his father by far. Emperor Yin Muxian, with his hands behind his back, lamented, if only those two young men possessed half of his prowess, I would feel at ease. Suddenly, Yin Muxian's expression shifted, his eyes igniting with anger. He was incensed by the shortcomings of his own offspring, whom he characterized with 4 words: tiger father, dog son. Thankfully, he still had a remarkable eldest daughter in the Yin kingdom, who did not know that the eldest princess Yin Qingyi was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also well-educated and exceptionally talented. In the Chu kingdom, Emperor Chu Yin Kong sipped his tea, glancing at the missive on the table, shaking his head as he murmured, it seems a new challenger has emerged. I wonder how far this young man can go. The Zhou kingdom is so distant from my Qi kingdom. What influence could it possibly wield? Such matters should no longer disturb me. Emperor Elchin of Qi, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively while cradling an exquisite beauty in his other arm. Father, that Zhou emperor is merely 17, yet possesses such capabilities. He will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. We must remain vigilant. At his side, El Yuan, observing his father's demeanor, spoke urgently. Leave? Father, I command you to leave. Ultimately, a myriad of words transformed into a sigh as El Yuan gazed at his extravagant and debauched father with disappointment. Just a few years prior, his father had been so wise, even leading Qi to further greatness. But ever since that woman arrived, his father had descended into indulgence. I have labored my entire life. What is wrong with enjoying a bit now? Who could have anticipated that the once sage emperor would utter such words? The once formidable Qi kingdom was now secretly riddled with vulnerabilities. Ding, congratulations, host. You have signed in Chao Jingshun and 3,000 Dongshang guards. In the new month, Yu sat in the study, the sound of a notification echoing in his ears. Chao Jingshun. Yu found it fortuitous, as he had dispatched the Qinglong, and now he lacked a personal guard. Despite the palace's increased security with the Yulin army, having a skilled protector by his side was always beneficial. Checking the character information. Name: Chao Zhengchun. Cultivation: perfected in 8. Techniques: Tiangang Tongzigong, Wantai, King Kong Hudi. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty. Just as he finished reading, an elderly eunuch entered. Kneeling on the floor, rise, Chao Jingchun. You shall accompany me from now on. Thank you, your majesty. After bowing, Chao Jingchun respectfully stood beside Yu. Meanwhile, the young attendant, Xiao Yinzi, felt a sudden surge of urgency at the appearance of the elderly eunuch. Your majesty, General Lu Tung of Dingbei has returned. He is awaiting outside. A young eunuch's respectful voice drifted in from outside. Dado. Yu raised his head, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Chapter 013. The North endures hardship, yet remains loyal to Zhou. Old Minister Lu Tung pays his respects to your majesty. A black-clad elder entered, respectfully kneeling before Yu. Clad in simple black attire, his hair graying at the temples, the ravages of time etched upon his face. Yet he stood sturdy and spirited, appearing vigorous despite his years. The entire imperial study fell into silence, as Yu continued to regard the memorial in his hands with indifference, while Xiao Yinzi beside him felt an inexplicable nervousness. Treading lightly, however, Chao Jingchun merely smiled faintly, saying nothing, standing respectfully at the side. Lu Tung, during the crisis in the imperial city, why did you not come to our aid? After a prolonged silence, a voice broke through the stillness of the study. Yu closed the memorial, fixing his gaze on the still kneeling Lu Tung. "Your Majesty, I could not return." "Oh, why not?" Yu inquired coolly, already aware of the reason, but he wished to hear Lu Teng's explanation. Lu Teng suddenly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Yu. "Your Majesty, the late emperor decreed that we must forever guard the north. Unless we are all slain in battle, we pledge to protect the north with our lives. Those outside our kin shall harbor different intentions. The Zhou kingdom may lose my kin, but we shall not betray foreign races. Your Majesty, the north has never betrayed the Great Zhou. We remain loyal to the Great Zhou until death." Lu Teng spoke with fervor and gravity, ultimately kneeling before Yu once more. Lu Teng understood Yu's concerns. Such doubts were natural, but he was unafraid. What he feared was the sacrifice and contributions of the 40,000 soldiers from the north being overlooked. "Rise." After a long while, Yu's voice softened. "The north, I have never forgotten. The Great Zhou has not forgotten either. Not just the north. Hedong Shangjuan, I have never forgotten a single day. Every citizen living under the Great Zhou is my subject. Those who sacrifice for the Great Zhou shall not be forgotten. The Great Zhou shall never forget." Yu stood, articulating every word with conviction and authority. "Old Minister, on behalf of the 40,000 soldiers of the north, I thank your Majesty." Lu Teng, overwhelmed with emotions, bowed deeply once more. "It is truly fortuitous that the Great Zhou has a ruler like you." In an instant, Lu Teng envisioned Yu ascending to great heights, overshadowing the world. "Issue a decree. Appoint Dingbei General Lu Teng as Dingbei Marquis. Bestow upon the North's army the title of Dingbei Army. Grant Dingbei Marquis 10,000 taels of gold a residence, and 3 months' worth of military pay for the Dingbei Army. Furthermore, allow for an expansion of the army to 100,000 and publicize the Dingbei military achievements throughout the Great Zhou. I wish to showcase the valor of the sons of the Great Zhou to the world. Your servant expresses gratitude to your Majesty. Additionally, issue an order for Cao Chun to lead the Tiger Leopard Cavalry to eradicate the Hujia tribe." "When did a small tribe dare to bully the Great Zhou?" Yu stated calmly, yet his tone exuded palpable killing intent. The Hujia tribe, known for its raids on the north, numbered only around 100,000. With 30,000 cavalry, yet they had long plagued the northern counties, pillaging and causing destruction. "Yes, your Majesty." Chao Jingchun, standing behind Yu, slightly bowed in respect. "Dingbei Marquis, take your leave and rest well." Yu concluded in a tranquil tone, and the imperial study returned to silence. "General Lu, it has been a while." Upon exiting, Lu Teng encountered Wei Yin and a few others, all smiling warmly at him. "It has been 20 years since our last meeting." Li Qiping stroked his beard, reminiscing. Indeed, Fang Zitran and Liu also expressed their sentiments, reflecting on the years when they were a lively group, now reduced to just a few old souls. "What do you think?" Wei Yin, hands clasped behind his back, inquired meaningfully. "Exceptional talent, astute foresight, commanding presence that instills awe," Lu Teng replied gravely. "Indeed, our Great Zhou has finally welcomed a sagacious ruler." Soon, under Yu's decree, the heroic deeds of the Dingbei army were proclaimed throughout the imperial city. The Great Zhou now needed to reforge the bonds of its people, consolidating strength. On the same day, the imperial city gates swung wide open, a lone rider galloping forth, with a rounded cap, a flying fish robe, and a spring-embroidered saber, the emperor's personal guards. The Jinyui. 3 days later, in the northern county, your servant receives the decree. Cao Chun, clad in armor, half-kneeled on the ground, receiving the imperial edict from the Jinyui. Rising, he leaped onto his horse, turning back to address his troops with a booming voice. "Let us depart." This day, 100,000 cavalry surged forth from the northern county. The sound of 1,000 steeds thundered across the northern expanse, dust swirling in their wake. Chapter 014. The fierce might of the tiger leopard. Within a village, flames flickered brightly, thick smoke billowing, amidst a cacophony of wails, cries of anguish, and sounds of terror. The village was strewn with corpses, as over 100 villagers were herded into an open area, while warhorses galloped through, trampling those who fled, some crushed beneath their hooves. From within the houses, faint cries of despair from women and raucous laughter echoed ominously. In the vicinity of the village, thousands of cavalrymen stood poised, with the three leaders at the forefront wearing cruel smiles as they silently observed the grim scene before them. Indeed, there is nothing quite as exhilarating as robbing these two-legged sheep. Not only do we seize grain and wealth, but we also acquire women. One of the men, a burly figure with a scruffy beard, laughed heartily from atop his steed. What are these losses compared to what lies within the pass? It is far more rewarding, sneered the robust man to the right, his gaze fixated on a particular direction. And no need to rush, Hasamoya. One day, we shall have our fill, remarked the lean man in the center, clad in leather armor and bearing a long scar across his face. Beasts! And Shonu soldier kicked an elderly man, who had been captured, into the crowd, causing the old man to bleed from the mouth. A young boy, unable to contain his fury, glared at the Shonu soldier and shouted in outrage. A nearby woman, her face paling in terror, pulled the boy's sleeve, clutching her young daughter tightly. Oh, how intriguing! The commanding officer in the center suddenly exhibited interest, pointing at the soldier who had been insulted. Go, slay him. He then looked mockingly at the boy. If you win, I shall release you. Spare me your pretense. Even if I were to win, I doubt I would live to tell the tale. The boy retorted with a cold laugh, addressing the commander. Beasts! Your grandfather stood tall, without ever contemplating survival. Just wait. The great Zhou shall surely avenge us. Laughter erupted among the surrounding Shonu soldiers upon hearing the boy's words. Those soft-footed sheep. How can they even compare? When have we not sent them fleeing in terror? They scoffed. Nonsense. 30 years ago, my great Zhou triumphed, and we can do so again. The boy shouted defiantly that I shall send you to meet your emperor. The soldier sneered, raising his blade to strike the boy. The woman beside him screamed in horror, her face ashen, while the villagers around them wore expressions of dread, some shutting their eyes. Suddenly, a tremor resonated through the air. Instinctively, everyone fell silent, straining to hear the sound. It grew louder and closer. Cursed be it! The sound of hooves, cavalry. The commander in the center suddenly grasped the situation, his expression changing dramatically. Alert! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Hurry, he bellowed, and in an instant, the Shonu soldiers mounted their horses and drew their swords. Thud, 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 with a resounding neigh, 3 black banners unfurled, revealing countless cavalrymen standing in formation on the hillside, the front ranks brandishing black battle flags emblazoned with a crimson character for Zhou, entwined by a golden dragon, a sight of overwhelming grandeur and might. It is the iron cavalry of my great Zhou, the boy exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration, prompting the villagers to share in his joy. How can this be? The commander, witnessing the formidable force of over 10,000 cavalry, was struck with disbelief. How could the great Zhou possess such an overwhelming cavalry, from the sheer momentum and equipment? He recognized that this was no ordinary army. If they had such power, they would have unleashed it long ago. No, this intelligence must be reported back to the tribe, and even to the neighboring tribes. This cavalry must not exist. Retreat. The commander hastily turned his horse and fled towards an unsealed exit, disregarding the villagers on the ground. After riding for several miles, Chao Chun observed the fleeing figure with a calm gaze. Slowly raising his hand to signal forward, kill. Leave some to protect the villagers, hiss. The war horses whinnied, shaking the ground as countless cavalry charged forth. Faster, we must hasten. The commander, panic-stricken, glanced back repeatedly, astonished that the Zhou cavalry did not pursue. How truly arrogant! Just as he thought this, the sound of hooves thundered ahead, revealing more black flags rising from the distant horizon, with tens of thousands of cavalry surging forward with an imposing force. The commander's complexion altered, and gritting his teeth, he thrust his sword forward. Charge! Kill! Swish! Swish! A portion of the tiger leopard cavalry halted, simultaneously unleashing a volley of arrows, instantly taking down several Shonu cavalrymen in the blink of an eye. The two forces clashed. The commander's expression soured as he noted that they had lost a quarter of their cavalry, while the Zhou cavalry had engaged with equal numbers, encircling the rest. A deafening rumble echoed as the main contingent of the tiger leopard cavalry arrived. It was over. The Shonu commander's face was etched with despair. The general commands, all forces attack. Let them feel the wrath of our cavalry. With a single command, 100,000 cavalry charged. In mere moments, cries of anguish filled the air as screams reverberated. Under the hooves, blood and flesh flew. Uncontrolled horses galloped wildly. After the carnage, the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of Xiongnu cavalry. A gruesome tableau of death and disarray, while the few intact heads remained as silent witnesses to the massacre. 10 days later, they approached the Hujia tribe. A group of riders traversed the grasslands. Led by a youth, tasked by his father to forge an alliance with the Hujia tribe, that I must succeed. The young man vowed silently, though his face remained composed. What is that smell? A companion suddenly furrowed his brow. It is the scent of blood. The captain of the detachment sniffed the air and abruptly paled, and in an instant, everyone's expression tensed as they urged their horses to advance. It's gone. They've been slaughtered. The sight before them was horrific. Heads piled high, bodies strewn across the ground, while vultures circled overhead, and on a mound of corpses, a black banner fluttered, emblazoned with a large character for Zhou. The faces of the young leader and his entourage turned ashen, filled with shock and terror. The Hujia tribe had been annihilated. They were slaughtered by the great Zhou. Days later, news of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry's massacre of the Hujia tribe spread to other nations, sending shockwaves throughout the realm. The total annihilation of the Hujia tribe left all in disbelief. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the great Zhou possessed such a ferocious cavalry. Chapter 015. Another struggle for the throne? Annihilated. Jiyu certainly possesses audacity and ruthlessness. Han Qian mused, tapping the armrest of the dragon throne, one hand behind his back. It is well known that the Xiongnu cavalry has been a thorn in the side of many nations. Up until now, only the Zhao state has managed to defeat them head-on. This situation has become even more chaotic. In the court, Yiyu sat imposing on the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without anger. His expression indifferent. If there is business, present it. If not, retreat. Chao Jingchuan's sharp voice echoed in the grand hall, and within, Wei Yin and others exchanged troubled glances, lowering their heads. Your Majesty, the crown prince has returned. The Minister of Works stepped forward under the collective gaze of the others, bracing himself. The hall fell silent at this announcement. The crown prince had once been the most likely candidate to succeed the throne. But he had fled during the chaos when the rebel forces attacked the imperial city. Now that he had returned, some might still support him, but with Yiyu's recent acquisition of talented individuals, the great Zhou had an abundance of capable officials. Naturally, those who had previously struggled to find suitable replacements were swiftly appointed to positions of power. The court had effectively become a realm of Yiyu's influence. Now that the crown prince had returned, he even dared to claim that the emperor was unworthy of the throne. Such an attitude indicated an intention to vie for the imperial seat. Given our current emperor's temperament, the crown prince was doomed. Oh, my elder brother has returned. Let him come to meet me. Yi replied with a calm demeanor, seemingly disinterested. You need not call for me. I, the crown prince, have come on my own. Seventh brother, what face do you have to claim the throne? As soon as Yi finished speaking, a mocking voice resounded from outside the hall. Moments later, several figures staggered in, spitting blood. They were the Feather Forest Guards. Following closely were several figures, full of vigor, led by the great Zhou's crown prince, Jihua. You dare to harm my guards. Jihua, upon entering and spotting you seated in the honored position, felt a surge of rage. Why does that seat belong to him? Brother, to return and be so aggressive is quite unwise. Yu slowly rose, casting a cold glance at Jihua, and to return only to injure my guards. It seems you have found your backing, but who has bestowed upon you such courage? It is I, Tian Dao sect. From behind Jihua emerged an elder, hands clasped behind his back, displaying an air of arrogance. Since when did sects dare to intervene in court affairs? Yu suddenly narrowed his eyes, radiating an aura of authority. Who gave you the audacity to stand before me without kneeling? Just a prince who nearly caused his nation's downfall dares to demand I kneel. The elder scoffed, mocking Yu. Engaging with the forces of the Jianghu, I thought you possessed some merit, dear brother. Yu suddenly smiled, his tone calm. Since you seek death, then let it be so, yes. As soon as Yiyu's words fell, a figure flashed into the air. Innate. The elder's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted. He hastily struck out a palm, dare to disrespect His Majesty? I shall ensure you feel our methods." Chao Jingchuan's eyes gleamed with cold light as he spoke in a low voice. Snap! The old man's aura was abruptly shattered, his hand brutally broken by Chao Jingchuan. In the next instant, Chao Jingchuan's claw lunged towards the old man's abdomen. With a splatter, the old man attempted to spit out a mouthful of blood, only for Chao Jingchuan to swiftly stifle him with a palm. "I cannot allow someone like you to taint His Majesty's sight. You dare to cripple me." The old man, his face pale with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Chao Jingchuan, vowing, "You shall await the revenge of the Heavenly Blade sect. Drag him away and execute him." As he used command reverberated, 2 guards from the Eastern Depot swiftly seized the wailing old man. And soon a blood-curdling scream echoed outside the Grand Hall. A once formidable innate master had been rendered powerless before even making a move. Jihua was left in a state of shock. His greatest assurance upon returning was this mid-stage innate master. And yet this was the outcome. Observing the unfolding scene, the remaining few were overtaken by terror and hastily turned to flee. Humph! A chilling glare from Chao Jingchuan. In the blink of an eye, the necks of those few were snapped. Among them was even a nascent initial stage master. The Grand Prince, misled by the rogue elements of the martial world, let someone keep a close watch on him. Yi Yu remarked indifferently, as 2 more guards appeared. "Old 7, do you dare? Are you attempting to commit fratricide?" Jihua bellowed in rage, his eyes filled with resentment. However, before he could finish, he was forcibly taken away by the guards. Alas, the ministers shook their heads in dismay. Could he not simply return and enjoy himself? At this rate, he might not even have his life. "White tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, where are you?" "Present." Instantly, 3 figures appeared in the Grand Hall. Chao Jingchuan's gaze sharpened. He had failed to notice this, marking his greatest dereliction of duty. Before the hall, 2 men and a woman emanated an aura that made Chao Jingchuan's eyes narrow slightly. They were all at the pinnacle of innate mastery. "You shall take 3,000 Imperial Guards and annihilate the Heavenly Blade sect." Yes, Yi Yu had also heard of the Heavenly Blade sect, which had over 2,000 members in Hexai. That Dio not be fooled by their numbers. Each member is at least a half step into the postnatal realm. The wealthy are skilled, but not everyone can practice martial arts. Even the army consists mostly of ordinary folk. Even the elite are merely half-step postnatal or at the first stage of postnatal. Thus, although the Heavenly Blade sect has just over 2,000 members, they can undoubtedly rival an army of 100,000. This is precisely why previous emperors had not eradicated them. After all, provoking a martial sect could incite fear or retaliation from other factions. It was impossible before, but now it is feasible. The Imperial Guards, even the lowest-ranking warriors, are at least at the 2nd stage of postnatal. The flag bearers are at the 7th stage of postnatal. The 100-men leaders are at the peak of postnatal, with some even at the innate level, while the 1,000-men leaders are all innate. Moreover, just now, 3 chief commanders and 30,000 Imperial Guards were signed in. Now, the Imperial Guards are the sharpest blade, a blade that can decisively engage the martial world. The 3 figures of the White Tiger vanished from the Grand Hall. The Heavenly Blade? How dare a mere martial sect claim to be divine? I shall show them who reigns supreme. The icy tone reverberated throughout the hall. In an instant, all the ministers knelt in reverence. Chapter 016. The Annihilation of the Heavenly Blade Sect. Boom! The gates of the imperial city swung open, and thousands of steeds galloped forth, racing down the official road. Surrounding pedestrians hurriedly cleared a path, as a group of individuals observed the rushing figures before them. Who are they, so brazen in the presence of the imperial city? Does the Emperor of the Great Zhou not care? A girl clad in purple, her cherubic face puffed in curiosity, exclaimed, "You must be from out of town. It would be wise to keep such remarks private. Should they overhear, you would be in dire straits." An elder beside her chuckled and inquired, "Good sir, we are merchants from Hangua, having been away for a few months that I recall there weren't such officials before." Next to the purple-clad girl, an older maiden in green. Her skin as fair as snow and hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, politely remarked, "A few months, you must be unaware. The past few months have seen a seismic shift in the state of Zhou. The late emperor has passed, and the crown prince has ascended to the throne, currently reigning as His Majesty. This emperor is remarkable. Upon his ascent, he He quelled the rebellion and provided grain and land to us common folk. The figure you just witnessed was none other than the Emperor's personal guard, the Imperial Guards. With so many Imperial Guards mobilized, it seems someone is about to face dire consequences. The Imperial Guards' crackdown on corrupt officials is well regarded among the common people. Once they entered the Imperial City, they found an inn. The green-clad woman and her companions were currently gathered in a room. Flying fish attire, embroidered spring blade, round-topped hat. The Imperial Guards certainly exuded an air of authority. The purple-clad girl pouted, remarking, "This young emperor is truly audacious, establishing such an oversight institution." "Second miss, these Imperial Guards are no ordinary force." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard interjected, "Not a single one of these Imperial Guards is below the second stage of postnatal." "Are you serious?" Uncle Nyo, upon hearing this, even the previously composed green-clad woman showed signs of astonishment. It must be noted that just now, at least thousands passed by, thousands of experts above the second stage of postnatal, all within a single institution. Not to mention, there are several hundred above the fifth stage of postnatal, and even a dozen presences that are undetectable, likely innate. What? The faces of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. They were already elite themselves. Consisting of several postnatal third stage and two fifth stage experts, along with Uncle Nyo, who was at the seventh stage. This was indeed a formidable ensemble. What is there to fear? We are merely here for trade, not destruction. Furthermore, we merchants are not without our own defenses. Besides, we have our ancestors to rely on. This is true. They had come upon hearing that the state of Zhou had revitalized its economy, prompting their journey to Hushi County, Xingyan Mountain, home to the Heavenly Blade Sect. The Heavenly Blade Sect is a top-tier martial force in Hushi County, with its sect master at the late innate stage and rumored to have an innate grandmaster as well. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. In a certain loft, an elderly man with a wrinkled face and graying hair expressed his concerns. "Rest assured, Father, the state of Zhou has only just regained its footing. How could there be so many experts? Dispatching the third and seventh elders should suffice." Opposite him stood a similarly middle-aged man clad in white robes, his demeanor indifferent. It was Mog, the sect master of the Heavenly Blade Sect. "What does it matter if the young emperor knows? He will still have to yield to us. As long as this endeavor succeeds, the great Zhou will ultimately be under our command." Mog raised a cup of tea to his lips, declaring, "By the mandate of heaven, the Heavenly Blade Sect has committed treason and rebellion. I hereby order the execution of the entire sect. Execute immediately." Just then a thunderous sound echoed throughout the mountains. Following that, the distant sound of battle could be faintly heard. Both Mog and the current Grandmaster Mo Kang's expressions shifted dramatically. Trouble had arisen. As the two prepared to take action, their senses heightened with vigilance. Suddenly, three figures appeared before them, all donning round-topped hats and wielding long knives at their waists. Experts. Mo Kang and Mog's pupils constricted. "Who are you to trespass upon the Heavenly Blade Sect?" "The Emperor's personal guard, the Imperial Guards." A burly man in the middle spoke with an icy tone. "What? The young Emperor's men? How could the young Emperor possibly possess such formidable experts?" Mog's gaze turned cold, and he unleashed a punch. The violent energy shattered the entire loft. Five figures soared into the air, hovering in the sky. Swish! Black Tortoise drew his sword, slashing towards Mog. To his surprise, Mog too had attained the pinnacle of innate mastery. He had hidden his strength well. As Mo Kang prepared to assist, he felt a chill at his back. Turning to see White Tiger advancing with his blade, the atmosphere in the sky erupted with two innate presences. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Who seeks death? The Heavenly Blade Sect boasts nearly 10 innate masters. Their attire resembles that of the Imperial Guards. In an instant, many martial factions turned their attention towards the Heavenly Blade Sect, their leaders and grandmasters casting furtive glances, thoughts racing through their minds. "Spare me. I am willing to." A voice pleading for mercy echoed from the sky, but before the words could finish, a blade's whistle pierced the air. Blood rained down from above, and a head plummeted, eyes wide open, unblinking in death. It was none other than Mo Kang's head. At the same time, a scream pierced the air as Mog's arms were severed by Black Tortoise, sending him crashing to the ground. Before Mog could utter another word, A flash of cold light swept by, and his head took flight. Just then, Vermilion Bird coldly remarked, "All is dealt with. Good. Hang their heads at the mountain gate." Soon after, the once boisterous Xian Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, thousands of Imperial guards rode forth from the mountain, stirring up dust as they departed. By the time the scouts from other factions ascended the mountain, they were left in shock at the scene before them. The steps, the martial platform, the hall. All were strewn with corpses. Moreover, 2 heads were impaled on the Heavenly Blade sex plaque, blood dripping profusely. What is this? Does the court wish to incite a conflict among the martial factions? An extermination of the sect? How ruthless! Quickly relay the news back. This time, it will undoubtedly stir a great upheaval. Rapidly, the tidings of the Heavenly Blade sect's annihilation by the court spread, causing a tremendous uproar throughout the martial world. Chapter 017. To make the world bow down. In the Imperial study, Yi Yu lounged languidly upon the dragon throne, yet exuded an air of unparalleled authority. Before him stood several individuals, including Wei Yin and Feng Zichuan. "Your Majesty, are we not being overly hasty in taking action against these forces of the martial world? Each of these individuals possesses martial prowess, and should they unite, the court may find it difficult to contend with them." Feng Zichuan stepped forward, expressing his concerns. Historically, heroes have transgressed laws with their martial skills. 1 or 2 may be subdued with ease, but a collective would necessitate the mobilization of troops. Undoubtedly, this could lead to a grand conflict. Furthermore, among these martial factions, there are hidden masters who can navigate through thousands of soldiers with ease. Those at the transformation stage, known as grandmasters, can single-handedly contend with legions. When the state of Zheng faced annihilation at the hands of Han, they dispatched a grandmaster to assassinate the Han Emperor, only to ultimately fail. The Han then sent forth 100,000 troops to encircle that grandmaster, yet he decimated them with extraordinary prowess. It was only the intervention of a Han grandmaster that finally brought him down. If a grandmaster is so formidable, what are the transcendent beings above them? Are you afraid? Yi Yu reclined on the dragon throne, resting his head on one hand, his tone nonchalant. This old minister feels no fear. My only concern is that our great Zhou has only just begun to recover. Further turmoil may prove unbearable. Feng Zichuan exclaimed, startled, promptly bowing with resolve. "Rise, I am aware of your concerns." Yi Yu stood, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes gleaming with a hint of sharpness. "Since I have decided to act, I possess the capability to eradicate these martial factions. Everything is under my command. You need only to follow my directives without worry." Yi Yu regarded the individuals before him, his tone imbued with formidable confidence. "Great Zhou has been afflicted for far too long. It is time for healing. The voice I desire for Great Zhou is singular. That voice is mine alone. I shall not tolerate any defiance within my realm. In Great Zhou, one must heed its commands and abide by its laws. I demand that all bow before me." Yi Yu's voice crescendoed, filled with undeniable authority, dominance, and an overwhelming aura of supremacy. "Your Majesty is sagacious." Wei Yin and the others hastily bowed in reverence. Just then, 3 figures suddenly appeared and knelt before him. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Blade sect has been annihilated." Bai Hu reported respectfully. Wei Yin and the others were momentarily stunned. "That is so swift. And it has truly been eradicated. Was it only 3 days ago, aside from travel time? It took merely half a day? Is this the efficiency of the Jinyui?" They exchanged glances, a rueful smile surfacing. It appeared they had truly grown old, unable to keep pace with the Emperor's bold and commanding ambition. "Very well. You may withdraw," Yi Yu nodded, his demeanor calm. This was anticipated. Next, it was merely a matter of allowing the news to spread and observing the reactions of these factions, that a cold smile graced Yi Yu's lips as he surveyed the map of the Zhou kingdom spread before him. The Imperial City. The Wanxiang Tower, the newly opened tavern, which was among the largest in the Imperial City, and had garnered much acclaim for its exquisite cuisine and fine wines, drawing a continuous flow of patrons. Miss Look in a chamber, Xue Fu, donned in purple attire, not on a pair, her cheeks puffed out. Beside her stood a graceful figure, the Qingyi woman from that day, the proprietress of Wanxiang Tower, the third lady of the Shang family. Shang Yunk. Observing Lin You's hurried demeanor, Xue Fu paused, her large eyes fixed on Uncle Nyo. Shang Yung set down her book, a hint of curiosity gracing her features. What significant event has transpired to leave Uncle Nyo so flustered? Li Nyo, without elaboration, directly handed a sealed letter to Shang Yung. As she took the letter, her eyes widened in astonishment with each line she read, eventually furrowing her brows. Uncle Nyo, has the Heavenly Blade sect truly been destroyed? Third miss, it has been confirmed. The Heavenly Blade sect is utterly annihilated. Not a soul survives. The heads of the sect master and the ancestor have been severed and displayed at the mountain gate. The perpetrators were indeed the Jinyui we encountered that morning. Are they truly so ruthless? Will they come to silence me for speaking ill of them that day? Xue Fu's face fell, fear evident, with tears brimming in her eyes as she clutched the now tasteless pear. What are you thinking? The Jinyui would hardly target a mere child like you. Shang Yung chuckled, ruffling Xue Fu's hair. Nevertheless, it appears that the strength of Great Zhou is not as feeble as rumored. Be cautious from now on. Contemplating for a moment, Shang Yung addressed Li Nyo. The annihilation of the Heavenly Blade sect has left many martial factions in disbelief. An esteemed sect with 8 innate masters of first-rate power has been extinguished just like that, and it was the court that acted. What does this signify? Is the court preparing to strike against the martial world? Bang! In the grand hall of the ancient Hung sect, the room was filled with people seated on either side. The elder at the head of the table slammed his palm down, his face flushed with anger. This young emperor is unaware of the gravity of his actions. Such cruelty! What should we do now? What now? Ma Pingyan, do you intend to seek an explanation from the court? An elder on the right retorted disdainfully. Setting aside the fact that the Heavenly Blade sect has no ties to us, do you think the Jinyui, who could annihilate the Heavenly Blade sect, would be unable to handle our ancient Hung sect? The second elder's words silenced the assembly. Even the previously agitated Zheng Jinyang, the sect master, fell into contemplative silence. The ancient Hung sect was only slightly stronger than the Heavenly Blade sect, that if one was insufficient. What if they allied with others? I believe the other major sects do not wish to be suppressed by the court. It is evident to all that the court is intent on curbing the martial world. The Grand Elder Ma Pingyan suddenly declared, and in an instant, everyone's eyes flickered with realization that Ayan Hanzhong, the Liu family, had previously welcomed the second and fourth princes when they occupied the region. But the Liu family had chosen to remain reclusive, resembling more of a farming community. The entire estate was surrounded by earthen walls, with dozens of households all sharing the surname Liu. The Liu family was renowned for its expertise in concealed weapons, poisons, and various traps that is the Zhou Emperor truly preparing to take action against the martial world. Liu Sanbian pondered, gazing at the letter in his hand, sighing as he stroked his beard. Grandfather, are you certain? How dare this great Zhou Emperor? Within the ancestral hall of the Liu family, a considerable gathering had assembled that a spirited young woman furrowed her brow, expressing skepticism. Indeed, village chief, this seems unlikely. Will it involve us? We have been avoiding the world for nearly a decade. The previous emperors would not dare to act, but this one is beyond my comprehension. Avoiding the world. How could one possibly evade it? Liu Sanbian pressed his hand down, signaling for silence. Once we enter the fray of the martial world, we cannot escape its tumult. The Liu family was once feared for its assassination skills, but we were subsequently besieged by martial factions, leading to the demise of most of our kin, including my son and daughter-in-law. From that point on, I led the remaining clan members into seclusion, establishing a village. After a decade, the clan has grown accustomed to this peaceful existence and is reluctant to change. I too wish for tranquility, for I bear the lives of an entire village upon my shoulders, along with my granddaughter. Finally, Liu Sanbian uttered a single word, leaving everyone puzzled. Wait, if the court truly intends to act, there will surely be subsequent developments. If the court manages to suppress the martial factions, then what if I, an old man, become a hound for the court? Liu Sanbian chuckled nonchalantly to the Yuan Gate of Middle Yuan Mountain. During the reign of Yi Yu's father, the Yuan Gate was the national protectorate of Great Zhou. However, upon the death of Yi Yu's father, the Yuan Gate declared its reclusion, severing ties with the Zhou kingdom. How peculiar! Despite the apparent decline of Great Zhou, how could there be such a surge of vitality? Strange indeed. In a certain grand hall, a man sat cross-legged on a mat clad in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, his beard white as snow. Jingming, go to the Great Zhou Palace and inform them that our Yuan Gate is willing to once again serve as the national protectorate of Great Zhou. Yes, a young Taoist replied respectfully before turning to depart. Did I ask the martial world's fortune, shifting to the court? Chapter 018. The Martial Arts Conference in the Back Garden. Ever since ascending the throne, Yu had been engrossed in state affairs, and today marked his first visit here. Occasionally, one must indulge in relaxation. Following closely behind were Chao Jingchun and Xiao Yinzi, trailed by Wei Yin, Fang Zichuan, Li Qipeng, and Li Yu. Yu cast a glance at the four, sighing inwardly. There were far too few truly capable ministers. He had been waiting to see if he could sign any talented civil officials. Behind them, a group of palace maids followed cautiously. Just then, a eunuch rushed over, bowing deeply as he addressed Yu. Your Majesty, someone from the Yuan Gate requests an audience. Yu furrowed his brows, recalling the information about the Yuan Gate. Once the protectorate of the nation, they had closed their doors during the turmoil of the Zhou kingdom. With this thought, Yu let out a cold laugh. Let him come. Yu took a seat at a stone table, with everyone standing behind him, and an array of pastries and tea was promptly arranged on the table. This humble Taoist Jingming pays his respects to the emperor. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a blue Taoist robe approached Yu, bowing deeply. Speak, what brings you here? Yu regarded the individual before him with a frigid demeanor, stating, Your Majesty, the Yuanmin is willing to once again serve as the national guardian sect of the Great Zhou. A cold smirk escaped his lips as Yu's gaze sharpened, his voice laced with iciness. In times of turmoil, your presence was nowhere to be found. Yet now, in times of prosperity, you return to siphon our lifeblood. Your Majesty, my master and the others have their reasons. Jing Ming, maintaining his composure, respectfully elaborated. Elaborate? Then let your master come forth to explain. Yu interjected. From this moment onward, the Great Zhou shall have no national guardian sect. Only subordinates. Return and inform your master that the Yuanmin must submit to the Great Zhou. Otherwise, Yu's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent glimmering within them. This humble monk understands. I shall convey your words to the emperor. Jingming respectfully bowed once more before retreating. Your Majesty, the Yuanmin is not weak. It is said that they even possess mastery. Wei Yin expressed his concerns. Wei Lao, we must adopt a long-term perspective. Mastery is not synonymous with invincibility. Yu remarked lightly, sipping his tea. Today marks the end of the month. It is time for a lottery draw. Inwardly, Yu silently recited, System Lottery, ding, congratulations, host, for signing in 5 Tiger Generals. Upon hearing the voice, Yu's expression brightened instantly. Renowned warriors of the 3 kingdoms. After reviewing the character profiles, Yu's joy intensified. He was now free from concerns. Zhao Yun, late-stage mastery. Guan Yu, mid-stage mastery. Zhang Fei, mid-stage mastery. Ma Chao, mid-stage mastery. Huang Zhong, early-stage mastery. Signing in 5 Masters of Mastery in one go. Even other nations might not possess their own quintet of mastery. The system was truly considerate, providing exactly what was needed when it was required. In that moment, 5 figures materialized before Yu. This humble general pays respects to your Majesty. The 5 bowed in unison. Who are they? Sensing the formidable aura of the 5, Chao Jingchun and the elite guards immediately assumed a defensive stance, positioning themselves before Yu. They are my people. Stand down. Yes. Yu swiftly organized the 5, retaining Zhao Yun by his side as his most formidable bodyguard, given that there were still over 100,000 rebellious troops to oversee. He assigned Guan Yu and the others to training, deeming it a slight overutilization of their talents. What news from the Jianghu? Yu strolled along the garden path, casually inquiring. Wei Yin glanced at the additional figure in white robes beside Yu and respectfully replied. Currently, there is a plan to hold a martial arts assembly in the Jianghu, inviting martial artists from across the Great Zhou to gather. The venue will be at Baichao Academy on Baihe Mountain in Nanyang. Baichao Academy, they speak of virtue and wisdom daily, yet in times of chaos, they showed no concern for the world. Now that peace has returned, they emerge again. Yu's tone remained flat, yet his eyes were icy. Truly a congregation of hypocrites. It seems they have forgotten the principles they preach. When will it commence? Yu inquired. That I in 1 month. Wei Yin promptly responded. That's so slow. Upon hearing Yu's words, Wei Yin felt a bead of sweat form. Your Majesty, from the moment the news spreads to the arrival of others, this is already quite swift. Very well. It appears I have been too impatient. The group wandered to a pond, where the summer season had caused the lotus flowers to bloom. The back garden was expansive, featuring specially designed seasonal landscapes, with the pond adorned with vibrant lotus blossoms in shades of white and pink, evoking a sense of joy. However, the serenity was abruptly disrupted by a noise that drew everyone's attention. Upon observing the scene not far away, Wei Yin and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically. The accompanying palace maids and eunuchs turned pale with terror, kneeling in unison and pleading, Your Majesty, spare us. Yu squinted at the unfolding scene, commanding, Bring her to me. Chapter 019. Ali, not far from the pond, a young girl, around 11 or 12 years of age, was squatting by the steps. Washing clothes, holding a pestle, she was rhythmically pounding the fabric, the sound having been the source of the earlier noise. Dressed in coarse cloth with visible patches, her hair was styled up with a small wooden stick, a few strands cascading down her forehead, which glistened with sweat due to the heat. Beneath that lay a flawless porcelain-like face, her complexion rosy, with long eyelashes, a prominent nose, and clear eyes intently focused on her task. Exuding determination. Yu, endowed with the strength of the third layer of postnatal cultivation due to ample resources, could discern her presence from nearly a mile away. Washing clothes was acceptable, but one must recognize the setting. This was the emperor's back garden. To see someone washing here was tantamount to slapping the emperor's face, disregarding his authority. Yet, astonishingly, no one seemed to notice this egregious breach of decorum. Yes, upon hearing Yu's command, 2 eunuchs immediately prepared to act. Send in the palace maids. Yu suddenly interjected, his gaze fixed on the girl. As the palace maids approached, the girl visibly froze, fear flashing in her eyes. She then turned to look at Yu, her expression betraying her trepidation. Soon, the maids brought her forward. Sensing Yu's demeanor was not one of anger towards the girl, they refrained from any forceful actions. Gazing at the young girl, Yu asked, What is your name? His eyes softened as he gently inquired. Initially intending for her to kneel, he found himself disarmed by her innocence and fear. Yet the girl merely glanced at Yu before lowering her head in silence. Her eyes filled with apprehension. Speak. Chao Jingchun's voice cut through the tension. How dare you remain silent when the emperor speaks to you? Yi raised his hand to halt Chao Jingchun. Which department does she belong to? The various departments of the palace oversee different aspects, Your Majesty. A junior eunuch stepped forward, hesitating. Speak. Yu's gaze turned icy, prompting the junior eunuch to tremble in fear. Your Majesty, this young girl appears to be the daughter of the late consorting. At this revelation, Yu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Even if she were merely a consort, her offspring would theoretically be his half-sibling. To have fallen to such a state was utterly unacceptable, Your Majesty. She is not the child of the late emperor. The junior eunuch bit his lip, finally revealing, compared to Chao Jingchun, this junior has grown up in the palace and knows many matters well. Furthermore, now that he serves by your side, he is even more attuned to the palace gossip. What is the situation? Yu pressed, his voice cold. Your Majesty, this consorting was originally a maid. Later, she caught the late emperor's favor while he was intoxicated and was granted the title of consort. However, she secretly brought a child into the palace, raising her in secret. When discovered by the late emperor, he was furious and imprisoned both the consort and the girl in the cold palace. Within a year, the consort passed away, and the girl was taken away as a maid. It is said she is now under the care of Yang Guifei. The junior eunuch paused before continuing. Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, all of your father's women have been relocated to the cold palace's side chambers, akin to the cold palace itself. Since then, he has not paid them any mind. As for Yang Guifei, there is a connection. Your 4th brother is her child. Observing the girl still with her head bowed, Yu instinctively reached out to pat her head. Despite this being their first meeting, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and fondness. However, the girl flinched away, causing the surrounding onlookers to widen their eyes in shock. How audacious! Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, retracting his hand. What is her name? Your Majesty, she is called Ali. She is mute. The junior eunuch promptly replied. Mute? Yi was taken aback, then glanced at the girl, who was sneakily observing him, her eyes filled with curiosity and fear. Inform Yang Guifei that this girl shall accompany me, Yi stated calmly, issuing the order. Come with me. Yi extended his hand once more, smiling warmly at Ali. Just then, a rumble emanated from Ali's stomach, causing her fair face to flush crimson. Are you hungry? Yi chuckled, eliciting a sparkle in Ali's eyes as she timidly nodded and extended her small hand to grasp Yi's larger one amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Yi smiled gently, leading Ali away, leaving behind a crowd of astonished individuals. Could it be that the emperor has taken a liking to this child? But she is still so young. This is inappropriate. Each nation has similar standards for adulthood. 16 for girls, 18 for boys. What are you implying? Fang Zichuan exclaimed in shock. Mind your words. Do you seek death? Wei Yin glared at Fang Zichuan. Perhaps the emperor is simply moved by compassion. Liu stroked his beard, chuckling. Are you certain? The others turned their gazes toward Liu. The dining table was laden with an array of delicacies as Ali devoured her food ravenously. Seemingly oblivious to any semblance of decorum, nearly climbing atop the table, using her hands to grab dishes that a cluster of palace maids stood nearby, anxious to ensure that the person before them did not choke. Yi sat at the elevated position, gazing at Ali with a hint of melancholy in his eyes that he finally understood the reason behind the flutter in his heart upon seeing her. Before arriving in this world, he had a sister who bore a striking resemblance to Ali that he pondered how his sister from another realm was faring. Although Yi had come to terms with his current identity in this world, she remained his kin, which left him with an involuntary sigh. Upon hearing Yi's sigh, Ali, who had been devouring her food ravenously, trembled slightly, paused, and looked up at him. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her small hand, offering him the chicken leg she had already taken a bite of, her eyes reflecting a trace of wariness. Observing the greasy little hand with remnants of food clinging to its corners and the half-eaten chicken leg, Yi could not help but smile wryly. I am not hungry. You should eat, he urged as Ali proffered the remnants of the chicken leg. A group of eunuchs and palace maids felt their hearts leap into their throats. They exhaled in relief when they noticed that Yi did not appear angered. Seeing that he genuinely had no intention of eating, Ali resumed her voracious consumption, as if she had not eaten in ages. Suddenly, a voice from outside announced, The Empress Dowager Li Fei has arrived. Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced towards the palace door. What brings this woman here? Make way, a furious voice echoed from outside. Followed by the sound of chaos. In the next moment, a young eunuch collapsed at the entrance, blood trickling from his mouth. Then a figure entered, adorned in opulent garments and exquisite hair ornaments, exuding an air of regal elegance. Accompanied by several palace maids and an elderly maid supporting her, her icy demeanor still lingering. Inside the hall, the palace maids and eunuchs were left dumbfounded, while the nearby Xiao Yin was equally astonished. Such audacity before the emperor. Even the former imperial consorts would not dare to behave so, unless she were the Empress Dowager. Chao Jingchun remained beside Yi, squinting with a smile, though his eyes now bore a hint of coldness. Ali, who had been devouring her food at the table, instantly slid down, clutching her chicken leg and scampering to hide behind Yi, cautiously peeking at Li Tong. When their eyes met, she quickly withdrew her head. Yi looked at the woman before him with an indifferent gaze and spoke in a frigid tone. Why is the Empress Dowager not residing in the cold palace? What business do you have here? The cold palace was designated for the consorts who had displeased the emperor, while the cold courtyard housed the former imperial consorts, a long-standing arrangement that it is rather inappropriate for the emperor to take my servant without my consent. Would you not agree? Li Tong's gaze was icy as she regarded Yi, her eyes filled with animosity as she gritted her teeth. Humph. Yi suddenly smiled, but his expression swiftly hardened, emanating an undeniable authority. Empress Dowager, you must comprehend one thing. In this dojo, what I desire requires no one's consent. Furthermore, what status do you possess to question me? Yi's tone grew cold. How dare you intrude upon my chamber in my presence? Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he looked down at her, causing Li Tong to feel an inexplicable chill and pressure. Humph. Do not forget, I am your father's most favored consort. I am your elder. What makes me unqualified to admonish you? Unless you wish for the entire world to know that Jiyu is an unfilial son. Li Tong sneered, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Yiyu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with dominance. Throughout history, which ruler has not been burdened with tales or infamy? What is there for me to fear? Moreover, Yiyu's gaze turned indifferent as he coldly stated, I possess numerous ways to ensure your demise, should I wish to do you wish to accompany my fourth brother. You, Li Tong's chest heaved with rage, her complexion flushing crimson, filled with indignation. Your status should suffice to guarantee you a life free from want, provided you remain submissive. Do not entertain thoughts of anything else. Otherwise, the consorts who have perished in the cold palace are not without precedent. As Yu passed by Li Tong, his voice, cold and chilling, echoed, by the way, should anyone dare to act recklessly before me, deal with them. Yu. Li Tong's whole body trembled, turning to glare at him, her eyes brimming with hatred as she shouted. Yes, a voice emerged from the shadows. And in the next instant, the elderly maid vanished before the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Chao Jingshun, go convey a message to those in the cold palace. It would be best for them to remain obedient and not court their own doom. Yiyu abruptly declared, his tone unperturbed. He had long suspected that there were those in the cold palace who were restless, and it was merely time to issue a warning. This was his era. The new emperor of Dezhou? Yes, your majesty. Chao Jingshun responded with a slight smile, that in the cold palace, within a small courtyard, resided a talented consort who had just entered the palace when Jiyu's father had passed away. Thus, at such a young age, she was destined to languish in solitude within the depths of the palace, prompting many palace maids to express their sympathy. Oh, how intriguing! Jiyu, inside the drapery, a beautiful figure lay languidly on the bed, her silhouette barely visible, while a palace maid knelt at the foot of the bed. A month later, in the inner garden within a pavilion, Yiyu was engaged in a game of chess with others. Accompanied by Wei Yin, Chao Jingshun, Xiao Yin, and the well-dressed A Li. Opposite him sat Li Si, the newly appointed chancellor, having filled the vacant position of right chancellor. Another individual, also a newly appointed talent, Guanzhong, was assigned the post of grand tutor. With the addition of these capable individuals, Yu found himself much more at ease. How fare the forces from the Jianghu? Yu inquired casually, glancing at the chessboard. Your Majesty, ever since the news spread last month, many have flocked to Baya Mountain. Some factions have already arrived. Chao Jingshun replied respectfully. Among them are those seeking to join the alliance, some aiming to engage in genuine combat, and others merely here to observe. Oh, how lively indeed! Yiyu remarked with a hint of amusement, playing with the white pieces. Such a lively occasion should not be missed. After all, there will be no other opportunities like this in the future. Yiyu sighed, then rose to his feet. Upon seeing Yiyu stand, Li Si and the others also rose, while Chao Jingshun remained seated. Chao Jingshun, prepare to accompany me outside the palace for a look. Upon hearing this, Wei Yin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly objected. Your Majesty, you must not. Indeed, should anything befall you, Dezhou would be doomed. That martial arts assembly is meant to oppose you. It would be far too perilous for you to attend. Enough. I am well aware. Yiyu asserted firmly that in my absence, governance shall be managed by Wei Yin, Li Si, and Guanzhong. The rest of you shall assist them. The Eastern Depot and the Yulin Army guard the palace, while outside the city, the Northern Army and the Xuanjiao Army stand ready. You need not worry. Though Wei Yin and the others wished to argue further, Yiyu waved his hand dismissively that a few days later, several figures calmly departed the city, vanishing along the road. The in Yinshui County's county town. Do not let the cup cease. Yiyu mused as he gazed at the opulent inn before him, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Clad in resplendent white robes, adorned with a white jade crown, a white jade belt, and golden embroidered boots, while wielding a folding fan, he truly resembled a dashing young nobleman of a prestigious family. Behind him stood a timid young girl, nervously clutching his garment, cautiously surveying her surroundings. The to either side were two pale-faced attendants, exuding an air of delicacy, namely Xiao Yin and Chao Jingshun. Lastly, a youth dressed in simple white attire, with watchful eyes constantly scanning the vicinity, was none other than Zhao Yun. Innkeeper, we require a private room. the finest available. Xiao Yin declared assertively at the front desk, producing a silver ingot that, certainly, the innkeeper's eyes sparkled upon seeing the money. However, esteemed guest, there are no private rooms available, one young attendant replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. What? Xiao Yin exclaimed, angered. How dare you suggest our lord make do? His status is paramount. Let us dine in the hall then. Xiao Yin, Yu interjected, wishing to avoid unnecessary troubles. But, young master. Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. He then chose a window-side seat. Observing this, Xiao Yin hurriedly approached, pushing the attendant aside and meticulously wiping down the table and chairs with his handkerchief. He then instructed the attendant to bring the finest food and wine available. When it came time for Yi Yu to eat, Chao Jingchun insisted on tasting each dish before allowing him to proceed. Although Yi Yu had expressed that it was unnecessary, both Chao Jingchun and Xiao Yin were adamant, asserting the importance of Yi Yu's status and the potential risk should anything untoward occur. Night Feather had no choice but to acquiesce. The movements of Night Feather and his companions were naturally observed by the people in the hall. After all, Night Feather's demeanor exuded an air of distinction that drew attention. This lad certainly carries himself with a certain swagger. One could easily mistake him for an emperor. Ha! I see yet another young scion eager to flaunt his lineage. I wonder which wealthy family he hails from. He certainly appears affluent. The hall was filled with curious individuals from the martial world and onlookers, some of whom voiced their mockery aloud, deriding Night Feather and his entourage. Your Majesty, shall we take action? Chao Jingchun leaned in, whispering with a glint of coldness in his smiling eyes, no need. Night Feather replied calmly, continuing to savor the dishes on the table. Beside him, the young girl, Ailey, was perched on her stool, reaching out eagerly and threatening to ascend the table itself. Senior sister, that young gentleman is truly handsome. In a corner of the hall, 3 young women clad in azure robes sat at a table adorned with long swords. One of them gazed at Night Feather with sparkling eyes, exclaiming excitedly, Your second senior sister has succumbed to infatuation again. He teased one of the others. Enough of that. After we finish our meal, we must regroup with our master. The eldest of the trio admonished. The martial arts assembly, surely there will be even more handsome men there. Eldest sister, I heard this martial arts assembly is to confront the court. Is that true? The youngest inquired softly. I don't know the specifics, but I have heard that the new emperor may take action against the martial world. Alas! How could he dare? The martial world has existed far longer than any dynasty. I've heard the new emperor is merely 17, the same age as our junior sister. Yet, despite his youth, he is not to be underestimated. He has stabilized the nation and quelled rebellions in just half a year. The eldest sister remarked with a sigh. Not only the 3 women, but the people in the hall began to discuss Night Feather as well. The young emperor truly seems unaware of the vastness of the world. To take on the martial world, he truly dares to entertain such thoughts. Just dealing with the first-rate powers would be enough to give the court a headache. The young emperor probably believes there are only a handful of first-rate powers in the martial world. The hidden sects and various clans would make the court retreat in fear. Perhaps those hidden masters are concealed within the palace itself. Listening to the chatter in the hall, Night Feather smiled faintly, finding it amusing. Hidden forces? Your Majesty, the Jinui have previously investigated and discovered that apart from the first-rate powers, there are also those concealed superpowers within the martial world. The wine houses, peasant houses, merchant houses, and flower factions. These are all hidden superpowers, and there are others as well. It is said that these factions are all protected by those who have reached the transformation realm, or even beyond. 300 years ago, during a celestial phenomenon above Longhu Mountain in the state of Chu, there were tumultuous storms and lightning, followed by a radiant light descending upon the earth. It is said that a Taoist from Longhu Mountain transcended and became a celestial being. Celestial beings. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Night Feather's eyes. No rush, that I shall entertain them at my leisure. Regardless of their affiliations with the martial world or their noble lineages, any faction that defies my will shall be eradicated. The martial forces? I shall see how many can survive under the iron hose of the Zhou. Chapter 022. The chivalrous breach of prohibition. Here, within the hall, as everyone was enjoying their meal, a group burst in, each wielding large knives, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. The leader, a bald man, glared at a corner, barking, "Damn it! You little wench! How dare you kill our brother? In that corner sat the three women in azure robes. He has committed numerous atrocities. He deserves death. Second senior sister Song slammed her palm on the table, declaring loudly. The eldest sister Yi Ziqing and junior sister Luo Han gripped their concealed weapons beneath the table. Damn it, charge! The bald man, now seething with rage, swung his knife and charged forward with his companions. Heroes, please do not fight here. You may take it outside. The waiter and the innkeeper pleaded, but were swiftly pushed aside. In an instant, chaos erupted. Tables and chairs shattered amidst the clashing of blades. Looks like we have a good show. That seems to be the Blood Butcher Seven Brothers. Those three girls look like disciples of the Azure Shin sect. As the prospect of a fight unfolded, the crowd did not panic. Instead, they gathered to spectate, marveling at the audacity of those willing to brawl in the city. Night Feather took a sip of his drink and remarked nonchalantly. But Xiao Jingchun and Xiao Yinzi understood that the emperor was growing irate, showing complete disregard for the court, flouting the law, and disrupting the order. Innocents could be harmed. Cease this. Shortly thereafter, a troop of soldiers surged through the inn's entrance. Leading them was a young captain, bow in hand. The city guards have arrived. What a bore! Put down your weapons. The young captain shouted sternly. His expression was grave, for dealing with these martial individuals required more than mere constables. Only the military could instill fear. Since Night Feather had restructured the court, restoring control over localities, every city was permitted to form its own city guards and report to the court upon seeing the military arrive. Yi Ziqing and her companions hesitated to act, yet the bald man and his gang seemed oblivious, continuing their assault. The surrounding spectators merely shifted their vigilance slightly, treating the soldiers with the same disregard. Viewing them as ordinary individuals with only their bows and status instilling a hint of trepidation. I command you to cease. If you do not comply, I shall release arrows. The young captain's eyes flared with anger as he witnessed their defiance. However, he was merely a second-rate practitioner and could not step forward to intervene. Martial prowess was always a privilege of the few. With a signal from their captain, the soldiers began to draw their bows. Seeing this, the martial individuals' expressions shifted, and they sneered. Quite the display of power. I shall see if they dare. Truly ignorant of their mortality. The crowd prepared to draw their blades, while the bald man laughed heartily. Boasting, do not rush, military man. Once we settle our personal matters, we shall take our leave. Just watch, bang. The wine cup was slammed onto the table as Night Feather surveyed the chaos and the standoff in the hall. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Qiao Jingchun and the others hastily implored, while Li, wide-eyed, reached out to grasp Night Feather's hand, exclaiming, Your Majesty, allow me to handle this. Zhao Yun, observing the situation, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, allow me to take care of it. Night Feather turned to Li and offered a gentle smile. You cannot represent the court. What I seek is to establish the court's authority. These individuals show no reverence for the court. Qinglong, send in the Jinui. Understood. A voice echoed from the shadows. Night Feather's entourage was not without protection, as 3,000 Jinui shadowed him. At this moment, the young captain found himself in a dilemma. Arrows could harm those below the 5th tier, but posed a danger to those above that threshold. As he gazed at the soldiers, the martial individuals exchanged glances, their eyes betraying disdain. Outside the inn, a crowd of onlookers had gathered as well. Very well. If it comes to it, I shall face death. The young captain steeled himself, ready to issue the order to release arrows. Just then, 5 figures entered the inn, all donned in flying fish attire, wearing round caps and brandishing embroidered spring knives with a single hand. Exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness, the leader, clad in red flying fish garb, surveyed the scene with eyes like blades, causing discomfort to those who met his gaze. Who are these individuals? They appear to be the Jinui. What? These are the Jinui. The humble servant pays respects to the captain. Upon seeing the arriving Jinui, the young captain was taken aback, hastily bowing. With the Jinui present, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and all in attendance regarded the 5 with apprehension. The Jinui had recently decimated the Tiandao sect and swept away numerous lesser factions. The bald man and his companions immediately ceased their aggression. Senior sister, the Jinui have arrived. What shall we do? Song Yi inquired, her voice tinged with panic, for everyone was aware of the Jinyui's ferocity. Disregarding the laws of the court, those who do not lay down their weapons within 3 breaths shall face death. The captain's cold voice echoed, his gaze steely as he regarded the crowd. What arrogance! I shall see how he dares to deal with us. With so many forces backing us, I refuse to believe he has the audacity. Confronted with the captain's imposing declaration, the martial individual's faces darkened with indignation. Since we roam the martial world, we inherently possess a spirit of rebellion. How could we possibly comply so readily? Quickly, lay down your swords. Yi Ziqing urged, "Da, must we truly?" Songya was taken aback. Second senior sister, is your life not more important than your pride? Luo Tintian replied, exasperated. Very well. Those who do not lay down their weapons shall be killed. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, the captain bellowed, drawing his embroidered spring knife and cleaving the nearest defiant individual in half. In an instant, the 5 Jinyui unleashed a torrent of blood as their blades struck. Damn it, let's fight. Who is afraid of whom? He is a first-rate. The day after tomorrow will be perfect. No. Spare me. I have let go. Spare me. In less than a quarter of an hour. Blood stained the floor, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. Bang. The remaining 5 bald men were seized by the Jinyui and dragged outside the hotel, where a crowd of common people, terrified, recoiled in shock. They kicked the knees of the bald men, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Spare me. I will never dare again. Anyone who raises arms in the city henceforth shall be executed without mercy. The 1,000 households spoke coldly and loudly, followed by a swift sound, a flash of cold light. Blood splattered into the air. Heads rolled. The surrounding populace gasped in astonishment, yet soon began to praise ceaselessly. Master, I feel weak in the knees. Upon witnessing the bloody scene before her, Song Ya's face turned pale as she exclaimed, How terrifying! Second sister, I feel weak too. Please stop pressing on me. Luo Kan's voice emerged, tinged with a sob. Good heavens, that person is coming. Which sector are you from? Compensate for the damages here. After the 1,000 household finished speaking, he led the other 4 away to clean up the mess. Before departing, he addressed the young commander. Yes, the young commander replied with admiration and respect. Have the Jinyui patrol the various locales? Yes. Exiting the hotel, Yu turned back to glance inside, speaking lightly after leaving the city as they walked along the official road. Yu and his companions occasionally encountered 2 groups clashing unexpectedly, or one pursuing the other, or even robbers demanding money from passing caravans. Some acted without restraint, killing innocent civilians indiscriminately. Naturally, Yu sent these individuals to where they belonged. Violating the law, disregarding the king's authority, a pack of scoundrels. Yu gazed into the distance, his tone icy. What purpose does such a Jianghu serve? It should be returned to the court. Chapter 023. White Crane Mountain. A few days later. A young man resembling a noble, one hand holding a little girl and the other wielding a folding fan, appeared before a towering mountain, which was lush and verdant, its peak shrouded in mist. With a flock of white cranes gracefully flying by, a truly serene and beautiful gem of a place. As Yu ascended the stone steps, he chuckled softly. What a pity it is misused. No sooner had Yu spoken than he heard a swish through the air, a shadow appearing beside him attempting to slip away. Before Chao Jingshan could make a move, Zhao Yun instantaneously materialized before the assailant, delivering a slap that sent the man spinning several times before collapsing to the ground. The martial arts conference was convening at White Crane Mountain, hence the ascent was teeming with martial artists. Some, eager to showcase their prowess, revealed their abilities, yet there were always those oblivious to their own limitations. Hiss, that person must be Zhao Tianheng of the flower-picking step. It is said he possesses exceptional lightness skill. He once escaped from a congenital master using that very step, yet he was knocked unconscious with a single slap. My goodness, is he not a congenital master? Hey, Zhao Tianheng's master is also a congenital expert. Perhaps he will seek revenge on that person. Then we shall witness a battle of congenital beings. Those on the stone steps were stunned, murmuring among themselves, How intriguing! Suddenly, a loud shout arose from behind. Filled with excitement, as a figure flew from the rear. A palm struck towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's expression remained indifferent, seemingly having anticipated this, as he countered with a palm of his own. In the next instant, the assailant was sent flying, blood scattering through the air. I can't believe it. Is that not the stone fist Duan Xiao? His fists are like stone. He once crushed a congenital master with his bare hands. Everyone gazed at Zhao Yun, who remained unscathed, swallowing hard. Let us go. Yu cast a casual glance at the astonished crowd below. Yes, young master. Zhao Yun promptly followed respectfully behind Yu. What, such a person is merely a guard? What status does that young man hold? Is he the scion of a hidden power? The White Crane Academy is not situated at the mountain's peak, but rather on its slope, with ancient and grand buildings dotting the landscape. Pavilions and courtyards abound, adorned with landscape paintings and inscribed stones bearing ancient poetry. A towering stone tablet stood before the academy, carved with red traditional characters, White Crane Academy, on either side of the entrance. One side was planted with a plum grove, while the other boasted a bamboo forest. A few disciples clad in white robes and an elderly man in a green robe stood at the entrance to welcome the visitors. Master He, it has been a long time. The elderly man in the green robe smiled at the newcomers. Lady Ming, please come in. Master Qijian, please come in quickly. The elderly man ushered his disciples, not daring to show any sign of negligence. For these individuals were all renowned or top-tier figures. Offending them would be disastrous. Is this young master also here to attend the martial arts conference? Zhong Chanka inquired, observing Yi Yu's majestic demeanor and priceless presence. With polite curiosity. Indeed. Yi Yu replied with a faint smile. Oh, then please enter. Zhong Chanka thought no further, instructing a disciple to lead Yi Yu and his companions inside. Upon entering, Yi Yu and his group were immediately brought to a vast square. Surrounded by rows of seats, quite expansive. Dozens of chairs were arranged in the square. Many people had already taken their seats, and even the chairs in the square were occupied. Quite a crowd indeed. Yi Yu waved his folding fan, smiling lightly. This gathering must have at least several thousand attendees. And this is still considering only the elite. Those disciples in the body refinement realm have yet to arrive. This implies that on the surface, there are tens of thousands practicing martial arts in the Great Zhou. These tens of thousands are skilled in martial arts, and once chaos ensues, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young master, let us sit over there. Chao Jingchun pointed to a position in the center of the square, believing that aside from Yi Yu, no one else was deserving of such a spot. No rush, let's have some fun with them. Yi Yu waved his hand and casually sat down in a random spot. I truly wonder what the sect master sent us to do. What is there to see with this motley crew? In a corner, a young man cradled a sword in his arms, his expression one of impatience and disdain, appearing only 17 or 18 years old. Yet if one were to sense his inner strength, they would discover he had already stepped into the congenital realm. The sect master has his reasons. Do not speak recklessly. A figure beside him, shrouded entirely in black, even his face concealed by black cloth, save for his eyes, spoke coldly. Moreover, we are not the only ones here. Senior brother, what did the master send us to witness? It is likely due to the newly enthroned young emperor. What of it? The Taoists have predicted a great calamity for the Jianghu. What? The fortunes of Jianghu returned to the court. In the shadows, a man and woman whispered, the woman's face revealing shock. Good wine. A disheveled man savored a drink from his gourd. Relishing the moment, the innkeepers remain as careless as ever. They do not fear causing trouble. Nearby, another individual donned a conical hat with a long knife at his waist, his voice emanating from beneath the brim. Deep within the White Crane Academy, in a small pavilion amidst a bamboo grove, a young man sat quietly on a stone chair, savoring the tea in his hand. Beside him stood an elderly man with a long beard, clad in a light purple robe, as well as another elder dressed in white. Should anyone witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished, for the elder in the light purple robe was none other than the headmaster of the White Crane Academy. Fong Zong, his inner strength had reached peak congenital mastery. Yet at this moment he stood respectfully to the side. Next, we shall see the emperor's methods. If he has none, the young man took another sip of tea. Observing the bamboo leaves falling in the distance, speaking lightly, in the face of the will of the world, I wonder how you shall choose. Chapter 024. Resisting the Court. The square was now bustling with individuals from various sects. The atmosphere quite raucous. It is indeed a rare sight to behold such a grand occasion. Yes, it has been decades, hasn't it? It must be thanks to the court. Haha, the young emperor, the great Zhou, dares to act against the Jianghu. Truly unaware of his own insignificance. Indeed, even his father would not dare. Yi Yu, sipping tea calmly, listened to the surrounding chatter. Your Highness, these people are truly audacious. Xiao Yinzi's eyes were filled with anger as he murmured, Young master, should I take action and eliminate them directly? Zhao Yun's expression remained cold, his tone frigid. No hurry, the main act is yet to begin. Yi Yu set down his teacup, speaking indifferently, his expression unchanged. At this moment, the square was filled to capacity, with leaders from various sects or representatives of powerful factions present. Ladies and gentlemen, silence, please. Just then, a figure clad in purple appeared in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. His voice resonating throughout the entire square. It was none other than Fang Zong, the headmaster of the White Crane Academy. Today, heroes have gathered here. We convene this martial arts conference, and I am honored to preside over it. The first purpose is for exchange and mutual improvement. The second is due to the court's actions against the Jianghu. Hence, I hope all major factions will unite to confront the court together. After speaking, Fang Zong bowed respectfully to the crowd. Headmaster Fang, you are too kind. Indeed, who in the Jianghu does not know the name of White Crane Master? With Headmaster Fang presiding, it shall undoubtedly be fair. Compliments and polite murmurs echoed around. Senior sister, so many people have come. From Shaosong Mountain, Wild Dog Sect, Dingquan Sect, and Huadao Sect. Not to mention the ancient Hung Sect. Bamboo Sword Mountain has also sent numerous first-rate powers. Listening to the voices, Yi Yu and his companions spotted the three women again. The three stood at the forefront of the crowd. Director Fang was right. For decades, our martial world and the court have maintained a peaceful coexistence. Yet we never expected that little emperor would dare to make a move against us. In the center of the square, a burly man clad in coarse garments rose, his face flushed with anger. Indeed, that Emperor Zhou, driven by selfish desires, has audaciously concocted bloodshed. An old Taoist in tattered robes spoke with an air of indifference. Humph, today we have gathered so many people to show that little emperor our strength. Let him understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. A cool voice emerged from a girl in a blue dress, her beauty radiating an icy aura. Luo Qingfeng, if the court makes a move against the martial world, can your Xianbing palace escape? On the other side, a short old man with a sharp voice, dressed in black robes, interjected, Our grass hut will not participate. We are here solely for the discourse, as the old man finished speaking. A young man with an amiable demeanor and refined appearance smiled gently. Soon, several other sects and powers expressed neutrality and decided not to participate. All right, let us commence the gathering. We can discuss further later. Sensing the situation escalating, Fang Zong quickly intervened to mediate, announcing the start of the assembly after a few remarks. Instantly, the square buzzed with excitement as disciples from various sects showcased their skills. Chao Jingchun, how do you find these disciples? Yi Yu remarked, observing the various disciples on stage, turning to Chao Jingchun beside him. Martial artists are actually not abundant in the court. Even the soldiers barely reach the first level of body refinement. The better ones have stepped into body refinement. Yet in the martial world, common sects and powers have disciples who have already achieved body refinement, with some even reaching the acquired stage. The hidden sects might even have innate experts. Young master, I believe our East Factory could benefit from such talents. Chao Jingchun responded respectfully, fingers delicately poised. What about you? Yi Yu inquired of Zhao Yun beside him. Young master, no signs of transformation-level martial artists have been detected. Zhao Yun reported that it seems those old fellows won't be coming. I initially hoped to see if any transformations would emerge, but it appears they generally do not make an appearance. That's fine. Once I extinguish their sect, let's see if those old fellows can still keep their coffins sealed. Yi Yu smiled slightly, then stood up and walked towards the center of the square, with Chao Jingchun and the others promptly following. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Yi Yu clapped his hands, leisurely making his way towards the square, instantly capturing everyone's attention that it's that young master. Luo Tiantian recalled. In an instant, some gazes from the shadows turned towards him, but were swiftly deterred by Zhao Yun's sharp glare. A master. Everyone in the shadows gasped in astonishment. Who is this person? Confusion spread across the crowd as they regarded Yi Yu. May I inquire who this young master is and which faction he represents? A figure before them, with striking eyes and extraordinary demeanor, instinctively led Feng Zhong to assume he was a young master or heir of a major power. The surrounding crowd scrutinized Yi Yu, exchanging glances and whispering about which sect he might belong to. With a smile gracing his lips, Yi Yu strolled to the center of the square, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. An inexplicable sense of authority enveloped him, startling everyone. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, a drunken old man, disheveled and clutching a wine jar, seemed stirred by the commotion. Opening one bleary-eyed glance at the square before closing it again. Appearing to doze off, suddenly, the old man shot upright, eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible! This person possesses the bearing of an emperor. He abruptly stood, staring at Yi Yu, his hidden hand within his sleeve continuously pinching himself. The great Zhou already has an emperor, and with the common people's current lives being satisfactory, it proves the reigning emperor's excellence. There can't possibly be another. The true dragon's aura belongs to the current Emperor Zhou. A flicker of doubt crossed the old man's eyes, and suddenly his body trembled, his gaze fixed on the figure in the square, filled with incredulity. Interesting. You all shout about resisting the court, opposing the great Zhou emperor. Yet you remain oblivious to the presence of a true master. Yi Yu observed the crowd with interest, one hand behind him while the other gently waved a folding fan, with Chao Jingchun and the others respectfully standing behind him. Xiaoyan holding Li's hand. What do you mean? An elder from the Wild Dog sect, seemingly taken aback, asked with a frown. However, Yi Yu ignored him, directing a mocking smile toward Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong, the esteemed director of Baihe Academy, known in the martial world as Confucius Baihe, well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, adept in the teachings of Confucianism as an outer elder. The Confucian sage once proclaimed, "Take the world as your responsibility, and do not claim ownership of it." As a Confucian, you do not take the suffering of the common people to heart, yet you gather the riffraff of the martial world to incite conflict. You jeopardize the livelihood of the populace. What face do you have to call yourself a scholar? Indeed, those who claim righteousness often turn out to be the most treacherous. Yi Yu's cold laughter resonated, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Feng Zhong. The square fell into an eerie silence, with only Yi Yu's voice reverberating. Some looked contemplative, while others wore expressions of rage. This moment. Feng Zhong's previously gentle demeanor had darkened, his gaze now frigid. Though I know not from whence you hail, your reckless words here, sowing discord and slandering my integrity. What is your true intention? Yi Yu toyed with the folding fan in his hand, spinning it around, his gaze playfully scrutinizing Feng Zhong. Those of the Confucian school are no better everywhere. Their eloquence is formidable, yet they often engage in the most despicable acts. I am eager to see if your tongue remains so unyielding later on. In an instant, Yi Yu's eyes turned cold, exuding a sharp aura. You tarnished my reputation and insulted my sect. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. At this moment, Feng Zhong was utterly devoid of his earlier composure. His face flushed with anger as he thrust a palm forward. The force of his strike unleashed a tempest. This young man is doomed. So many martial masters have gathered today. This young man is courting death. Feng Zhong's strike was executed with full force. It was evident that he had been infuriated by that youth. Upon witnessing Feng Zhong's attack, the square buzzed with whispers, many watching with a mix of amusement and derision. Audacious, suddenly accompanied by a soft, feminine voice, a figure dashed past. Bang! In the next moment, a figure was sent reeling backward, stumbling several steps before coming to a halt. It was Feng Zhong. Standing opposite him was a middle-aged man, fair-skinned and exuding an air of femininity, appearing utterly unharmed and calmly facing the young man. This left everyone astonished, their expressions a mix of shock. It was known that Feng Zhong was at the peak of innate perfection. With transformation-level experts absent, he stood at the pinnacle of strength. Yet now, he had been forced back by an unknown individual with a single strike. The head of Xianbing Palace, Luo Qingfeng, displayed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Her gaze turning in curiosity towards a man, pondering his identity. Meanwhile, the amiable young man narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly finding the situation intriguing. This person's strength is nearing the transformation level. The figure cloaked in black robes spoke coldly. It seems he can serve as a test for my sword. The youth with the sword bore an inscrutable expression, eager to try his skills. Surprised by the arrival of another capable individual, he mused about how many of his strikes this person could withstand. The one wearing a bamboo hat murmured, glancing disdainfully at the drunken man beside him. "Senior brother, a master has arrived. Can you defeat him? I see. Your senior brother is neither blind nor seeking death." At this moment, in the bamboo grove of the academy, a figure hurriedly rushed towards a small pavilion. "Oh, something has happened. Interesting." The young man set down his teacup, lost in thought. "Who are you?" Fong Zong examined his reddened palm, eyes wide with shock, as he demanded loudly. Chao Jingchun, smiling, raised a delicate hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Jingchun, the chief eunuch of His Majesty." "Chao Jingchun? I have not heard of you." A portion of the crowd gasped in horror, their eyes bulging with astonishment. Some even stood up. They had initially focused solely on the name, but upon realizing its significance, their minds felt as though they had exploded. The chief eunuch. Does that not mean he is the emperor's personal eunuch? Thus, in that moment, many gazes turned towards the young man behind Chao Jingchun. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled slightly. "Not good! Not good!" A figure rushed in, panic etched on their face. An army has descended from the mountain, and they are heavy cavalry. They have surrounded the entire Baiham mountain. "What?" The expression of the crowd shifted dramatically, with some individuals already preparing to flee, daring to take on such risks alone. What audacity! "Zhou Huangji Yiyu." Fong Zong's countenance darkened as he pronounced each word with great emphasis. The moment those words were uttered, the previously chaotic scene fell into an immediate hush. Those who grasped the situation bore expressions of disbelief. That young man is the emperor of the Great Zhou. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Fong Zong was struck, tumbling to the ground, blood trickling from his lips, a crimson mark adorning his face. "Humph, how dare he address His Majesty by name?" From behind Yiyu, a figure emerged, casting a cold gaze upon Fong Zong. Harnessing energy from afar, transformation realm. The elders and sect leaders present suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in alarm. An individual of the transformation realm had arrived. "My heavens, senior sister! He is indeed the emperor. He appears so youthful, almost akin to our junior sister." Songya covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Do not speak." Yi Ziqing hurriedly interjected, "Senior brother, he is the Zhou emperor." "So very young?" Senior brother, what are you doing? What do you think? We must prepare to flee. With someone of the transformation realm present, do you wish to court death? The audacity of this young emperor of the Great Zhou is truly remarkable." The sword-bearing youth, astonished, shook his head, remarking, "This Great Zhou emperor is indeed bold. Does he truly believe that a mere innate perfection and someone of the transformation realm can withstand the presence of tens of thousands? Indeed, once the army arrives, this young emperor may very well meet his end." He appears to be youthful and brimming with overconfidence. The crowd, having collected themselves, began to murmur, emboldened by their numbers. "I must say, it is my first time encountering an emperor. Perhaps today we shall have the opportunity to slay this young emperor and etch our names into history." Some individuals even began to harbor ulterior motives, their eyes glinting with an ominous light. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow shot forth, piercing through the head of the man who had just laughed maniacally, accompanied by the sound of clashing weapons and hurried footsteps. A group emerged from the surrounding the square, clad in flying fish attire, wearing round hats, and wielding embroidered spring sabers. The imperial guards of the Great Zhou, and by the looks of it, their numbers exceeded 10,000. Yiyu strode toward the central chair of the square, with Chao Jingchun, Zhao Yun, and others respectfully following behind. Regardless of their status, those seated immediately stood and stepped aside, their gazes wary as they regarded Yiyu. With a flick of his robe, Yiyu sat down with an air of dominance, surveying the entire square and its occupants with a lofty gaze that I in that moment. Yiyu exuded an aura of unparalleled supremacy. a force that could swallow mountains and rivers, an overwhelming pressure. Behind him stood Chao Jingchun and Zhao Yun, flanked by the sudden appearance of the Qinglong Quartet and dozens of red-clad captains. The pressure was palpable. Some of the fearful individuals instinctively knelt to the ground. A true sovereign reigning over all. A smirk danced at the corners of Yi Yu's lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Yet his voice bore a chilling tone that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Kneel, and you shall live. Stand, and you shall die. Chapter 026. Suppression of the Jianghu. Kneel, and you shall live. Stand, and you shall die. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the gathered Jianghu individuals paled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such delusions. Several sect leaders immediately expressed their outrage, shaking their heads and shouting, "Indeed, a man must not kneel. How could a true man bow so easily? I would rather kneel to heaven and earth than to you, little emperor." Some hot-headed individuals pointed angrily at Yi Yu, declaring, "Zhou Emperor, do not overstep your bounds." The crowd numbered in the tens of thousands. These imperial guards cannot possibly subdue us all. For them, to be commanded to kneel was a grave humiliation. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Fang Zong, lying on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth, revealed a mocking smile, knowing that Ji Yi Yu's tyrannical assertiveness would surely incite retaliation from these Jianghu individuals. Swish! In the next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and several heads soared into the air, blood splattering the sky. It was those few who had dared to resist, now felled by the red-clad figures standing behind them, their blades dripping crimson. Fang Zong's eyes widened in shock, while Luo Qingfeng's expression shifted. And a refined man nearby also showed signs of astonishment. The sect leaders' faces contorted in terror at the sight. Innate, glancing at the red-clad captains, a singular thought flashed through everyone's minds in that instant. A figure shot forth from behind Yi Yu, eliminating those few in the blink of an eye. What struck fear into them was the realization that behind Yi Yu, there were still dozens of such red-clad imperial guards. "I shall grant you one more chance. Kneel or die." Yi Yu surveyed the entire assembly with a disdainful gaze, his tone casual yet commanding. "Initially, it was impossible for the 3,000 imperial guards accompanying me to infiltrate the mountains without detection, which is why I brought only the Qinglong Quartet and a handful of captains. However, just now, I signed in again and summoned 30,000 imperial guards, manifesting directly around the square. Yet at this moment, the square lay in silence, no one daring to respond, cautiously either watching Yi Yu or bowing their heads in contemplation. Whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, several more heads soared aloft, their faces frozen in shock, eyes wide open. The bodies behind them were once again flanked by several imperial guards. "Spare me, Your Majesty, spare me. I bow before Your Majesty. I bow before Your Majesty." Finally, upon witnessing this scene, some timid individuals, their faces pale with fear, knelt upon the ground, their heads pressed tightly to the earth. "Do not kneel. What kind of heroes are you?" Some individuals rebuked, yet they barely managed to utter one or two sentences before being either slain by the captains or shot down by the Imperial Guard's crossbows. "Commoner Lu Chuan bows before Your Majesty." Seeing this individual prostrating himself, a wave of shock and wavering swept through the eyes of the sect elders and leaders. Lu Chuan, the senior brother of the Grass Hut. Innate perfection, and the Grass Hut is a top-tier force among the first-rate powers. "Lu Chuan, how could you betray us and become a hound for the court?" Fang Zong lay on the ground, clutching his chest in fury. Yet Lu Chuan paid no mind, continuing to kneel respectfully before Yi Yu. In the next moment, another act of defiance rocked the crowd. The leader of the Xianbing Palace, Luo Qingfeng, bowed before Your Majesty. Luo Qingfeng seemed to make a choice, also respectfully saluting Yi Yu. "Master, we should submit as well. Those imperial guards are truly ferocious." Witnessing their master hesitate, Luo Tiantian, Songya, and Yi Ziqing anxiously urged, "Master, we of the Qingxian sect cannot withstand the court." Wang Yumei, torn with inner conflict, upon hearing her disciple's words, raised her gaze to the sovereign Yi Yu before finally sighing, bending her legs to kneel upon the ground. She understood that with this kneel, the Qingxian sect would nominally cease to exist. Yet to refuse to kneel would mean the true end of the Qingxian sect. Seeing their master kneel, The members of the Qingxian sect also fell to their knees. Yi Yu observed the remaining half of the crowd that had yet to kneel, a cold smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand lightly. In the next moment, a hail of arrows was unleashed. Those who stood were directly struck down by the rain of arrows. The bows could slay those at the third stage of the postnatal realm, injuring those at the fifth stage, but above that, the damage was negligible. Once the arrows were spent, the sound of blades being drawn rang out, followed by screams and the sounds of slaughter. The elders and leaders of the sects in the center of the square, witnessing the carnage, attempted to take flight, yet were immediately obstructed by the Qinglong quartet and dozens of captains. Let us fight to the death. Kill. The standing Jianghu individuals were besieged by the imperial guards. And soon the square was awash with blood. The weakest among the imperial guards were at the second stage of the postnatal realm, while many Jianghu individuals were merely at the ninth stage of body refinement. The disparity in strength quickly became apparent. Meanwhile, those kneeling trembled uncontrollably, their faces stricken with horror, their heads pressed firmly to the ground. Whoosh! A captain cleaved through an individual with a single stroke, blood splattering everywhere. A pool of blood sprayed onto a nearby kneeling individual, instantly staining their face crimson, blood trickling down their hair. Yet that person dared not move, trembling in fear, allowing the blood to flow freely, terrified that any motion would spell their demise. This is the Imperial Guard, so ruthlessly brutal. The descriptions of them in the Jianghu fell woefully short. In the bamboo grove, a blood-soaked figure rushed into a pavilion, shouting, "Young master, something has happened. Run." Having uttered those words, the individual collapsed, spewing blood and perishing. Su Zian furrowed his brows, about to respond when Elder Wang's expression changed dramatically. "Go, young master." Elder Wang swiftly seized Su Zian. Soaring into the air, whoosh, a blade flashed toward them. Elder Wang turned to evade, but upon looking back, 3 red-clad Imperial guards stood before them, each radiating the aura of late-stage innate experts. This is troublesome. Elder Wang's expression darkened, and with a crash, Li Fangke staggered back a few steps, gripping his blade with trembling hands, his gaze fixed intently upon the individual in front of him. "Do you enjoy playing with knives? I shall indulge you." The white tiger grinned, pointing his embroidered spring saber at Li Fangke. The aura of innate perfection erupted. "Little brother, let us settle this peacefully. Fighting and killing are ill-advised. May I treat you to a drink?" The old drunkard glanced at the Xuanwu before him, wearing a pained expression. However, Xuanwu merely drew his blade in silence, prompting the old drunkard to shake his head. "This is troublesome. It seems we may need to sustain some injuries. If you wish to leave, then your life must remain." The Qinglong, hand resting on the embroidered spring saber at his waist, regarded the 2 black-clad individuals before him with an indifferent gaze. We'll see about that." The young swordsman, gripping his weapon, spoke coldly and drew forth his sword to confront the situation. "My dear sister, we truly are merely here to join in the revelry. Look, we were about to take our leave." A youth, bearing a long sword on his back, said with a countenance full of flattery, a smirk plastered across his face as he tugged at the woman beside him, pulling her behind him. The square was filled with anguished cries, blood saturating the ground, and the air thick with the stench of carnage, resembling a hellish inferno. "Help! I surrender! Spare me! Spare me! We yield!" The square echoed with torment, the scene a ghastly spectacle of corpses and severed limbs. Zhao Yun, the young and formidable allure, along with 2,000 men, stood behind Yu rested one hand on the armrest of his chair, propping his head up, legs crossed, observing everything with an expression of calm indifference. His eyes devoid of emotion, in front of him, Lu Chuan and Luo Qingfeng, along with several kneeling sect leaders and elders, remained prostrate on the ground, motionless, gazing at the godlike figure in the center. Luo Tiantian's eyes sparkled with admiration. So impressive, so majestic. Before long, the scream subsided, and someone dared to peek up, nearly fainting at the sight. It was all gone. Nearly everything was lost. The ground was littered with corpses and blood. Standing were the Imperial Guards, their bodies drenched in crimson, each exhibiting a chilling demeanor, their eyes gleaming with malice. Blood dripped slowly from the brims of their hats, the edges of their garments, or the tips of their blades. Bang Neil, accompanied by a shadow, It was none other than Chao Zhengshun, clutching Fang Zong. Observing Fang Zong's refusal to kneel, Chao Zhengshun smiled with his lips, yet his foot came down harshly upon Fang Zong's knee. Crack! Ah! Fang Zong cried out in pain, collapsing before Yi Yu. At that moment, Qing Long and the 3,000 men returned, albeit empty-handed, having allowed a few to escape. They must have been from those hidden factions. Possessing some skills for survival, Yi Yu pondered briefly and guessed accurately. Meanwhile, the other Imperial Guards forced the captured individuals to kneel to Yi Yu. Today you have slaughtered the heroes of the martial world. You shall surely face retribution from the myriad champions. Fang Zong, now disheveled and bloodied, his body marred with injuries, roared at Yi Yu. Just a bunch of foolish rabble. Do you think I fear them? Knowing full well they rebel against me, they shamelessly convene a martial assembly on my territory. How foolish! I wish to know how confident you must be to disregard my forces and my methods. You presume to represent the world. Do you think yourselves worthy? Yi Yu regarded Fang Zong with a cold gaze, a tone of derision lacing his words. Or do you believe that with the support of those hidden factions, you can stand a chance, hidden factions? Humph. Merely a group of desperate rats. 300 years ago, they were nearly eradicated by the Xia dynasty, retreating into the shadows, and now they dare to emerge again. Care to guess if the Confucianists behind you will come to your aid? Yi Yu concluded, his gaze mocking Fang Zong. Ji Yi Yu, they will surely kill you. Fang Zong glared fiercely at Yi Yu, gritting his teeth. Yet Yi Yu ignored him, turning to Qing Long and inquiring, have those from Baihe Academy been captured? In an instant, Fang Zong felt a sense of foreboding. Dog Emperor, what are you planning to do? Your Majesty, they have all been apprehended. Qing Long replied respectfully with a bow. Then let them all be executed. Yi Yu stated nonchalantly, causing Fang Zong to shudder and those nearby to tremble. Yes, as Qing Long departed, a chilling wail resonated from the nearby bamboo grove. Stop, Ji Yi Yu. They are innocent. Stop. Fang Zong screamed hoarsely. When you made your choice, they were no longer innocent. Yi Yu retorted casually. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Fang Zong collapsed to the ground, a look of despair consuming him. Yet the next moment, he burst into mad laughter. Ha ha! Ji Yi Yu, you possess a heart of ice. I have shamed the past directors of Baihe Academy. Ha ha! Kill them. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a line of blood appeared on Fang Zong's neck. His eyes closed as he fell lifeless to the ground. The renowned leader of Baihe Academy thus met his demise. The others, rendered powerless, were taken by the military for execution. Yi Yu rose from his seat and approached Luo Qingfeng, grasping her chin to lift her head, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze. As for you who have surrendered, return and await further instructions. Understood? Yi Yu smiled faintly, though his eyes remained devoid of warmth. Startled by Yi Yu's sudden action, Luo Qingfeng felt as though she had been toyed with, instinctively wanting to resist, but the gruesome scene before her quelled her spirit. Gazing at the man before her, Luo Qingfeng was surprised to find that in that fleeting moment, she had nearly been swayed. His youthful, handsome visage, commanding and powerful aura, and those deep, captivating eyes were mesmerizing. Why yes, Luo Qingfeng quickly nodded in response. Descend the mountain, Yi Yu commanded casually, rising to walk down the hill, with Zhao Yun, Qing Long, and others following, alongside tens of thousands of Imperial Guards escorting the captives that a portion concealed themselves in the shadows. And once the Imperial Guards had departed, those who had knelt hurriedly stood and followed behind, all behaving obediently and respectfully, particularly in light of the corpses strewn about. Thousands of lives, just like that. Extinguished at the foot of the mountain, a sea of black awaited, the foremost row of banners fluttering, black war flags adorned with a golden dragon encircling a crimson character. Zhou. Chapter 027. The Town Suppression Division. The Eastern Factory, 6 doors, majestic and imposing. The military discipline was strict. Upon seeing this army, the first impression of all was that this was an elite force. We pay our respects to your majesty. Upon seeing Yi Yu at the forefront, armored Qin Xiong immediately dismounted and bowed low. We pay our respects to your majesty. All the soldiers of the Xuanjia army shouted in unison, their voices echoing mightily. A momentum that sent shivers down the spines of the martial artists. Wait, my heavens! They are all late-stage body refinement practitioners. A surrendering innate master exclaimed in shock. Goodness, it is indeed true. What kind of army is this? Why have I never heard of them before? As the innate master's exclamation rang out, others quickly took notice, their faces paling in horror. The late-stage body refinement level is not particularly high, but in soldiers, it is astounding. Moreover, this army boasts at least tens of thousands. Historically, effective body refinement methods have been held tightly by sex or aristocratic families, not to mention that the methods of the dynasty are scarce and mostly inferior or incomplete. And training such a large number of soldiers requires vast resources. If all were devoted to cultivating such an army, what would happen to the other forces? Who would defend the vast territory? Could these elites manage it all? Soldiers reaching the first or second stage of body refinement could be considered elite, yet those at the late stage are rarely found in other nations, typically cultivated over decades. Such an army is often termed the National Defense Army, only deployed in times of national crisis. When they emerge, they stabilize the nation. Just 1,000 of such troops can suppress transformations. 10,000 can battle the extraordinary. Yet no one believed that the dynasty could cultivate 100,000. The cost is too great. It is said that even the strongest Yin, Qi, Chu, and Zhao could barely muster 50,000 of such an army. At ease, Qin Xiong rose and summoned a warhorse, which was similarly clad in black armor. Yu leaped onto the steed, holding the reins with one hand, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene. Exuding an air of unparalleled authority, returned to the palace. With a resounding command, Yu galloped away, followed closely by Zhao Yun and the others, while the Imperial Guards swiftly mounted their steeds to keep pace. All characters are fully equipped with their respective systems. This will not be mentioned again. Qin Xiong directed the army to take the captured martial artists, also following closely behind, banners waving, the ground trembling, thousands of riders sweeping across the plains, dust rising, watching the departing army and Imperial Guards. Those remaining exchanged glances, uncertain whether to follow or return. That we should return, right? Did they not say to await arrangements? A group of people were at a loss, looking to Lu Chuan and Luo Qingfeng, the two with the highest status and strength. Since we were told to await notice, it would be best to return, Lu Chuan said with a smile. Nonchalantly, I shall take my leave and convey the news back to the thatched cottage for arrangements. After bowing, Lu Chuan departed directly, while Luo Qingfeng, watching the army vanish, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She murmured softly, so handsome, so imposing. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned coldly to the others and led the members of the Xianbing Palace away. Let us head back. We mustn't inadvertently provoke the Imperial Guards again. Hiss. Why do you bring up those demons again? With the strength of the Imperial Guards, which sect could withstand them? Those hidden factions would likely crumble too. I must return and thoroughly warn my disciples. They must not cause trouble again. Indeed, let us hurry back. In an instant, the crowd at the foot of the mountain dispersed. Cough, cough, cough. On a hillside, the young swordsman clutched his chest with one hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. He had not anticipated that the strength of the great Zhou would be so formidable. The previously cloaked figure beside him leaned against a tree, weakly speaking, revealing a delicate visage adorned with an aura of cold allure. It seemed they would need to devise a new plan. In the grand palace of the great Zhou, within the main hall, as Yi Yu sat majestically upon the dragon throne, an aura of imperial authority emanated from him. Long live the emperor! The assembled ministers immediately knelt in reverence. On the left, Wei Yin and Li Si led the civil officials, while on the right stood the military commanders Guanzhong, Qin Xiong, and Xie Xian. Rise, Yi Yu inquired. Qin Xiong, have those prisoners been securely detained? As the ministers stood, Qin Xiong respectfully replied, Your Majesty, the offenders are currently held within the Xuanjiao army camp. Under the watch of the Xuanjiao troops, these rogue factions disregard the law and disrupt the order. They even dare to rebel against the court. In that case, let them be extinguished. Yi Yu casually flipped through the memorials on the table, which detailed the developments of the month, and remarked, Indeed. Wei Yin and the others felt a slight shock. They already anticipated that His Majesty would take action against these sects, yet the method of handling them remained uncertain. Now, it was precisely as they had surmised, aligning with the emperor's temperament. Issue an edict. From this day forth, Establish the Jinui Jinfu Division to oversee the martial world and local officials. Let it be a case of striking first and reporting later. Appoint Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu as commanders of the Jinui, holding the third rank. Establish 16 Jinfu historians to guard 8 prefectures, holding the fourth rank. Set up Jinui Qianhu with the 5th rank, Jinui Bahu with the 6th rank, Jinui Zongqi with the 7th rank, and minor flags starting from the 7th rank. Effective immediately, establish Jinui offices in every region. Upon hearing this, some officials gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically. Although the positions within the Jinui were not high, their power was immense, especially with the authority to act first and report later. Wei Yin contemplated voicing concerns regarding the significant power granted to the Jinui, fearing it could lead to trouble, but then recalled Yi Yu's shrewdness and refrained. Establish the Dongchong to supervise all officials, under the command of Chao Zhengshun. At this, everyone's expressions shifted slightly, a sense of panic rising within them. The very term supervise all officials felt like a sword suspended above their heads. Qinglong, dispatch someone to those surrendering sects, instruct them to select some disciples to come to the imperial city and form the 6 doors to manage civil affairs. Appoint Cao Luchuan as the head of the 6 doors, holding the 3rd rank. Reflecting on the first major faction to surrender, Yi Yu deemed Luchuan quite astute. Yes, Qinglong appeared, kneeling respectfully in the hall before swiftly departing. As for those sects that refused to yield, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, his tone icy. Dispatch orders to Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, and Huang Zhong, each to lead 5,000 Jinui, along with a commander, to eradicate those sects. These rogue factions shall be exterminated without mercy. As these words echoed, the temperature in the great hall seemed to plummet, leaving many trembling at the ancient Hung sect. Alarm bells rang. A disciple, face pale with terror, rushed into the main hall. Upon seeing him, Sect Master Zheng Jinyang furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "What is this frantic behavior? Speak! It's terrible! It is terrible! Sect Master, the people from White Crane Mountain are all dead. It is said that the stench of blood pervades the entire mountain. The 3rd elder and the others are also dead." The disciple seemed oblivious to Zheng Jinyang's words, crying out in horror. "What?" The elders present turned pale, rising to their feet in alarm. Trouble had indeed struck. Zheng Jinyang's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. When the 3rd elder and the others set out, he felt a sense of foreboding that as the matter drew to a close, he had sent someone to inquire, but never expected to receive such news days later. What exactly transpired? Who was responsible? The elders pressed for answers in anxious tones. Just then, a voice thundered through the sect, "By the Emperor's decree, surround and eliminate the rebels." Soon, anguished cries began to echo ominously. "Not good. Something has gone awry." Zheng Jinyang and the other elders' expressions changed as they hurried toward the mountain gate. Upon arrival, they beheld numerous Jinui slaughtering their disciples. "Stop!" Zheng Jinyang bellowed in fury, unleashing a powerful strike. A figure emerged, clashing against him. The impact sent Zheng Jinyang staggering back several steps. Zheng Jinyang glared at the individual before him, demanding, "Who are you? Did you not realize that the leader of a first-rate faction is so blind?" Baihu sneered, clad in his flying fish attire. As several elders prepared to act, more red-clad Qianhu appeared, wordlessly drawing their blades to kill. In no time, Zheng Jinyang found himself disheveled and battered, witnessing the lifeless forms of his fellow elders and the horrific scene of his disciples below. A wave of sorrow washed over him. If only they had submitted to the court, perhaps, but now, such thoughts were futile. There were no ifs. Even in death, they would make them pay. Zheng Jinyang's eyes burned with hatred as he roared to the heavens. "The sect is in peril. Ancestor, lend your hand. The sect is in peril. Ancestor, lend your hand. Who dares to wreak havoc in my ancient Hung sect?" After a moment, a transcendent aura erupted from the back mountain. A short, robust elder appeared, hands clasped behind him as he descended from the heights. "Ha ha! The ancestor has come. You are doomed." Zheng Jinyang laughed with glee. "Humph. I didn't expect there would still be a stubborn old fool." However, Baihu appeared unfazed and respectfully called out to a certain spot. "General Huang, take action." "All right. Though I am aged, my arrows remain sharp. A resonant voice suddenly rang out. Following that, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the elder, a transformation arrow master. Sensing the arrow as presence, the elder's expression turned grave. Huang Zhong retrieved his bow, unsheathing his great blade, and advanced step by step toward the elder. Unexpectedly, a transformation had occurred. As Huang Zhong swung his blade, a battle unfolded. Moments later, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into a pavilion. It was the elder, now grievously injured. Huang Zhong swiftly positioned himself, stepping on the elder's back. And before the elder could react, he struck down with his sword. The head was severed. It was all over. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Jinyang sank into despair, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless stupor. Baihu did not linger. Looking at the dazed Zheng Jinyang, he executed a swift strike. Soon, the Jinyui completed their cleanup of the ancient Hung sect, leaving behind a few bloodied heads hanging from the sect's gate. Sending chills down the spine. Chapter 028. The Great Zhou's Revival Kill. On the execution platform, a Jinyui issued a command. Hundreds of executioners raised their blades, then brought them down, severed heads rolling. My heavens! How many batches is this now? Oomph. Well done. These people have long relied on their martial prowess to bully us. Thank goodness for the Jinyui. Thank goodness for His Majesty. Indeed, ever since His Majesty ascended and quelled the rebellion, our lives have been improving. Bah, they deserve it. These scoundrels should be put to death. My daughter was harmed by them. Not only that, it is said that His Majesty has dispatched the Jinyui to hunt down these rogue factions everywhere. At this moment, those martial artists being escorted back were systematically brought to the execution platform for beheading. Ah, Dog Emperor, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Spare me. My father is the master of the Iron Hand sect. If you dare kill me, you will surely face dire consequences. Little Emperor, I will haunt you as a ghost. Kill. With another command, blood splattered, and heads rolled. My heavens, miss, how brutal. In the crowd, Xue Fu covered her mouth with her small hands, her face filled with shock and fear. Indeed, Shang Yunqing nodded gravely, not merely brutal. This is sheer devilry. Beside them, Lin Yo forced a smile. By now, several days have passed, and news of the White Crane Mountain massacre has spread throughout the Great Zhou, even reaching other nations. Except for those who surrendered, all were exterminated. Not a single soul survived from the White Crane Academy. Those who went to investigate reportedly almost retched on the spot. The entire academy was littered with corpses and severed limbs, blood flowing everywhere. Crows and vultures circled above. Everyone was astonished by the Jinyui's might and cruelty, and they began to hold the Great Zhou Emperor in awe for his ruthlessness and methods. This Great Zhou Emperor is merely 17, having assumed responsibility in a time of crisis. Yet in just 6 months, he has not only stabilized the Great Zhou from turmoil, but also ensured that the people, if not thriving, at least survive. The nation's power is on the rise. One cannot help but regard him as a wise ruler. Lin Yo reflected on the transformations over the past few months, feeling a sense of admiration that it usually takes years for a nation to change. Yet the Great Zhou Emperor accomplished it in mere months, showcasing his remarkable strategies and capabilities. If this continues, will the people of Great Zhou truly find peace and prosperity? Xue Fu asked curiously, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Impossible. From the suppression of the rebellion to the regulation of localities and the crackdown on the martial world, this Great Zhou Emperor is clearly not one to settle for mediocrity. Shang Yunqing smiled as she patted the little girl's head. At present, this emperor is the revitalizer of the Great Zhou. His ambitions are considerable. Moreover, parts of the territory are still in the hands of Zhao and Han. How could an ambitious ruler tolerate incomplete dominion? It won't be long before war breaks out. Lin Yo shook his head. If given the chance, I would love to meet this youthful monarch. What kind of person is he truly? Shang Yunqing remarked somewhat humorously, then departed with Xue Fu and Lin Yo, completely unaware of an individual slipping away quietly nearby. The Shang family? Inside the imperial study. Yi Yu scrutinized the confidential report before him, deep in thought. First, keep a close watch on them. Report back if there are any developments. Yes. The kneeling Jinyui respectfully withdrew. Your Majesty, the Shang family can be considered a semi-reclusive force. They have agents in every corner of the 7 kingdoms due to their commercial dealings, and it is even rumored they have connections overseas. Cultivating a friendly relationship with them could yield a wealth of essential goods. Once the others had exited, Wei Yin stepped forward, while Li Si, Guanzhong, Li Qiping, Fang Zichuan, and Li Yu stood to the side. For the time being, let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us discuss the current state of the Great Zhou. Yi Yu shifted the topic. As for commerce, he had his own plans and would not allow outsiders to take control. In response to your inquiry, the common folk across the regions are currently living in stability. With crops flourishing, this year should be a bountiful harvest. With stationed troops in various locations, order has been well maintained, and there have been no incidents of rebellion. Trade is gradually resuming. At present, the Great Zhou is recovering and thriving in every aspect. However, due to previous land distribution issues, many powerful clans and influential families are quite discontented, occasionally causing disturbances. Wei Yin reported in an excited tone, upon hearing about the disturbances caused by those prestigious families. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. He would settle accounts with them once the lost territories were reclaimed. Wei Yin, Li Si, continue to keep an eye on all aspects. Guanzhong informed Xie Xian and Qin Xiong to prepare. Indeed, Wei Yin, Fang Zichuan, and the others looked up, their expressions filled with excitement and joy as they gazed at Yi Yu, with no unrest within the country. The only remaining concerns lie with Hedong and Shangjuan. His Majesty is finally poised to reclaim the lost territories. Reflecting on the myriad changes since Yi Yu ascended to the throne, the group felt a wave of emotion. They had initially thought the Great Zhou was on the brink of collapse. Little did they expect their sovereign to be so wise and formidable, not only saving the Great Zhou, but also leading it towards gradual prosperity. Truly, the heavens have favored the Great Zhou by granting it such a sagacious ruler. Chapter 029. The Mystery of Ji Tianfa's Death in Shangjuan. Hedong has been occupied by Zhao and Han. Currently, Yi Yu's uncle, Ji Tsunxi, commands an army of 300,000 stationed in Heshi to guard against the two nations. Speaking of Ji Tsunxi, he is now the wandering king of the Great Zhou. He is the elder brother of Yi Yu's father. This imperial throne was originally meant for Ji Tsunxi, but this uncle, by nature carefree and unrestrained, harbors a love for adventure over sovereignty. He has little interest in power and prefers to wander the mountains, revel in culinary delights, and indulge his curiosity in oddities, frequently sneaking out of the palace for weeks on end. While one might label him a wastrel, Ji Tsunxi had read extensively in his youth and was well-versed in poetry and prose. He had once achieved remarkable victories against the court generals. He was undoubtedly fit for the throne. However, he gradually became more libertine and unconstrained, excelling in indulgences of all kinds. Tales of his exploits abound in the brothels of the imperial city. Ultimately, there is a story of him having been a titular emperor for merely half a day. It turns out that Yi Yu's grandfather, in a fit of disappointment, still passed the throne to this uncle. Yet, shortly after the coronation ceremony concluded, Ji Tsunxi issued a decree claiming he was gravely ill and had little time left. To prevent the stability of the realm from wavering, he transferred the throne to Yi Yu's father, Ji Tianfa. He then removed the imperial robe and departed, leaving Ji Tianfa to sit upon a chair still warm from his presence. It is said that this infuriated Yi Yu's grandfather immensely. Thus, this uncle remains stationed in Heshi, and Yi Yu is quite at ease, allowing him to restore the people's livelihoods. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. Now, Yi Yu gazed at a letter on his desk, finding it both amusing and exasperating. The letter contained but a single sentence. Imperial nephew, hurry, I wish to escape. It seems the changes in the Great Zhou have reached the borders, prompting this uncle to feel it was time to slip away. Yet, Yi Yu held no grievances during the most critical moments. Those within the palace were solely concerned with their own safety, fleeing when they could, and the ministers were similarly inactive, remaining behind closed doors. Only this uncle, during the crucial moment, summoned 300,000 troops to Heshi, successfully fending off the Zhao and Han invasion. Of course, this was also thanks to Yi Yu's grandfather, who, despite his disappointment in Ji Tsunxi, still entrusted him with 300,000 troops. It was only because Ji Tsunxi had no desire for power that he could be entrusted with such a force. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant dilemma for Yi Yu's father. It seems the time has come to dispatch Qin Xiong and Xie Xian. Yu thought as he pondered over the letter before him. Just then, a figure flashed into the study, and Qinglong knelt before him. "What is it, Qinglong?" The appearance of Qinglong signified a matter of great importance. Yu asked solemnly, "Your Majesty, this information was inadvertently discovered by the Jinyui in a small town in Nanyang. It holds great significance, and we deemed it unwise to make a decision without your counsel. Hence we bring it to your attention." As he spoke, Qinglong bowed his head, presenting a sealed jade tube with both hands. Yiyu's brow furrowed. Matters that could leave Qinglong and the others at a loss were few and far between. Yiyu accepted it, opened it, and retrieved the secret letter inside. As he read, his expression shifted through shock, joy, anger, and finally settled into a complex gaze. Time seemed to stretch as he slammed the letter onto the desk. "My father is indeed impressive, cunning enough to outsmart everyone." Yiyu's tone was cool, yet laden with complexity as he shook his head in exasperation. The letter detailed how a Jinyui officer had gone to Yinshan town to eliminate a local force, only to discover two portraits within the stronghold of this faction. One of the portraits depicted none other than the current emperor's father, the previous Zhou emperor. As Jinyui are well acquainted with the likenesses of significant figures, they recognized it immediately. They promptly interrogated the captives regarding the origin of the portrait, and the small leader revealed that half a year prior, this individual had come to Yinshan town, accompanied by another person. While staying at an inn, he had been exceedingly generous, prompting them to take notice. However, the group they dispatched to confront him was all killed by that servant, with only one escaping. The leader was furious and ordered the two individuals to be sketched, intending to locate them in Yinshan town. However, after 2 months of searching without results, they gradually abandoned their efforts, leaving the portraits lying carelessly aside. When the officer learned of this, he dared not be negligent and promptly pursued the matter, eventually discovering through several merchants that they had seen Ji Tianfa, albeit at the border between Chu and Zhou. The officer reported all the information back. Yu gazed at the two portraits, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. The first depicted his father, Ji Tianfa. The second portrayed an individual Yu recognized as his father's companion, Xie Dabin. This indicates that Yiyu's father is not dead, but may have entered Chu. In a moment of intuition, Yiyu felt that Ji Tianfa's actions might be connected to his mother. Yiyu's mother, the Empress, was named Lin Shu. She passed away following a difficult childbirth after giving birth to Yiyu. There are many mysteries surrounding his mother. Throughout his life, he rarely heard Ji Tianfa speak of her. Only tales relayed by the palace maidens and eunuchs. Most importantly, her origins are shrouded in mystery, as Ji Tianfa had suddenly declared her to be the Empress, disregarding the objections of the ministers. No one but his father knew where she came from. It now appears she might originate from Chu. A chilling smile crept upon Yiyu's face as he contemplated this. "My father may not be a good parent, nor an exemplary sovereign, but he is indeed a devoted husband." Yiyu spoke coldly. "Even as my father, he has callously abandoned the entire populace of the great Zhou for his own selfish desires, plunging them into the fires of war and chaos, leaving them homeless and starving, all in pursuit of his mother. Such actions are utterly heinous. One could say he is foolish. As a ruler, one must prioritize the well-being of the people. Public duty comes first, personal desires last in comparison. His uncle is far more honorable, knowing his inadequacies and promptly stepping aside to prevent national instability." Gazing at the two letters on his desk, Yiyu couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Lin Shu, Shu, Pai. Lin Shu, Lin Pai. Isn't that Shu? His mother is of royal blood from Chu? Yiyu's eyes widened with shock and surprise. Tap, tap. Yiyu's fingers drummed upon the desk, lost in thought. "Qinglong, I entrust you with a clandestine mission. Dispatch a team of Jinyui into Chu. Firstly, to locate my father, and secondly, to investigate if any princesses or women of the Chu royal family have mysteriously disappeared or died in recent years. The Jinyui are currently only sufficient for the Great Zhou. They cannot yet extend to the other kingdoms, so we will send a team for now." "Yes." Qinglong clasped his hands in respect, turned, and vanished without a trace. The study was left in silence, with only Yiyu remaining, the calmness returning once more. "Father, mother, please do not let me down." Yiyu's voice echoed softly in the stillness of the study. Chapter 030. The time to mobilize. Long live our emperor in the court. A multitude of ministers cried out, performing their respectful kneeling. Rise, Yi Yu, seated upon the dragon throne, spoke with indifference to Li Cheaping. How is the provision of grain and supplies at present? Acknowledging the question, Li Cheaping stepped forward from the ranks of civil officials and replied respectfully. Your Majesty, the grain harvested last autumn has been fully accounted for and supplemented, along with the remaining supplies from the previous relief efforts, that we now have ample provisions. Good. Command the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War to prepare the supplies for transport. Qin Xiong, Xie Xian, heed my orders. Yi Yu then fixed a serious gaze upon the two who had stepped forward. I command Qin Xiong to lead 100,000 Xuanjia troops and Xie Xian to command 100,000 Beifu troops to proceed to Heshi. To reclaim Shangjuan and Hedong, we shall obey the decree. A throng of ministers murmured amongst themselves. The emperor's actions, both unexpected yet anticipated, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that the emperor was undoubtedly intent on reclaiming the two prefectures. What a formidable force the Jinyue is! What a splendid imperial guard! Han Qian set aside the confidential report, his eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, such is the might of the Jinyue, as long as they endure. The great Zhou shall remain unshaken. A flicker of trepidation crossed Han Qian's gaze. This Jinyue was certainly not a contingency left by Ji Tianfa, having clashed with Ji Tianfa for many years. He could not have been entirely unaware, and yet there were no traces. This Jinyue emerged only after Ji Yiyu ascended the throne, which could only imply that they were nurtured by Ji Yiyu himself. Contemplating this, disbelief, shock, and a hint of murderous intent filled Han Qian's eyes, that if this were indeed the case, Ji Yiyu was truly a terrifying opponent. Beside him, Han took the report, and upon reading it, shared the same incredulity and shock. Tens of thousands from the martial world had been utterly vanquished. Those who were killed, slain. Those who surrendered, subdued. It was simply unfathomable. The Jinyue, if only he possessed such a force. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Han Ying's eyes as he passed the report to several ministers standing behind him. The ministers below, upon glancing at the report, wore expressions akin to Han Qian's initial reaction. While Han Qian, seated upon the dragon throne, gazed pensively at the table. Lost in thought, he promptly dispatched urgent orders to Gong Sun Yan, commanding him to march westward to Heshi. At the same time, he sent orders to Qian Zhanfang, instructing him to lead 100,000 troops to advance west into Hedong, coordinating an assault on Heshi with Gong Sun Yan. Han Qian suddenly opened his eyes, which had been closed, his tone frigid and authoritative. Hearing the emperor's decree, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Why the sudden call to arms? Previously, after being thwarted by Ji Tsunchi's resistance and having already seized one prefecture, they had refrained from further aggression. Yes, an elder rose to speak. It was none other than the Prime Minister of Han, Zhu Yanhe, whose hair had turned white, yet he still appeared vigorous that a gleam of sharpness flickered in Zhu Yanhe's eyes. Your Majesty intends to strike preemptively. Now that the citizens of Zhou live in relative peace, and with stability across the lands, coupled with the pacification of the martial world, it is rumored that the army has undergone significant rejuvenation. Thus, that young emperor of Zhou will surely seek to reclaim lost territories next. War is imminent. Ji Yu, the first move has finally been made. Let us see what strategies you possess. Han Qian ascended the tower, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing westward as he murmured, "The winds have risen. It is time to don warmer garments." Atop a lofty building, Wei Huan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the verdant mountains that stretched endlessly before him. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Your Majesty, the performance at Lishua Palace is ready." At this moment, an elderly eunuch softly interjected, presenting a robe. "Well, in my old age, I find joy in the spectacle. Let us proceed. It is time for the show." The battle at Baihe Mountain would ensure that the martial world of the Great Zhou would be at peace for at least a decade. Ji Yiyu's methods are indeed ruthless and unyielding. Yan Mushuan remarked with a hint of envy. The martial factions of Yan are even more unruly and difficult to manage. It seems evident that the Zhou Emperor's next step will be to advance into Hedong. Clad in a cerulean cloud-patterned gown, with hair cascading to her waist, the stunningly beautiful Yin Qingyi observed the map and speculated. The Great Zhou was previously no match for Han, and now, having endured turmoil, they have only recuperated for half a year. Their chances of victory in this battle are slim. Does that Zhou emperor not comprehend this? Yan Qingyi questioned, puzzled. Qingyi, some truths can only be discerned through experience. Do not allow past impressions to cloud your judgment from the outset. Yan Mushuan instructed, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Outside the imperial city of Zhou, at the Xuanjia camp, a military encampment designated for the Xuanjiao army was bustling with activity. The drill ground was filled with soldiers. To the left, a sea of black-clad soldiers stood in formation, each adorned in heavy black armor, their steeds similarly outfitted, armed with black long spears and black sabers. Bows and arrows slung on their backs, with only their eyes visible to the right. Another regiment stood equally disciplined, each soldier clad in armor, wielding long swords and shields, their faces displaying valor and fearlessness. The front row on both sides held military banners, black flags emblazoned with golden dragons fluttering in the wind. Regardless of which side, the soldiers exuded an aura of might and dominance, as if they could swallow the world whole. Yet at this moment, they stood silently, their gazes fixed on the platform where Qin Xiong donned black armor and bore a black sword at his waist, while Xie Xian, similarly armored, stood beside him. Behind them stood Li Si, Wei Yin, and others, while at the forefront stood a solitary figure, draped in a dragon robe, hands clasped behind him, solemnly observing the soldiers before him. Yu surveyed the army before him, even with his calm demeanor. A surge of ambition swelled within him. Hoofbeats upon mountains and rivers, clashing of gold and iron, the sealing of wolves and the unification of the realm. Was this not the dream of every man? I, who have risen from chaos and disorder, shall quell the rebellion, stabilize the populace, and subdue the martial world. As the Emperor of Zhou, I must take responsibility for the entire Great Zhou. Yet now, our Great Zhou still suffers from territorial loss. Moreover, formidable foes encircle us. Today, I shall restore our mountains and rivers. I shall ensure a complete Great Zhou. You shall clear the enemies for me and expand our borders. Will you follow me in unison? To the death. We shall follow your majesty. A resounding roar reverberated throughout the entire camp. Excellent. I decree once more, a bounty for every enemy slain, 5 for a sergeant, military achievements rewarded, nobility bestowed for those who sacrifice. Your family shall be cared for by me. By the state of Zhou. Yi Yu's gaze swept across all present as he spoke earnestly, his voice not loud, yet resonating with authority. Great Zhou. Might, Great Zhou might, Great Zhou might. The camp erupted with wave after wave of fervent shouts. On this day, the camp gates swung wide, banners fluttered in the breeze, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Chapter 031. The First Clash. Victory at Xianyuan Valley in Heshi Prefecture. In Yuchuan, a courtyard stood where a dozen armored figures gathered. At the forefront was a man clad in white cloud-patterned robes, adorned with a jade crown. His features refined yet carefree, exuding an air of elegance and charm. This man was Ji Tsunshi, the uncle of Yi Yu, approaching 40, yet his appearance belied his age, resembling one in their 20s. His prowess lay at the early stages of innate ability. At this moment, Ji Tsunshi perused a confidential letter, which bore but 3 words. Troops have departed. My dear nephew, do you have nothing to say? Ji Tsunshi inquired, his gaze fixed on the Jinyui before him. Return to the wandering prince. His Majesty instructed you to await Generals Qin Xiong and Xie Xian's arrival, and to focus solely on guarding Heshi. Splendid. At last, I can truly enjoy myself. Ji Tsunshi's face brightened, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. He could hardly wait to be off. This lad surpasses his father. He has not brought shame to the Ji family, entrusting the Great Zhou to him. I feel reassured. Ji Tsunshi rose, gazing at the flowers in the courtyard, reflecting on the past few months, having heard of his dear nephew's exploits, and feeling immensely gratified. In the camp where the Han army was stationed in Hedong, Gong Sun Yin regarded the letter in his hand with a grave expression, ultimately closing it with a sigh. Yet in the next moment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted towards the tent's entrance. Relay orders. Prepare the troops at once. Yes, Heshi and Hedong are named thus because a grand river, known as the Xianyu River, flows between the 2 prefectures. Along the Xianyu River lies a fertile plain, The Xian Valley Plain, which serves as the main agricultural area for both sides at this moment. A grand banner appeared upon the plain, fluttering in the air, emblazoned with the character for Han. Gongsun Yin, mounted on his steed, surveyed the plain ahead, feeling an inexplicable unease that on the opposite side of the Xian Valley Plain lay Ji Tsunchi's forces, who had long since dispatched scouts to report on the Han army's movements. Thus, Ji Tsunchi had already arranged his troops in anticipation of battle. Ji Tsunchi's 300,000 soldiers were divided into two segments, one stationed at the Superior Prefecture and the other positioned in Hedong. Given the geography of Hedong, predominantly plains bordered by the river, Ji Tsunchi deployed his army at the expansive Xian Valley Plain, essentially sending a message to Gongsun Yin. My forces are here. Do as you will. Should Gongsun Yin choose to ignore or circumvent him, the troops stationed at the Superior Prefecture would dispatch reinforcements to intercept him, while Ji Tsunchi's other forces could envelop him from behind, or reclaim Hedong and strike directly at the Han border. Ji Tsunchi's two divisions were strategically positioned in a pincer formation, ready to support one another at any moment. The do not assume that just because the Han faces difficulties, Zhao will come to their aid. Everyone desires to play the role of the fisherman. Thus, Gongsun Yin had no choice but to station his troops at the Xian Valley Plain. On the plain, there were no stratagems, only direct confrontation. Both armies stood arrayed, ready to clash. Gongsun Yin, what brings you here today? To receive a beating? Ji Tsunchi, clad in white battle armor, exuded the demeanor of a cultured general. Mocked, the wandering prince is both wise and brave. I commend you. However, the outcome will only be determined through combat. Mere words hold no power. Gongsun Yin replied, unperturbed by Ji Tsunchi's taunt, instead responding with humility, yet a fierce fighting spirit. Ji Tsunchi, words are futile. It seems we must reach a conclusion. Very well. With a swift motion, Gongsun Yin drew his sword and pointed forward. Charge! A thunderous roar erupted from the soldiers behind him as they charged forward, wielding long spears and weapons, ready for battle. The time for endurance had passed. The Zhou kingdom could afford to wait no longer. Gongsun Yin's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as he too spurred his horse forward. Ji Tsunchi grasped his spear, its edge gleaming coldly, and declared, "Soldiers, protect our homeland! Charge, kill!" The soldiers behind Ji Tsunchi echoed his battle cry, surging forth to meet the enemy. The two armies clashed, and in a single encounter, the ground was strewn with bodies. The glimmer of blades and the echoes of screams reverberated across the vast plain. Ji Tsunchi plunged into the battlefield, every strike drenched in blood, carving a bloody path. He confronted Gongsun Yin. Without a word, they clashed fiercely. The battlefield resembled a meat grinder, strewn with corpses. Blood soaked the earth. The remnants of soldiers lay scattered. The battle raged from dawn until noon, voices hoarse. A tragic scene. Gone were the tentative assaults from before. This time, it was a true slaughter. Witnessing the devastation and the casualties before him, Gongsun Yin's eyes were filled with gravity. The price was exorbitant. Yet there was no choice but to proceed. Suddenly, a rumble. At that moment, everyone felt as though the ground trembled beneath them. On the far side of the plain, dust swirled violently. It seemed there were sounds of galloping hooves. In an instant, Ji Tsunchi and Gongsun Yin's expressions shifted dramatically. Cavalry. A surge of dread filled Ji Tsunchi's heart. Could it be that the Zhao forces had broken through? Gongsun Yin was equally astonished. Cavalry from Zhao had arrived? Or was it? As the sounds grew nearer, the cavalry finally emerged before all, clad entirely in black, their armor gleaming with a chilling light. Armed with long spears, their imposing presence was accompanied by fluttering banners at the forefront. Boldly emblazoned with the character for Zhou, it was indeed cavalry, and heavy cavalry at that. Even more incredulous was the fact that they belonged to the state of Zhou at the first sight. Gongsun Yin's pupils constricted sharply, panic flooding his gaze. How could this be? The great Zhou possessed heavy cavalry. Although the Xuanjiao army and Tiger Leopard cavalry had made their presence known, Yiyu had concealed the Jinyui. And the information released was merely what Yiyu wished to disseminate. In the next moment, Gongsun Yin swung his sword, forcing Ji Tsunchi back, pivoted his horse, and shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Engaging the cavalry on the plain was tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing their general's command, the Han army swiftly turned and fled. Excellent. I never expected our great Zhou to have cavalry. My nephew certainly delivered a grand surprise. Ji Tsunshi wiped the blood from his face and laughed heartily. Observing the enemy's retreat, Qin Xiong promptly ordered the archers to fire. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended, taking down a wave of Han soldiers. Soon, the Xuanzhao army caught up with the Han forces. Armed with long spears, launching a charge, they plowed through with reckless abandon. The Han soldiers either fell to the piercing spears or were trampled underfoot. Out of 100,000 troops, only over 20,000 managed to escape. A gust of wind swept across the plain, carrying away the scent of blood. The banner of the great Zhou stood resolute in the wind. Gazing upon this formidable and majestic army, Ji Tsunshi was filled with awe. The great Zhou was finally rising. Chapter 032. Qian Zhangfang's strategy in Yuchuan. The humble generals Qin Xiong and Xie Xian came to pay their respects to the king of leisure. Qin Xiong and Xie Xian bowed respectfully before Ji Tsunshi. Good, generals, please rise. Ji Tsunshi regarded the two young, resolute figures before him with quiet astonishment. Having lived through many years, he was well acquainted with the generals in the court, and neither of these two were familiar to him, indicating they must be affiliated with his esteemed nephew. Moreover, their prowess was evident, and Ji Tsunshi sensed they were not inferior to himself. It is well that you have come. It is time for me to depart. This splendid land is indeed hard to part with. Yet without this realm, what is there for me to behold? Ji Tsunshi laughed heartily, assisting the two to their feet before turning away, his laughter imbued with reflection, ease, and a sense of reassurance. Ji Tsunshi departed, leaving behind over 200,000 troops to guard Ishi, entrusting all else to Qin Xiong and Xie Xian. If he trusted them, why should he not? On an official road in Heshi County, a long convoy was making its way, comprised of individuals resembling farmers and others clad in attire akin to constables. What is this? Why are we tasked with escorting provisions? One constable grumbled, clearly unwilling that, being assigned to transport provisions is already a blessing. Another constable replied, the first batch of supplies was delivered long ago. This is the second batch, there's no rush, especially since we've just submitted to authority. We ought to showcase our performance. Sighing, a third constable chimed in. If only there were some wine. Do you think we're still in your little Shiman? I wish I could visit a brothel instead. Among the convoy of provisions, these hundreds of constables were the 6 doors formed by recently surrendered martial artists. Yu had them escorting supplies to observe their conduct, should they dare to flee or cause chaos. The Jinyui were covertly monitoring. Silence. Are you courting death, babbling like that? A constable in charge snapped, causing the chatting group to immediately fall silent. At the front of the convoy, Songya, donning a constable's hat, with the constable's blade at her waist and her own sword, glanced at the sun above, wiping the sweat from her brow. Sister, how much longer until we arrive? Soon. We will reach Yuchuan after we cross the mountain ahead. Yi Ziqing replied, her lips parched. Sister, do you think we can win this battle? Songya whispered, Point 2, sister. We will surely prevail. You have seen the heavy cavalry that day. Luo Tiantian recalled the Xuanzhao army. Alas, I never expected we would become constables. Songya sighed, Point 2, sister. What is wrong with that? Though there are more constraints, we are now officials. We stand with the great Zhou. Luo Tiantian viewed it positively, feeling no discontent. You are right. As long as we diligently serve His Majesty, the future is boundless. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted, startling Luo Tiantian and her companions. They looked up to see a Jinyui captain leading the way, his gaze fixed on them with deep significance. Instantly, Yi Ziqing and the others nodded in acknowledgement, silencing their chatter. Dai En Hedong's Huxian, Gong Sun Yin, along with the remaining soldiers, fled to this location. Once they halted to regroup, Gong Sun Yan's heart bled at the sight of the few remaining troops. Out of 100,000, only 2,000 remained. Had they not fled swiftly, likely even these 2,000 would have been lost. Bang! Gong Sun Yin slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with fury. The state of Zhou has heavy cavalry. What is the Jinluan Guard doing? The Jinluan Guard was Korea's institution specifically tasked with gathering intelligence and overseeing officials. Gong Sun Yin took a deep breath. Now was not the time for rage, but to devise a strategy against the Zhou forces. Having lost Hedong, he would be held accountable upon his return, with merely 2,000 remaining. Plus the 1,000 left behind. There were only 3,000, and they could still drive away some civilians. But the thought of that heavy cavalry filled Gongsun Yin with despair. General Qian has arrived. A voice called from outside, instantly brightening Gongsun Yan's expression. Quick, invite General Qian. Qian Zhanfang, an esteemed general of Korea, had begun his military career at the tender age of 15, participating in numerous battles throughout his life. His strength was at the late stage of the innate realm. Soon, a robust elder strode in. General Qian. Gongsun Yin bowed deeply. Qian Zhanfang raised a hand to halt him, then spoke in a wild voice. I am already aware of the situation. Now, regroup the troops and retreat to Linshan County immediately. What? Gongsun Yan's face paled in disbelief. Were it not for Qian Zhanfang being a veteran of Korea, he would have suspected him to be a spy for Zhou. Linshan County was situated in the central part of Hedong, effectively abandoning half of it. Foolish. Qian Zhanfang scolded Gongsun Yin for his lack of understanding. The western side of Hedong is largely plains, where the heavy cavalry holds a distinct advantage. We must retreat to the mountainous terrain behind to utilize the landscape for containment. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yin realized the truth, yet relinquishing such a significant portion was a considerable loss. However, he understood the gravity of the situation and immediately commanded the troops to head for Linshan County. In just one battle, they had already lost a substantial portion, and Gongsun Yin could not help but sigh. At the same time, Qian Zhanfang penned a letter to the Zhao forces stationed in Shanjuan, hoping they would not sit idly by and watch the flames from across the river. The principle of mutual survival should be understood by all. Upon reaching Linshan County, Qian Zhanfang promptly dispatched men to dig pits along the forest paths surrounding the county, setting up horse traps. Concurrently, he arranged piles of dry wood or hay in the dense forest ahead. With Zhou's heavy cavalry now a reality, Qian Zhanfang had abandoned the notion of offense, focusing solely on defense. He immediately communicated the news back to Korea, urging the dispatch of elite troops. Chapter 033. Assassination in the palace that night. The entire Great Zhou imperial city was aglow with lights, the central palace being particularly illuminated. Deep within the palace, candles flickered brightly, illuminating the vast hall. The Yu sat upon the dragon throne, diligently reviewing memorials. Previously, he had been skeptical about the necessity of staying up all night to amend memorials, but now he understood. As he gazed at the stack of memorials still awaiting his attention, Yu exhaled deeply. He was nearing completion. As for finding someone else to review them, it was not only a matter of trust, but some memorials required his personal scrutiny. Moreover, he had yet to find someone capable and trustworthy. Although Chao Jingchun was reliable, his abilities were still lacking, and Li Si and others were preoccupied with other matters. Alas, it appeared he was still somewhat short-handed. Nearby, Xiao Yinzi and Chao Jingchun stood respectfully, while on the other side of the dragon throne, the little girl, Ali, slept soundly. The dragon throne was generally quite large, having only formed close attachments to Yi Yu and Xiao Yinzi. Chao Jingchun. Outside the palace walls in a shadowy corner, several figures whispered conspiratorially, all clad in dark clothing, their faces masked, armed with blades. Are you sure you can lead us in? An aged voice inquired from the darkness. Since you have all come, is there any other choice? A youthful voice tinged with sarcasm echoed through the darkness, abruptly plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Amidst the crowd, Li Tuo observed the sudden hesitation of those around him, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes. How could they falter at this juncture? And what place was this, where they dawdled? Were it not for the directives received from above, he would never have set foot here. Nor would he have aided these individuals. After all, the consequences of this endeavor could lead to a perilous fate. Damn it, at worst, he would be a hero once more in 18 years, if death were to come. So be it. Yes, that treacherous emperor has dispatched assassins to annihilate my sect, to slay my master and my wife. Even in death, I shall ensure his demise. Forward. This group comprised the remnants of a once thriving sect, now reduced to seeking vengeance. Initially, they had relinquished all thoughts of retribution, preparing to flee or live in seclusion. Yet suddenly someone approached them, claiming to possess the means to infiltrate the imperial palace and slay that vile emperor. In an instant, those harboring deep-seated grievances unanimously agreed. Very well. Then heed my instructions. Li Tuo promptly distributed 3 maps to the leaders of the group, each radiating the aura of innate power. The maps detailed the layout of the imperial palace. The palace walls towered a full 4 zhang high and were remarkably smooth. Only those with exceptional lightness could scale them. However, the innate warriors could soar over them, yet the walls were heavily guarded. A single flight would betray their presence, and climbing would indeed create noise and attract attention. Thus, while the walls were relatively easy to ascend, infiltrating them proved far more challenging, although Li Tuo himself was merely at the perfected postnatal stage. He possessed extraordinary lightness skills, silent and untraceable. Even those at the early innate level could not rival him. His skills were passed down from the Thieves' Guild. Having concluded his explanation, Li Tuo commanded silence among the group, then leaped into the air, landing gracefully upon the wall, his body adhering to its surface as he soared upward, as light as a swallow, producing not a whisper to disturb the guards stationed above. Soon, Li Tuo nestled against the wall, silently counting the guards' patrol intervals. And then, in a sudden flash, he hurled a dart, piercing the throat of one guard, seizing the opportunity before the body could collapse. He gently lowered it down, in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, with his left hand, he shot concealed projectiles from his sleeves towards 2 unsuspecting soldiers, striking true to their throats, with 2 grappling hooks. He secured the corpses. Once everything was in order, Li Tuo lowered a rope. Soon, a group of cloaked figures stealthily ascended. We shall be discovered in a matter of moments. Move swiftly upon finishing his words. Li Tuo retracted the rope and utilized his lightness skills to descend from the wall, vanishing into the shadows. In his eyes, this group was doomed without a doubt. He now sought to distance himself as far as possible. On the wall, the 3 leaders exchanged nods, leading their respective groups to disperse into the night. Unbeknownst to them, a flash of red lurked in the darkness. Kill! Kill! Assassins! Capture the assassins! Protect the emperor! Soon, the sounds of battle erupted within the palace. Yet, at this moment, Yi Yu remained seated upon the dragon throne, apathetically reviewing memorials, his expression cold as if he had not heard a thing. Before him knelt 1,000 household commander of the Jinyui. Once he concluded his revisions, placing the memorial aside, Yi Yu casually remarked, "Leave a few alive." Yes, at that moment, in a corridor of the palace, a group was engaged in combat, comprising both cloaked figures and the Feather Forest army. Along with the Jinyui, Zhutu cleaved a nearby soldier in 2, then cast his gaze in a certain direction, his eyes brimming with ferocity. He soared into the air. Suddenly, a flash of cold light glimmered. Zhutu was taken aback, swiftly pivoting to evade. Faced with the obstacle before him, Zhutu's rage surged. His eyes burned with hatred as he bellowed, "Jinyui." He then swung his blade towards 2,000 household commanders before him, unmistakably exuding the aura of mid-innate power. Simultaneously, in another courtyard, another group of cloaked figures stealthily infiltrated. These individuals were aware that their chances of successfully assassinating the emperor were slim, so they devised alternative plans. The emperor must still die. Therefore, one faction set out to eliminate the vile emperor, while another aimed to eradicate the concubines of the imperial harem. Since Jiyu had none, they resolved to target the late emperor's consorts. Just imagine the public's perception of Jiyu if this incident were to leak. That he could not even safeguard his harem. Wouldn't that be utterly disgraceful? Moreover, it might allow him to experience the pain of losing loved ones. Thus, their primary targets were these harem concubines, even including the last 2 innate warriors within this group. In a modest courtyard, a breathtakingly beautiful woman reclined languidly upon her bed, her beauty unmatched and captivating. "Your Highness, a rat has entered the cold courtyard. Should we deal with it?" A maid entered and knelt to report that no need to concern ourselves. If our little emperor cannot even manage this, he is truly incompetent. A light, enchanting voice drifted from behind the curtains. Soon, a cacophony of battle erupted in the cold courtyard. Yet it subsided almost as swiftly. The final group wreaked havoc indiscriminately, killing any they encountered and setting fires. Their intent was to turn the palace upside down. Just as they began their assault, having slain a few palace maids, a swarm of Jinyui emerged to suppress them. In no time, tranquility returned to the palace. In a certain palace, Yi Yu sat in the elevated position, his gaze sardonic, yet indifferent as he observed the captured individuals below, 3 men and 2 women, all stripped of their martial abilities. Kneeling before the Jinyui in the Grand Hall, iron chains adorned their bodies, and their forms were marred with wounds, blood staining their garments. Interesting, what gave you the audacity to attempt to assassinate me in my own palace? Yi Yu inquired coldly. Speak. Who sent you? Pa. Val Emperor. You slay the innocent and are cruel and debauched. Sooner or later, you shall meet a terrible end. As with 2 spat blood, cursing vehemently. To call me cruel is one thing, but to accuse me of debauchery, I have yet to even take a concubine. Yi Yu remained expressionless, though internally he felt exasperated. Whoever speaks shall be released. Pa. The vile emperor can kill or torture at will. One of the women retorted vehemently. She possessed a pleasing countenance, with a touch of elegance. From the moment she spoke, she did not cease her tirade. Yi Yu's brow furrowed, and with a wave of his hand, his tone icy, he commanded, "Kill her!" Swish! In the next instant, a Jinyui beside him swung his blade, blood splattering. This scene sent a shiver down the spine of the remaining 4, their expressions shifting. Take them away and interrogate them. It was best to leave such matters to professionals. Yi Yu had not anticipated extracting much information. Yes. Under the moonlight, Li Tuo traversed for over an hour, making several detours to ensure he was not being followed before he turned toward a village on the outskirts. Carefully surveying his surroundings, Li Tuo cautiously approached a house and knocked on the door. The candles were lit within. Gentlemen of the beams, creak. The door opened slightly, allowing entry, and Elita swiftly slipped inside. On a large tree at the edge of the village, several figures in red stood upon the branches. The leader, clad in a golden flying fish robe, emanated an aura of perfected innate power. At last we have them. An excited voice resonated in the darkness. In the house, 4 individuals gathered around a wooden table. How did it go? Inquired an elderly man resembling a farmer, dressed in coarse linen, a long pipe in hand, brow furrowed. All is prepared. It depends on their capabilities now. Li Tuo replied respectfully. The 4 individuals in the room included Li Tuo's master, a master thief from the Thieves' Guild, Feitianho Luo Wen, whose lightness skills were unparalleled, leaving no trace behind, with a single technique. He could effortlessly seize items. Another was his junior brother, Chung Wadis. For the other 2, Li Tuo dared not even glance at them. One was clad in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, with long hair pinned up by a wooden hairpin, her countenance cold as ice, standing quietly to the side. Jueching Diga Qianbili. Rumor had it that she was abandoned by the man she loved most in her youth, leading her to believe that all men were unworthy. Those who fell under her grasp met unfortunate fates. And the other was someone Li Tuo did not dare to gaze upon, for her unparalleled beauty and grace inspired a reverence that left him in awe. Draped in a flowing white gown, cinched at the waist with a pale blue sash, her long silvery hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with a cerulean hairpin. Her tall, slender figure and snow-like skin made her look as if she were sculpted by the heavens. Exquisitely beautiful and coldly enchanting. The delicate visage was obscured by a white veil, and her clear, pale blue eyes silently scrutinized the room, betraying no emotion. This ethereal figure stood like a celestial being, exuding an air of cold nobility. Bingshi Nanshan Shui. Not only was her beauty unparalleled across the 7 nations, but her power was formidable as well. Among the 10 most beautiful women listed by the Hua family, she ranked 3rd. Qianbi Li and Nanshan Shui were both masters within the Xianmen. As long as they could infiltrate the palace, their lives or deaths were of no concern. Qianbi Li remarked nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned with the fates of others. That is stealing so troublesome. Why not simply enter and take it? Chung Wen muttered in confusion. Luo Wen's expression darkened instantly, and he struck Chung Wen on the head with his pipe. You foolish boy. Do you think this is just any place? This is the Imperial Palace. Even in the past, one could not enter the Grand Zhou Palace lightly. You think these palaces are simple affairs? The Thieves' Guild relied on stealing for survival, and thus faced considerable oppression from many quarters. Upon reaching Rowan's location, there were but a few masters left from the Thieves' sect, if it weren't for the exorbitant offer from the Xianmen. Rowan would absolutely prefer to steer clear of the Imperial Palace. Li Tuo shot a glance of exasperation at his foolish junior disciple. For one must realize that the palace was not only guarded by the ferocious imperial guards, but also had formidable figures at the transformation realm in command. The moment they were disturbed, it would be a matter of certain death. Suddenly, Qian Bieli's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, while Nanshan Shui remained cold and silent, merely gazing out the window, as if perceiving something beyond the paper barrier. It appeared that your disciple had not fully shaken off his tail. Qian Bieli flicked the feather duster in his hand and cast a frigid glance at Li Tuo, who instantly felt a chill run down his spine, exclaiming in panic, "How could that be? I took great care to deter for a long while on the way back. Let us proceed. Guests should not be kept waiting," Rowan declared, rising to block Li Tuo's path. Lightly tapping his pipe, Qian Bieli regarded Rowan with a profound gaze but said nothing further. Rowan made his way to the door, and Li Tuo hastily followed, while Qian Bieli nodded at Nanshan Shui before joining them. Outside the farmhouse courtyard stood over a dozen individuals, while another 7 or 8 were within, all clad in flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring sabers at their waists, their faces set in cold, ruthless expressions. With a creak, Li Tuo opened the door, and Rowan stepped out behind him, followed by his junior disciple Cheng Wen, who noticed the absence of Qian Bieli and Nanshan Shui. Who could it be? I had no idea it was the esteemed Imperial Guards, Rowan exclaimed, his expression one of apprehension as he respectfully inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here?" Rowan appeared much like a humble farmer at this moment. Filled with trepidation, Li Tuo and his companion quickly bent at the waist, yet the Imperial Guards paid them no heed, instead stepping aside to clear a path. "Feiqian, Ho Rowan, since when did you become a farmer?" A voice emerged from behind the Imperial Guards, laced with mockery. Rowan sighed, realizing he had indeed been exposed. He then raised his head to observe 2 figures approaching along the narrow path, both donned in golden flying fish attire. Embroidered spring sabers at their waists, one bore a playful smile, while the other remained aloof and silent. Upon sighting them, Rowan's expression turned grave. With the emergence of the Imperial Guards, their rank and prowess became somewhat clearer. The white flying fish attire signified ordinary Imperial Guards, typically possessing the strength of the 2nd level of the acquired realm. The black flying fish attire represented a small flag bearer, generally at the 5th level. The blue flying fish attire indicated a commander, usually at the 8th level. The silver flying fish attire denoted a 100-man commander, typically at the peak of the acquired realm. The red flying fish attire marked a 1,000-man commander, often at the early or mid stages of the innate realm. And lastly, the golden flying fish attire was said to belong to only 4 individuals in the martial world, those being the commanding officers of the Imperial Guards. To think that 2 commanding officers would grace this occasion. Rowan mused, "May I inquire the names of the esteemed commanding officers?" The man with a playful expression replied, "Imperial Guard, by who?" The silent figure added, "Xian Wu. Bring out the rest, or you won't be able to escape." Bai Hu remarked with a smile, surveying the 7 or 8,000-man commanders and the 2 commanding officers before him. Rowan fell into silence. The sound of a blade unsheathing pierced the air, followed by a figure dashing forth. "Bai Hu, you speak too much," Xian Wu's voice echoed as he wielded his embroidered spring saber, aiming to strike at Rowan, radiating an aura of innate perfection. In that instant, Rowan's expression shifted dramatically. With a nimble leap, he narrowly evaded the attack, but as he steadied himself, Xian Wu thrust his sword into the ground and kicked at him. Rowan was forced to block with both hands. Bang! He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a pillar. No matter how adept Rowan's lightness skill, it could only allow him to exceed by 2 realms. He was merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, while Xian Wu was at the peak. Their speeds were now equal, and considering that the thieves sect primarily trained in lightness skills and stealth techniques, their martial prowess was relatively scant. "Master!" Li Tuo and his companion rushed to support him. "If you don't come out now, when will you?" Seeing Xian Wu advance with his blade, Rowan shouted desperately. Bang! The door shattered. A figure burst forth, brandishing something toward Xian Wu. "I was already waiting for you," Bai Hu sneered, stepping forward and unleashing a blade of energy that shattered several hidden weapons, leaving a scatter of silver needles on the ground. Simultaneously, Bai Hu clashed hands with the shadow, both forces pushing against one another before separating and landing. Bai Hu glanced at his frostbitten hand, snorting coldly, then observed as his palm turned crimson, the frost melting into droplets. "If your cultivation were just a tad higher, perhaps I would have been caught. Bai Hu's expression darkened as he spoke. Point one must conduct themselves with the same caution as Xian Wu. Qian Bieli swallowed the blood in his mouth, his gaze icy as he regarded Bai Hu. The Imperial Guards were indeed formidable. Bai Hu swung his blade once more, and the two battlefields exchanged blows. Yet Bai Hu and Xian Wu held the upper hand, however being from a hidden sect. Their methods and skills were exceedingly troublesome. Astonishingly, even those at the mid-stage of the innate realm could contend with them. In the darkness, Xian Wu leaped into the air, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. His inner force surged into his blade. With a single slash, the blade's energy cleaved through the air. Not good. Rowan's face paled, panic flooding his eyes. That strike. He could not withstand it. Certain death loomed as he beheld the deathly aura of the blade's energy. Rowan felt utterly drained, suppressed by its force. It was over. Just then, a blue ice arrow shot through the air, emanating a terrifying energy. The two collided, producing a shockwave. Who? Bai Hu and Xian Wu's expressions shifted slightly. They had only sensed the presence of 4 individuals. How could there be a 5th? Either this person possessed an exceptionally high level of concealment or was at a cultivation level surpassing theirs. Most likely at the transformation realm. Xian Wu looked up, only to see a slender white figure atop the roof, illuminated by the full moon behind her. The moonlight bathed her in a cold, noble radiance, as though a celestial being had descended. Ice Maiden, Nanshan Shui, Bai Hu severed Qian Bieli with a blade, squinting as he spoke. Upon hearing Bai Hu's words, Qian Bieli clutched his chest in surprise. Bai Hu's ease in recognizing Nanshan Shui implied that the hidden sect had infiltrated the Imperial Guards. Although Nanshan Shui had emerged occasionally, few had witnessed her. Yet Xian Wu paid no heed to such matters. To obstruct the Imperial Guards was to obstruct the Emperor. Die, he declared, slashing directly at Nanshan Shui. The blade's energy raged forth. Nanshan Shui remained silent, her delicate hand waving, summoning several ice arrows to coalesce in the air. Xian Wu cleaved through the ice arrows, but in the next moment, Nanshan Shui vanished from sight. Xian Wu's brow furrowed as he reflexively slashed backward with his embroidered spring saber. At that moment, Nanshan Shui produced a soft sword from seemingly nowhere, meeting Xian Wu's blade. In a clash, she followed up with a palm strike. Though it appeared gentle, it radiated a chilling frost. When Xian Wu met her strike, he let out a muffled grunt and staggered back. At the peak of the innate realm, wielding the inner force of the transformation realm, Xian Wu's expression grew grave as he spoke, his left hand trembling slightly, water droplets cascading down. Hooks, he uttered coldly to Dio not forget. He is not alone. Previously, it was merely unnecessary. Indeed, the 8 Imperial Guards surrounding Nanshan Shui retreated a step, adopting a bow stance, wielding fine iron chains coiled at their waists, one end tipped with claws. 6 simultaneously hurled their chains, which intertwined in midair. Nanshan Shui's eyes narrowed slightly as she spun upward. The remaining 2 rushed toward her, but Nanshan Shui repelled one with a palm. At that moment, Xian Wu slashed from behind. Nanshan Shui furrowed her brow. Frost, a clear, cold voice resonated. In an instant, Xian Wu and the others felt as if they had entered an icy realm. Their bodies chilled to the core. The ground swiftly froze, and snowflakes began to swirl in the air. Xian Wu felt as though he were encased in ice, his inner force seemingly frozen, unable to circulate. In the next moment, Nanshan Shui turned, pointing a finger at Xian Wu's forehead. So audacious, Bai Hu roared, hastening to intercept Nanshan Shui with a blade. Moments later, Xian Wu broke free from the icy grip within him, his expression dark and solemn as he regarded the ice maiden before him. Though the freeze lasted but seconds, it was lethal enough. You deal with those 4. Bai Hu commanded the others, with Rowan and Qian Bieli both injured. They were sufficient to handle the remainder. Now, the most troublesome was the woman before them. Ice Maiden, the prodigy of the Xian men. Bai Hu stood aloft, his blade raised, declaring, "Anyone who dares to harm the Emperor or jeopardize the court shall perish." Simultaneously, Xian Wu and Bai Hu launched their attacks. In the courtyard, the 8,000-man commanders surrounded Rowan and Qian Bieli. "Let's go," Rowan, seeing Xian Wu and Bai Hu ensnared, turned to flee without a second thought. Just as he leaped, 2,000-man commanders stepped forward, their hooks flying out. Rowan deftly evaded with his lightness skills, Yet Li Tuo and his companion were captured. As he soared above the courtyard, Rowan's pupils dilated. Countless arrows were raining down. Innate vigor. Rowan shouted urgently. The innate masters are not easily caught. Aside from flight, they possess their own innate vigor. A wave of arrows was deflected, but in the next instant, a hook ensnared Rowan's foot. It was over. Rowan silently lamented. At that moment, 2 more 1,000-man commanders flew in, their hooks also launching. Rowan attempted to struggle, but the force from below threw him off balance. And his hands were bound. With a fierce tug, Rowan was thrown to the ground. Just as he rose, 2 blades were pressed against his neck. The Jinyui, skilled in grappling techniques, specifically target those adept in lightness skills. Meanwhile, under the assault of 3 Qianhu, Qian Bieli has also been captured. In the air, the blade's aura surged, and a chilling energy spread. Ice descended. At this moment, Nanshan Shui furrowed her brows tightly, observing the situation below. With a gentle breath, it seemed as though the very air was filled with the sound of freezing. The cold was oppressive. The entire courtyard appeared to be encased in ice, with people frozen in place. White Tiger and Xuanwu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gravity. This move possessed the power of transformation. White Tiger's Azura slash. With both hands gripping the blade, White Tiger's aura surged. He struck down fiercely, cleaving the air with a visible scar of blade energy. Xuanwu's Azura cleave. Xuanwu reversed his grip on the Xiuquan knife, delivering an upward slash. Witnessing the 2 streams of blade energy, even Nanshan Shui felt a sense of danger in her heart. Shield Mountain Talisman. In the next moment, Nanshan Shui threw out a yellow paper talisman. The talisman radiated a golden light, directly blocking the blade energy. Then, in the following second, 2 more talismans flew out. 2 icy gales erupted from the talismans. Instantly, White Tiger and Xuanwu were blown back several meters, barely managing to defend themselves with innate vital energy. Following this, a thick fog arose, enveloping the entire village. After a while, the 2 streams of blade energy broke through the sky, and the fog in the courtyard dispersed, revealing the scene within. At this moment, several Qianhu had mingled in, while the remaining ones stood still, their faces contorted in pain, with a yellow talisman affixed to their backs. Luo 1, Qian Bieli, and the other 4 were nowhere to be seen. Outside the courtyard, the Jinyui had also infiltrated. White Tiger and Xuanwu's expressions darkened as they tore off the yellow paper, which bore the image of a mountain, urging those Jinyui subdued by the talismans to awaken the others. The expressions of White Tiger and Xuanwu in the courtyard were grim. 2 commanding officers had failed in their mission, bringing disgrace to the Jinyui. Ice Maiden Nanshan Shui. A glint of ferocity flickered in White Tiger's eyes. At this moment, deep within a mountain forest, Luo suddenly halted, immediately spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Qian Bieli fared little better, both sitting cross-legged to recuperate, while Li Tuo stood guard nearby. Meanwhile, perched on a branch, Nanshan Shui, clad in white, was also quietly restoring her inner strength. This battle had made them acutely aware of the terror of the Jinyui. It should be noted that although Nanshan Shui had only attained innate perfection, her inner energy was comparable to that of someone in the mid-stage of transformation. Those 2 commanding officers had managed to fight for so long relying solely on their innate perfection, demonstrating the depth of their inner strength. Chapter 035. Midnight ambush in the military camp of Yunchuan County. Qin Xiong and Xie Xian scrutinized the map before them, surrounded by their generals, according to the reports from scouts. Gongsun Yin and his reinforcements had taken refuge in Linshan County, an area characterized by rugged terrain and dense forests. It seemed they aimed to limit your cavalry. Xie Xian turned to Qin Xiong, noting their cleverness, but lamented that they were unaware of who their true adversary was. Qin Xiong, glancing at the dispatch in his hand, smiled slightly. Since they were cavalry, he had arrived first, fortuitously encountering the warfare and leading men to slay the enemy, leading them to believe they were merely facing cavalry. Yet, they seemed to forget that there were 2 battlefronts. Then I shall leave 10,000 Xuanjia troops for you, just in case. Agreed. Xie Xian did not refuse. If Gongsun Yin and his men abandoned the city and fled, pursuing them with cavalry would be far swifter than running on foot. Soon, a cloud of dust billowed as black banners fluttered. The direction of their advance was indeed towards Shangjuan. "Now let us see about my Beifu army." Xie Xian smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the map, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. Lost in thought did I end Shangjuan. Tiani held a letter in his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. He remained silent. Gongsun Yin had actually been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat, as one who also attacked the Great Zhou. He had some understanding of Gongsun Yin, not a top-tier general by any means, but certainly not lacking. He never expected such a swift downfall. However, upon reading the contents of the letter, it also seemed quite reasonable. He had not anticipated that the Zhou kingdom possessed heavy cavalry. Their numbers were no less than 70,000. Once they finished dealing with Han, reclaiming Hedong would undoubtedly be their next step. By then, they would be flanked on two sides. With this thought, Tian he immediately ordered the preparation of meals for an offensive towards Heshi. Simultaneously, he headed to the adjacent military camp, which served as his anchor. Zhao State was close to the Xiongnu, renowned for their cavalry. Thus, Zhao's cavalry was the best equipped. Not only did they have light cavalry, but also heavy cavalry, besides Tiani's 100,000 troops stationed in Shangjuan. There were also 30,000 Zhao border cavalry. The Zhao emperor had specifically deployed them from the front lines as a precaution. Tian he had thought he would not need them, but it seemed he truly required their assistance. The commander of the Zhao border cavalry heard Tian he's request and agreed without hesitation. However, just as Tian he returned to the military camp, a soldier reported that a cavalry force was galloping towards them. Halting 50 miles away at the location of the Xiaoyao king's army, Tian he was instantly taken aback. What were the cavalry commanders thinking? A two-front assault, to simultaneously capture two counties. Such confidence in a one-on-two scenario. It might just be possible with the Xiaoyao king's army. No, I must devise a thorough plan. Tiani hurriedly returned to his tent. That night, Tiani rode on horseback, gazing at the assembled troops before him. With a row of formidable Zhao border cavalry ahead. Advance. Tian he contemplated all afternoon and resolved to take the initiative. A night raid. A total of 130,000 troops. Tian he decided to send 30,000 Zhao border cavalry for a rapid strike on the Zhou army's main camp. 90,000 troops were lined up not far away, poised for an offensive. If the cavalry raid failed, they could return for support. The remaining 10,000, Tian he stationed on a hillside along the route. If they truly faced defeat, this 1,000 could utilize the terrain to delay the enemy and buy time for escape. For this, Tian he had prepared 10 siege crossbows, lined up in order. The crossbow's impact and lethality could instill fear even in postnatal warriors. The army's ability to suppress warriors relied on sheer numbers and such weaponry. In the darkness, Tian he and the cavalry advanced stealthily, yet swiftly, standing in a relatively elevated dense forest through the trees. They could see the Zhou army's camp illuminated in the distance. Outside, only a few soldiers patrolled. Tian he felt a sense of foreboding. The patrolling soldiers seemed rather sparse. Moreover, the Zhou camp appeared too quiet. Yet, through the light, he could see shadows moving within some tents. In an instant, Tian he ceased his contemplation. Delay could lead to change. Opportunities were fleeting. Charge! Tian he loosed an arrow from his bow, striking a soldier. With a shout, the Zhao border cavalry surged forth like leopards, bursting from the forest and down the slope, swift and fierce. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The patrolling Zhou soldiers immediately noticed but shouted as they turned to flee. On horseback, the Zhao border cavalry drew their bows in unison. A volley of arrows soared towards the Zhou camp. The Zhao border cavalry were light cavalry, seasoned from years of battle against the Xiongnu. Thus their archery skills were exceptional. Armed with bows and arrows, they swiftly penetrated the military camp. Drawing their specialized curved sabers, they slashed at anything in sight, killing any foes they encountered. A cavalryman sliced through a tent, revealing the occupants within, only to find they were straw dummies. Quickly, everyone realized something was amiss. The tents were filled with straw dummies. Moreover, a smell of oil wafted through the air. In that moment, the cavalry commander turned pale, his expression shifting dramatically. He hastily turned his horse around. An ambush! Retreat! Quickly retreat! Retreat! The cavalry commander shouted loudly, leading the surrounding cavalry towards the camp's exit. Just then, countless fire arrows shot from the surrounding woods towards the Zhou camp. Boom! The fire arrows landed on the straw, igniting it instantly. In the blink of an eye, the Zhou camp erupted into a sea of flames. Many Zhao cavalrymen, caught off guard, were thrown from their horses. Some were directly trapped in the inferno. The cavalry commander, bursting forth, bellowed, "Form ranks! Do not panic." Fortunately, the Zhao border cavalry were also well-trained and quickly adjusted, but just as they did, the ground trembled violently from the dense woods on both sides. A sea of dark cavalry surged forth. "Engage the enemy!" The Zhao border cavalry commander roared, brandishing his curved saber. The Zhao border cavalry immediately dispersed, launching an attack on the flanks of the Xuanjiao army. Head-on confrontation. Who would be foolish enough to pit light cavalry against heavy cavalry directly? The Zhao border cavalry aimed to leverage their agility to maneuver against the Xuanjiao army, yet they overlooked the soldiers' strength. A Zhao border cavalryman with foundational strength at the first or second stage was already considered elite. However, every single soldier of the Xuanjiao army was in the late stage of foundational training. The disparity was staggering. Soon, the two armies clashed. Shadows of black and yellow surged back and forth across the battlefield. The sounds of horses neighing and weapons clashing filled the air. Not far away, Tian He and his deputy watched the chaos on the battlefield, shuddering involuntarily. Thankfully, he had not charged down earlier. Tian He thought to himself, feeling a surge of fear. He never imagined his plan would be deciphered. Tian He immediately turned his horse towards the distant army. He could only rely on the main forces now. Moreover, he could not bear to watch as all 30,000 Zhao border cavalry were annihilated here. Yet, when Tian He arrived, he was left speechless. Chaos reigned before him, the sounds of slaughter echoing. His own army had already engaged in combat. The enemy was none other than the Xiaoyao army. "General, the enemy has suddenly emerged. We are surrounded." A bloodied officer rushed over to report. "Damn it!" Tian He exclaimed furiously, his face flushed with anger. He still could not comprehend how this had happened. This was clearly not enemy anticipation. Someone had betrayed them. How could they locate his concealed army so swiftly, clearly knowing their position? "Damn it. Don't let me find out who it is. I'll make them wish for death." Tian He roared in rage. He immediately ordered a retreat towards the Zhou camp. Tian He commanded. With 3 routes sealed, they could either fight their way out or retreat to regroup with the Zhao border cavalry, though they would be surrounded. They had no choice but to switch positions and break through. They would use infantry to hold off the heavy cavalry. Let the Zhao border cavalry carve out a path. Bring the crossbows. Tian He let out a furious curse. This contraption will be essential for our breakout. Soon, the remaining crossbows were hoisted by 8 men each as they fled. A throng of warriors fought while retreating. Before long, Tian He spotted Zhao Bian cavalry engaged in battle not far away. However, the Zhao Bian cavalry was also suffering heavy casualties, although their agility posed a challenge to the Xuanjiao army. The latter's armor provided formidable defense. It would take several strikes from the Zhao Bian cavalry's curved sabers to inflict even a single wound. Yet should they be caught by the Xuanjiao army, a single spear thrust would spell their doom. "Loosen the bolts," Tian He shouted. With a whoosh, long arrows soared through the air. 4 Xuanjia soldiers, caught unawares, were pierced and fell from their mounts. Fire again. Another volley of 4 arrows flew forth, claiming another 4 Xuanjia soldiers. "Change positions," Tian He cried out. The commander of the Zhao Bian cavalry, amidst the chaos of battle, understood immediately and, under the cover of the crossbows, led his men to break through towards Tian He. The light cavalry quickly distanced themselves from the heavy cavalry that as the Zhao Bian cavalry approached. Tian He shouted, "Form a shield wall." Rows of soldiers stood firm. Crouching low, their shields raised to create a defensive line. Behind them, another line of soldiers wielding long spears awaited. As the Xuanjia army charged, the rear soldiers thrust their spears forward. Several of the Xuanjia cavalry's horses collapsed instantly. Yet the shield wall was soon disrupted by the Xuanjia army's onslaught. Those holding shields were either trampled underfoot or thrown from their horses. The first engagement descended in a chaos kill. Tian He commanded the remaining soldiers to charge. The battlefield became a gruesome scene of blood and carnage. However, Tian He observed it all with indifference. Compassion has no place in warfare. On the battlefield, it is either you or me who will perish. Meanwhile, with the Zhao Bian cavalry's unrelenting charge and some Zhao soldiers' advance, A bloody path was finally carved out. Immediately, he led those beside him to dash toward that bloodied route. Soon, more Zhao soldiers, witnessing this, retreated and surged toward the same path. Ultimately, relying on his innate strength and the soldiers surrounding him, he managed to break through. Upon emerging, he shouted, "Move out," without a glance back at the soldiers behind. Those who abandon their troops, are they worthy of being commanders? Qin Xiong scoffed at the fleeing figures. Kill. Soon, without a leader, the surrounded Zhao army was utterly annihilated. The Xuanjiao army, emboldened by their success, pursued relentlessly. They continued their chase until they reached a high mountain slope, where the ambushed Zhao soldiers hurled logs and boulders to block the path, forcing the Xuanjiao army to halt, watching the panic-stricken figures fade into the dawn's light. This battle had decimated the Zhao forces stationed at Shangjuan. It was hardly a concern. Chapter 036. A heavenly army descends in Linshan County. Qian Zhanfang sat uneasily in the hall. "Old Qian, what troubles you?" Gong Sunyan, noticing his distress, quickly inquired. "We are well prepared, and as defenders of the city, we should have no issues." Gong Sunyan reassured him, "No, I fear that the Zhou army may employ some devious tactics." "Surely not. They wouldn't dare send cavalry to storm the city, would they? Even if the Xiaorao army were to attack, it would pose no problem. The mountainous terrain is not favorable for cavalry. We both know that. Do you think no one in the Zhou army is aware of this? And in recent days, the Zhou army has made no moves. Isn't that good? It has granted us time. The quieter it is, the more unsettling it becomes. Is the water source being checked daily? Is there any unusual activity with the food supplies? Is the city constantly on the lookout for suspicious individuals? All is arranged. I hope for a smooth outcome." Qian Zhanfang sighed, a vague sense of foreboding gnawing at him. He felt they would face defeat. At this moment, atop a cliff, the terrain was elevated, offering a sweeping view of the surrounding area. Not far below, a city glimmered with lights. Linshan County. On the cliff, a group of individuals clad in black attire gathered, their gazes resolute, with large, kite-like contraptions resting behind them. "This time, you will have no assistance before the main army enters the city. You will fight alone. His Majesty has declared that military merits will be rewarded with titles and lands. This is your moment to establish your legacy. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Beifu army." Xie Xian addressed the 1,000 men before him with gravity. "Yes," the group responded in unison. "Tomorrow night, at this time, when you see the assault on the city, it will be your cue to act. Lu Laoji, you shall lead them." Xie Xian patted his deputy's shoulder earnestly, "that I will not disappoint the general's expectations." Lu Laoji knelt respectfully. Xie Xian nodded and turned to gaze over the landscape from the cliff's edge. What height this mountain holds! It offers such a vast view, yet it sends a chill through the bones. What vastness does His Majesty envision? What coldness! We, as loyal subjects, must clear the obstacles for His Majesty. With that, Xie Xian bowed slightly towards the direction of the Zhou kingdom. That a peaceful night passed. The next day, under the cover of darkness, torches illuminated the city walls, and lanterns were erected as soldiers patrolled diligently. Is the general being overly cautious? There has been no activity for several days. Humph. What do you know? In warfare, to be careless is to court death. Exactly, and you did not participate in the previous battle. It was utterly brutal. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have lost my life. A soldier recounted, shaken. Despite all the defenses, they can only launch a frontal assault. With the walls in place, even heavy cavalry cannot breach them. What is there to fear? Surely they cannot fly in. Another soldier retorted dismissively. Wait, is that a figure ahead? Suddenly, a soldier noted movement just beyond the city walls, spotting a row of flags fluttering in the moonlight. Squinting, he discerned a red character for Zhou written upon them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The enemy is here! Quick! Sound the alarm! Enemy attack! Instantly, the soldiers shouted, readying themselves for battle. What is happening? Qian Zhanfang and Gong Sunyan received reports and rushed to the city walls. Gazing at the approaching army, it's the Zhou army. No cavalry, just infantry. Qian Zhanfang observed, frowning but not entirely surprised. Xie Xian commanded the Beifu army to halt 3 miles from the walls. Beyond that lay the horse traps Qian Zhanfang had prepared. General Qian. It is General Qian Zhanfang of Han. Xie Xian rode forward, calling out to the walls with a voice imbued with inner strength. "Who are you?" Qian Zhanfang did not retreat, boldly responding, "I am Xie Xian, commander of the Beifu army." Upon seeing the youthful Xie Xian and the disciplined, formidable Beifu army behind him, Qian Zhanfang realized the young general's capabilities. "General Qian, renowned for your bravery and strategy, your name is known across the 7 kingdoms. Why not serve His Majesty in the Zhou kingdom?" "Ah, such is merely a hollow title. I am a man of Han, and I shall always remain so. The late emperor showed me great favor. How could I be ungrateful?" Xie Xian said nothing more, for he had not expected a few words would sway the enemy to surrender. Glancing at the sky, he waved his hand, and the Beifu army drew their swords in unison. Attack! In an instant, the Beifu army surged forward, their siege engines launching projectiles. In this era, there were no firearms. Soon, the vicinity of the city walls transformed into a scene of carnage, a feast of blood and fire. On the cliff, witnessing the turmoil below, Lu Laoji knew that the general had made his move. "Follow me. We shall fulfill our mission at all costs," Lu Laoji shouted, biting down on his short knife. Not only to carry it, but also to stifle any noise. Grasping the large kite's handle, he took a running leap from the cliff. Gliding through the air, one by one, they followed, resembling bats in the night. On the city walls, Qian Zhanfang felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he watched the fearless Beifu army below, astonished by the iron-willed soldiers under Xie Xian's command. "They're coming! Pour the oil! Quick, fire!" In the air, Lu Laoji soared over the city gate. Gaining sight of the streets below, he dove from a height and landed directly in front of the city gate, where a group of soldiers was fortifying and defending it. Upon seeing Lu Laoji descend from above, they were momentarily stunned. Then panic set in, prompting cries of "The enemy has entered the city! Kill! Quickly kill!" Before long, 1,000 Beifu soldiers had successfully parachuted into the fray. "Kill!" Upon landing, the soldiers drew their short knives and charged forth, shouting, "Protect the city gate! Kill! Seize the gate! Kill!" Lu Laoji led the charge in a battle, and chaos erupted at the city gate. Hearing the commotion from within, Qian Zhanfang's brow furrowed in anger. Noticing his reaction, Gong Sunyan quickly dispatched someone to investigate. Before the messenger could depart, a soldier rushed in, breathless with alarm. "A group has breached the city and is currently seizing the gate." Upon hearing this, both Qian Zhanfang and Gong Sunyan's expressions shifted dramatically. Unable to fathom how they had infiltrated, when informed that they had flown in, Qian Zhanfang finally understood, followed by a bitter smile. "Ah, youth, such boundless imagination! I have grown too cautious in my old age." Qian Zhanfang raised his head to gaze at a distant towering mountain. After a lifetime of battles, he found himself retreating further with each engagement, his thoughts becoming increasingly rigid. "Gong Sunyan, you must immediately lead a team to annihilate that group. They cannot be numerous." "Understood." Gong Sunyan promptly assembled several thousand men and rushed to the city gates. Where upon arrival, he witnessed 2 factions locked in fierce combat. "Charge!" Gong Sunyan cleaved the nearby Beifu soldiers in twain with a single stroke, then leaped into the air to confront Lu Laoji, whom he discerned to be the commander of this contingent. "Seize the city gate!" Lu Laoji shouted to his men before charging towards Gong Sunyan. With a resounding clash, their blades met, and in an instant, Lu Laoji felt the tumult of blood and energy surging within him. His face flushed. The disparity between innate and acquired strength was staggering. Boom! Gong Sunyan swung his blade again, his mind devoid of thoughts of mercy or surrender. His sole desire was to eradicate the foe before him. Time was of the essence. Breaking army blade. Lu Laoji bellowed, his arms straining as he unleashed a wave of blade energy, causing Gong Sunyan's expression to shift. Such prowess was typically the domain of the innate. He could not afford to show mercy. In mere moments, Lu Laoji was drenched in blood, panting heavily. Above, Gong Sunyan's demeanor darkened as he aimed his blade at Lu Laoji's head. Suddenly, a grappling hook soared through the air, knocking Gong Sunyan's weapon from his grasp. "Who is it?" Panic flickered in Gong Sunyan's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings gravely. At that moment, 5 figures emerged on the street, dressed as farmers, merchants, or tavern workers, each wielding a distinctive long blade. The leader, resembling a beggar in tattered clothing yet with piercing eyes and a cold expression, declared the Jin Yi of the Great Zhou, the beggar coldly intoned, swiftly revealing a glimmering blade, the embroidered spring knife. Long ago, Yi Yu had discreetly dispatched 2 teams of Jin Yi to infiltrate Shangjuan and Hudong. If a battle was to ensue, preparations were imperative. A surge of innate energy erupted, causing Gong Sun Yan's pupils to constrict. The 5 behind him were all perfected in their acquired stages. It was over. A chill gripped Gong Sun Yan's heart as he urgently instructed a trusted aide. Quickly report to General Qian. The city gate may not hold. He then engaged the beggar in combat. With Gong Sun Yan occupied, Lu Laoji and his companions rushed towards the city gate. The struggle atop the walls remained brutal. Although Qian Zhanfang faced forward, his heart remained anxious for the city gate. Just then, a soldier hurriedly approached, reporting, General Qian, Jin Yi have appeared within the city. General Gongsun is being detained by an innate Jin Yi. He has sent word that the city gate may not be held. I implore you to prepare. What? Qian Zhanfang clenched his beard tightly, nearly tearing it from his face, his countenance grave and somber. He turned to the distant figure of Xie Xian, who remained unfazed on his steed, and for a fleeting moment, he was transported back to his youth. However, regaining his composure, Qian Zhanfang ordered, all remaining soldiers in the city, gather at the north gate, take the provisions, burn what cannot be taken. In this small town of Linshan, there were only 2 gates, one for entry and the other for exit. Moments later, a sudden cry echoed. The city gate has been breached. What? The city gate has fallen. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhanfang exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had aged in an instant. This battle was lost. He understood. Without hesitation, he commanded an evacuation of the city. Everyone retreating through the north gate. He uttered not a word regarding Gong Sun Yan, simply remaining silent as they departed. In that moment, as the city gate crumbled, Qian Zhanfang knew Gong Sun Yan would not return. This time they had suffered another defeat. Linshan had fallen. On the forest road, Qian Zhanfang looked back at the still brightly lit Linshan, sighed heavily, and followed the army away. Chapter 037. Perfection in Innate Stage. Civil Official Gift Pack. Your Majesty, reports from the front indicate that General Qin has achieved a resounding victory over the Zhao army, annihilating 90,000 foes, and is currently pursuing the remnants of Zhao's forces. The recovery of Shangjuan is imminent. Similarly, General Xie has conquered Linshan, slaying the enemy commander Gong Sun Yan, and has reclaimed 2/3 of Hudong. At this moment in the court, Wei Yin was relaying the news, his face brimming with excitement. I am aware, Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, having already received this information through the Jin Yi. Is there anything else? He inquired in a languid tone. Below him, Wei Yin and several others exchanged glances. And Wei Yin stepped forward respectfully, saying, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Speak. As Your Majesty approaches adulthood, there are no consorts in the harem. I earnestly beseech you to select a consort to better serve you and alleviate your burdens, while also strengthening the royal lineage. Yi raised an eyebrow, sitting up a bit straighter, and he had expected something of significance, but this was merely a suggestion to take a consort. At least he had not considered this yet. The nation had yet to flourish. How could he indulge in matters of the heart? Well, I suppose one should at least desire a companion they truly like. Yi mused, and I am merely 17. There is no rush. The nation is not yet prosperous. How could I indulge in romance? This matter shall not be discussed further. Yi Yu resolutely declined. However, upon hearing such noble sentiments, Wei Yin and the others were nearly brought to tears, astonished by the emperor's lofty ideals, truly devoted to the nation and its people. Long live your majesty! Long live! They cried, suddenly kneeling in reverence. Had they misinterpreted something? Yi Yu was momentarily bewildered by their abrupt prostration. Rise! Just then a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Please check in immediately. Check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in and gaining 30 years of cultivation. What? Yi Yu was taken aback with delight. He had actually gained cultivation. Previously, he had practiced but was only at the acquired 3rd stage, possessing some exclusive techniques of the Ji family. Boom! In an instant, his blood surged, internal energy coursing through him, a new power merging within his being. Acquired 5th stage, acquired perfection. Innate early stage, innate late stage, boom, innate perfection. His cultivation soared to perfection in an instant, transforming him into a formidable expert. Ding, congratulations, host. You have one chance to draw. Draw ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Civil Official Gift Pack. Civil Official Gift Pack? Open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the team of Feng Xianli. Du Ru Hui, Zhang Juzheng, Yu Qian, Hua Guang, Wei Zheng, and Bao Zheng. What a stroke of luck. You couldn't help but feel elated. What one wishes for often comes to fruition. This would greatly ease his burdens. Among them, the Bao Zheng team included Bao Zheng, Gong Sun Su, Zhang Zhao, Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, a total of 7 individuals. Zhang Zhao was at the innate late stage, while Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu were at the acquired late stage. Soon, Yu issued an order to establish a cabinet, integrating these individuals into it, appointing Bao Zheng as the special envoy, tasked with touring the nation and addressing wrongful verdicts. He bestowed upon him the Emperor's treasured sword, granting him the authority to act on behalf of the Emperor. He could adjudicate matters involving both nobles and commoners, executing those beneath the third rank directly, while those above could be detained and brought back to the imperial city for sentencing. For Yu, who had seemingly plucked capable individuals from thin air, Wei Yin and the others were no longer surprised. Recognizing the competence of those he had chosen, court dismissed. Bang. Han Qian slammed the battle report heavily onto the table, gazing expressionlessly out the window. The ministers below lowered their heads in silence, their expressions betraying their unease. Xuanjia Army. Heavy cavalry? Beifu Army. After a long while, Han Qian spoke softly. These pieces of intelligence have only just come to light, and they were revealed by others. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure immediately knelt before him. Please, your majesty, temper your anger. Xin Ying's face was pale with fear. Jinluan Guard, I entrust this matter to you, Shining. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yes, I guarantee it. In an instant, Shining felt a weight of pressure. His heart filled with trepidation. Are there 2 factions of Jianghu forces in Guanya? Han Qian suddenly inquired. Reporting to your majesty, indeed. One is the Menghu Gang, the other the Changing Sect. Both are third-rate forces. Led by individuals at the acquired perfection stage, they recently pledged allegiance to the court. Zhu Yin and another rose to speak. Since they have allied with the court, let them contribute. Have them organize their disciples to support Xian Zhanfang. This time, I shall dispatch a martial army and see who is superior. Yes, soon, in Guanya, the area closest to the Zhou kingdom, a force of 2,000 men set forth towards Hedong. Concurrently, in Zhao State, Emperor Zhao Yang glared at the battle report in his hands, his expression darkening. 130,000, reduced to merely 30,000. Tunhe, that fool. I demand his head, father. That would be unwise. Changing generals in the midst of battle is a grave taboo. Moreover, the primary blame lies with the traitors. General Tian bears no major responsibility. Crown Prince Zhao Jing hastily interjected. Now, only 30,000 Zhao troops remain in Shanjuan. They may not hold out. What do the ministers propose? Should we continue to defend or retreat? The gathered ministers exchanged glances, yet none spoke up. Silence reigned. Zhao Yang's anger flared. Crown Prince, in my view, we should continue the fight and dispatch reinforcements. We could mobilize the nearby Zhao border cavalry. Otherwise, if we withdraw now, we would lose face for our great Zhao and undermine our national prestige. The third prince, Zhao Yu, interjected, casting a glance at Zhao Jing, his eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Father, that would be ill-advised. The Zhao border cavalry is tasked with defending against the Xiongnu. If we hastily withdraw them, what will happen if the Xiongnu strike unexpectedly? Furthermore, according to intelligence, the Zhou kingdom is deploying heavy cavalry. It is exceedingly challenging for us to contend with them. Engaging them would only result in unnecessary casualties. In my humble opinion, we ought to relinquish Shangjuan entirely and retreat to the borders to bolster our defenses. Shangjuan was never ours to begin with. The state of Zhou will inevitably reclaim it, and being so deeply entrenched within Zhou's territory, we are bound to encounter logistical issues with our provisions. Given this, it would be more prudent to return Shangjuan to the Great Zhou. Eldest brother, Shangjuan was arduously captured by our Zhao army, and now you propose we return it to Great Zhou. Can you truly justify this to the brave souls who perished in the struggle? The sixth Prince Zhao Xian suddenly interjected, his eyes glinting with ill intent. Ha! Sixth brother, when have I ever suggested returning Shanjuan in its entirety to Great Zhou? Zhao Jing retorted with a cold smirk. If we cannot prevail, then we shall strip Shanjuan of all its resources and wealth and bring them back to Zhao, leaving Great Zhou with a territory riddled with wounds and in ruins. Furthermore, Zhou cannot simply abandon Shanjuan. This strategy will also deplete Zhou's treasury and strength. As Zhao Jing articulated his thoughts, the ministers below were momentarily enlightened, and a spark of realization flashed in Zhao Yang's eyes. If that is the case, why not eliminate all the inhabitants of Shanjuan? Would that not be even better? The sixth Prince Zhao Xian suddenly proposed, and in that instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Jing and Zhao Yu gazed at Zhao Xian as if he were a fool, and the minister's expressions shifted dramatically. Even Zhao Yang's eyes flickered with a cold glimmer. Zhao Jing shook his head, realizing his sixth brother had lost all hope for the future. Let us not speak of how slaughtering innocent civilians would tarnish our reputation among the seven kingdoms, instilling fear and disdain in the hearts of the populace. Such actions might even provoke our own citizens to abandon us. Moreover, if one is to conquer a land, why resort to the massacre of its people? In that scenario, it becomes a matter of life and death. Why not resist valiantly? Beyond that, war is inherently a cause of suffering for the common folk, a means of incurring sin, that as the saying goes, heaven cherishes life, and so should humanity, to deprive them of sustenance and livelihood, and then deny them any glimmer of hope, would surely incite rebellion. As a ruler, one ought to possess at least a modicum of tolerance and benevolence. If one lacks even this, they will inevitably become a tyrant or a fool. In time, the people will rise against such a ruler. Thus, even amidst territorial disputes among the seven kingdoms, there has been little instance of mass slaughter. Only the Xiongnu are notorious for such barbarity. Old Sixth, go transcribe the Confucian classics 100 times. You may leave only when you have completed this task. This shall serve as your confinement. Yes, I shall obey. Zhao Xian's eyes glimmered with resentment and anger as he clenched his fists in silence. If that is the case, then let us proceed as the Crown Prince suggests. Yes, Chapter 038 in the Thatched Cottage, at the Xianbing Palace, the ancestral master of the Yuan Gate offers submission. Master brother, come quickly, is this truly the imperial city? How lively it is! On the bustling streets, a quirky young girl turned back, waving her hand with curiosity. Little junior sister, slow down. Do not rush. Not far behind, a group was approaching. Among them a man clad in simple white garb, his demeanor exuding warmth and charm. This was Lu Chuan. Having received the appointment to become the head of the Six Doors, he brought along all the inhabitants of the thatched cottage. Accompanying him was a young man standing over 2 meters tall, with a simple expression, carrying a petite girl dressed in red on his shoulder. These were the second senior sister Hong Ling and the seventh junior brother Su Quan from the thatched cottage. Hong Ling, who was well-versed in medicine, wore white attire like Lu Chuan, albeit more ornate, while the fourth junior brother, Bai Ju, a poison master, similarly donned elegant white clothing. Following them was the third junior brother Lin Ge, a master swordsman who remained silent with a sword on his back. The fifth junior brother Li Feihong, a master of hidden weapons, was engaged in light-hearted banter with his sister, Li Kiki. The curious girl was the little junior sister, Tang Ling. Moreover, beside Lu Chuan stood an elder, to whom Lu Chuan displayed utmost respect throughout their journey. This elder, with bright eyes and a rosy complexion, appeared as an ordinary old man, yet he possessed remarkable capabilities. Indeed, this new emperor is truly wise and virtuous. Remarkable! In scarcely a year's time, he has pulled the state of Zhou from the abyss and even elevated it further. Qi Wenyang stroked his beard in admiration. Master brother, have you encountered this Zhou emperor? What are your impressions? Before he knew it, Tang Ling had curiously inquired, His Majesty. Lu Chuan's mind conjured the image of a sovereign who commanded the realm with unparalleled grace and majesty. Regal and imposing, his presence loomed over all, noble and powerful, and yet ambitious. Lu Chuan supplemented in his thoughts. Meanwhile, on another street, a group of women clad in blue martial attire, adorned with intricate patterns and wielding long swords, paraded down the thoroughfare. each one more enchanting than the last, turning heads as they passed. The two leading ladies, one donned in a green silk robe with flowing hair, and the other in blue with purple patterns. Their hair tied with red ribbons, both wore veils. Among them was the princess of Xianbing Palace, Luo Qingfeng, her gaze fixed on the towering imperial palace in the distance, a joyful anticipation swelling within her heart at the thought of seeing him again. In the rear garden, a gentle breeze rustled, and a few peach blossoms spiraled down onto the water's surface. Yiyu yawned, his eyes fixed on the floating markers on the water. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to fish leisurely in the garden behind him. Chao Zhengchun stood respectfully, while Xiao Yinzi cautiously observed Li enjoying the fruits on the stone table. Zhao Yin stood nearby, discreetly surveying the surroundings. At that moment, a young eunuch stealthily approached to report to Xiao Yinzi, who promptly relayed the message to Yiyu. Your Majesty, the people from the thatched cottage and Xianbing Palace request an audience. Xiao Yinzi spoke softly. Very well. Let them come here. Yiyu yawned again, tossing the fishing rod to Chao Zhengchun and instructing Xiao Yinzi. Soon, a group arrived in the rear garden, led by the eunuch, 4 individuals, Lu Chuan, alongside the elder, Luo Qingfeng, and a companion. Upon entering, they were met with a panorama of peach blossoms. Petals danced through the air, creating a picturesque scene. By the pond, a handsome young man of remarkable poise sat at a stone table, savoring tea. The 4 immediately bowed in unison. Commoner Qi Wenyang pays his respects to Your Majesty. Commoner Su Bingyun pays his respects to Your Majesty. Commoner Luo Qingfeng pays her respects to Your Majesty. Minister Lu Chuan humbly greets Your Majesty. Before them sat a man clad in a dragon robe. Who else could it be but Yiyu? Today, he wore martial attire adorned with a 5-clawed golden dragon, his sleeves elegantly tailored. Rise. Yiyu took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly to as the 4 stood. Luo Qingfeng discreetly observed the man before her. Qi Wenyang, for the first time, beheld the almost legendary Zhou Emperor. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and a demeanor of indifference that exuded an air of superiority, yet within his depths lay ambition and chill, a clear indication that this emperor was no benevolent ruler. Meanwhile, the woman beside Luo Qingfeng was also scrutinizing him intently. Speak. What brings you here? Yiyu inquired directly, lacking the patience to allow them to beat around the bush. Commoner Qi Wenyang, the founder of the thatched cottage, wishes to pledge allegiance to Your Majesty. Commoner Su Bingyun, the elder of Xianbing Palace, wishes to pledge allegiance to Your Majesty. Oh. Yiyu set down his teacup, somewhat surprised that he had anticipated that these individuals would return to their domains before any notable leaders would come forth. He had not expected them to appear in person to offer their submission. Excellent. What is your current strength? Yiyu inquired, his surprise quickly replaced by indifference. Commoner is of mid-level transformation. Commoner is also of mid-level transformation. In that case, you shall serve as my vassals for the Great Zhou, Yiyu declared, having decided that acquiring additional strength was advantageous. Your Majesty, the Yuan Gate seeks an audience. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in to report. The Yuan Gate? Yiyu had assumed that after his previous remarks, the Yuan Gate would have been stirred into action, yet there had been no response, not even a participation in the martial arts assembly. Let him enter. Soon, a solitary figure stepped forth, clad in a green Taoist robe with a white beard, carrying a Taoist sword on his back, and sporting a traditional Taoist topknot, exuding an aura of authority as he walked. Commoner Jing Xian, salutations to Your Majesty. Upon seeing Yiyu, Jing Xian bowed respectfully. What is it? Have you come to a decision, or are you prepared to issue a challenge? Yiyu's gaze bore into the elder Taoist, his tone cool. Your Majesty, forgive my intrusion. I come on behalf of the Yuan Gate, wishing to submit and pledge allegiance to the Great Zhou. Jing Xian hastily bowed again, speaking with utmost respect. Wonderful. The Yuan Gate is known for its expertise in astrology and geomancy. Thus, you shall become part of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. You shall serve as a vassal of the Great Zhou. How does that sound? Yiyu toyed with his teacup, a playful glint in his voice. Your Majesty's acknowledgement of the Yuan Gate and the elder is indeed an immense honor. Jing Xian bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. Witnessing this scene, Qi Wenyang and Su Bingyun exchanged glances filled with mixed emotions and reflections. It was worth noting that the Yuan Gate had once been the guardian sect of the Great Zhou, and now it had become a subordinate. Even they were caught in this transformation. One could not help but concede that this emperor truly possessed remarkable skills and abilities, surpassing his predecessors. Moreover, he was merely 17, a true youthful hero. At this moment, Luo Qingfeng, standing beside Su Bingyuan, gazed at Yi Yu with rapt attention, her heart racing at the sight of his commanding presence. Especially recalling that encounter at Baihe Mountain, her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed. She seemed to have forgotten her dignity as a palace master. Noticing the peculiar look in their princess's eyes, Su Bingyuan was taken aback, glancing between Yi Yu and Luo Qingfeng, wondering in disbelief. What is happening? Could this possibly be a case of an old bull courting a tender calf? Chapter 039. A petition to the emperor. In the early morning, as the bell tolled, the gates of the imperial city swung open. Outside, a long line of people had already formed, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter after a thorough inspection. The entrance to the imperial city bustled with life, with a constant stream of comers and goers, each absorbed in their own affairs, oblivious to one another. Amongst the throng, no one paid heed to the frail old man. His hair a stark white, his gait unsteady, and his tattered garments a testament to his plight. Yet his eyes gleamed with resolute determination that he limped into the city. Qinglong Street, one of the four main thoroughfares of the imperial city, led to the gates of the palace. The Qinglong Gate, the cobblestone pathway, was lined with countless inns and establishments, while the willows swayed gracefully at the roadside, and the air was filled with the sounds of laughter and play among tourists and passers-by. The street was alive with a vibrant energy, yet the old man seemed blind to the surroundings, his gaze fixated straight ahead, resolutely forging onward, undeterred by his limping gait. That in his murky eyes, a flicker of hope seemed to shine forth, akin to a final glimmer of aspiration. Can't you see the people, old man? Hey, what's the matter with you, old man? Let it be Brother Ziwen, after all. He is an elder, filthy. Why does he have to brush against others? Can't he see anyone around? This old man seems to be out of sorts. What if he causes a scene? Soon, the crowd murmured, some in anger, others in confusion, and many indifferent. Could he be heading to the palace? How could that be? He looks nothing like someone from the palace. Let us follow him and find out. Before long, a handful of curious onlookers trailed behind the old man, eager for a spectacle. After a brief while, the old man exited the street, approaching the open plaza before the grand entrance of the palace. And why heavens? Could he truly be from the palace? Goodness, he has entered. Everyone understood that stepping onto the plaza surrounding the palace signified trespassing without a royal decree. An affront to the emperor. Who goes there? Halt! State your name. A voice boomed from the city wall. Yet the old man continued his advance, seemingly deaf to the command. What is going on? Is this old man seeking his own demise? Quick, let us move. We don't want those soldiers thinking we are with him. Can you believe someone would dare to tread into the palace seeking death? The group of onlookers quickly retreated several paces, not wishing to entangle themselves in this trouble. Stop! If you do not halt, you shall die. Once more a cold, menacing shout echoed from the city wall. Thud! This time, the old man sank to his knees, bowing before the Qinglong Gate. Directly facing it, trembling hands pulled forth a wrinkled scroll. Raising it above his head, he cried out with a voice full of anguish. I, Wang Man, a humble villager of Yang Village in Pingyi County, petition against the Liu family of Pingyi. The Liu family has wrought ruin upon my household. The county magistrate and the regional governor conspire to protect them. My grievances find no outlet. I beseech your majesty to uphold justice for my family. I implore the emperor to grant me justice. As he spoke, tears streamed down the aged face of Wang Man, soaking his garments, his forehead crashing heavily against the cobblestones. His hands remained aloft, clutching the petition, the echoes of his sorrow reverberating through the air. At this moment, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. A petition to the emperor. This was indeed serious. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. A tale passed from one to another. More and more people congregated in front of the Qinglong Gate. In the study, Yi Yu perused the urgent reports in his hands. Martial troops? He mused, casting a glance before dismissing his concerns. After all, who did not have contingencies prepared? At that moment, Qinglong swiftly knelt before Yi Yu. What is the matter? Yi Yu inquired, tucking away the report with a nonchalant demeanor. Your Majesty, an elder kneels before the palace gates, seeking to file a petition. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the study. Very well. This is indeed intriguing. It appears someone has emerged rather quickly. Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. His tone chilling, eyes glinting with malice. A petition to the emperor was a last resort for those cornered, a reflection of the darkness pervading that region. Outside the Qinglong Gate, more and more individuals gathered. Engaged in fervent discussions, Wang Man remained steadfast, kneeling with his petition raised high. The onlookers speculated, this bodes ill for those families. Who does not know that our new emperor is swift and ruthless in his judgments? Not necessarily. The Liu family of Pingyi is but a branch of the Liu family from Hanzhong. The Liu family, the foremost lineage in Hanzhong. Indeed, they have substantial influence within the court. Let us wait and see. This time, our emperor may truly turn his blade against these noble houses. Among the crowd stood a young man clad in a blue robe, his complexion fair, adorned with a white jade belt. Rhythmically tapping a folding fan against his palm, a playful expression dancing across his face, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Boom! Suddenly, the Qinglong Gate emitted a thunderous sound. Slowly swinging open, a regiment emerged. Impeccably uniformed, donning feathered robes and brandishing embroidered spring knives, exuding an air of authority. The foremost figure donned a striking red robe, draped in a cape of contrasting hues. He was a member of the Jinyui. By heavens, I've dreamt of joining such ranks. Do you truly believe that would be possible? The commander of the Jinyui approached Wang Man, who gazed up, hope glimmering in his eyes. Wang Man, your petition has been accepted by His Majesty. You are to accompany us into the palace to meet the emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Man was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, within the grand hall, all the ministers stood in formation, whispering among themselves. They had been hastily summoned by Yu, the Jinyui dispatched to escort them. On the way, they had heard of the commotion at the Qinglong Gate. Yet the specifics remained unknown as they arrived at the court. Soon, a Jinyui commander entered, leading the elderly man into the hall. As Wang Man stepped inside, he immediately knelt. Long live the emperor, Wang Man. Repeat the names of those you are accusing. Yu took the petition, reading its contents with a solemn expression. The document clearly detailed the tragic fate of Wang Man's family. His entire household of 9, save for him, had perished at the hands of the Liu family. The eldest had been brutally beaten to death by the Liu family's second son in public, his remains dismembered and fed to dogs. The second son had gone to confront them, only to be tortured to death, his limbs severed, eyes gouged out, and tongue ripped out, reduced to a living corpse, enduring 3 days of agony before succumbing. His eldest grandson, seeking justice, had been imprisoned, ultimately tortured to death. The 2 daughters-in-law had also met their demise at the hands of the Liu family's second son and his men. Wang Man, accompanied by his wife and the last of his grandchildren, went to the county to lodge a complaint, only to be beaten mercilessly. His wife had been killed. Wang Man had been left to wander the streets, reduced to begging to support his granddaughter. Yet, the Liu family had not ceased their pursuit. One night, they sent men to kill them. In a forest, his granddaughter had been trampled to death by the Liu family's second son on horseback. Wang Man had fallen from a cliff, landing in the water, breaking a leg, and was subsequently carried away by the river, eventually rescued. In despair, with a heart devoid of hope, Wang Man sought to petition the emperor. Gazing upon the old man below, Yiyu's eyes burned with a fierce wrath. These noble houses truly believed they could act with impunity. Did they think he feared them? Your Majesty, I wish to accuse the Liu family of Pingyi in Qingshui County of Hanzhong. Wang Man's choked voice echoed, causing many ministers to pale in disbelief. Chapter 040. A raid on the Liu family's estate. What are the Jinyui of Qingshui County doing? Yiyu's cold voice resonated within the grand hall. Your Majesty, most of the Jinyui in Hanzhong have been dispatched for the task you assigned. Thus currently there is a temporary shortfall. We have not been able to attend to this matter. Please punish us as you see fit. Qinglong immediately knelt on the floor of the hall, bowing his head respectfully. Now, I demand all the information regarding the Liu family of Pingyi. Yes, with Qinglong's departure, the hall fell into a hushed silence. Though some ministers appeared increasingly anxious and fearful. Before long, Qinglong presented a confidential report. Yiyu, examining the contents, smirked coldly, finding the audacity of such a minor noble house to be quite amusing. Bang! Yi Yu slammed the report onto the table, his expression darkening. It seemed he had been too lenient during the first purge. He had only targeted those who had committed grave offenses, sparing others who had merely erred. From the outset, Yi Yu had refrained from fully integrating all the talents he had acquired through the system into the court, primarily because they were merely county-level talents with limited capabilities. Moreover, he had always contemplated that should the system ever vanish, he would still have his own people. Yet now, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Sometimes it was indeed better to rely on those wholly devoted to him. Particularly upon receiving the final piece of information, his expression darkened further, seething with indignation. Qinglong, lead the Jinyue and apprehend the entire Lu family of Pingyi, and anyone associated with them. Yes, Qinglong clasped his fists and knelt in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, this is unwise. At that moment, a minister stepped forth to intervene. This matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Apprehending individuals without proper evidence may incite outrage among the noble families. Indeed, Your Majesty, perhaps we should first detain the Lu family's second son. Several ministers voiced their concerns, including the Grand Historian Lu Ming. Even Wei Yin hesitated to interject, not out of sympathy for the Lu family, but due to the potential ramifications. Such noble families possess significant influence, controlling half of the region's livelihood. Yet, considering Yi Yu's temperament, he chose to remain silent. Li Si stood resolutely at the forefront, exhibiting not the slightest motion, merely casting a glance at the few individuals before him, his eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. Fools, seeking death. Oh, according to your assertions, am I not permitted to act against the Lu family? Yi Yu's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the table, his tone devoid of emotion, his countenance expressionless. Your Majesty, it is not a matter of permission, but rather that the moment has not yet arrived. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must deliberate with foresight. Lu Ming, do you believe this matter may involve you? Suddenly, Yi Yu uttered, his words laced with an icy detachment, that I in an instant. Lu Ming's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he fell to his knees, terror etched upon his face. Your Majesty, this humble servant is wholly devoted to the court. I could never engage in such deeds. Please, Your Majesty, discern my loyalty. The other ministers, too, swiftly knelt upon the palace floor. Yi Yu rose slowly, surveying the assembled individuals, his voice cold as ice. Cast Lu Ming and the others into the dungeons. Lu Ming and his companions immediately raised their heads, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Your Majesty, why? This humble servant has committed no crime. Have you not? Your Majesty, we are utterly innocent, Your Majesty. Spare us. Lu Ming's face was a mask of fear, disbelief coursing through him. Observing the incredulous expressions of those before him, Yi Yu's demeanor remained impassive, with a flourish of his dragon robe and hands clasped behind his back. He declared, It seems you have misconstrued a fundamental truth. I declare you guilty, and thus you are guilty. I declare the Lu family guilty, and so they are. Do you require evidence? Yi Yu's frigid tone reverberated through the hall, leaving all the ministers in stunned silence, their expressions cautious as they prostrated on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. That I am aware that among you are those from noble families and esteemed clans. Return and inform your kin. If they wish for chaos, they shall have it. I shall accompany them. I am eager to see how many heads I must sever. The echoes of Yi Yu's voice filled the grand hall. A thunderous proclamation. In Shui County, Pingyi County, within a tavern, the air was thick with raucous laughter and mocking jeers. Ah! Call out again! At the center, a pale-faced young master, his eyes sunken, embraced a terrified, weeping woman. His hands roaming insidiously, a lewd grin plastered across his face. Before him, a man knelt, mimicking a dog-esque bark, his body still bearing wounds. Around them stood a cadre of attendants and guards. Alas, such wickedness! Damn it, truly detestable. Indeed, just recently, they caused the death of old Zhao's daughter. When shall we rid ourselves of this scoundrel? Outside the tavern, a crowd of townsfolk murmured angrily. Who are those people? They appear to be from the Jinyue. Heavens! The Jinyue! Are they here to apprehend the Lu family? Not necessarily. The Lu family is said to have powerful connections. Lu Kong was reveling in his enjoyment when suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the door was kicked open. Damn it, I used to kick others' doors. Today, someone dares to kick mine. Liu Kang's fury erupted. What are you standing there for? Break their legs. A few attendants rushed out, only to witness several corpses flying back in. The very attendants who had just exited. Who are you? What audacity! Liu Kang's face blazed with anger as he rebuked. Young master. It seems to be the Jinyui. I care not for their titles. How dare they bully me? Seeking death. Liu Kang. You have violated the laws of the Great Zhou. Come with us. What nonsense. In Pingy, I am the law. Liu Kang boasted arrogantly. The Jinyui exchanged glances, and in an instant, their embroidered spring blades were unsheathed. Each strike claiming blood, severing heads with alarming swiftness. Soon, only Liu Kang remained. What are you doing? I warn you, my father is Liu Qi. If you lay a finger on me, you will regret it. Yet the Jinyui paid no heed to Liu Kang's protests. Instead of shackles, they used hooks to pierce his shoulder blades, a method specifically for dealing with martial artists. In the Liu family, Liu Qi sat in a grand chair, sipping tea, when he was suddenly alerted by the cacophony outside. His brow furrowed in alarm. Just as he stood, a group invaded the courtyard. The Jinyui. Liu Qi's heart sank in shock, followed swiftly by a surge of rage. How dare you Jinyui intrude upon my home? Is there no law remaining? The leader of the group raised an eyebrow, bemusement crossing his features. This fool must be mad. No wonder he spawned such a foolish son. Take him away. Without further ado, he issued the command. What are you planning? Soon Liu Qi was shackled, and before long, every living member of the Liu family was carted off to the imperial city. The Liu family in Pingy was thoroughly ransacked. Simultaneously, other locations faced the same fate at the hands of the Jinyui. Chapter 041. Reclaiming Lost Territory. In Hudong, Sheng. At this moment, black banners waved across the plain, soldiers arrayed in formation, gripping their blades and shields tightly. Behind them, a figure on horseback surveyed the scene, his gaze sharp and penetrating that a larger war banner fluttered behind him, emblazoned with the character for Zhou. Opposite them, orange battle flags billowed, marked with the character Han. However, the group standing at the forefront appeared spirited, their eyes alight with determination, wielding swords, spears, and other weapons, while the organized Han army followed behind, numbering approximately 70 to 80,000. General, is this strategy viable? The vice commander, Qian Zhanfang, inquired anxiously. There is no other option. Qian Zhanfang sighed. Originally, the Han Emperor had dispatched this contingent of martial artists to launch a surprise attack on the Zhou Army's encampment. Given their capabilities, they could have inflicted significant damage upon the Zhou forces. However, these were mere rogues from the Jianghu, difficult to manage. Fortunately, the sects had heeded instructions, yet upon arrival, the two sects disagreed and insisted on separate actions, leading to their discovery and subsequent failure of the ambush. Qian Zhanfang lamented, I fear not a godlike adversary, but rather an inept ally. Ultimately, he resolved to gamble everything, bringing forth the last of their weaponry for a decisive battle here, in Shangye. Shangye was already adjacent to the borders of the Han Kingdom. At this moment, on a hillside, several individuals stood observing Mu Shu. Look, it seems a battle is about to commence. A young woman with twin braids and a delicate visage pointed into the distance. It is the armies of the Great Zhou and the Great Han. The man referred to as Mu Shu squinted, contemplating the strength of the Great Zhou against the Great Han. Two young men behind him, resembling bodyguards, stood watchfully. Let us go take a look. Mu Shu, upon hearing this, Mu Shu's expression shifted dramatically to my heavens. They are at war. Is that a place one can simply stroll into? Miss, do not jest. The girl in blue attire, resembling a maid, urged that on horseback. Xie Xian raised his hand. Advance. In an instant, the northern army surged forward like ravenous wolves, exuding an air of murderous intent. Kill. The foremost martial artist gazed upon the sea of people ahead. Swallowing hard, fear flickering in his eyes, fire arrows, charge. The Han forces also began their advance, and the battleground became a canvas of carnage. Xie Xian, mounted on his warhorse, cleaved through foes, finally seizing a spear embedded in the ground. He gazed towards Qian Zhanfang, his eyes narrowing. Qian Zhanfang, come forth and battle. With that, he hurled the spear directly at Qian Zhanfang, then leapt into the air from his horse. Good. Qian Zhanfang swung his blade in response. Meanwhile, in Shangjuan, Tian he looked upon the troops with a grim expression. Initially, he had received orders to pillage treasures from Shanjuan and retreat, that in his haste, he had not gathered the treasures separately. However, he had not anticipated that the enemy would already be waiting at the border. Qin Xiong, holding his warhorse, pointed his long spear ahead. Kill. The ground quaked as a dark cloud descended upon them. That it's over. Tian he thought bitterly. The Zhou army is formidable. Mu Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having once commanded troops himself, he recognized the Zhou army as among the elite. Each soldier was at least mid-stage in body refinement, fighting fiercely without fear of death, their spirit fierce as a roaring tiger in the mountains. He had previously fought against the great Zhou, but had never encountered such a formidable army. It seemed he must alert the emperor. How tragic! The young woman exclaimed, fear etched on her face as she gazed at the carnage nearby. Miss, this is war. How many return from ancient battles? Mu Shu gently patted the young girl's head, reflecting on his own narrow escapes from the battlefield. That in the sky, two figures observed the scene below, their faces devoid of emotion, only icy expressions adorning their features. Both were clad in purple floral robes, their beauty strikingly identical, captivating in their allure. Before them floated a blood-red orb, and if a skilled observer were present, they would notice tendrils of black mist rising from the ground into the orb. Sister, it seems we have nearly collected enough resentment. Indeed. Once we gather sufficient, the Yin Lord can forge the flag of destruction, capable of shattering the fortunes of these nations. Humph. The more these treacherous rebels fight, the better. They deserve death. At this moment on the battlefield, the climax neared point 3 Xian's sword technique. With Xie Xian's command, the sword light split, transforming into 3 beams of radiant energy. Qian Zhanfang's pupils constricted as he spun around, delivering a decisive slash. The clash of blade and sword erupted. Xie Xian and his companion staggered back a few steps. Qian Zhanfang cast a deep glance at Xie Xian before swiftly turning to flee. He, a late-stage innate practitioner, astonishingly fought to a draw against Xie Xian, a mid-stage innate practitioner. There is no hope left. Retreat. Qian Zhanfang shouted from the sky, and upon hearing this, the Han army hastily retreated, leaving only 20 to 30,000 behind. Pursue, drive them out of the Great Zhou. Attack Korea. In the sky, Xie Xian pointed his sword. Wow! How impressive, gazing at the formidable Xie Xian in the air. The young girl was instantly starstruck, her eyes filled with admiration. Your Uncle Mu was even more handsome than this, observing the youthful and dashing Xie Xian. Yen Mu felt a twinge of jealousy. All right, this kid is slightly younger and stronger than myself. At my age, I couldn't even defeat a late-stage innate practitioner while still being in the mid-stage. It seems I haven't even reached the innate stage yet. Ouch! Uncle Mu, when I grow up, I want to marry him. Goodness, little ancestor, what nonsense are you spouting? Yen Mu was so startled that he almost lost his balance. Ruefully stating, this young man is a general of the Great Zhou. In Shanjuan, Tiani looked at the spear lodged in his chest, unable to suppress a bitter smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he realized he could never return. On the battlefield, Qin Xiong wore a cold expression, casting a glance at the person before him, then withdrew his spear and turned to leave, to clean up the battlefield. Not far from the imperial city, a swift horse galloped forward, kicking up dust. Who goes there? The guards shouted. However, a token flew over, and upon receiving it, they discovered. Imperial Guard. Great victory, Shanjuan and Hudong have been reclaimed. As soon as the Imperial Guard entered the royal city, they shouted loudly. This caused a flurry of excitement and astonishment among the crowd. Great victory, Shanjuan and Hudong have been reclaimed. The Imperial Guard sped through the streets, heading straight for the royal palace, leaving behind a trail of cheers. That day, the entire royal city was shaken. Chapter 042. The most heartless are the monarchs. In Hanzhong, the Liu family, the largest aristocratic clan in the region, not only had many members serving in the court, but also controlled half of the grain supply of the Zhou kingdom. The reason many aristocratic families cannot be moved by various nations is due to their connections and influence, as well as their control over important goods or livelihoods within the country. In this era of constant warfare and competition among nations, the royal families and aristocratic clans are evenly matched. Half of the essential resources are in the hands of the royal families, while the other half belongs to the aristocratic clans. Even if the royal families wish to eliminate them, they find themselves helpless. At this moment in a small room, a slightly plump middle-aged man sat in a chair, his face marked by indecision and struggle. Head of the Liu family, you must think this through, given that person's methods and ambitions. He will never tolerate your existence. Do not forget the previous forced division of land and borrowing of seeds. Below, a man in black leisurely sipped his tea, speaking nonchalantly. You needn't say more. Lu Lung's expression turned cold as he retorted. Ultimately, you Qingmen are merely a gang from the rivers and lakes. Do you truly believe you have the capability to overthrow him? You want my support? You might as well return from whence you came. Lu Lung set down his teacup, coldly stating, how could he support a sudden emergence of power? All right, I hope the head of the Liu family knows what he is doing. The man in black replied coldly, his tone laced with anger, preparing to rise and leave. However, head of the Liu family, we Qingmen are not as simple as you think. I hope you reconsider. The man in black suddenly added with a meaningful tone. Just then, a house servant rushed in, panic written all over his face. What is it? Did I not say that unless it is a major matter, do not disturb me? Lu Lung glared, shouting at the servant. He was now involved with rebels. If this were to leak out, it would be disastrous. Head, the Imperial Guard has arrived. What? Instantly, both Lu Lung and the man in black sat up straight. You immediately take them out through the tunnel. Lu Lung pointed at the few men in black, exclaiming that if they were discovered, it would be catastrophic. At the Liu residence, dozens of Imperial Guards stood in the front courtyard. The entire estate, with its ornate architecture and scenic surroundings, was exquisite and grand. Commoner Lu Lung pays his respects to the Imperial Guard. May I inquire what business brings you here? Lu Lung feigned urgency, his face full of respect. We come to take people. Those mentioned by the official. Let them step forward. 100 households officer said with a cold expression that my lord this. I am unaware of what this is about. There may be some misunderstanding. Lu Lung was initially taken aback, then began to flatter. This official is not negotiating with you. Hand over those mentioned. Do not force us to take action ourselves. In an instant, Lu Lung's expression turned awkward, and he timidly said, what you say is true. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, an Imperial Guard took out a piece of paper and began to read aloud, with each name mentioned leading to a person being apprehended. Lu Lung stood by, forcing a smile, but his anger grew with each passing moment. Lu Xiling. At this utterance, Lu Lung's expression changed dramatically. What, my lord? What has happened to my daughter? My lord, there must be some misunderstanding here. On the other side, 2 Imperial Guards were escorting a girl forward. Bastards. Let go of this young lady. You are all doomed. I will make sure to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Get away from me. You filthy commoners, slap. An Imperial Guard struck out, instantly stunning the struggling Lu Xiling. Blood trickled from her mouth. Ling, you have gone too far. Lu Lung's face darkened in an instant, filled with rage. He had given the Imperial Guard face, but that did not mean he was afraid. If pushed too far, let them see. No one had ever dared to cause a ruckus at the Liu residence in Hanzhou. He had already shown them considerable respect. What, does the head of the Liu family wish to resist the order? The 100 households officer said with a playful expression, his hand resting on his embroidered spring knife. All right, how dare a commoner? Lu Lung gritted his teeth, his face darkened, his eyes filled with fury. Take them away. Finally, as the 100 households officer left, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Lung. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. As soon as the Imperial Guard departed, Lu Lung erupted in anger, shattering a cup on the ground. All right, today they dare to bring such humiliation upon the Liu family. Bang. Lu Lung smashed another teacup on the ground, his expression icy. In Hanzhou, no one can overturn the heavens. Giving them a bit of face is merely giving face to the court. I cannot openly defy them, but if anything happens in the dark, it has nothing to do with me. The road ahead is long and treacherous. Lu Lung gazed at the entrance, a cold smile on his face. His eyes filled with murderous intent. At Baiwa Palace, there were a total of 100 palaces. All the princesses resided here, as long as they were alive and held the title of princess. At this moment, Yi walked in, followed closely by Chao Zhengshun and Xiao Yanzi, heading straight toward a certain palace. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw an elderly palace maid whipping two young maids. "You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you?" They were simply worthless. The next moment, Chao Zhengshun slapped the old palace maid away. How bold, to act so recklessly before his majesty. The old palace maid stood up, ready to curse, but upon seeing Yi Yu, she did not recognize him but recognized the dragon robe. She immediately fell to her knees. "Your Majesty, spare me." However, Yi Yu walked past her without even a glance. Inside the palace, Ji Xian lay comfortably on the bed, several maids cautiously massaging her. Bang! The door burst open. Ji Xian's expression turned furious, as her leisure was interrupted. "Who is this dog's servant? Someone throw them to the dogs." "What a fierce temper! Your Highness." Yi Yu stepped in, speaking, his gaze shifting to the languid Ji Xian on the bed. "Seventh brother? What brings you here?" Upon seeing the visitor, Ji Xian's expression softened, but she showed no intention of getting up. "Seventh brother has come. Please sit," Ji Xian casually remarked. Looking at the person before him, Yi Yu's expression remained indifferent. If it were for the Imperial Guard's investigation, he would truly be unaware of his dear royal sister's activities. Using the royal name to scheme for wealth and harm others, leading to the ruin of families. Most importantly, Ji Xian's mother was from the Liu family, who passed away a few years after giving birth to her. However, with the Liu family supporting her, she had not vanished from the harem. Consequently, she also assisted the Liu family in plotting for official positions, shielding and colluding with the aristocracy, meddling in political affairs. "Arrest her," Yi Yu said, a group of Dongchang guards appearing behind him. Ji Xian was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. It wasn't until she saw Dongchang truly coming to arrest her that she reacted. "What are you doing? Seventh brother, have you gone mad? You dare be so bold? Ji Yu, what do you intend to do? I still have the Liu family behind me. Ji Yu, I am your royal sister. Do you intend to commit regicide?" Hearing Ji Xian's words, Yi Yu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze cold as he looked at her, his tone frigid and merciless as he spoke. "Being in the Imperial Garden. Do you not understand that the most heartless are the Imperial family? The most heartless are indeed the monarchs, the eldest, the second, the fourth. They have all departed. In this present time, anyone standing in my way shall be treated as an enemy. The Zhou kingdom is steadily rising. Not a single issue must arise. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past." Yi Yu's icy words struck Ji Xian's mind, leaving her stunned as she stared at him. Chapter 043. The Great Zhou Unification, Shaking All Sides. In Hedong Shangyu, a black battle flag fluttered in the wind. Xie Xian gazed at the distant city, a playful glint in his eyes. There will be plenty of opportunities to play in the future. In this battle, Xie Xian achieved a resounding victory, relentlessly pursuing Qian Zhanfang until he fled into Guanyecheng. Guanyecheng, the first city bordering the Han Kingdom and the Great Zhou, is Shangyuan City. Xie Xian turned his horse around and commanded, "There is still plenty of time ahead. One day, we shall prevail. There is no need to rush." Simultaneously, in Pingliang City of Shangjuan, the battle flag of the Great Zhou soared high, fluttering in the air. In the distance, the city of Anxi in the Zhao Kingdom was on high alert. Bang! Zhao Yang, who was dining, was enraged upon hearing the news of Shangjuan's loss and the complete annihilation of Tian's army. Immediately slamming his bowl onto the table, he promptly dispatched a contingent of Zhao border cavalry along with 50,000 troops to reinforce Anxi City, initially on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhao Yang suddenly calmed himself, speaking in a subdued tone as he resumed scooping rice into his bowl with chopsticks. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The worried Empress, Shengguan Yin, inquired from beside him. "That I am fine. I simply did not expect such a thorough defeat in our first engagement." "Ji Yu, this young man possesses some merit." Zhao Yang gazed at his beloved wife, a faint smile gracing his lips, though a glint of coldness and shadow flickered in his eyes. In Wei's Great Liang, Wei Huan observed the intelligence report in his hand, his expression betraying little surprise that it seems Ji Yu's forces have become remarkably formidable. "I wonder if these are the only two. The Great Zhou has truly emerged as a significant power in the Han Kingdom." Han Qian's countenance darkened as he perused the intelligence report, while the ministers bowed their heads in silence. 200,000 troops have been defeated. Well, Very well. Summon Qian Zhanfang to receive punishment. Dismissed. Back in his study, Han Qian's expression was frigid, that he had initially aimed to weaken the great Zhou. But now Zhou not only reclaimed Hedong, but also suffered the loss of over 100,000 troops. The Han Kingdom was never significantly stronger than the great Zhou, and now the gap is narrowed even further. Sighing at this thought, Han Qian could not help but lament that I end the Chu Kingdom. Emperor Chu Yinkin was leisurely strolling in the garden, accompanied by the Grand Princess Chu Shuang, the third Princess Chu Reo, the second Prince Chu Li, the fourth Prince Chu Wenba, and the seventh Prince Chu Su. A eunuch reported, Ji Tianfa is unimpressive, but his son possesses some talent. Chu Yinkin tossed a handful of fish bait into the pond, chuckling, Father, is that Ji truly so formidable? Chu Reo inquired with curiosity. Tugging at her father's sleeve, Sister, do not be foolish. Chu Shuang remarked helplessly. Tio put it plainly. Even father could not restore the Zhou kingdom to its current state in just 1 year. Chu Su stepped forward slightly, smiling as he explained, moreover. From the reports returning from the battlefield, it appears the Zhou kingdom has become a genuine threat to our great Chu. That is the capability of this Zhou emperor. Our father is a master strategist. That Jiyu could never rival him. Chu Wenba's booming voice declared. I heard that this Zhou emperor is only 17, the same age as our seventh brother. Chu Reo exclaimed, intrigued, eager to meet this youthful emperor. The youth is indeed formidable. This young man is no ordinary character. Quite impressive indeed. Chu Yinkin patted his daughter's head, smiling. As an emperor, one can discern much from myriad details. Jiyu harbors great ambition. It is likely that soon the great Chu and the great Zhou will confront one another. A new game is afoot. In the Qi kingdom, an urgent memorial was being transmitted to the palace. Yet before it could reach Emperor El Chun, it was intercepted by the Crown Prince El Yuan. Crown Prince, this cannot be. Just give it to me. From now on, all news must pass through me first. Understood? The old eunuch contemplated speaking further, but upon seeing the glint of coldness in El Yuan's eyes, he hastily bowed and complied. Taking the confidential document, El Yuan glanced back at the palace, where the lights still shone brightly and laughter echoed within. Father, I shall take charge of the Qi. I cannot allow you to ruin it. You should remain a caged bird. El Yuan's figure vanished into the night. What an impressive young man. I did not expect him to accomplish so much so swiftly. Yen Muxian was taken aback as he perused the intelligence regarding the North Army and the Xuanjia cavalry. Both are elite forces. I wonder how they compare to the elite of our great Yen. Indeed, Father, could it be that Ji Yu has exhausted all of great Zhou's resources to forge these two armies? Yen Qingyi, equally astonished, pondered aloud. That should not be the case. Reports from our spies indicate that the common folk of the Great Zhou are living in stability, that if they had truly been drained, there would have been widespread discontent by now. This is becoming interesting. Yen Muxian took a sip of tea, chuckling. Within a hidden chamber, several figures floated in midair, each exuding an aura not less than the transformation realm. I initially thought we could topple the Great Zhou this time. Who would have thought Jiyu would allow the Great Zhou to rise once more? I'd already stated that we should have mobilized all our forces to seize the Great Zhou in one fell swoop. Our current strength is barely sufficient to contend with a single nation. Moreover, we are scattered, and given our identities, should we be exposed, do you think the other 6 nations would tolerate us? A bunch of treasonous descendants. In the past, we honored their ancestors with kingship, safeguarding the borders and defending the lands. Yet they now vie for power amongst themselves and rebel. Enough of this, since the Great Zhou's plan has failed. We must rethink our strategy. We must continuously weaken and even annihilate the 7 kingdoms. There is no rush. There are those hidden factions. The heavenly road must be restored. They likely feel even more urgency and distress than we do. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Palace, Yu sat majestically upon the dragon throne, surrounded by ministers, albeit with a few familiar faces absent. Today marks a day of national celebration for the unified Great Zhou. Issue a decree to waive taxes for 3 years throughout the realm. Furthermore, due to severe devastation in Hedong and Shanjuan caused by Han and Zhao, we must promptly dispatch officials to restore order. Everything must return to the right path, stabilize the populace. Lastly, In 1 month, we shall hold a grand ceremony to worship the heavens, proclaim to the world the might of the great Zhou. Yu remained calm and composed, delivering directive after directive. After such a lengthy period, he had finally restored the integrity of the great Zhou. Now begins the true endeavor of internal governance, eliminating the unscrupulous, sharpening the blades, and preparing for a contest for supremacy. Chapter 044. The eve of the ceremony. Your Majesty, all preparations are in order. The grand ceremony to worship the heavens can be held in 3 days. Li Si reported to Yu, who was engrossed in reading. I understand. You may leave, yes. Yu set aside his book and stepped onto the balcony, taking in the vast expanse of the imperial city below, the bustling streets thronged with people, a river of life flowing ceaselessly. What splendid scenery! How could one not be enamored? With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu gazed into the distance at the setting sun, its golden rays casting a warm glow upon his black dragon robe. Do not lament the late dusk. The sky is still filled with splendor. Across the imperial city, soldiers patrolled in formation, all of them at the mid-stage of body refinement. The Feather Forest Guards, not long ago. Yu had once again summoned 100,000 Feather Forest Guards, further strengthening the defenses of the imperial palace. In Wanxiang Tower, Guzu Yi peered through the curtain at the patrolling soldiers below. His expression grave. Miss, these soldiers are all at the mid-stage of body refinement. They are elite troops. Opposite him stood Shang Yunqing, Xue Fu, and Lin Yo. Initially, they believed that the presence of Lin Yo and his companions would suffice, thinking the great Zhou remained as it once was. Yet now, Shang Yunqing realized that this was no longer the case and promptly summoned 3 innate warriors from her family, with Guzu Yi being the strongest among them. At the late stage of innate, so powerful, Lin Yo found it hard to believe. Although he had witnessed it, it was still difficult for him to accept. The transformation of the great Zhou was indeed monumental. Guzu Yi stroked his beard, sighing. Initially, he had underestimated them, but now even he must tread carefully. Not to mention the elite Feather Forest Guards. Even the Jin Yi had warned him upon entering the imperial city. At the late stage of innate, in just a year, the strength of the great Zhou had perhaps surpassed that of the Yin and Shu. Shang Yunqing similarly marveled, unable to suppress her admiration for the new emperor of the great Zhou. I wonder what this great Zhou emperor looks like. I have yet to see him. Xue Fu beside her shook his head, his curiosity piqued, and in 3 days, we should find out. The grand ceremony to worship the heavens is set for 3 days from now. The great Zhou emperor is expected to make an appearance. A great many have come to the imperial city recently, all eager to catch a glimpse of this great Zhou emperor. Lin Yo added. The altar for the ceremony is already prepared. He is not afraid of assassination. Guzu Yi remarked. Point 1 must remember that this emperor has offended the entire martial world and the aristocratic families. The heart of an emperor, how can we know it? Shang Yunqing took a delicate sip of her tea, her tone nonchalant. Oh, the grand ceremony to worship the heavens sounds intriguing. We should also witness this great Zhou emperor. Let us see what kind of individual is capable of being our father's rival. On the official road outside the imperial city, a dashing young man, fanning himself with a folding fan, smiled as he walked. Flanked by 2 attendants in a small room, several individuals gathered together. Humph! That little emperor shall face utter destruction if he dares to show his face. With these items, success is assured. This time, we shall make that dog emperor pay in blood. At this moment, on the official road, people flowed to and fro, a strong wind sweeping up clouds of yellow dust. No one noticed a figure wearing a straw hat, seated atop a donkey, vanishing into the swirling sands. Finally, I have arrived at the great Zhou imperial city. What a tiring journey it has been. An elderly man, leaning on a wooden staff, clad in tattered garments and bearing a wine gourd at his waist, wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a few prominent yellow teeth as he chuckled. Now that I have entered the city, I must indulge in a hearty meal and savor the exquisite delicacies of the great Zhou. On Zhuke Street, in the Liuxiang Alley, although referred to as an alley, it resembles a bustling thoroughfare lined with brothels and entertainment houses that as night descends. This locale transforms into the most vibrant part of Zhuke Street, aglow with lights and filled with the laughter of courtesans beckoning patrons. The Huage, the largest brothel in Liuxiang, remains shrouded in mystery. No one knows who its proprietor is, only that those who dare to cause trouble there have mysteriously vanished. At this moment, on the top floor of Hewage, within a lavishly adorned chamber, several enchanting women sat around a table, each radiating beauty, with one in particular possessing a captivating allure that could charm even the fish from the water and the birds from the sky. Her delicate and graceful demeanor evoked a sense of protectiveness in observers. The Great Zhou imperial capital is currently abuzz with activity, as countless individuals have infiltrated its confines. After all, the Great Zhou's potential is unmistakably immense, and it has inadvertently offended the entirety of the martial world as well as influential noble families. The young emperor, audacious as he is, has indeed dared to meddle in the affairs of the martial realm. Although it pertains only to the outer circles, it nonetheless threatens the interests and prestige of those involved, who will not let such a transgression slide easily. However, it may not be so straightforward. The imperial guards are formidable in their own right. Furthermore, the young emperor is under the protection of those of profound cultivation. Let others test the waters first. It would be best if they could mutually exhaust each other. Lanjie, what do you think? A group of women glanced towards the stunning beauty among them, awaiting the unfolding events. Jun Yulan smiled faintly, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes that I in the imperial study. The four members of the Qinglong knelt reverently. Knight Feather maintained an impassive expression as he perused the confidential reports in his hands, detailing various factions, spies from the 6 nations, practitioners of the mystic arts, farmers, tavern keepers, and even some entities unnoticed by the imperial guards. The tides of destiny. Those who oppose shall perish. Do they truly believe that a mere sect can bring about the downfall of the Great Zhou? Such notions are the ravings of the deluded. This world is destined for unification. The realm shall be unified, and the people will live in peace, free from the scourge of war. This time, I shall witness firsthand the abilities and prowess of those who dare stand before me. Dispatch the orders. The heavenly sacrificial ceremony shall proceed as scheduled. Yes, the study fell silent once more, leaving only Knight Feather behind, as the system chimed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have signed in as an unruly figure. Knight Feather raised an eyebrow. An unruly figure. Is it the sort I am thinking of upon inspection? A smile crept across his face, and any trace of worry dissipated that as he glanced at the memorial on the table. His eyes turned sharp and frigid. And no matter what rogue or specter, let them all come forth. Chapter 045. The Heavenly Sacrificial Ceremony. On a clear morning, the sound of resounding horns reverberated throughout the imperial city. Countless citizens surged towards the sacrificial altar, creating a scene of bustling activity. The affluent had already secured prime positions to witness the event. Boom, boom, boom. A procession of soldiers beat their drums upon the altar. The surroundings were adorned with black banners, fluttering in the wind, while the imposing Feather Forest army stood guard around the altar and along the steps that in the distance. A line of soldiers prevented entry, allowing only the onlookers to gaze from afar. Additionally, patrols of the Imperial Guards could be seen surveying the area, alongside unseen watchers. Behind the altar, dignitaries stood solemnly, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. On the altar, Li Si stood with his hands clasped, embodying reverence and decorum amidst the solemnity and order of the occasion. The guards were vigilant, imposing an atmosphere of grandeur. By my word, is this the Feather Forest army? Truly impressive. Those must be the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's personal protectors. How imposing they are. Having lived long, it was the first time many had encountered such high-ranking officials. What of that? We may yet see His Majesty. Indeed, we have endured much strife. Thanks to this Emperor, we now live in peace. Yes, I have heard tales of our esteemed Emperor. He is a benevolent ruler. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager to glimpse the legendary Emperor. Miss, what do you think the Emperor looks like? Xue Fu, filled with curiosity, gazed at the altar, hoping for a glimpse. Be patient. We shall see him soon enough. Shang Yunqing gently patted the small maid's head. Though her own gaze lingered on the altar, curiosity gleaming in her eyes that don't push, show some respect for the elderly, ouch, who stepped on the old man's foot. In the throng, an elderly man resembling a beggar found himself wedged between 2 rotund figures. His face contorted as he shouted incoherently down on a nearby balcony. A young gentleman in white, idly fanning himself, surveyed the scene below with keen interest. The area surrounding the sacrificial altar had been entirely secured by the imperial guards. Entry required both a thorough search and a generous bribe. Old Fong, what do you think? An elderly man beside the young gentleman observed the Feather Forest Army below, shaking his head. Formidable. The Feather Forest Army is nearly equal in strength to our Wei Kingdom's Liang Guard. The Liang Guard is the imperial military of the Wei Kingdom, and the imperial guards, their reputation does not do them justice. Each member is highly skilled and well-trained. Moreover, the 4 chief commanders are said to be at the pinnacle of their cultivation. Young master, do tread carefully. I have already drawn attention, Old Fong hastily cautioned. The moment they entered the building, he sensed a watchful gaze upon them, yet he could not pinpoint its source. This indicated that at the very least, someone of significant cultivation was observing them. The young gentleman's eyes widened, his fan momentarily stilled. Have we been discovered? No, it is likely my presence that has attracted notice, but you must remain cautious and not expose yourselves. The consequences could be dire. Old Fong shook his head, a serious expression etched upon his face as he reiterated his warning to I understand. He waved his fan, a light smile gracing his features. Entirely unperturbed did I end the crowd. A man wielding a hoe raised his head to gaze at the altar, while another, burdened with a basket, pushed forward. Blast it! Next time, we must persuade Sen Yang to give us some coin. One cannot even enjoy the outing. Stop pushing. From the rear of the throng, a donkey ambled slowly forward, carrying its rider. Upon witnessing the throngs ahead, it halted about 10 meters away. This will suffice. I can still see. From beneath a straw hat, a gentle voice emerged. Indeed, there are quite a few people. Meanwhile, the women from Hewage stood upon a nearby balcony, acknowledging the crowd. Indeed, those who should be here have all arrived. This heavenly sacrificial ceremony is truly lively, Jun Yulan remarked, a slight smile playing on her lips, infused with deeper meaning. Ding! With the toll of a bell, an instantaneous hush fell over the gathering as all eyes fixated on the altar. The heavenly sacrificial ceremony begins. May His Majesty ascend the platform. Li Si raised his head, his expression somber as he proclaimed loudly. The sound of horns blared and war drums resounded, amidst the eager gazes of the multitude. A figure emerged. Flanking him were rows of eunuchs, followed by palace maids, and leading the procession were an elder and a young eunuch, Chao Jingchun and Xiao Yanzi. The foremost figure donned a black brocade robe, embroidered with a crimson 5-clawed dragon, intricate patterns woven in gold thread. Adorning his head was an exquisite black crown, while around his waist was a golden and purple jade belt that he bore an elegantly crafted long sword at his side. What struck the eye was a countenance of striking handsomeness, with sharp, piercing eyes and an aloof demeanor, his tall and graceful form exuding an air of authority. At his mere appearance, an overwhelming aura swept over the crowd. An imperial presence that commanded respect. As all eyes focused on Knight Feather as he advanced step by step, each footfall resonated in the hearts of the onlookers, an unparalleled pressure compelling all to kneel in reverence. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! With a unified shout, all present involuntarily knelt, echoing the cries of Long live the Emperor. In the crowd, the elderly man's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at the figure. From the distance on the donkey's back, the rider lifted his head, revealing cold, indifferent eyes beneath the brim of his hat. The way of the Emperor. Miss, just now, for some reason, Xue Fu felt compelled to kneel. Is this truly the Emperor of the Great Zhou? He appears so youthful and handsome. I hear he is only 17, younger than you by several years. At Xue Fu's words, Shang Yinqing was equally astonished. The sensation she had felt moments ago mirrored that of Xue Fu's. She had nearly knelt before the young Emperor of the Great Zhou. How terrifying! Yet upon hearing Xue Fu's subsequent remark, her expression shifted slightly, and she playfully tapped Xue Fu's head. Humph! I shall forever be 18. How could I possibly be old? Xue Fu rubbed her head, perplexed. Huff! Huff! On the balcony, Wei He grasped the railing, breathing heavily. Shaken by what he had witnessed, he had almost knelt. The sheer presence of that figure was overwhelming, instilling fear. It was not the pressure of mere cultivation. He had only experienced such a phenomenon with his own father. Has the Emperor of the Great Zhou truly reached such heights? Indeed, he should not be underestimated. Is this the young emperor? Truly impressive, and remarkably handsome as well. A woman beside Jun Yulan chuckled, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the figure on the stage. With measured steps, Knight Feather approached the altar, his final footfall echoing as he turned with a flourish of his sleeve, his gaze icy and sharp, sweeping across the assembly. Today, the great Zhou stands united. The land is at peace. Therefore, I shall offer this prayer to the heavens. O heavenly sovereign, bless the great Zhou. May the great Zhou dynasty be blessed with peace and prosperity. May the winds be gentle and the rains be timely. May the harvest be plentiful. Yi Yu inserted the incense stick into the cauldron before him, while Li Si, holding a prayer, recited it aloud, with one hand gripping the long sword at his waist, the ancestral sword of the Ji family. Yi Yu gazed indifferently into the distance, his expression cold. This grand ceremony of worshipping heaven was not solely about the offering. Today also marked his 18th birthday, the day of his coming of age and bestowal of titles that I end this realm. Men come of age at 18, while women do so at 16. It also heralded the onset of reform. He aimed to thoroughly rectify the nation, establishing a true singular voice for the Zhou. Imperial edict issued. None dare disobey. Simultaneously, he sought to observe his adversaries, those who obstructed his imperial path. I stand here, awaiting their arrival. What is there to fear? Chapter 046. Title of Divine Marshal, Assassination. Upon the conclusion of the prayer, Li Si stepped down, and Wei Yan ascended from another side, holding a piece of yellow silk, seemingly to announce something further. I asked there more to discuss. What could it possibly be? You'll know once you listen. This scene piqued the curiosity of all, who turned their attention to the high platform. Wei Yan surveyed the magnificent figure before him, casting his gaze over the crowd, and then unfurled the silk. By the decree of heaven, today, our great Zhou Emperor has reached the age of 18. The time for the bestowal of titles. We hereby announce the elevation of the current Emperor Ji Yu to the title of Divine Marshal. The imperial capital shall henceforth be known as Chang'an. Yi Yu chose the name Chang'an not only for its historical significance as a bustling city that never sleeps, but also for its profound connotations. As Wei Yan's proclamation resonated, the populace knelt once more, exclaiming, "All hail his divine martial majesty! Long live the emperor!" However, those lurking in the shadows furrowed their brows. The title of Divine Marshal is no trivial matter. An emperor's title reflects both his ambition and his accomplishments. Just as Emperor Zhaoyang was titled Martial Spirit after reforming the army and defeating the Xiongnu, thereby altering the plight of Zhao, and Emperor Han Xian, titled Constant Culture, whose diligent governance led to prosperity in Han. The title bestowed upon Ji Yu as Divine Marshal indicates his considerable ambition, hinting at desires for territorial expansion. Each step he has taken since ascending the throne has been drenched in blood, littered with corpses, showcasing his decisiveness and ruthless tactics. Furthermore, naming the imperial capital Chang'an, does it imply enduring peace? Such grand aspirations. My lady, the Emperor of Zhou is remarkably young, only 18. Indeed, only 18. What remarkable achievements he has. Guzuyi stroked his beard in admiration. Among the crowd, some displayed fierce expressions, their hands reaching towards their groins, disregarding all else as they prepared to execute their sinister plans. Dog Emperor, this time next year shall mark your day of sacrifice. Prepare to strike. Yi Yu observed the scene below and around him, seemingly sensing something amiss, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Suddenly, as all knelt in reverence, 3 crossbow bolts pierced through the air. The crowd's countenance shifted dramatically. They have siege crossbows. The penetrating power of these bolts could instill fear even in those of innate strength. Protect the Emperor, assassins. In an instant, cries erupted from all directions. From the throng, some individuals retrieved bamboo-like tubes from their trousers, tossing them into the crowd and near the high platform. The tubes instantly released dense smoke. Poisonous gas. Protect the Emperor, kill. A multitude rushed to various corners, retrieving pre-prepared weapons from the ground, engaging in fierce combat with the Imperial Forest Army. The populace was thrown into disarray. Panic ensued. Upon the high platform, Li Si and Wei Yan's pupils constricted as they beheld the incoming bolts. Your Majesty. Yet Yi Yu remained poised, unfazed, observing the chaos before him. his eyes growing ever colder, filled with murderous intent. "Stop." Just as the bolts were about to strike Yu, a hoarse voice rang out from the skies. In an instant, the three bolts were halted mid-air. Transcendence from atop a donkey. A voice resonated in disbelief and shock. The figure beneath the hat abruptly lifted his head, revealing a stern and resolute face. His expression laced with astonishment. "Well, my goodness, this has truly astonished the old man. The great Joe possesses a transcendent being." Among the crowd, an elderly man who had feigned death suddenly sat up, glancing around in awe. Transcendence. The utterance stirred the very tides of destiny. Guzui, his face agape in shock, stared fixedly at the high platform, even neglecting to notice that he had just tugged at his beard in excitement. At this moment, all those in the shadows turned their gaze towards the figure that had suddenly appeared on the high platform, cloaked in a conical hat, wearing a black mask, and entirely enveloped in layers of fabric, yet exuding a chilling aura. "Notorious one, Yuan Tingang pays his respects to your majesty." Yuan Tingang bowed to Yi Yu. "What? This transcendent being actually serves Ji Yu. This is indeed a transcendent." The expressions of all present spiraled into chaos. Filled with disbelief and confusion that Ji Yu had managed to subdue a transcendent. By what means? Even if one were to reach the transformative realm, they still remained mortal, and 100,000 troops could contend with them. Yet a transcendent, as the name implies, transcends the mundane. With a mere word, they could summon the forces of heaven and earth. 100,000 troops could be annihilated with a flick of the wrist. As for the celestial beings, they could alter the very colors of the heavens in their wrath. Since the rat has revealed itself, let us capture them all. Joyous days must be marked with some blood. Yi Yu remarked with an impassive demeanor, his gaze fixed on the scene below. At that moment, for voices resonated from the sky. It was the 4 azure dragons, Imperial Guard. With a commanding order, the Imperial Guard swiftly surrounded the venue. Windows in the surrounding buildings flung open, revealing bows and crossbows. Bang! A door was kicked open, and a team of Imperial Guards stormed in, immediately encircling Shang Yunxing and others. "What is your intent?" Guzui stepped forward, his expression vigilant. "That I in these special times, all suspicious individuals must be apprehended. Those who resist shall face death without mercy." From among the Imperial Guards, 2 captains emerged. Upon seeing them, Guzui's expression shifted drastically. They were both at the late innate stage. This was troublesome. In another building, Jun Yulan observed the 3 red-cloaked flying fish among the Imperial Guards, her expression darkening. "Let's go. Those who resist shall face death without mercy," the central captain coldly warned. Bang! Kicking open another door, the 2 captains charged in, but the platform was already vacant. There ain't no need to search. They have fled. An elderly figure suddenly appeared, clad in armor, a large blade at his waist, and a bow and arrows slung over his back. It was Huang Zhong. He had kept a close watch on the elderly and young duo leading the group. The elder possessed complete, innate strength. Originally, Huang Zhong intended to seize them when the time came, but to his surprise, they produced talisman-like items that vanished upon ignition. Such tactics were beyond his experience. At that moment, an old man resembling a beggar wore a woeful expression. "Young man, why must you disregard the code of conduct? Why bully an old man like me?" An elder at the mid-transformation stage was no ordinary old man. Ma Chao smiled faintly, pointing his long spear at the old man before him. The old man's expression changed, realizing he had been discovered. Coiling dragon on the shore, Zhao Yun pivoted to the left, stepping forward as his dragon gallant silver spear lunged forth. Moon embrace, tail sweep. A black long sword met the challenge, the accompanying sword energy clashing. Both combatants recoiled a few steps, astonished to find such a master in the great Zhou. A voice beneath the hat, cold and indifferent, emanated, the black sword aimed at Zhao Yun, who uttered no further words, thrusting his spear once more. Simultaneously, additional members of the Imperial Forest Army entered the fray, evacuating the citizens and sealing off the entire vicinity around the high platform. At this moment, surrounded by the Imperial Guards and the Forest Army, merely over 100 armed individuals remained in the venue. "We are surrounded." Was this all part of the Dog Emperor's initial plan? "We have fallen into his trap. We must break through. Kill that young emperor." Realizing their imminent demise, The group revealed fierce expressions, charging towards the high platform. Witnessing the frenzied assassins before him, Qing Long raised his left hand, gesturing towards the group with a flick of his wrist, uttering a single word, "Kill!" Whoosh, whoosh. All the Imperial Guards unsheathed their blades simultaneously, their cold gleam flashing. In the next moment, blood splattered several figures from the crowd. All innate were sent flying. Yet, just as they ascended, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky, piercing through them, causing them to plummet to the ground. Following this, several red-cloaked figures soared into the air. These were the captains of the Imperial Guards. On the high platform, Yi Yu's gaze remained icy as he observed all that transpired. Chapter 047. The Deployment of the Sure Yu Kingdom. Young Emperor, prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. A figure resembling a monk, clad in a robe, adorned with prayer beads around his neck and wielding a ring-headed knife, flew towards Yi Yu, exuding a transformative aura. Humph! Thief! Do not harm the Emperor. Zhang Fei descended with his 8-foot snake spear, thrusting it directly towards the monk. In Nanyang of the Great Zhou, there exists a temple, Xinyo Temple, which is considered the only Buddhist stronghold in the Zhou. However, regrettably, they had become a self-righteous, obstinate group and were subsequently eradicated by the Imperial Guards. All members of the temple, save the previous abbot who was wandering, perished. It appears that this is indeed the old host. Your Majesty, an extraordinary presence has arrived. Suddenly, Yuan Tiangang spoke in a low voice, his gaze drifting skyward. Were we being observed all along? Had it not been for Yuan Tiangang's arrival, I might have remained oblivious. Go ahead. Yi Yu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Today, everything was in disarray. Yet perhaps a little chaos is beneficial. How else can one achieve clarity? In a flash, Yuan Tiangang vanished from sight. Two figures hovered above, silently regarding the scene below, one clad in green, the other in blue. The green-clad figure wore a flowing celestial gown, while the blue figure donned a RU skirt. Their ebony tresses cascaded down to their waists, both possessing ethereal beauty, yet the woman in green bore a white cloth wrapped around her eyes. She was the very same woman who had appeared during the battle at Shangyin. To think that two individuals could arrive unannounced over the imperial city of Dezhou is rather improper. In the air, Yuan Tiangang advanced step by step, his presence intensifying with each stride, a murderous intent radiating from him. Upon seeing the newcomers, Jiang Yuji and Jiang Zhao's expressions turned grave. They had not anticipated such a formidable expert in Dezhou. However, as an extraordinary being, do you not feel a sense of shame in bowing before a mere youth? Ha ha ha! Why should there be shame? I kneel before an emperor, a true sovereign. Yuan Tiangang's hoarse laughter echoed, laced with derision towards the two. Boom. In an instant, Yuan Tiangang struck. His fist reverberated through the void, infused with tremendous force. Both individuals' expressions shifted as Jiang Zhao stepped forward, countering with a punch of his own. As an extraordinary being, resorting to a sneak attack is quite unbecoming. As long as one can achieve the desired outcome, what does it matter the means employed? A day later, within the Imperial Palace, at the Divine Marshal Hall, following Yi Yu's title as Divine Marshal, the hall was renamed accordingly to why Yi Yu sat upon the dragon throne, and a multitude of ministers knelt before him. Your Majesty, we have uncovered the identities of the assassins. They are all individuals affiliated with the sects that were purged last time. Li Si stepped forward to report that Wei Yu had largely anticipated this outcome, commanding, hang all the assassins outside the imperial city as a warning to others. Let the 6 doors carry it out, under the supervision of the Jin Yi. Among the ministers, Lu Chuan immediately knelt to receive the edict, his eyes brimming with deep respect. The 6 doors agents were former disciples of the surrendered sects, and assigning them this task served as a cautionary lesson. Those harboring treachery shall face death. Your Majesty, furthermore, other captured suspects seem to have ties to hidden powers. Yi Yu scoffed, rising to his feet, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the ministers below. Hidden powers. They have likely remained in obscurity for far too long, becoming foolish. They cannot even perceive a simple invitation to their own downfall. Do they still believe that I dare not act against them? Truly, they are blissfully ignorant in their arrogance. Their self-satisfied identities and backgrounds have clouded their most fundamental judgments. if such are the hidden powers. They have utterly disappointed me. Yi Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm, his face adorned with a cold smirk of disdain. Qinglong, since they have presented themselves, let them divulge all they know. Yes, it is an opportune moment to glean insights into these hidden powers. Although Yi Yu feigned contempt for them, he understood their historical significance. Such powers have existed since the previous dynasties, thus they could not be so easily dismissed. Strategically, one must respect one's opponent while maintaining an air of superiority. Your Majesty, we also have spies from the other 6 nations. Squeeze out their value and eliminate them. Is there anything else to report? Your Majesty, the Northern Territories have recently suffered incursions from the Shuriwe Kingdom. This has inflicted severe losses and dangers upon the surrounding populace. The Shuriwe Kingdom? Yi Yu furrowed his brow, recalling it as a small nation near the western regions, albeit closer to Dezhou. He could not help but be infuriated and amused. When did such a diminutive nation dare to provoke Dezhou? Even if Dezhou is the weakest among the 7 nations, it is still a great power. The 7 nations are the strongest 7 countries. I recall that the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry are stationed in the Northern Territories, correct? Send orders for Cao Chun to lead the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to annihilate the Shuriwe. Your Majesty, it may not be necessary to exterminate them. The Shuriwe, positioned between Dezhou and the western regions, could be compelled to submit, serving as a vanguard for future offensives against the western nations and as a transit point for trade with the West. Li Si interjected, advocating for a more strategic approach that Dezhou lies to the west, and beyond that is the western regions. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yu issued another command. Inform Cao Chun that Shuriwe has 2 choices, to submit or to perish. I can utilize them and have no objections to expanding my territory. Understood, dismissed. Outside the city gates, passers-by paused, gazing at the rows of assassins hanging by their pierced bones from iron hooks, suspended on wooden crosses. The foremost row contained the innate experts from that day, alongside the aged monk, Dog Emperor. Tyrant, may you meet a terrible end. I curse your ancestors, Dog Emperor. A chorus of enraged assassins shouted, their voices filled with fury. A group of 6 doors agents stood nearby, trembling in fear, their expressions pale. What are you doing? A supervising Jin Iwei officer approached, that M.Y. Lord. What is the matter? A 6 doors captain hurriedly stepped forward, cautious in his demeanor. These individuals have insulted His Majesty. Are you truly indifferent? The Jin Iwei officer replied coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. Why do you not silence their tongues? Yi Ziqing and the others were also present. As fellow captains, Yi Ziqing quickly grasped the situation and commanded, no need for that. The Jin Iwei officer interjected, silence them. In an instant, confusion swept over the crowd. What, then, should be done? Cut out the tongues of those who have insulted His Majesty. Anyone who dares to utter further insults shall have their tongues severed. The Jin Iwei officer declared, gripping his embroidered spring knife with an icy demeanor. Severed? Yi Ziqing and the earlier captain were taken aback, their faces paling in shock and horror. Did you not hear the command? Do not delay. The initial captain gulped nervously, quickly reprimanding. Yes, yes. This gruesome scene left the onlookers stunned and terrified. Some fled, unwilling to bear witness to the harrowing cries behind them. Sure, Jie. Luo Tiantian's voice trembled, while Songya gazed fearfully at the departing Jin Iwei officer. This is the Jin Iwei. Yi Ziqing exhaled deeply, his tone resolute. The Northern Territories, at this moment. On a grassland, black banners fluttered, emblazoned with the crimson character for Zhou. Charge. Cao Chun pointed his long sword forward, and instantly, dust soared as the ground trembled in the distance. A detachment of Xiongnu warriors, caught off guard, scrambled in panic. The Dezhou cavalry is coming. Run, do not panic. Mount up and form ranks immediately. Moments later, the grassland was littered with countless corpses. In the sky, vultures circled ominously. General Chao, the Emperor's decree. A Jin Iwei officer galloped forth, promptly delivering the edict to Cao Chun. Cao Chun immediately knelt to receive the command, and after perusing its contents, he swiftly mounted his horse, pointing his blood-stained sword in a specific direction. Mobilize the forces against the Shuriwe Kingdom. Depart! In the next moment, 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry stirred up dust, their banners vanishing across the expanse of the grassland. Chapter 048. The Shiriwe County of Dezhou, Part 1. The Hanggu River flows from the northern territories into Shiriwe. During winter, the river's surface freezes, yet water continues to flow beneath. At this moment, a troop marched alongside the river, comprised of both infantry and cavalry, all wearing smiles of glee. We truly seized a great deal this time. Hee. Those women are quite enticing. We must return for another raid. Laughter and coarse language echoed throughout the ranks. At the forefront, 3 men rode on warhorses clad in leather armor. General, won't this attract Dezhou's attention and provoke an attack against us? A young man on the right wore a worried expression. Ruo Hudu. Worry not. Our Shiriwe has received the support of the Great Chong. We need not fear Dezhou. Lai Bai Yuan laughed heartily, patting Ruo Hudu on the shoulder. But General, the Great Chong is still over in the western regions. If trouble arises, they may not arrive in time. We should exercise caution if Dezhou truly takes action. Our Shiriwe might not withstand it. The support from the Great Chong is likely aimed at using us as a springboard to seize the Central Plains. Ruo Hudu continued to advise. Ruo Hudu. It seems you are afraid. Last year, Dezhou was embroiled in chaos. It may have already lost its strength. Besides, that Emperor Dezhou is but a mere child. What is there to fear? You are merely being overly cautious. On the other side, Tu Hali mocked, deriding him. Ruo Hudu's face darkened at Tu Hali's taunt. You speak of last year, yet do you not know that Dezhou has regained its former glory? To refer to that emperor as a child, with his capabilities, you fools would likely perish multiple times. Ruo Hudu chose to remain silent, having accompanied them solely for the purpose of acquiring provisions. He would not have ventured to provoke Dezhou unless truly desperate for supplies. Moreover, Ruo Hudu was acutely aware that Tu Hali and Lai Bai Yuan looked down upon him for being a product of both Shiriwe and Dezhou. Having progressed through his own merits, he had reached this point with great caution and foresight. Shiriwe lies amid the Xiongnu, Dezhou, and the western regions. Their situation is precarious. Let us take a break. Lai Bai Yuan signaled for a halt. We are nearing our return. Let us wait until then to rest and avoid any unexpected encounters. How can you, Rudu, be so cowardly yet still aspire to be a general? It would be more fitting to relinquish your position to someone braver. Tahali scoffed without hesitation, and even Li Bi Yuan, who stood nearby, couldn't suppress a look of disdain. Damn, this is infuriating. Ruida's heart burned with anger. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Fine, let us take a rest. With both armies pausing, Ruida found himself unable to advance any further in this vast grassland and desolate expanse. Straying too far from the main force was perilous. Suddenly, bonfires sprang to life. Ruida glanced at the smoke rising into the sky and discreetly ordered his troops to remain vigilant. Then he sighed, looking at the 2 men who appeared quite pleased with themselves. How ridiculous! They feel triumphant merely for seizing a few villages. How on earth did they become generals? Ha, drink! Hurry, is the meat ready? The Grand General is hungry. Ha, how delightful! Ruidu, what are you drinking? Tea from the Central Plains? You don't even dare to drink alcohol. You truly are a coward. Tahali laughed mockingly as he observed Ruida sipping tea alone, further intensifying his contempt. Ruida thought to himself, damn, someone come take care of this fool. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed. Hey, is there something amiss? Where? Have you been drinking too much? Keep drinking. Sensing something unusual, Rudu immediately listened intently and pressed his ear to the ground to feel the vibrations the next moment. His pupils constricted. He leaped to his feet and shouted, Enemy attack! Prepare! Prepare! Form ranks to confront them. Upon hearing Rudu's roar, over 10,000 of his men swiftly assembled, readying themselves for battle. The rest, still bewildered, scrambled to grab their weapons. Rudu, what is going on? Tahali approached with discontent, his voice raised in reprimand. At that moment, Li Bi Yuan's expression shifted, as if he had finally grasped the situation. Just as he was about to shout, the rumbling grew louder. In an instant, black banners began to flutter atop the distant hills, followed by the emergence of cavalry. Without pausing, they charged down the slope. Quick, prepare to engage. Li Bi Yuan bellowed with all his might. However, a group of soldiers had already been terrified into a panic. Scattering in all directions, a bunch of fools. Rudu turned back, berating them. Cavalry, charge to meet the enemy. Infantry, follow up and block the advancing cavalry of the Great Zhou. Ruodu immediately ordered his 3,000 cavalry to advance. The infantry behind them brandished their long spears in defense. Li Bi Yuan, Tahali, you two must immediately organize the troops to face the enemy. Fools! Stop running. Quickly regroup. Form ranks. Li Bi Yuan realized Ruodu was buying time and shouted furiously. How interesting. There is indeed a true commander among them. Such rapid defensive action. Cao Chun observed Ruodu commanding his troops, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Previously, based on reports from scouts, this group seemed entirely carefree, reveling in drink and merriment. Cao Chun had assumed they were merely a band of good-for-nothings, but it appeared there were capable individuals among them, although the cavalry of Shiriyue could not compare to the Great Chong or the Xiongnu. They were still nomads surviving in the grasslands, so their cavalry would not be lacking. Ruodu had thought he could withstand the advance of the Great Zhou cavalry, but the next moment left him dumbfounded. In just one clash, half of his forces were lost. Ruodu's heart bled at the loss. These cavalrymen were his foundation, his treasures, cavalry, retreat. Ruodu feared that another encounter would annihilate his forces. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the Great Zhou cavalry. Was this the might of a great nation? As the cavalry retreated, the infantry moved up but suffered heavy losses as well. One charge from the 100,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry resulted in an immediate loss of 7,000. Leaving only 3,000. Damn, Ruodu nearly leapt from his horse at the sight. What the hell was this? With what could he fight back? With the lives of his soldiers. He glanced back to see that the two fools had only just begun to gather their men. Ruodu's eyes nearly blazed with flames. Damn it. Retreat. Ruodu shouted decisively, leading his troops in retreat. Consequently, Li Bi Yuan and Tahali's forces were left exposed. Ruodu, what are you doing? Are you fleeing like a coward? Tahali exclaimed in a fit of anger. Since you look down upon me and disdain the soldiers of the Great Zhou, then go your own way. Ruodu shot a glance filled with contempt and ignored Tahali's words, taking his troops away. Before departing, Ruodu pointed at Li Bi Yuan and Tahali, shouting, General Li Bi Yuan of Shiriyue, General Tahali, are here. Which scoundrel dares to act with impunity? Ruodu's taunt was met with furious roars from the two men, their faces turning pale with rage. Nevertheless, Ruodu galloped away with his troops. Better to die a friend than live a coward. Had it not been for the two blocking his path, he would have been pursued. Moreover, Ruodu specifically named Li Bi Yuan and Tahali, intending for them to not survive. At the very least, they would be closely watched and most likely captured alive. This way, no one would report him for fleeing the battlefield. As for whether anyone would escape, Ruodu did not underestimate his own men, but rather the strength of the Great Zhou cavalry filled him with a strong premonition. Total annihilation awaited. This kid is rather interesting. Cao Chun observed the fleeing figure with keen interest. Block him with 20,000 men. Ideally, capture him alive. Yes, Cao Chun then regarded the assembled 50 to 60,000 Shiriyue soldiers before him, silently raising his long spear. While others might disrupt with only a couple of thousand men, this fellow had directly come with tens of thousands. Did he not understand what it meant to fight? If not you, then who? Kill. Chapter 49. The Great Zhou, Shiriyue County, Part 2. They galloped frantically, not daring to pause. Eventually, as the infantry could run no longer, Ruodu ordered them to stop, deploying sentinels and allowing the soldiers to rest properly. Gazing towards the direction they had come from, Ruodu's face bore a sense of tragic resolution. General Li Bi Yuan, General Tahali, I, Ruodu, shall forever remember you. I am grateful for your selfless and fearless spirit, with a pained expression. Ruodu squeezed out a few tears. All right, mourning complete. He quickly changed his demeanor, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Let us rest a little longer before making our exit. Despite having fled such a distance, Ruodu's heart remained restless. He prepared to return directly to the royal city. Before Ruodu could contemplate further, a sentinel rushed in, a cloud of dust trailing behind. Damn, I told you to keep watch, and instead, you brought the enemy here. Is this how you maintain a watch? Alert! Form ranks, Ruodu shouted urgently. In the next moment, black banners waved around them, a ring of tiger leopard cavalry encircling them. This is the end. Ruodu's expression fell. I'm done for. Pfft. A long spear pierced through the chest of the last Shiriyue soldier, leaving only two individuals remaining on the battlefield, kneeling with spears at their throats. None other than Li Bi Yuan and Tahali. Shiyue's Grand General and General. You are gifts presented to me. Chao Chun rode in on his warhorse, a slight smile gracing his lips, his long spear still dripping with blood. You may kill or torture as you please. Ruidu is a coward, an infamous scoundrel. Tahali spat blood, speaking with venom. Let me tell you, our Shiryu nation has the support of the Great Chong. If you dare to harm us, they will surely come for you. Chao Chun gazed at the two men, shaking his head. To be honest, you two are not even comparable to Ryu. All bravado and no strategy. You are fit to be nothing more than a vanguard. Impossible. That coward has no right to compare with us. At least he is still alive, is he not? Chao Chun replied coolly, leaving both men in silence. Swish. In the next moment, Chao Chun drew his sword from his waist and plunged it into Dahali's heart. You. Li Bi Yuan's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, a moment later, a long sword pierced his chest, and he fell to the ground. Those without value do not need to live. With the intelligence of these two, their worth was less than that of Ruidu. Once Chao Chun finished cleaning up the battlefield, he continued forward, soon encountering another group of tiger leopard cavalry he had dispatched earlier, escorting a group of individuals, none other than the fleeing forces of Ruidu. Chao Chun smiled faintly, riding forward. Ru. Hearing the great Zhou general call his name from the crowd, Ruidu stepped forward. Ruidu, pay my respects to the general. Chao Chun finally got a clear view of the man before him. With features akin to those from the Central Plains, he appeared rather handsome. His strength had also reached the 7th level of the postnatal stage. I find you intriguing. Upon hearing Chao Chun's first words, Ruidu's heart skipped a beat, that he had long heard rumors about the Central Plains' affinity for beauty. Could it be? How about it? Would you like to follow me? Submit to the great Zhou. Upon hearing this, Ruidu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely this. I, Ruidu, pay my respects to the general. I am willing to submit to the great Zhou. Without hesitation, Ruidu knelt to express his loyalty. It was no joke. Not only was his life in another's hands, but the great Zhou was also no weakling. Furthermore, Ruidu considered another possibility. If the emperor of the great Zhou truly contemplated such a step, excellent. Those who recognize the times are wise. Chao Chun exclaimed, expressing his approval. However, words are not enough. I require to see your determination. Chao Chun gazed at Ruidu with profound meaning and inquired, Does the general wish for me to open the gates of the royal city? Ruidu timidly asked, Indeed, dealing with clever individuals is far less troublesome. You understand what must be done, correct? Chao Chun, with a look of satisfaction, replied, I understand, my lord. The kingdom of Shiyue is composed of tribes, with only one city. The Shiyue Royal City. The garrison at Shiyue Royal City comprises merely 120,000 soldiers, and this time, half of them have been dispatched directly to this moment, on the walls of the royal city. A group of soldiers was patrolling. Someone is approaching. It appears to be an army. Sound the alarm. Oh, it seems to be General Ruidu, riding at full gallop with 3,000 cavalry, hastened toward the royal city. Quickly open the city gates. The Zhou army is attacking the royal city. Open the gates. I must see the Khan, Ruidu shouted as he raced along. What? The great Zhou has come. How can this be? It must be a ruse. Look at General Ru. Does he seem to be pretending? Quickly, open the gates at once, informed the Khan. Open the gates. With a commanding shout, the great gates of the royal city began to open gradually. Seeing the gates wide open, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ruidu's eyes. Among these 3,000 cavalry, 2,000 were tiger and leopard riders, who had deliberately placed their cavalry at the forefront to avoid exposure. Before long, Ruidu and his men reached the city gates. The guards at the gates, noticing that Ruidu showed no signs of slowing down, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Attack! A soldier behind Ruidu suddenly shouted, raising his spear and striking down a guard at the city gate. None other than Chao Chun. Kill! With each battle cry, the clash of swords erupted. The garrison quickly realized the gravity of the situation. General Ruidu has betrayed us. The enemy is attacking. Enemy attack. Tiger and leopard riders, charge. Observing the gathered army before him, Chao Chun pointed a spear and led the charge himself. Soon, a greater roar and the thunder of hooves resounded as the tiger and leopard riders, bearing black banners, surged forward. Thus, the gates of Shiyue Royal City were shattered. In the palace, The Khan of Shuriwe berated, "You traitor!" As Rohadu was labeled a traitor, he found himself at a loss for words. Remaining silent. "Let us discuss matters upon meeting His Majesty. Take him away." Chao Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Rohadu, I shall grant you 50,000 tiger and leopard riders. Sweep through the remaining tribes of Shuriwe. Those who submit shall live. Those who resist shall perish. Do you understand?" "Yes." Rohadu's face lit up with joy, not expecting to be so quickly entrusted with such responsibility. Half a month later, among the 13 tribes of Shuriwe, 7 had submitted while 6 were completely annihilated. Upon learning of this, Jiyu promptly ordered the renaming of the kingdom of Shuriwe to the Great Zhou Shuriwe Prefecture, appointing Rohadu as the prefect, and selecting one individual from the previously assessed talents for the position of prefect. Simultaneously, he dispatched 50,000 soldiers from the rebel forces trained by Guan Yu to garrison Shuriwe Prefecture. In just over half a month, the kingdom of Shuriwe became a mere prefecture of the Great Zhou. Chapter 050. The ancestor of the Ji family, the martial chamber. A dedicated space within the palace for the emperor's cultivation that at this moment, Ji Yu sat cross-legged in meditation. The air around him swirled with energy. With the assistance of the system, Ji Yu had achieved innate perfection, yet he possessed only cultivation without martial skills. Thus, he needed to train in these skills himself. The Ji family's ancestral technique, known as the Xinyuan method, comprises 3 parts: the Xinyuan heart method, the Xinyuan sword technique, and the Xinyuan body technique. It is said that the origins of the Ji family's martial arts are extraordinary, though the specifics remain unknown. Ji Yu exhaled a cloud of white vapor, opening his eyes to assess his cultivation and realizing that he was progressing too slowly. "Your Majesty." Yuan Tiangang suddenly appeared before Ji Yu. "What brings you here?" Ji Yu stood up, curiosity flickering in his eyes that a few days prior, Yuan Tiangang had fought to a stalemate with 2 women. Subsequently, Ji Yu had sent him to patrol the entire palace. Although the Jinyui had investigated previously, it was no substitute for a transcendent being. After all, the palace is often a place where dragons lie hidden. Ji Yu did not wish for an ancient monster to ambush him one day. "Your Majesty, as per your command, I have conducted a thorough inspection and discovered 3 individuals of the transformation realm hidden within the palace, along with over a dozen innate beings." Coughing slightly as he sat down to sip tea, Ji Yu was momentarily choked, not out of surprise, but out of genuine frustration. It should be noted that when he had just arrived, the rebels had already reached the imperial capital of Chang'an without any sign of resistance. Ultimately, he had to take matters into his own hands. Had it not been for the system, he would have been finished. Must it take the fall of the imperial capital and an attack on the palace for them to act? "Where are those 3 in the transformation realm?" Ji Yu asked coldly, setting down his teacup. "One is in the imperial kitchen, an old eunuch chopping firewood. Another is in the imperial ancestral hall, an old eunuch sweeping. The last one is in the cold palace, an old matron. This must be the hidden force protecting the palace." Ji Yu recalled a fragment of memory indicating that the palace possessed such hidden protectors. They would only act in times of crisis. However, they seemed quite diligent. When it comes to the palace, they mean business. Sai informed the Jinyui to let them know I wish to see them, since they were allies. Ji Yu would not punish them, but had they been outsiders, he would have sought retribution. "Your Majesty, additionally, I have discovered a transcendent presence within the imperial capital." At this revelation, Ji Yu sat up straight, his eyes narrowing. "Where?" "In the imperial tombs." The imperial tombs lie not far behind the palace, still within the imperial capital. However, this individual seems to be in a self-imposed slumber, their life force flickering like a waning candle. Uncertain and unstable. Could it be an ancestor of the Ji family? Ji Yu pondered, knowing that those who reach the transcendent level can live for over 300 years. Moreover, with the royal family, there can be many elders. Which tomb? The tomb is not large, and it bears the inscription of the younger brother of the king of the West, Ji Tianpa, General Ji Tianxiao. The king of the West? Ji Yu almost faltered upon hearing this, initially thinking it referred to some former king of the West from the Great Zhou, but then he recalled that before the Ji family founded the Great Zhou, they had been conferred the title of king of the West during the previous dynasty, known as the Xia dynasty, which once unified the entire Central Plains. The ancestors of the seven nations were all once subjects of the Xia dynasty, mostly of different surnames or generals, thus claiming their own territory and establishing their own states during the disintegration of the Great Xia. As for why the Great Xia suddenly fell, many still do not know. It is rumored that an external power waged war against the Great Xia, leading to their defeat and destruction. However, many do not believe this. After all, over 300 years ago, the Great Xia's strength was such that even hidden forces would only bow in submission. Their armies were all acquired through later efforts. Transcendent beings were abundant. There were even several celestial beings in attendance. More people believe that hidden forces banded together to overthrow the Great Xia. What about those from 300 years ago? Ji Yiyu rose to his feet, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Ji Tianpa, the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, he lived through the most chaotic 50 years following the fall of the Great Xia, ultimately establishing the Great Zhou. As for Ji Tianxiao, only a few brief mentions exist in the Ji family genealogy. The final note states that he assisted his brother in establishing the Great Zhou, only to perish 3 years later due to a lapse in focus. Now, it seemed fraught with mysteries. However, Ji Yu did not wish to dwell on it further. The truth would reveal itself in due time. Ji Yu had a strong premonition that should he delve deeper, it would inevitably lead to the unearthing of unknown matters from the previous dynasty. For now, his strength was insufficient. Should we pay a visit? Yuan Tiangang suddenly suggested. Ji Yu turned his gaze toward Yuan Tiangang, a trace of skepticism in his eyes. Did you not say they were in slumber? Your Majesty. Although they are asleep, they retain a fragment of awareness to probe their surroundings. Upon reaching the transcendent level, one's consciousness undergoes transformation, akin to divine perception. Let us go. Ji Yu contemplated briefly, then waved his sleeve and departed the martial chamber with Yuan Tiangang, without delving into other matters. At the very least, he should inquire what this ancestor requires. Perhaps there is still hope for rescue. In the imperial kitchen, the sounds of chopping and cooking echoed from every room, white smoke wafting in the air. This place was responsible for the meals of the concubines, princesses, princes, and the emperor, with each chef being a top-tier culinary artist. Furthermore, daily inspections were conducted by the Jinyui and Donchong. In a secluded corner, several individuals were chopping firewood. Given the number of people in the palace, the consumption of firewood was substantial. Sigh. When will I ever escape this place? Come now. Without money or connections, I reckon I'll spend my whole life here. Look at that old eunuch. He has been chopping wood his entire life. No way. Several young eunuchs grumbled among themselves, occasionally glancing at the old eunuch chopping wood silently nearby. Just then, a squad of Jinyui approached. In an instant, the prominent figures of the imperial kitchen rushed out to greet them. However, before they could utter a word, the leading captain raised his hand to halt them and proceeded toward the firewood room. It seemed as if they were here to conduct an investigation. Nonsense. What could possibly happen in our imperial kitchen? They're heading for the firewood room. The young eunuchs in the firewood room trembled as they saw the Jinyui enter. Led by a captain, their hearts raced with anxiety, their bodies quaking, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Surely they couldn't be here to apprehend them for their earlier comments. It wouldn't warrant a captain's involvement. Would it? Eunuch, His Majesty summons you. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone. The Qianhu unexpectedly approached the elderly eunuch and bowed slightly, his demeanor exhibiting a hint of respect that no one could have anticipated that the seemingly humble eunuch, who had been quietly chopping wood, held significant status. Observing the actions of Qianhu, the elderly eunuch finally set down the firewood and axe, brushed off the dust from his attire, and a sharp yet hoarse voice emerged from his lips. This servant acknowledges the decree. He offered a slight bow towards the divine martial hall before following the Qianhu away, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers exchanging bewildered glances to the imperial ancestral temple. A group stood at a distance, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Eunuch, His Majesty summons you. The Qianhu addressed the elderly eunuch, who was busy sweeping the ground. Ah, let us go. The eunuch tidied the last remnants of dust, sighed, and remarked that he had sensed an extraordinary power on the day of the celestial ceremony, realizing he could no longer conceal himself. In the cold palace, a squad of Jinyui entered, again drawing the attention of onlookers. What is their purpose this time? In the courtyard, a seductive voice echoed with curiosity. Soon, The Jinui departed, but this time they were accompanied by an elderly matron with gray hair. At the imperial tomb, Yi Yu and his companion arrived shortly, proceeding directly towards the innermost depths. Before long, they encountered a tomb of modest size, arguably the smallest within the imperial mausoleum. Despite the efforts of past Zhou emperors to maintain the tomb, signs of age were evident, having endured 3 centuries of wear. Ninth Emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Yu pays homage to his ancestors. 300 years may seem to span over a dozen generations. Yet Ji Yu was only the 9th. This was primarily due to the longevity of the initial emperors, with 2 living a third of that time, barring those with particularly short lifespans. Most would have lived for at least 20 to 30 years. However, there was no response, only a chilling gust of wind. Ninth Emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Yu pays homage to his ancestors. Ji Yu pays homage to his ancestors. Noticing the absence of a reply, Ji Yu glanced at Yuan Tiangang, who nodded in understanding. In the next moment, he stepped forward, and an extraordinary aura enveloped the entire tomb. Presumptuous, His Majesty is present. Do not delay in emerging to pay your respects. Wait, Tiangang, have you misinterpreted the situation? Is it really necessary to be so forceful? Ji Yu, while indifferent to matters of lineage, felt at least a modicum of respect was warranted for his ancestors, that he merely wished for Yuan Tiangang to awaken them. Are the younger generations truly this disrespectful? At last, an ancient voice resonated within Yi Yu's mind. I apologize for the offense. Allow this young one to convey my apologies to the ancestors. Yi Yu bowed respectfully. Extraordinary is your servant, far surpassing previous incumbents. It seems the great Zhou shall flourish. Ji Tianxiao's voice conveyed a mixture of nostalgia and satisfaction. Ancestors, do you require anything? This humble one is eager to assist. No need. Unless you possess a millennium-old elixir, nothing else would suffice. A millennium-old elixir. Yi Yu fell silent. Such a rarity was akin to a terrestrial deity. There had been no whispers of 500-year-old elixirs, let alone those 1,000 years old. Such a thing would have long since transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. A mere mortal consuming it would likely ascend to extraordinary heights, perhaps even to the level of a celestial being. Is this for a breakthrough? Ji Yu inquired. Indeed, my time is drawing near, my vitality waning. Without a miraculous elixir to restore my vigor and facilitate my ascension, I shall merely dissipate into dust. Understood. Yi Yu then posed further inquiries regarding the former strength of the great Xia, and whether terrestrial deities still existed. Along with the hidden factions of the other 6 nations, Ji Tianxiao regarded this descendant with approval and answered each question in turn. That I lack the strength to continue. I must return to slumber. Govern the great Zhou well. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall restore the great Zhou to its former glory and unify the realm. Yi Yu declared solemnly, exuding an unparalleled aura. Indeed, be wary of those hidden factions. Ensure they do not awaken the celestial path. As Ji Tianxiao's voice faded to silence, Yi Yu gazed at the mausoleum, somewhat exasperated. Couldn't this have been communicated earlier? This is rather burdensome for the descendants. Nevertheless, he had caught the crucial keywords: hidden factions and the celestial path. It appeared he would need to return and inquire further, especially since he had recently captured a group of those hidden factions, some of whom had willingly walked into the trap. Back we go. Yi Yu waved his sleeve and turned to leave, with Yuan Tiangang silently following to the Jingyu prison, the exclusive dungeon of the Jinyui. All captured individuals were held here. Unlike the Tiang prison, which mainly housed officials, the Jingyu prison primarily contained martial artists. Speak. Will you divulge what you know? In an interrogation room, several individuals dangled from the ceiling, while several Jinyui mercilessly lashed them with whips. Opposite them, in adjacent cells, were the captured Shang Yunqing and the old beggar, restrained by iron chains, but not with hooks piercing their bones due to their status as suspects. Woo-woo, miss, are we going to die? Xue Fu, dirty and disheveled, wore a worried expression. The Dio not fret. We shall be fine. Shang Yunqing looked equally disheveled, her eyes flashing with anger, disbelief, and regret. She had not expected Ji Yu would dare to capture them. Randomly apprehending individuals. What infuriated her further was enduring torment in this dungeon. She swore, once she was free, she would make him pay dearly. In another cell, The old beggar remained unperturbed, scratching himself and casually popping a louse before sipping from his wine gourd, visibly enjoying himself. Jun Yulan and the woman beside her sat cross-legged, attempting to calm their trembling bodies, which betrayed their inner turmoil. In the next moment, the Jinui pressed a red-hot branding iron against the captives, producing a sizzle of searing flesh. Witnessing the scene, Xue Fu cried out even louder, while even Shang Yunqing shuddered. The brutality of the Jinui is indeed notorious. The old beggar took a sip of his wine. Shaking his head, His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice announced, and several figures entered, led by Yi Yu, clad in a black dragon robe. Your Majesty, the Jinui immediately knelt in reverence. Rise. Yi Yu casually commanded, his gaze surveying the surroundings of the dungeon. Ji Yu, you had best release us, or the forces behind us will not spare you. Upon seeing Ji Yu, a woman beside Jun Yulan stood defiantly, her voice filled with outrage, seated on a chair brought by the Jinui. Yi Yu glanced at the woman and coldly instructed, kneel. Slap yourself? What? The woman was momentarily stunned, unable to process his command. Jun Yulan sprang up, intending to interject, but the next instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, forcing her and her companions to kneel upon the ground. Failing to kneel before the emperor is tantamount to death. A hoarse voice echoed, slap. In the next instant, Yuan Tiangang struck the woman twice across the face. Shang Yunqing, who had been about to speak, fell silent. Now, I shall ask you a few questions. I trust you will answer truthfully. Are we not already answering? A coarse voice emerged from a nearby cell, belonging to two burly men who appeared simple and honest. Your Majesty, these two are farmers. Jinui reported. Yu perused the secrets of the hidden factions laid before him, finding them to be mere drivel or unimportant information, much of which he already knew. I wished to learn of the celestial path. At this proclamation, the dungeon fell silent, no one daring to speak. Gulp. After a prolonged silence, a drunken belch shattered the stillness. Your Majesty seeks to know of the celestial path. I, an old man, can enlighten you. An old beggar-like figure, clutching a wine gourd, stood unsteadily. Hong Tianyi, are you not afraid of being pursued by the other hidden factions? A man on a donkey interjected, I have but one life. I fear nothing. Besides, this has long ceased to be a secret. Do you wish to repeat the errors of the past? How many lives have been lost for the sake of a fictitious immortality? Hong Tianyi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, laced with indignation. It's all a lie. Do not forget our ancestors had their own history. The donkey-riding man retorted, so what? Have we returned? How many innocents perish for the sake of a few? I shall choose a different path. As he spoke, Hong Tianyi cast a glance at Yi Yu and suddenly bowed deeply. I came here to pledge my allegiance to His Majesty. What? At this declaration, the faces of those in the prison shifted dramatically. Hong Tianyi, the elder of the tavern, a master of the late stage of transformation, renowned for his drunken cloud fist that had bested numerous peers, was now seeking to join the court. This was an utter disgrace for the hidden factions. Yi regarded Hong Tianyi deeply. Very well. Release Hong Tianyi. Bring them to the imperial study. As for the others, instruct their backing forces to either gather wealth or collect corpses. The national treasury is currently in a state of tension, and it is the perfect opportunity to fleece them. As for killing, that must wait. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient strength. Yes, we humbly bid farewell to Your Majesty. The Jin Wei once again knelt in reverence, and Yu cast a glance at the remaining prisoners before turning to depart. Chapter 052. The Temptation of Immortality. Within the imperial study, Yu sat regally upon the dragon throne, gazing at Hong Tianyi, the elder of the tavern. You wish to pledge your allegiance to me. But how can I ascertain the authenticity of your intentions? Moreover, why choose me? Yi Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened, his piercing eyes fixed on the elder before him. At this moment, Hong Tianyi appeared entirely respectful, shedding the flippant demeanor he had previously exhibited. The old man understood that His Majesty harbored doubts, yet he was willing to submit to scrutiny. Should His Majesty perceive any treachery, I shall be executed on the spot. Hong Tianyi solemnly assured, though he had long severed ties with the tavern, a fact known to few. Why is that? Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The tavern has ceased to be what it once was. In its inception, It was merely a gathering of those who revel in fine wines, established solely for the appreciation of the finest brews. Indeed, it was an assemblage of connoisseurs. Yi Yu couldn't help but scoff internally, having assumed the tavern was merely a simple name. In reality, it concealed profound depths. It was, after all, a hidden power. Yet over time, as the influence grew, some individuals became consumed by ambition, vying for power and plotting for worldly gains. Ultimately, they pursued immortality, never to return. Wait, you speak of immortality. Have celestial beings ever graced this world? Yi Yu's brow furrowed as he promptly inquired, "Did I in the depths of the prison?" when he heard Hong Tianyi mention celestial beings. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that what he thought was a martial world was, in fact, a realm of cultivation? That would indeed be a shocking revelation, one that could provoke an expletive from Yi Yu. "Not at all, Your Majesty. This pertains to the celestial path." Yi Yu adjusted his posture, sensing that the forthcoming revelations would alter his worldview. "Your Majesty, are you aware that we are not actually in the Central Plains? We cannot even be classified as Central Plains people. We are situated to the true north of the Central Plains." Sigh. Yi Yu exhaled deeply, having anticipated this world within a world troped so. This celestial path is the route to the Central Plains. Is it not? Your Majesty is indeed astute. Precisely. Therefore, does the Central Plains possess realms above terrestrial immortals, akin to celestial beings? Indeed. And what, pray tell, is the celestial path? Merely a road? Your Majesty, the celestial path is in fact a cave, an underground cavern. Yet those who are enamored with the dream of ascension have dubbed it the celestial path, symbolizing the road to heaven. Hong Tianyi couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of disdain and mockery in his laughter. This cavern is located within the Yunming days of the Chu Kingdom. Every 350 years, the earth trembles, the lake waters surge, revealing the lakebed, and the cavern emerges. This phenomenon lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, the earth trembles again, and the waters return, with the cavern appearing only during those 7 days. Many have sought to plunge into the Yunming days, yet none have found any trace. 350 years? This time frame suddenly piqued Yi Yu's interest that, if memory serves correctly, the Great Zhou has just celebrated 300 years since its founding. 47 years prior to that, the Great Xia was destroyed. The Great Xia! Yi Yu suddenly exclaimed, as if he had pieced together the reason behind the fall of the Great Xia. Observing Yi Yu's sudden silence, Hong Tianyi wondered if he had misspoken. However, upon hearing Yi Yu utter the words Great Xia, he instantly comprehended. Your Majesty, the Great Xia indeed perished due to the celestial path. When the celestial path opened, those hidden forces sought to enter. But the Great Xia intervened. They feared the unknown on the other side and the potential influx of outsiders. Yet the hidden forces, unwilling to relent, secretly allied with external forces, bringing them into our realm. These outsiders claimed to be from the Great Liao dynasty, intent on claiming our territory. Thus, the Great Xia waged war against the Great Liao. In just 7 days, merely 7 days, the Great Xia suffered a crushing defeat. The capital was laid waste, leading to its downfall. The troops of the Great Xia were primarily in the early stages of postnatal cultivation, while the forces of the Great Liao boasted late-stage postnatal elites and even innate troops. Celestial beings, terrestrial immortals, and, as rumored, an existence above terrestrial immortals were said to have arrived. Ultimately, it is said that the ancestral guardian of the Great Xia perished alongside that being of terrestrial immortality, while the rest were essentially annihilated. Later, the Great Liao, having also sustained significant losses and facing their own troubles, retreated as the cave's entrance was set to close. Some members of the hidden forces followed them out, taking advantage of the Great Xia's misfortunes and hastening its demise. Subsequently, chaos ensued across the land. The hidden forces then faded into obscurity, awaiting the next opening of the celestial path. And the next occurrence is merely 3 years away. With the Great Xia gone and no one to impede them, why not simply wait for the celestial path to open instead of causing chaos now? Yi Yu remarked coolly. Because they require a key. Hong Tianyi paused for a moment before replying. After the Great Liao retreated, the Great Xia melded a millennium's worth of mysterious iron into a massive bronze gate to seal the cave's entrance and forge 9 keys. Following the fall of the Great Xia, those 9 keys vanished into obscurity. This narrative left Yi Yu feeling somewhat speechless. Drawing upon his experience from reading novels in his past life, he felt he could deduce a few possibilities. The hidden forces must possess some keys, and the 7 kingdoms surely have theirs as well. It is likely that remnants of the Great Xia still hold some too. Perhaps my own faction possesses one. I shall check upon my return. The allure of immortality is irresistible. Indeed. Yi Yu rose from the dragon throne, striding to the balcony, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance. Who would not desire eternal life? Even the Emperor Yi Yu most admired, whom he aspired to emulate, was not immune to such desires. A life can sometimes feel unbearably long, fraught with suffering. Yet, it is also fleeting. In the river of time, we are but ephemeral creatures, born at dawn and perishing by dusk. There remains so much yet to accomplish. Why choose the Great Zhou? Why select me? The study remained silent for a prolonged moment before Yi Yu finally spoke. The purple star rises. The dragon's energy of the Great Zhou soars. The mandate of heaven belongs to the Great Zhou. Hong Tianyi offered no further words, responding only with the truth. Can you discern this? And what of others? Yi Yu turned to face Hong Tianyi. Your Majesty, it is not the old man who perceives this. When it comes to matters of emperors, the old man lacks such prowess. Hong Tianyi shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Recently, I chanced upon a true beggar, and upon seeing him, who was as carefree and unconventional as myself, we shared a drink that I end my inebriation. I lamented about the uncertain future and the world's path ahead, to which the beggar laughed heartily, uttering the words, "The mandate of heaven belongs to the Great Zhou," before ascending into the clouds. I was utterly astounded. Never did I expect to encounter a genuine sage after a lifetime of masquerade. Thereafter, I made my way to the Great Zhou, eager to learn more about it and its sovereign. Ascending into the clouds, that must be a celestial being. It seems that this celestial entity harbors no ill will toward the Great Zhou, even bestowing a person upon it. The events are growing increasingly intricate, and the narrative ever more captivating. Yi Yu's lips curled into a knowing smile, a profound glint sparkling in his gaze. Your Majesty, 2 individuals have arrived at the palace gates, claiming to be merchants. Suddenly the Qinglong appeared, kneeling respectfully as he spoke. Have my hidden resources finally arrived? A flicker of brilliance passed through Yi Yu's deep-set eyes as he remarked meaningfully. Chapter 053. Negotiations, War between Zhao and Qi. In the Grand Hall, Shang Buqi and Shang Yi entered alongside a eunuch. Throughout the journey, Shang Buqi remained composed and dignified, while Shang Yi displayed an air of arrogance, surveying his surroundings. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they beheld a young man seated upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without any visible anger. Flanking him were 2 eunuchs, while at the foot of the steps stood a masked figure alongside another strikingly handsome youth. The Shang family extends its greetings to the Emperor of Zhou. Shang Buqi, appearing as an elderly gentleman clad in a cloud-patterned robe, offered a slight bow to Yi Yu. Meanwhile, Shang Yi showed no signs of reverence, instead casting a provocative glare at Yi Yu. You insolent fool! Shang Buqi swiftly delivered a firm slap to Shang Yi's head. They are here to negotiate for personnel, not to brawl. Is the Great Zhou truly formidable? In the eyes of the Shang family, it is merely average. However, merchants have always valued harmony. If a discussion can resolve matters, then let it be so. If conflict arises, they shall not shy away. It is precisely this approach that has allowed the Shang family's ventures to flourish across the 7 kingdoms. Regardless of Yi Yu's status as the Emperor of the Great Zhou, a modicum of respect is still warranted. To bow and scrape daily only to demand dignity now. What a farce, having lived for over half a century. Shang Buqi is well aware of the weight of respect. Yet, this foolish boy has undermined him from the outset. If he were not of his own blood, who would bring such a blockhead along? Hurry and pay your respects to the Emperor of Zhou. My lord, he has captured Sister Qing. Why show him a kind face? Our merchant clan fears nothing. Shang Yi immediately protested, his face filled with indignation. That little rascal. Ahem, Your Majesty Zhou, the child is merely ignorant. Allow me to offer my apologies on his behalf. Shang Buqi hastily interjected with an awkward smile that no harm done. Yu, observing the two before him, curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and calmly remarked, "Your Majesty Zhou, although our merchant clan operates in the shadows, we have always prioritized profit and never engaged in disputes. Therefore, there must be some misunderstanding here. Why not release our young lady first and discuss the matter further?" Shang Buki suggested with a hint of caution, though your young lady did not partake in the assassination. On that day, her position was advantageous, and she was accompanied by innate bodyguards. Moreover, most importantly, a concealed weapon was fired from her direction. Yu gazed at Shang Buki with profound intent, knowing that the fate of the person lay in his hands. How could this be? Our young lady is gentle and refined, cultured and polite. She would never commit such an act. Indeed, Sister Qing would never do such a thing. It is clearly a slanderous accusation. Just as Shang Buki finished speaking, Shang Yi chimed in, only to receive another slap. Adults are speaking. What business do children have interrupting? Shang Buki then continued to argue with Yu for quite some time. Yet Yu remained unhurried, eventually saying in a low voice, "You must consider this carefully. The longer you delay, the more your young lady will suffer in the dungeon, for she is currently in the custody of the Jin Yi. Shang Buki, who had initially wished to prolong the conversation, fell silent instantly. The reputation of the Jin Yi was well known to him. He could hardly bear to imagine the conditions of their prison. One sentence from Yu rendered him speechless. "Your Majesty Zhou, speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" Seeing this, Yu smiled slightly, finally addressing the crux of the matter. If he continued, he might exhaust his words. How frustrating. Being a merchant indeed requires a great deal of eloquence. He had consumed 2 cups of tea already. Money. The one thing your clan is not short of? Is it truly that simple? Shang Buki asked with uncertainty. Indeed, it is that simple. If only you had said so earlier. Shang Buki silently rejoiced, feeling as though his words could have been exhausted. This emperor possesses quite the gift of gab. How much? Shang Buki inquired cautiously, that why Yu remained silent, simply raising 3 fingers. All. That much per person. Very well. 300,000 taels of silver each. We shall deliver it tomorrow, but please treat our young lady and her companions kindly. Yu. By the heavens. Yu had initially intended to request 300,000 at most, but here they were, multiplying it tenfold. He had underestimated the merchant clan's perception of wealth. Certainly, I assure you. I will send someone immediately to ensure they are housed comfortably. Yu promptly agreed, fearing that any delay might alter the terms. Excellent. Shang Buki and his companion bowed toward Yu before turning to leave. Once outside the palace, after walking for a while, Shang Yi glanced around and then looked at Shang Buki with a playful grin. So, how did I perform, my lord? Acceptable, but your acting was overly exaggerated. Do improve next time. Understood. As the son of a merchant, born into the clan, how could he act so recklessly? It was Shang Buki who had instructed Shang Yi to behave that way before entering the palace, preparing one to play the good cop and the other the bad cop. Come, let us prepare the funds. We shall retrieve the young lady bright and early tomorrow. Dada. I had thought this would be a significant expenditure. I expected 30 million per person, yet it turns out to be merely 3 million. Enough. Stop your prattling. Be cautious of being overheard by the Jin Yi. Having secured a substantial sum, Yi felt elated as he made his way to the study. Over 10 million taels of silver. That amount was equivalent to 1/10 of the annual treasury of the Zhou kingdom. Not to mention, there were still so many individuals involved. Now, he could undertake numerous endeavors. Just as Yi settled down, Qing Long suddenly appeared in the study, kneeling before him. Your Majesty, urgent intelligence. Zhao and Qi are preparing for war. Yi's brow furrowed at once. Typically, Zhao and Qi only experience minor skirmishes, rarely escalating to full-blown conflict. What has transpired? The Emperor Qi held a selection event, and the chosen maidens are to serve the favored consort, Humarin. Among them, one maiden was an assassin who infiltrated the palace and wounded Humarin. The female assassin escaped the Qi imperial palace, only to be rescued, but the rescuer was injured by palace experts during the chase, dropping a token that belonged to the Zhao's embroidered guard. The Emperor of Qi was furious and dispatched envoys to confront the Zhao Emperor, yet the Zhao Emperor denied any involvement, prompting the Emperor of Qi to mobilize troops to the Zhao border. The Zhao Emperor has also dispatched forces, and now the two armies are at a standoff. Oh, how intriguing. Yu's lips curled into a smirk. It was evident that someone was instigating this conflict. Chapter 054. The Battle of Shaqiu. Behind the conspiracy, Shaqiu, a borderland of the Zhao kingdom adjacent to Qi, currently witnessed two armies facing off. One side bore a red battle flag, emblazoned with the black character for Zhao. The soldiers were clad in battle armor, wielding long spears. Their steeds were formidable, arranged in perfect formation. This was none other than the Zhao border cavalry, who had previously clashed with the Xuanjiao army. Albeit this contingent was evidently stronger than the last. Opposite them stood a blue battle flag, with soldiers fully armed, their bodies encased in armor, revealing only their sharp eyes. Their long spears were angled forward, poised for assault. This was one of Qi's elite armies, the Qi Wujia, heavy infantry. They obeyed only the commands of the Qi emperor. At this moment, the two armies were merely 20 miles apart, yet not a single soldier moved. They awaited orders. Behind the Qi Wujia, a general mounted on horseback, fully armored, fixed his piercing gaze on the distant Zhao border cavalry. Suddenly, a soldier galloped forth, shouting, "General! The emperor commands, at all costs, retrieve the items, charge," in an instant. The general's eyes gleamed with ferocity, drawing his sword and pointing it forward. "Attack!" With a single command, the Qi Wujia simultaneously pressed their long spears downward and charged forward. "Attack!" The sound was thunderous. Observing the advancing Qi Wujia, the leading general of the Zhao border cavalry gripped his long spear tightly and pointed forward. "Attack!" In the next moment, like a torrent, they surged forward. As soon as they clashed, several cavalrymen were pierced by spears. The Wujia was sent flying. This battle quickly caught the attention of neighboring kingdoms that in the capital of Linzi, Qi Kingdom. The emperor bellowed, "I care not the cost. I will retrieve those two individuals, bring back the items." Within the palace, Lu Chun hurled everything from the table to the ground, his face contorted with rage. Before him knelt several ministers and the Qi Kingdom's intelligence chief. Yes, once everyone had exited, Lu Chun sat in his chair, his expression dark, lost in thought. "Go. Find those two. Bring them back. If they cannot be brought back, kill them." "Yes." A voice echoed from the shadows. Alas. Lu Chen let out a sigh, for all believed he was blinded by fury over a woman. Foolish and incompetent. Yet if it were truly so, he would have sent the chief to seize them discreetly instead of making a spectacle for all to see. He sought to appear foolish. But he was far from it. It was true that the maiden had wounded his beloved consort, yet no one knew that she had stolen something of great importance, a treasure location of the Daxia. This was one of the greatest secrets of the Qi royal family, known only to each emperor. This had originally been prepared as a contingency for the restoration of the Daxia, yet it had inadvertently fallen into the hands of the first Qi emperor. He had always instructed that it be utilized only in the direst circumstances. The items within could easily lead to the establishment of another Qi kingdom. Lu Chen sighed deeply over his eldest son, revealing his disappointment. That maiden was merely at the transformation stage, without any assistance. How could she possibly escape the palace? That person was none other than the eldest prince, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was fixated on the absurdity of his favored consort being assaulted due to the selection event, eager to capitalize on the situation. Yet he remained oblivious to the true circumstances. He had been somewhat aware of his eldest son's actions over the years. Yuana must be overjoyed now. Lu Chen chuckled bitterly, followed by a fit of coughing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Alas, it seems my time grows short." A voice filled with bitterness and helplessness echoed in the palace, the Eastern Palace. Traditionally the residence of the crown prince, was now occupied by the eldest prince, Lu Yuan. Before Lu Chun had descended into incompetence, he had decreed that Lu Yuan reside in the Eastern Palace. The meaning was clear. However, over a year later, Lu Chen lingered in the harem, neglecting his duties. "What is the situation?" Lu Yuan, seated in the upper position, casually polished his treasured sword, asked nonchalantly. "Your Highness, the two sides have already engaged in battle. His Majesty has commanded that no matter the cost, those two must be captured." Before Lu Yuan knelt several individuals, the same ones from the palace. Father is not disappointed for the sake of a woman. He has mobilized the Qi Wujia. How splendid! Father is no longer the father he once was, Lu Yuan shouted in rage, cleaving the table before him in two with his treasured sword. Throwing the sword to the ground. Lu Yuan descended from the dais, intent on spreading the news. He left behind a single statement before departing the hall, to wage war for a woman. Naturally, Lu Yuan was the one stirring the pot behind the scenes. Initially, upon hearing of the assassination of Humayun, Lu Yuan felt a thrill of joy, with fervent hope for success. Upon hearing of failure, Yuan devised a new strategy that he aimed to extinguish the hopes of those loyal to his father. The Emperor T deliberately released the female assassin and orchestrated for a skilled warrior to impersonate the Zhao state's embroidered guard to rescue her. Subsequently, he incited those who had secretly pledged allegiance to him to provoke his father, steering the nation towards war. That he further disseminated tales of his father's absurdities and incompetence, leading to a loss of trust among officials and the populace. The state of Qi could no longer endure such turmoil. He intended to wrest control from his father's hands. What took him by surprise, however, was his father's mobilization of the Qi martial armament. Yet, upon reflection, this unexpected move became somewhat predictable. Alas, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Yuan found himself begrudgingly admiring the Emperor of Zhou. Nevertheless, he believed that once he ascended to the throne, he would not fall short of the Zhou Emperor. Meanwhile, within the opulent and exquisitely adorned chambers of the Qi imperial harem, a woman of breathtaking beauty and captivating presence lay languidly upon a lavish bed, her alluring form marred by a pallid complexion. "How is he?" came the languorous voice of Humayun, laced with a hint of seduction. "She has already escaped. Yet, she was taken." It was now said that she was in the hands of the Zhao embroidered guard. Kneeling before her was a palace maid, who respectfully reported the embroidered guard. "How did they become involved? Where did she go? Has the message been conveyed?" "Not yet," came the irate retort. "Incompetence. Find her at once." Yes, once the palace maid withdrew, Humayun's expression darkened. It seemed she would have to send her people to search for the girl. Humayun had entered the palace with the sole intention of bewitching the Qi emperor to steal the treasure map. After years of careful concealment, she had finally located it. To facilitate its removal, she had seduced the emperor and organized a selection event. Although she had allies within the palace, she trusted no one with such a significant matter. Ultimately, she had her sister infiltrate the selection. And once inside, she would pose as an assassin to escape with the treasure. However, she had not anticipated that someone would come to rescue her sister, allowing them to flee the palace, initially believing it to be her own people. It now seemed a third party had intervened. Moreover, Humayun narrowed her eyes. It was possible that Chun, that old man, had begun to suspect her. It appeared she needed to extricate herself swiftly. In the Zhou state, within the town of Hell, a 1,000-man commander entered. Shang Yunk. Upon hearing her name, Shang Yunk lifted her head within the cell, that no longer did she possess her initial charm. Her complexion was haggard, and her body was grimy. "You are to be taken to another location." With that, the commander signaled a few embroidered guards to unlock her cell and escort her to a courtyard, where Yu awaited. Chapter 55. The Fearsome Deity of Zhao. Haning Qi. Upon seeing Yu in the courtyard, Shang Yunk's eyes flared with rage, her face contorted with anger. "What do you want?" Beside her, Guzhua and Lin Yo attempted to protect their lady. But as they moved, 2 embroidered spring knives were drawn against their throats. "That I advise you to behave yourselves. Your family has just paid a considerable sum to secure your release. They will come for you tomorrow. If you act foolishly now, not only will you continue to suffer, but your family's efforts will be in vain." Yu calmly sipped his tea at a stone table, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "You." Shang Yung glared at Yu, her face flushed with fury. "Anger will only reveal your impotence. If glaring could kill, there would be no wars in this world. Before you depart tomorrow, make yourselves comfortable here. And do not entertain thoughts of escape, lest you meet a most tragic end. Do not even consider seeking revenge, even if you have the backing of the Shang family, should you fall into my hands again. Your suffering will be beyond imagination." Yu stepped closer to Shang Yunk, leaning down to meet her gaze, mocking. Shang Yunk could feel the heat of Jiyu's breath upon her face. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively took a step back. "What are you doing?" "Haha, enjoy your stay. Relish the experience of a few days in the imperial prison." Yu patted her shoulder and sauntered off, leaving behind a trail of mockery. Geu. Shang Yung's outraged voice echoed throughout the courtyard, then on the path to the rear garden. A figure suddenly appeared before Yu. It was Qinglong. Your Majesty. It seems that Zhao and Qi have indeed ignited the flames of war. Zhao has dispatched another 50,000 border cavalry, led by the fearsome deity Han Qi. Yu halted, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. Zhao Yang had actually sent out Han Qi. Zhao State boasted 3 divine generals. The war god by Dingguo, commander of the Zhao Light Cavalry, the killing god Shun Futuo, commander of the Zhao Heavy Cavalry, and the fearsome deity Han Qi, commander of the Zhao Border Cavalry. Each one was a national treasure of a general. Han Qi had earned her fearsome reputation through her prowess, having made a name for herself in the military from the tender age of 6. Achieving the remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating 1,000 troops by the age of 18. At that time, Han Qi was merely a late-stage, innate warrior. With her courageous spirit and valiant leadership, she was dubbed the fearsome deity. Subsequently, Zhao entrusted Han Qi with the command of Zhao's 3 elite military corps, the Border Cavalry, when she was just 23. She swiftly rose to become one of the most powerful generals in Zhao, proving that women could indeed rival men in prowess. According to historical accounts, Han Qi was akin to Xiang Yu, a heroine among women. It was astonishing that Zhao Yang had mobilized this formidable figure. In an instant, Yu sensed a growing unease. Qinglong, instruct the hidden embroidered guards of Zhao and Qi to investigate meticulously. What on earth has transpired? Yes, throughout the journey, Yu's mind raced with speculations. Could it be that El Chen's beloved Humaran had perished? Or was this a prelude to an assault on Qi? This was Han Qi they were dealing with. Yu knew he had to tread cautiously. Even the likes of Xie Xian and Qin Xiong might pale in comparison. Ever since the fall of the Great Xia, 3 centuries had passed, marked by endless warfare. Even now, in the era of 7 states, skirmishes persisted, with minor conflicts every 6 months and major wars annually. For 3 years, the 7 states had been embroiled in chaos. In this age of conflict, the world had produced numerous extraordinary talents, many of whom could rival those from previous eras. Han Qi. Yu clasped his hands behind his back, murmuring to himself, finally breaking into a carefree smile, that in all my years, I have yet to meet this illustrious female general. Send word to Qin Xiong to remain vigilant regarding Zhao. We must not allow them to turn on us and join forces against the great Zhou. This had happened before, an act orchestrated to lower defenses, only to turn and launch a collective attack. Many unfortunate states, including Qi, Yin, and Zhou, had suffered this fate. Thus, it was imperative to not only observe the unfolding drama, but also maintain a safe distance. At the sand mound, both sides had retreated, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of corpses, severed limbs, and blood-soaked earth. Within the Zhao Border Cavalry camp, all soldiers were mounted, standing in reverent formation along a path. Not for battle, but to welcome their revered general. General Han has arrived. With a resounding proclamation, the entire Zhao Border Cavalry simultaneously shouted, "We welcome the general." In the next moment, a contingent clad in crimson armor and black masks, revealing only their eyes, emerged along the path. These were Han Qi's elite guards, the red armored cavalry, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Leading them was a figure astride a magnificent black warhorse. Imposing and regal, donned in red armor and a flowing red cape, his face obscured by a golden mask. Beneath the mask glimmered sharp, clear eyes. Soon, the 2 armies reorganized, this time with the Zhao Border Cavalry arranged in a wedge formation, with the red armored cavalry and Han Qi at the forefront. Observing the striking red hues, the general of the Qi martial armament wore a grim expression, his countenance darkening. It truly was Han Qi. The most frequently employed tactic of penetration. Shield bearers, step forward. Raise your shields for defense. Spearmen, prepare to thrust from behind. The general of the Qi martial armament bellowed, fully aware of the gravity of facing the fearsome deity Han Qi. With one hand gripping the reins of her warhorse and the other wielding a massive black polearm, Han Qi's gaze fixed upon the Qi martial armament. Kill. A hoarse, guttural voice resonated from beneath her mask. In an instant, Han Qi surged forward, raising a cloud of dust as her warhorse galloped. Upon seeing the shields ahead, Han Qi focused intently, squeezing her legs and pulling the reins back, propelling both horse and rider over the shields, sending several Qi warriors tumbling. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. In the next heartbeat, the Qi warriors reacted, charging at her. Yet, with a swift swing of her polearm, Han Ningqi cleaved one of them in two. It is crucial to note that previously, the Zhao border cavalry could only push their adversaries aside. Penetrating armor with weapons was a formidable task. Han Ningqi, riding her warhorse, charged through the ranks, her polearm swinging incessantly, claiming a soldier with each strike. The bloodshed only served to make her red armor more vibrant. Halt! The Qi martial armaments general galloped forward, roaring in fury. He swung his broadsword, aiming for her. Han Ningqi's eyes narrowed as she parried with her polearm. In the next moment, she wielded her weapon with both hands, delivering a decisive blow. The Qi general immediately raised his sword in defense, but the subsequent instant saw his countenance shift dramatically. His face reddened as he spat blood. The sound of shattering bones echoed. His warhorse buckled beneath him. One strike. A perfected innate warrior could not withstand the assault of one at the late stage. The polearm severed the weapon, cleanly decapitating the general. A head soared through the air. The general was dead. The general has actually fallen. The soldiers trembled in fear of this terrifying deity. Retreat! Retreat at once! In that moment, Han Ningqi's formidable presence, coupled with the death of his own general, compelled Qi Wuji to withdraw. Yet Han Ningqi continued to charge forward, slaying foes indiscriminately. It was only when Qi Wuji had retreated a considerable distance that Han Ningqi ceased his onslaught. Those behind him wished to pursue, but Han Ningqi forestalled them, declaring, "Do not pursue. The enemy retreats in an orderly fashion, but be ye wary of ambushes." His hoarse voice resonated as he gazed into the distance, blood trickling down his armor, his cloak incessantly dripping with crimson. The soldiers behind him regarded his silhouette with awe-filled gazes. This is the embodiment of a fierce deity. Chapter 056. The Extraordinary Descends. Will the world find peace through conservation? In the early morning, as the night faded, Yi Yu received news of the arrival of Shang Buqi and his companion, but he dispatched individuals to escort them to a grand hall, simultaneously instructing the Jinyui to bring Shang Yunxing and her companions. "Pay your respects to Emperor Zhou." Shang Buqi and his companion bowed respectfully, and this time, Shang Yi harbored no dissatisfaction. "Rise, your majesty. This is 12 million. Shang Buqi clapped his hands, and instantly, those carrying the boxes opened one beside them, revealing a dazzling array of gold that nearly blinded Yi Yu. "Excellent. I have already sent for your young lady." Just as he finished speaking, the Jinyui arrived with Shang Yunxing and her companions. Gu Zhuo and Lin Yo stood protectively in front of Shang Yunxing, whose large eyes mirrored her fear as she clung tightly to Shang Yunxing. After a thorough grooming, Shang Yunxing appeared stunningly beautiful, enchanting all who beheld her. However, her clear eyes were fixed on Yi Yu, brimming with fury. "Now that she has arrived, you may take her. However, I hope your family conducts itself wisely and refrains from committing any misdeeds." Yi Yu's words were laden with significance as he fixed his gaze on Shang Buqi. "Cough, certainly, certainly. Your Majesty, rest assured." Shang Buqi nodded vigorously, intent on escorting his charges away. "Umph." As Shang Yunxing turned to leave, she shot a fierce glare, accompanied by a cold huff. The sound startled Gu Zhuo and Shang Buqi, who glanced back at Yi Yu, still smiling, as they hurriedly led Shang Yunxing away. "Great Emperor of Zhou, I implore you to come forth and hand over our envoy." At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended upon the entire palace. Following that, a voice echoed, exuding an extraordinary presence. Shang Buqi and his companions felt the oppressive force, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. Has he truly shown mercy? This time, someone dares to rampage within the great Zhou palace, flaunting their power, as though to trample on its dignity. Moreover, they audaciously request his presence. It's simply laughable. Yuan Ting. A figure appeared, kneeling upon the ground. "Your servant is here. Regardless of who it was, I demand that he enter on his knees. Do you understand?" "Yes." Yuan Tiangang clasped his hands, bowing respectfully, and in the next moment, vanished from sight. "That is this the extraordinary figure of great Zhou?" Shang Buqi squinted, pondering the implications. "Since all of you are fortuitously present, I shall invite you to witness a spectacle. Yi Yu descended the steps, striding out of the grand hall. Go. Before Shang Buki could gather his thoughts, Shang Yunqing boldly spoke and followed Yi Yu outside. Shang Buki could only manage a wry smile, hastening to accompany them, wishing to avoid any further complications. Above the palace, a figure clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a wooden sword, with long hair bound by a cloth strip, appeared youthful yet dignified. At that moment, he held the wooden sword behind him, sharp eyes surveying the scene below. Suddenly, Dao Wujing's gaze sharpened, and he struck out with a palm. Bang! A shockwave erupted. In the next instant, a figure stood defiantly before Dao Wujing. Eyes full of arrogance, the extraordinary of Great Zhou, Dao Wujing narrowed his eyes, speaking in a calm tone, disrespect towards his majesty. You court death. Yuan Tiangong's hoarse voice rang out. In the next moment, he teleported and delivered a powerful punch. Dao Wujing remained composed, unfazed, his left hand flipping over to meet the blow. Yuan Tiangong swiftly executed a knee strike. Dao Wujing was forced to retreat. The next moment, Yuan Tiangong's foot descended from the air. Executing a spinning kick, Dao Wujing's eyes sharpened as he raised his hand to block, the immense force sending him hurtling several meters away. At that moment, Yi Yu and his party emerged, astonished to find it was Dao Wujing. Dao Wujing? Shang Buki exclaimed, taken aback that Yi Yu furrowed his brow, recalling tales from his youth. He had heard of him as an elder of the conservation sect. Your Majesty, this Dao Wujing is indeed a member of the conservation sect. Shang Buki interjected, seemingly concerned that Yi Yu might be unaware he is exceptionally gifted, having achieved the extraordinary in just over a century. In the skies, the battle intensified. True spirit, one sword. Dao Wujing retreated, sliding on one foot, twirling his wooden sword before thrusting it forward. A terrifying sword aura cleaved through the air. Yuan Tiangong's eyes sparkled beneath his mask, and he unleashed a barrier with both hands, channeling his inner strength. Observing the fierce confrontation, Yi Yu frowned, astonished that Dao Wujing possessed such skill, managing to hold his ground against Yuan Tiangong for so long. Chun Feng, you shall assist Yuan Tiangong. Yi Yu suddenly commanded, his words startling Shang Buki and the others. Shang Yunqing gazed at Yi Yu incredulously. Does Great Zhou truly have a second extraordinary figure? If so, it could elevate Great Zhou to a power that rivals Yin and Chu. Indeed, a gentle voice resonated in their ears, causing the others to gasp in surprise. In the air, Dao Wujing's wooden sword repelled Yuan Tiangong, and just as he sought to capitalize on his advantage, several talismans floated down, forming a luminous barrier that ensnared Dao Wujing. Daoist talismans? Dao Wujing struck the barrier with his wooden sword, being pushed back a few steps, uncertain that its feng shui and bagua, of course, originating from Taoism. A gentle voice emerged, and a young man approached, clad in a resplendent blue satin robe, exuding a refined and amiable demeanor. You are of the Taoist sect? Dao Wujing questioned, perplexed. Not at all. I am Li Chunfeng, the national master of Great Zhou. Li Chunfeng replied, his tone warm and respectful. Dao Wujing's eyes widened in shock, realizing that Great Zhou possessed a second extraordinary figure, and one well-versed in the arts of magic. Such sorcerers were rare, typically found only among Confucians, Buddhists, and Taoists. Seeing Li Chunfeng successfully ensnare Dao Wujing, Yi Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Dao Wujing fled, the face of Great Zhou would have been utterly tarnished. Thankfully, they had fortuitously summoned Li Chunfeng. Indeed, there was a second extraordinary figure. A sorcerer no less. Shang Buki's eyes reflected astonishment, and he suppressed a myriad of thoughts. Soon, with the combined efforts of Yuan Tiangong and Li Chunfeng, Dao Wujing was captured and presented before Yi Yu. Yet Dao Wujing stubbornly refused to kneel. What? Do you consider kneeling before me as a loss of face due to your status as an extraordinary being? Yi Yu spoke, hands clasped behind his back. Meeting Dao Wujing's gaze, status is merely a construct. What significance does it hold? In the end, all return to dust. Dao Wujing retorted lightly, that I, Dao Wujing, can kneel to heaven and earth, to my parents, to my master, and even to common folk. But I shall never kneel before you, a harbinger of death. Dao Wujing's cold laughter directed at Yi Yu was laced with contempt. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. We are harbingers of death. Whom have we slain? You have slaughtered countless innocents, leaving countless families shattered in the wake of war. All conflicts stem from you. How many have perished because of your actions? Upon hearing Dao Wujing's words, Yi Yu laughed, though it was tinged with mockery. The conservation sect. The world's tranquility lies in conservation. Balance among nations ensures peace. Do you not think so? In my view, that is nothing but a jest. There is no absolute certainty at any time. Not even fairness can be absolute. How can you ensure that nations remain evenly matched eternally? According to your ideology, if that is the case, why not annihilate all nations? Would that not be better? Even if all were destroyed, new nations would arise. Only perpetual balance in power can prevent war. When nations are evenly matched, none will dare to wage war for fear of their own demise. A noble thought. Yet you forget, human desires are insatiable. Today, one may covet a county. Tomorrow, a prefecture. Then a territory. There are no eternal rivals. Only the ultimate victor. Want to eliminate war? Let me tell you when that will transpire. Only when one nation extinguishes all others and unifies the world will war cease. At that point, there will only be one law governing all. A singular nation. There will be no more war. Can you fathom how many lives will be lost then? Not the nations have been in conflict for over 300 years. How many lives have been lost? Yet I could unify the world in just a decade or even a few years. After which, there shall be no more war, and how many lives would remain? For a brighter future, the death of some is inevitable. Nature selects the fittest, survival of the strongest. Tranquility lies in conservation, a farce. The only path to peace is through unification. Yi Yu's words struck Dao Wujing's spirit like a hammer, leaving him momentarily speechless. Having cultivated to the extraordinary, his mindset was as solid as rock, impervious to any challenge to his convictions. However, he suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. Beside him, Shang Yunqing gazed at Yi Yu with a look of sheer astonishment, her heart also stirred by the tumultuous words just spoken. Shang Buqi's eyes were filled with shock, mingled with a palpable sense of dread. He perceived the profound ambition and audacity within Yi Yu, as well as the path of an emperor. Chapter 057. The Liu family strikes. Listening to Yi Yu's remarks, Dao Wujing suddenly found himself questioning the correctness of his choices. In his youth, Dao Wujing had been single-minded in his pursuit of the Tao, yet after one descent from the mountains, he beheld the countless refugees, each one emaciated, their faces etched with numbness, and their eyes reflecting a despairing uncertainty regarding the future. Frequently, individuals succumbed to starvation or illness, witnessing the misery inflicted by war. Where the common folk cried out in agony was truly heart-wrenching. Loved ones departed, lives uprooted. Indeed, prosperity for some meant suffering for the masses. From that moment, Dao Wujing vowed to change this world. He would no longer allow the people to endure such hardship. Subsequently, he traversed various nations, familiarizing himself with numerous hidden powers, until he ultimately encountered the conservators. He was struck by the assertion that when the world is conserved, it shall know peace. Thereupon, he allied himself with the conservators to fulfill the ambitions that resided within his heart. Yet now, he found himself engulfed in hesitation and confusion. Had he truly chosen the wrong path? Observing a transcendent being questioning their very existence due to Yi Yu's words, Shang Buqi's eyes sparkled with realization. Truly, what a formidable emperor he would make, with such eloquence. If only he were in that position, he would surely soar. Watching Dao Wujing contemplate the meaning of life, Yi Yu felt no desire to elaborate further. Commanding, take him down and ensure he is secured. Yes, do you aspire to unify the realm? Yi Yu turned to leave, and a crisp voice resonated behind him, proclaiming that this world would inevitably welcome its savior. Emerging from a baptism of blood and fire, to usher in a new era. In this chaotic world, anyone could become a savior. If so, why could it not be me, with a nation, an army, and the people's hearts? I possess all. Yi Yu turned back to Shang Yunqing, a profound expression on his face, yet his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he declared, among the 7 kingdoms, your Zhou state is not the mightiest. Soon enough, the first spark will ignite from my hands. Yi Yu seemed to be conversing with himself, yet it appeared to be directed at Shang Yunqing, Daiyan Hanzhong, The Lu family was in turmoil. Lu Lung's face was dark and grim as he sat silently in his chair, his hands clenched tightly on the table. Initially, he had believed that the Jinyui would escort his daughter, Lu Xiling, to Chang'an, allowing him to secretly lay an ambush. Yet the young emperor had dispatched an imperial envoy, Bao Zheng, to adjudicate the case, right there in Hanzhong County. His ambush had been rendered ineffective. Furthermore, Bao Zheng had swiftly convened a court session. With the cries of the people and the overwhelming evidence, Lu Xiling and her companions were sentenced to death. Upon hearing this news, Lu Lung nearly collapsed to the ground. She was his only daughter. There would be no more children to bear. The Lu family's lineage was at risk of extinction. The young emperor had gone too far. Lu Lung erupted in fury, seizing a teacup and shattering it against the floor. With a twisted expression, he shouted, "Lu Donglai!" Lu Lung bellowed, prompting the entry of a middle-aged man with shifty eyes. "Head of the family, you must prepare that group. In Hanzhong, is there anyone who can contend with the Lu family? Furthermore, order all shops to cease selling grain. Warn those petty merchants that grain prices will double. Instruct the granary personnel to distribute some grain to the beggars on the day of execution." Inciting a ruckus at the execution site, Lu Lung issued his commands, his eyes gleaming with malice. Anyone who dared to harm his daughter would pay with their lives. Head of the family, if that group is discovered, it will result in a death sentence. Besides, we may not have enough to deal with the Jinyui. Lu Donglai cautiously advised, for that group comprised Lu Lung's covertly trained assassins and outlaws. Is robbing the execution site not a capital offense? As for manpower, you should contact the Qingmen. Do they not seek my support? Good. As long as they assist me in rescuing my daughter, I shall consent. This time, I have fully turned against them. Make arrangements and secretly gather provisions. We shall head to the Chu Kingdom. Understood, head of the family. In Hanzhong County, at the city center, a throng had gathered to witness the execution. Word had spread that the imperial envoy Bao Zheng was known for his fairness and integrity. Upon his arrival, he swiftly dealt with the Lu family, unearthing a multitude of corrupt officials. Even the county magistrate was apprehended. Today, all would face execution. Soon, a group of prisoners was brought forth by the Jinyui, including Lu Xiling, along with members of the Pingyi Lu family. They were the ones. They had directly caused my daughter's demise. My son was also beaten to death by them. Execute them. Why are so many beggars here? What a commotion! The scene abruptly shifted as a horde of beggars surged into the crowd, causing chaos and stirring trouble. On the execution platform, Bao Zheng's expression turned serious as he asked, "What is happening below?" "My lord, the beggars and the common folk are in an uproar," Wang Chao reported. Mischief afoot. Send someone to restore order. Do not harm the common people." Just as a dozen Jinyui prepared to intervene, a volley of arrows descended from the sky. Instantly, the leading Jinyui captain dodged. Assassins, someone is attempting to disrupt the execution. In an instant, dozens of Jinyui adopted a vigilant stance, drawing their blades. The next moment, over 100 figures wielding swords surged from the crowd. At the same time, several individuals in black emerged from the shadows, exuding a formidable aura. Among them, 2 black-clad figures soared into the air. Innate masters. Bao Zheng's gaze sharpened as he leapt into the air to engage the two. Wang Chao and Ma Han rushed to fight the enemies, while Zhang Long and Zhao, who safeguarded Bao Zheng. In an instant, chaos erupted as several assassins hastily freed Lu Xiling and the others. Witnessing their success, a black-clad figure shouted, "Retreat!" Whoosh! A grappling hook suddenly flew through the air, piercing the chest of a black-clad assassin. The assassin glanced at the wound on his chest, his eyes filled with resentment, as a Jinyui captain stepped forward, declaring, "We have been waiting for you." At that moment, a group of Jinyui emerged from the shadows. Chapter 058. The Wudong Flying Army, targeting Bashu. "Are you certain there will be no issues?" In a room, Lu Lung appeared somewhat flustered, now filled with regret. Indeed, impulsiveness could lead to disaster, perhaps with some effort. There might still be a chance. Moreover, with the strength of the Lu family, they could have taken their time. Across from him, a middle-aged man leisurely sipped his tea, head of the Lu family, having already acted. There is no turning back. Why not wait a moment? The Jinyui are but a handful. Alas. Lu Lung sat down with a resigned expression, sighing deeply, He had truly let his emotions cloud his judgment this time. The middle-aged man continued to sip his tea, exchanging a knowing glance with the steward, Lu Donglai, who stood behind him, sharing a secretive smile. Lu Lung, with his composure, should not have acted so rashly, but with a little manipulation. It was easily achievable. Li had already bribed Lu Donglai, orchestrating a scheme to compel Lu Lung onto their ship. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. Lu Lung and Li He sprang to their feet, exchanging alarmed glances. Something had gone awry. The plan had failed. Lu Lung turned and dashed towards the inner chamber. He had left a secret escape route inside. In that moment, his instinct was not to resist, but to flee. After reflecting on the possible outcomes, he concluded that escape was the best option, for it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with the Jinyui. Li Yi's face was torn between hesitation and resolve. Despite his bravado, he was genuinely intimidated by the Jinyui. "Where do you think you're going?" The door swung open, and several figures entered, their voices dripping with amusement. The two leaders were clad in a red flying fish attire and a golden brocade constable uniform. Jinyui captain and Six Doors chief, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan wore a gentle smile, while the captain's expression was icy. Fixating on Lu Lung and the others, Li Yi's complexion shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he hurled a yellow talisman that ignited into flames, engulfing the entire room. He attempted to pivot and crash through the window to escape. "Oof!" The captain snorted coldly, instantly teleporting to intercept him, and soon the sounds of combat erupted. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, forcefully fanning his folding fan, dispersing the flames with a gust of wind. He seized Lu Lung, paying no heed to the charred Lu Donglai. Once the Lu residents settled into silence, everyone was gathered in the courtyard, including those who had fled through the secret passage. A shadow descended from above, revealing Li He, though at this moment his hands and feet had been broken. The captain also descended, looking coldly at the scene before him, declaring, "Hook him!" In the next instant, two Jinyui stepped forward, producing grappling hooks that pierced Li He's wrist bones. This scene startled everyone from Six Doors. At this moment on the execution platform, there were now several hundred individuals. The additional captives were directly forced to kneel on the ground before the platform. Glancing around, Bao Zheng drew his token and tossed it onto the ground, shouting, "Execute!" In the next moment, the Jinyui raised their blades, and as steel met flesh, blood splattered, and heads rolled, causing the executioners nearby to tremble in shock. In the great Zhou's Chang'an Palace, Yi was currently in the imperial study, alongside Li Si, Wei Yin, and others. Great ambitions cannot be realized solely through words and fleeting passions. For Great Zhou to catch up to the Yin and Zhao states, territory and population are indispensable. Only then can there be more resources and labor force to foster national development. To the east of the Great Zhou lies Zhao and Han. Currently, the state of Zhao is engaged in warfare with the state of Qi. Logically, now would be an opportune moment to assault Zhao, not only to avenge past invasions, but potentially to seize several of Zhao's counties. However, this would lead to a continuous conflict with Zhao. And should Qi retreat, the pressure would only increase. Furthermore, there is the ever-watchful Han nearby. One must not allow the situation to escalate into a joint attack from Zhao and Han. To the north, the vast expanse of the steppes is occupied by the Xiongnu, an arduous battleground that can wait for a more favorable time. For now, with the presence of the tiger and leopard cavalry, there is no immediate concern. To the west lies the western regions. Although the Shirui County has been established, venturing further inward leads to the formidable Great Chang and Lulan, both of which are no less powerful than the Great Zhou. Thus, Yi Yu and his ministers cast their gazes upon the map, focusing on the southern territories of the Great Zhou, Bashu. The land of Bashu is characterized by rugged mountains and dense forests. Teeming with serpents, insects, and venomous ants, as well as toxic miasmas, the IT is sparsely populated. Yet it is said that the reclusive forces such as the Beast Sect, Witch Sect, and Miao tribe reside there. Nevertheless, it boasts fertile land, a natural granary. Divided into two states, although the relations between them are strained, they unite against external foes. Individually, neither state is weaker than the Great Zhou, but together they should not be underestimated. Moreover, the treacherous terrain of Bashu, with its numerous mountains and dense forests, can easily lead one astray. In the past, the state of Chu attempted to annex Bashu, dispatching an army of 100,000 vanguards. Yet, thousands became lost, and others succumbed to the miasma. Many could not endure the humid heat coupled with the bites of venomous insects. By the time the 100,000 reached the gates of Bashu, half of them were incapacitated. Subsequently, the Bashu forces, leveraging their advantageous terrain, decisively defeated the Chu army with merely 10,000 soldiers. This incident became a lasting humiliation for Chu Yenkong. Thereafter, they never attempted to invade Bashu again. Your Majesty, Bashu is indeed not an easy target. Indeed, especially considering that many of our soldiers are from the north. The miasma and venomous creatures pose significant challenges. Yes, and the terrain greatly restricts our army's movement. Upon hearing the opinions of the ministers, Yi Yu hesitated. Without a suitable force, failure would be all too easy. Such a blunder at this critical juncture for the great Zhou could lead to ridicule. Suddenly, Yi Yu's eyes brightened. It was the end of the month. It was time to activate the system. Check-in ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in with the 10,000 undaunted flying army. Lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the 10,000 undaunted flying army. 20,000 undaunted flying army. Yi Yu's expression shifted to one of delight, leaving the surrounding ministers puzzled. What has come over His Majesty? The undaunted flying army was a force specifically trained by Zhuge Liang for mountain warfare. The terrain of Bashu would be ideally suited to them. In the past, Zhuge Liang had subdued these southern barbarians, who, fearing for their lives, had no one to keep them in check. Thus, he crafted a unit skilled in mountain combat, known as the Undaunted Flying Army. Clad in iron armor, they could traverse the mountains with great swiftness and excelled in the use of bows, crossbows, and poisoned arrows. Their first commander was Wang Ping. The Undaunted Flying Army made significant contributions in the subsequent wars of Shu, but regrettably, during the 7th Northern Expedition, they were encircled by Wei forces while covering the retreat of the main army, resulting in their annihilation after taking down twice their number in enemies. From that point on, the name of the Undaunted Flying Army vanished from the annals of history. Yi Yu then scrutinized Wang Ping's information. He was at the mid-stage of innate cultivation, disciplined in military affairs and adept in combat strategies. There is no need for hesitation. We shall launch an attack on Bashu. Suddenly, Yi Yu spoke earnestly, prompting Wei Yin and the others to exchange glances. But, Your Majesty, what about the hidden dangers? Wei Yin quietly cautioned, fearful that Yi Yu might be acting impulsively. After all, their sovereign was still a young man, just coming of age, and youthful exuberance was to be expected. Fear not. I am aware of your concerns. I have secretly trained a force specifically suited for mountain warfare, Yi Yu declared, waving his dragon robe and clasping his hands behind his back. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers ceased their objections that in truth, they had sensed Yi Yu's determination and merely questioned out of concern. Summon Wang Ping, system, materialized the Undaunted Flying Army at the military camp outside Chang'an. Chapter 059, A Clash of Noble Houses. Wei Yin and the others lifted their heads towards the entrance, anticipating another general of equal stature to Qin Xiong or Xie Xian. Soon, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance and clad in black armor entered. Your humble servant, Wang Ping, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Wang Ping knelt respectfully. Rise. Wang Ping, I command you to lead the 20,000 Undaunted Flying Army to assault Bashu. You have 2 months to prepare. This time I will send the Immaculate Ones to assist you covertly. The Jinyui's concealment skills are somewhat inferior, and the Immaculate Ones are all masters, minimizing exposure. Your servant shall obey the decree. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations. Wang Ping replied respectfully, then turned to withdraw. 20,000. Wei Yin and the others exchanged glances. The majesty of their sovereign was indeed formidable. Combined, the two states of Bashu likely did not possess 20,000 soldiers. However, one must not underestimate the soldiers of these states. Though few in number, their long-standing life in the mountains, coupled with their somewhat primitive lifestyle, rendered them fierce and robust. When the 10,000 soldiers of Bashu faced the Chu army, they did not merely rely on their terrain. They confronted them head-on. At one point, 5,000 soldiers from Bashu managed to repel 20,000 Chu troops. Just as this was settled, Yi Yu returned to his seat. At that moment, Xiao Yinzi hurried in, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, envoys from the Hua sect, in Engji, and Shohing sect have arrived. So late. If they hadn't come, I would have almost forgotten about them. Yi replied. Let them in. Li Si, Wei Yin, and the others immediately took their places on either side. Soon, a woman, an elderly matron, and a young girl entered alongside Xiao Yinzi. I pay my respects to the Emperor of Zhou. I pay my respects to the Emperor of Zhou. And I also pay my respects to the Emperor of Zhou. The trio entered the hall without causing a disturbance or angrily interrogating Yu. They first offered polite bows. The woman on the right, clad in court attire, retained an air of grace. The elderly matron in the center leaned on a cane, dressed in plain clothing, her eyes slightly squinted. To the left was a young girl, appearing to be of a similar age to Li, with twin ponytails adorned with 2 red bells, dressed in a red skirt with cloud patterns. And exquisite embroidered shoes that I asked this child coming of age this year. Yu's first thought upon seeing her, Your Majesty, we are willing to offer gold, and we hope that Your Majesty will release our people. The graceful Taoing spoke first, with the other 2 nodding in agreement. Initially, upon hearing that their disciple had been captured, they had intended to demand an explanation from Ji Yiyu. Failing that, they would take matters into their own hands to teach the Great Zhou a lesson. However, upon their arrival, they witnessed the Shohing sect's Dao Wujin had also been captured, the 2 formidable forces of the Great Zhou. Thus, they promptly decided to behave. They then encountered Dao Wujin's disciples, and upon seeing the merchants escorting their people out, they inquired and brought money with them. Rest assured, once the gold is received, I shall naturally release them. Yi replied casually. Tapping his fingers on the table, he glanced at the young girl before retracting his gaze. For now, money was paramount. Women could cloud one's judgment. Yi did not wish to make things difficult for them. He would release their people upon receiving the gold, but as for whether they would seek revenge against Yi afterward, that was certain. However, for the time being, the hidden forces in various states maintained a delicate balance. And Yi could not afford to tear it down just yet. That a few days later, Yi's expression darkened as he perused the memorial in his hands, for his actions against the Liu family had incited widespread discontent among the noble houses, who began covertly manipulating prices and sowing chaos, along with the officials from those sects causing disturbances. The most audacious among them were the 5 noble houses, the Yang family in Hanzhou, the Lin family in Nanyang, the He family in Longxi, the Bai family in the north, and the Yuan family in Hedong. It seemed that a significant purge was indeed necessary. Yi hesitated to act, knowing that once he did, it could lead to further turmoil in the Zhou state, even regression. Now it appeared that a decisive action was required. To resolve the issue, one must eliminate those who create problems. Ding! The host has a new check-in opportunity. Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing he had forgotten about the system at the beginning of the month. System, check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in with 5 noble houses. They are the Wang family of Langia, the Xiao family of Lanling, the Chui family of Qinghe, the Pei family of Hedong, and the Wei family of Guangzhou. Checking in noble houses? Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated a talent or resource, such as Shen Wansan. However, after a moment of contemplation, he understood that his previous thoughts were somewhat superficial. A noble house could not solely rely on commerce. Only through the interactions of noble houses against one another could a family truly fall into ruin. Yet, Yi feared that in replacing them, new noble houses might emerge, uncontrollable and unchecked. However, upon reviewing the information, Yi's frown relaxed, and a slight smile graced his lips. These 5 noble houses could be materialized anywhere within the Great Zhou, and they would be established as hidden noble families of the Great Zhou. Moreover, at the moment of their materialization, the system would provide corresponding connections, resources, and strength, transforming them into genuine hidden noble families of the Great Zhou. Furthermore, all members of these 5 noble houses would remain loyal to the Great Zhou and to Yi. Even their descendants, as long as they bore the bloodline of the 5 noble houses, would forever remain devoted to the Great Zhou. These would serve as the 5 guardian noble houses. Yi then contemplated the optimal placements for these 5 noble houses. The Wang family of Langia and the Xiao family of Lanling belonged to the southern gentry, while the Chui family of Qinghe and the Pei family of Hedong were part of the Shandong aristocracy. The Wei family of Guangzhou belonged to the aristocratic group of the Guangzhou region. System positioned the Wang family of Langia in Hanzhou, the Xiao family of Lanling in Nanyang, the Wei family of Guangzhong in Longxi, the Chui family of Qinghe in the north, the Pei family of Hedong in Hedong. Moreover, with the presence of these individuals, you can indeed select some promising talents, thereby replacing certain local personnel. Previously, the talents provided by the system were sufficient for the prefectural level, but due to the scarcity of capable individuals for county and lower positions, he had to rely on those previously deemed only slightly flawed. Now, he can merely sit back and await the unfolding drama. A mischievous smile graced Yi Yu's lips, for any nation contemplating action against the aristocracy would have to tread with utmost caution. Such a task might even prove impossible. The various clans are tightly knit, their relationships intricate and convoluted. To disturb one is to disturb all. The troubles caused by the aristocracy have already posed threats across all nations. In fact, some have even endangered the imperial authority. No one could have fathomed that someone might wield the aristocracy against itself. Chapter 060. The Treasure's Revelation. A surge of activity. Your Majesty, news has arrived. Yuan Tonggang exclaimed, as he swiftly knelt upon the ground with utmost respect at Yu, who had been strolling in the garden with Ali, immediately halted, cradling the serene Ali as he settled onto a nearby stone bench. Behind him, Chao Jingchun and Xiao Yinzi stood respectfully. Speak. What has transpired? When the Zhao state dispatched Han Ningqi, Yu sensed something amiss. It was certainly not merely for the sake of a woman. Thus, he instructed the Jinyui to investigate secretly. However, the Jinyui's influence in the other 6 nations was weak, and with the obstruction posed by those nations' clandestine intelligence agencies, their inquiries yielded limited results. Consequently, Yu employed unscrupulous individuals for the investigation. After all, how could an organization that had thrived for 3 centuries during tumultuous times be lacking? Hence, even with the formidable Xuanjiao army and Beifu army at his disposal, Yu did not immediately launch an assault on the other 6 nations. He could only conquer them sequentially, from the weakest to the strongest. The reason being that each nation possessed its own elite military corps, rivaling the Beifu army. Some even commanded the formidable Jingguo army. Throughout 3 centuries of warfare, the Jingguo army had only emerged a handful of times. The Wei state once faced the threat of annihilation, with its capital nearly obliterated. In the end, the Wei state deployed a battalion clad in ominous black armor. Fearsome beyond compare. Initially, 5,000 troops decimated an army of 100,000. Subsequently, 10,000 swept away a force of 250,000, driving them out of Wei state. It was later revealed that these were the Wei state's Zhongguo army. The Wujin Xianjiao army. Naturally, the Great Zhou also possessed a Zhongguo army, known as the Zhou Tianwei. However, since Yu ascended to the throne, he had yet to uncover any information regarding the Zhou Tianwei. He suspected they might no longer exist within the Zhou state. Otherwise, there would have been some movement when the capital was besieged. Nevertheless, with the emergence of the Xianjiao army and others, he had ceased to concern himself with the matter. It seemed he would need to investigate this further, for upon reflection, Yu felt a multitude of matters weighing upon him. Your Majesty, the Qi Emperor's declaration of war against Zhao state is not driven by a desire for revenge for a consort, but rather to recover a treasure map. A treasure map? Indeed, Your Majesty. It pertains to the treasures buried during the fall of the Great Xia, intended for the restoration of the state. The first Qi Emperor acquired this treasure map. Now, the Zhao Emperor has caught wind of this news, prompting him to send Han Ningqi to scour the Qi-Zhao border in search of the map, while also aiming to thwart the Qi forces. And where is that escaped female assassin hiding now? It is said she remains in the sandy dunes along the Qi-Zhao border, with both sides sealed off. She can only conceal herself there. Interesting, that old fox Lu Chun has hidden his cards well. Yi Yu's deep-set eyes glimmered with brilliance as he remarked meaningfully, a treasure for the restoration of the state. Surely, it must hold many valuable items. Yuan Tiangang, have the unscrupulous individuals discreetly search for that woman. Strive to locate the treasure map. If it cannot be found, then stir the waters. Do you understand? Yes. Yuan Tiangang respectfully bowed, then turned and vanished from sight. Ha! This is bound to get lively. Those individuals will not remain idle. A playful voice echoed through the garden. In the Zhao state's imperial palace, bang. Zhao Yang flung the memorial onto the table. His expression dark and brooding. How could it have leaked so swiftly? The memorial detailed Han Yingqi's discoveries, noting that numerous martial artists from the Jianghu had already infiltrated the dunes, along with spies from other nations. Tell Han Yingqi to hasten his efforts in locating it. We must seize it first, dispatch the Ziyue to conduct a thorough search. Have we identified who framed the Ziyue? It is utterly disgraceful that we cannot even uncover the person who has sullied our name. Initially, upon learning of the matter, Zhao Yang was both bewildered and enraged, the suddenness of it all catching him off guard, while his anger was directed at that old fool Lu Chun for directly sending troops. Immediately, Zhao Yang ordered an investigation, and through the diligent efforts of the Shadow Guards, they managed to obtain news of the Great Xia treasure map. He promptly dispatched Han Yingqi to seal off and search the area. Now, all that remained was to await the results, increasing patrol points at various locations along the border. Even if they could not prevent those individuals, they must at least stall them for a while. Yes, in the Wei state, within a palace, Emperor Wei Huan reclined upon his dragon throne, draped in a splendid cloak, as an elderly eunuch stood respectfully beside him. Below, a man clad in black with yellow patterns bowed and spoke. How intriguing! Since they are all gathered here, it would be a pity not to join in. Should we obtain something better, that would be excellent. If not, it matters not, as long as it drives that old fool Lu Chun to the brink of despair. I shall find delight in it. Send a contingent of Xintian guards to investigate. Should they discover it but fail to obtain it, you know what to do. Emperor Wei Huan's tone was calm, yet laced with a chilling intent as he addressed the man below. Eventually, when only Emperor Wei Huan and the elderly eunuch remained in the grand hall, he sighed, "Alas, I truly am growing old. Winter has yet to arrive, yet I already feel the chill. Your Majesty is in good health." "It is merely due to the weather," the elderly eunuch chuckled, as Wei Huan stood, drawing back his cloak slightly, a gentle smile adorning his face. You always find the right words. That am I not aware of my own health?" Noticing that Wei Huan intended to walk, the elderly eunuch hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. After taking a few steps, Wei Huan's expression suddenly shifted, as if recalling something that he spoke with grave seriousness. "Dabin, did you just mention that the weather is colder than before?" It does seem a bit colder than it used to be." The elderly eunuch was initially taken aback, but then responded, "Immediately summon the Xintian supervisor." "Yes, Your Majesty. That old fool Lu Chun has hidden for so long, yet he has finally been exposed." Yen Mushuan gazed at the incoming intelligence, laughing heartily. "Did Father Emperor know all along?" Yen Qingyi, having perused the intelligence, inquired with some confusion. "When the first Qi Emperor acquired the treasure map, it happened to be known by our first ancestor, who had long sought to steal it. However, this treasure map was concealed so discreetly that they never succeeded. It has been passed down through generations. In earlier years, I also sent individuals to attempt theft, but all ended in failure." Yen Mushuan recounted with excitement. "Now, the moment has finally arrived. Fian, at once, dispatch the Fian guards to search for this treasure map. If it cannot be obtained, then destroy it." Yes, a man clad in azure, adorned with an embroidered flying swallow upon his chest, knelt respectfully in an unknown cave. The interior bore no distinction from a grand hall. The plaque hanging above read, "Shi Hall." Presently, several individuals clad in robes of varying colors sat within, their faces obscured. "This matter falls upon your Laman's shoulders. How could you not intercept the individuals?" The man in the red robe accused angrily. Your Hongmen also bears responsibility. How could you not locate them once they reached your territory? Our Lanmen has been devising plans for this treasure map for nearly a decade." Enough! As the quarrel threatened to escalate, a voice emerged from among three individuals clad in colorful robes at the top, silencing the entire hall. The representatives of the Hongmen and Lanmen, both tasked with retrieving the treasure map, now found the stakes high. The treasure map is of utmost importance. Should anyone disrupt our efforts, they shall face the hall's punishment. With that decree, the individuals below clasped their fists in reverence, voicing no further dissent. By the way, the Qingmen need not concern themselves with the Great Zhou any longer. The Great Zhou will henceforth be the responsibility of the Haimen. As he spoke, a figure clad in black robes emerged from the shadows. Not long after, news of the Great Xia treasure map spread swiftly across the realm, propelled by the ambitions of those with ulterior motives. Treasure naturally belongs to the capable. Perhaps it shall be mine. I must investigate. Just you. I dare say it will be those hidden world forces. The hidden world forces are likely too afraid to show themselves lately. It is rumored that some were captured by the Grey Joe, including extraordinary beings. They only managed to secure their release after paying a ransom. Is that true? How could that be? You jest. Amidst the crowd, a young swordsman, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "A competition for the treasure map? There will surely be many masters present. I can finally test my sword." Amitba, a young and handsome monk, bowed his head, uttering a phrase, and in the next moment vanished from the street in a flash. Various factions within the Jianghu stirred with fervor. Chapter 061. The plot to seize Tianmen Pass. After a fortnight of marching, the army emerged from the Qingshan Pass in Hanzhou, crossing over the Qin Mountains. Wang Ping, leading 200,000 Wudong flying troops, finally entered the land of Bashu. Standing atop a height, he gazed out, and before him lay a verdant expanse of lush forests, azure mountains, and flowing waters. The deep woods echoed with the calls of deer, cascading springs, and the melodies of birds. Yet towering peaks loomed, cliffs steep and treacherous, the cold of the forest and the roar of the ravine. The cries of high monkeys rang out. Truly, the land of Shu is replete with celestial mountains unmatched by Ma. Observing the scene before him, Wang Ping could not help but sigh. Returning here feels like coming home. "General, we are nearing Tianmen Pass." A soldier approached to report. "Tianmen Pass, you say? Have everyone halt and regroup. A portion shall remain on guard." Subsequently, Wang Ping advanced towards the army, where a rudimentary stone platform had already been established this time. Wang Ping dispatched his forces in secrecy, hurrying along the way, with the sole aim of seizing Tianmen Pass. As its name suggests, Tianmen Pass is akin to a celestial gateway, nearly insurmountable. It is constructed atop a perilous cliff, flanked by towering peaks that pierce the clouds on one side and an unfathomable abyss on the other. Only a single hewn path provides passage, and it accommodates but one person at a time. Ascending steeply with Tianmen Pass perched at its summit. Given such terrain, it is indeed a formidable barrier that a single man can hold against 1,000. Thus, the garrison at Tianmen Pass is not numerous, merely 3,000, but the difficulty of assaulting it is exceptionally high. Initially, when the Chu army of 100,000 launched an attack on Tianmen Pass, they suffered the loss of 20,000 men without breaching its defenses, not even reaching the gates. When the situation became untenable, they resorted to traversing the mountains, only to be beset by venomous creatures in the wilderness, ultimately reducing their numbers to just over 60,000. As for aerial assaults, Tianmen Pass had long been fortified with crossbows, whose power even the most formidable would fear. Moreover, airborne maneuvers could only sustain internal energy for a brief hour. They had also prepared caltrops, coupled with the two innate generals stationed at Tianmen Pass. Even those of exceptional ability would find it challenging to penetrate. Wang Ping, moving swiftly and covertly, aimed to seize the initiative, thus gaining the upper hand. Now, the enemy was aware of their presence while they themselves remained concealed. If the surprise attack succeeded, it could dismantle Tianmen Pass, but the crux of the matter lay in how to infiltrate it. Even a few hundred men would suffice. Wang Ping could lead the Wudong flying army to circumvent the mountains, as they were well-versed in navigating through dense forests, yet that would be a tremendous waste of time, at least another half-month. However, half a month had already elapsed. There was no time for detours. A significant dilemma loomed ahead. Beside the road, atop the cliff, lay a lake, which could potentially flood Tianmen Pass if the water were to be diverted. However, the distance to the road below necessitated excavation through solid rock, a time-consuming endeavor, and the noise would be difficult to conceal. Selecting a group of skilled climbers to traverse the cliffside was also unfeasible. Not only was the stone face smooth and challenging to scale, but the path was also rather lengthy. Moreover, the soldiers of Tianmen Pass had long prepared for such contingencies, having tied bells along the cliff's edge. Infiltrating unnoticed day after day was nearly impossible, for the 3,000 defenders of Tianmen Pass were intimately familiar with their surroundings. Even the cooks were known. Any anomaly would immediately raise suspicion. It appeared that the only viable option was to fly over. The terrain of Tianmen Pass resembled the character for Servant, with the point representing Tianmen Pass itself, while the remaining strokes formed towering peaks and sheer cliffs. Wang Ping ordered the collection of all the ropes from the army. He then swiftly produced a flute-like instrument from his pocket and blew into it, emitting a sound akin to bird song. Before long, shadows began to stir in the woods. Enemies, the vigilant soldiers could not help but shout. "No worries, it's our people." Wang Ping gestured for silence, and in the next moment, 5 figures emerged before them, all wearing conical hats and clad in black. Rogues, the Tianqiao Star, greeting the general. The leader of the rogues nodded in acknowledgement. And Wang Ping wasted no time relaying his plan to them, that we shall not fail our mission. The Tianqiao Star nodded and led his companions into the air. Deputy Commander, immediately select 500 elite soldiers. Understood. He issued orders for a nighttime assault. Aren't we launching a surprise attack, General? Why ask so many questions? Yes, a surprise attack, but they must be made aware of the enemy's presence. That night, torches illuminated Tianmen Pass, and soldiers patrolled the walls intermittently. Kill. A sudden roar erupted. The soldiers atop the walls were taken aback, gazing down to see a mass of shadows below, a sea of figures numbering no less than several thousand. Sound the alarm. Quickly. Soon, the soldiers of Tianmen Pass took their positions atop the walls, ready for defense. Yet below, the army merely shifted like shadows, advancing and retreating, occasionally peppered with a few arrows. Thus, the standoff continued until daybreak, with the enemy slipping away before they could be properly discerned. When the second night arrived, it was followed by another 3 consecutive nights. The defenders of Tianmen Pass could not venture out for reconnaissance, relying solely on the terrain to guard the pass. Should they open the gates, they risked falling into a trap. Hence, Tianmen Pass had a significant drawback. It was effectively blind. They could only observe the immediate surroundings, with no insight into what lay beyond. On yet another night, General, they have returned. A junior officer on the wall reported, "No worries, merely a tactic of attrition. Starting tonight, half of the men shall guard the pass," responded the imposing figure clad in leather armor, his demeanor dismissive. Could this lead to issues? Tianmen Pass. Even the gods would find it arduous to breach. It has stood for 100 years with this terrain. The advantage is mine. I would fear not even another 100,000. The general laughed heartily, confidence radiating from his expression. Below, Wang Ping noted the apparent reduction of soldiers on the walls and ordered his troops to mobilize. The moment had come. Yes, Tianmen Pass rested upon a towering cliff, with a chasm on one side and 2 overlapping peaks on the other. This moment, 5 long ropes extended from a cliff on the mountainside to the sheer face of the opposing peak. Individuals clad in black, bearing quivers and crossbows, and adorned in garments reminiscent of bats, were laboriously scaling the ropes. "Is this the final batch?" Tianqiao Star inquired. "Indeed." "Good. We shall strike at dawn, just as we had previously retreated." The defenders of Tianmen Pass would undoubtedly anticipate that Wang Ping would withdraw again at dawn, rendering them most vulnerable and least vigilant. Soon, dawn arrived, and the Wudong flying army retreated. Phew, finally, they're gone. This day has been exhausting. I'm utterly fatigued. Indeed, witnessing the enemy's retreat, the soldiers of Tianmen Pass felt a wave of relief wash over them. Weariness etched on their faces. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descended from the sky. Some were caught off guard, instantly struck, enemy attack. Quick, set up the caltrip nets. Fire the crossbows. By the time they regained their composure, over 200 assailants had already landed at Tianmen Pass, including 5 rogues. "Destroy the crossbows," Tianqiao Star shouted. Instantly, chaos erupted atop the walls. Kill. Witnessing their success, Wang Ping charged back with his forces. Boom, boom. The alarm bells rang atop the walls. How could this be possible? The 2 innate generals who had flown over were utterly incredulous, their faces filled with shock. "Stop." Seeing the crossbows being dismantled, the 2 innate warriors hurriedly intervened. "This is our means of suppressing innate forces. Without it, we are in dire straits. You 2 should remain here." A figure stood in front of them, Tianqiao Star, exuding mid-stage innate energy. Just you. The 2 were also mid-stage innate. One attempted to block Tianqiao Star while the other sought to engage the enemy. But Tianqiao Star held his ground firmly. Ziyun is coming. Without the crossbows, Wang Ping soared towards Tianmen Pass. Mid-stage innate. The expressions of the 2 innate generals soured significantly. At the same time, under the cover of 500 soldiers on the walls, A portion of the Wudong flying army also reached the gates. Finally, with a creak, the long-standing Tianmen Pass was breached. In that moment, Wang Ping's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. His blood surged with power. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, he swung his sword, severing heads. Thus, Tianmen Pass fell. Chapter 062. The King's Solitude. In the eastern palace of Qi State, bang! El Yuan slammed his palm onto the table before him, his face contorted with rage and disbelief. What did you say? That woman possessed a treasure map from our Qi State's collection. Upon hearing this news, El Yuan nearly erupted. His blood pressure skyrocketed. This meant he had unwittingly assisted an assassin in stealing their own treasure map. Ultimately, he had prided himself on outsmarting his father, only to become a foolish pawn, reaping what he had sown. Why yes, his subordinates replied, some visibly shaken. Did I? El Yuan, unable to contain his fury, raised the teacup in his hand, ready to curse, but then he recalled something, setting the cup down to regain his composure. Never allow yourself to be easily enraged, for it will cloud your judgment. This was a lesson imparted by his father. Where is Gao Liang? Gao Liang was the individual El Yuan had dispatched to impersonate a guard and rescue the woman. When his subordinates went to search for him, they discovered his corpse at the border. The woman had vanished without a trace. Did he leave any clues? Yes, when Gao Liang died, his left hand was pointing in a certain direction beneath his body. At least he died with purpose. Immediately search in that direction. Increase our manpower. But that leads into Zhao. You wouldn't send people disguised as wandering warriors, would you? Yes. His subordinate quickly clasped his fists in respect and turned to leave. Wait! El Yuan suddenly spoke, his expression contemplative. What of Gao Liang's body? It has been returned, Your Highness. We will give him a proper burial and provide his family with some financial support. Ah, yes, thank you, Your Highness. The subordinate initially froze, then bowed respectfully. Since a mistake has been made, let me take care of it. El Yuan drew a sword from beside him and muttered to himself, the Phoenix Ming Palace. The quarters of His Majesty's most beloved consort, Humarin. At that moment, El Qin was seated tenderly by Humarin's bedside, inquiring with genuine concern, How do you feel, my beloved? Are you feeling better? Cough, cough. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I am much improved. She replied that, my dear, you are indeed my treasure. I cannot allow any negligence. As he spoke, El Qin turned to the imperial physician behind him. Listen well, you must take good care of my beloved. If anything goes awry, I shall take your heads. Yes, Your Majesty. Just then, a young eunuch quietly entered. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince El Yuan seeks an audience. Oh no, I shall not see him. Let him attend to his own affairs. El Chun waved his hand, visibly irritated. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince insists that if you do not go, he will remain in the council hall awaiting you. Boldly, El Chun shouted, his face contorted with rage, causing everyone around to kneel in fear. Your Majesty, perhaps you should go. What if the Crown Prince has something of great importance to discuss? Humarin gently grasped El Chin's hand as she spoke. All right. I will heed my beloved's words. El Chin patted her hand tenderly, but as he turned away, his expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, Let us proceed to the council hall. Yes, in the council hall, El Yuan awaited. His demeanor serene, that it had been quite some time since he and his father had met, especially since the emperor had become enchanted by the harem. This visit was intended as both a test and a final admonition. Once he calmed himself, El Yuan realized something was amiss. His father had dispatched the Qiwu army at the first sign of danger concerning the female assassin. Was it vengeance for that woman? Or did he already know? If it were the latter, El Yuan could not fathom why his father would act in such a manner. Once, his father had been his idol, the man who had propelled the Qi state to greatness. He had aspired to emulate him. Yet ever since that vile woman arrived, everything had changed. The admiration he once held had now turned to profound disappointment. The emperor has arrived, a sharp voice announced as El Chin entered the grand hall. His expression grim, that he took his seat upon the dragon throne and huffed, Speak. If there is no pressing matter, I shall make you regret it today. Your humble son pays respects to Your Majesty. El Yuan bowed respectfully before rising to speak. Father, are you aware that the treasure map of the great Xia hidden within our Qi state has been lost? What? It has been lost. Then why are you not hastening to recover it? A bunch of useless fools. Just days ago, an assassin infiltrated, and now we've lost a treasure map. Each one of you shall be executed." Hearing El Yuan's words, El Chin erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. El Yuan lowered his head, feigning humility while secretly observing his father, and he furrowed his brow slightly. His father's demeanor did not seem like mere theatrics, that it appeared genuine. At that moment, his last shred of hope shattered, and his gaze turned icy. Once El Chin's tirade concluded, El Yuan respectfully replied, "Yes, I shall immediately dispatch someone to retrieve the treasure map." With that, he saluted, stepped back a few paces, and turned to leave. As his foot crossed the threshold, El Yuan suddenly turned to gaze upon El Chin seated upon the throne. That El Chin's hair had already begun to gray, the once vibrant strands now dulled to a pale hue. His complexion had also become slightly sallow. The once spirited monarch of Qi had aged. "Father, as the ruler of a nation, you should prioritize the stability of the realm and the affairs of state. How can you indulge in the pleasures of the harem and neglect governance? What difference is there between this and decaying wood or withering grass?" Coldly stating this, El Yuan departed without looking back. From that moment forth, he felt no familial bond with his father, that he had resigned himself to this reality. In the imperial palace, there should be no talk of familial affection. Watching El Yuan's retreating figure until he vanished from sight, El Chin's eyes were filled with complexity. He waved his hand, dismissing everyone, while the elder eunuch shut the grand doors. At last, he should have given up hope. From now on, this young man must learn to play the game. El Chin's voice echoed, filled with sentiment and a hint of melancholy. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince will surely come to understand your intentions in due time. By then, I shall no longer be here." El Chin sighed. "Speaking of which, I have yet to see you honor take a legitimate consort and marry Daban. Select some of the finest maidens from our Qi state. I wish to see my fine grandson." El Chin said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty, you could directly pave the way for the Crown Prince and guide him. Why allow such animosity to brew between father and son?" Li Hai inquired, perplexed. Why must it be so, allowing him to navigate this path alone? El Chin understood the meaning behind Li Hai's words, gazing ahead as if envisioning the distant future. "I can do these things for him. But then what? What shall happen after I am gone? Without enduring the trials of storms, how can one appreciate the brilliance that follows? Without the arduous climb, how can one know the view from the peak? If he merely follows my teachings and grows under my protection, he will not be able to contend against the others. My days are numbered, and this is all I can do before he ascends the throne. I must be his first adversary, his initial rival. If he cannot surpass me, how can he hope to master the grand game of this realm?" El Chin stated firmly. Even if El Yuan were to resent him, he would proceed with this course of action. "Your Majesty." Li Hai gazed upon the man before him, having accompanied El Chin since childhood, akin to a friend. Observing El Chin's demeanor, he could not help but feel choked with emotion. "Daban, after I depart from this world, I entrust that boy to your care." El Chin clapped Li Hai on the shoulder, smiling broadly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall take good care of the Crown Prince." "Good, good. Speak to me of this young man's recent affairs." After a moment, once Li Hai had finished recounting, El Chin's expression was one of mirth. "Ah, I am eager to see his reaction upon learning of this news. Indeed, he has shown restraint and managed to soothe his subordinates. He has made progress." Listening to the tales of El Yuan, El Chin's smile remained. Yet amidst the two conversing, a profound solitude lingered, for this was the solitude of a sovereign. A solitary figure traversing the imperial path, devoid of kinship and steeped in loneliness. This, only a king could comprehend. Suddenly, El Chin rose to his feet, gazing into the vast emptiness of the hall, and softly mused. "Daban, who do you believe will ultimately claim this realm?" "I do not know, Your Majesty." "Ha ha! I foresee a fall into the Zhou." El Chin erupted into laughter. "Ah, Your Majesty, why do you say so?" Li Hai queried. Bewildered. "Ha! The Seven Kingdoms have been vying for supremacy for so many years. We old fellows like Wei Huan are nearly at our wits' end. Do not think I am unaware. Zhao Yang is set to become emperor soon. While he excels in warfare, his governance leaves much to be desired. Yan Muxian and Chu Yinkong are both capable, yet when compared to Ji Yiyu, they fall short in one crucial aspect: youth, vigor. And Ji Yiyu, having just reached maturity, has managed to restore the Great Zhou within a year. His tactics, strategies, and strength are not inferior to us old-timers. I have a premonition. He will ascend to rule this realm. Ah, then what of the crown prince? Li Hai suddenly gasped, realizing the implications, but hesitating to voice his thoughts. Ah, fear not. Thus, before I depart, I still have one final matter to attend to for you honor. El Chun concluded with a meaningful glance. Chapter 063. Gathering at Moguin. General Zhao, we have arrived at the Shakia County of Zhao State. At this moment, 3 figures rode along a broad path. The foremost, clad in white, tall and imposing, sat astride a white steed, a long spear wrapped in cloth slung across his back. Following closely behind were 2 figures donning conical hats, their faces obscured, dressed in black. Riding on 2 chestnut horses. Good. Zhao Yun nodded. This time, Yu had directly dispatched Zhao Yun, accompanied by the nefarious ones, creating a formidable assembly with Zhao Yun's extraordinary prowess. Who could dare to oppose him? Upon entering the city, they discovered a multitude of martial artists milling about, armed with swords and knives, causing the patrolling soldiers of Shaikyu to increase their vigilance. Shaikyu is vast. How shall we find anyone? Are there any leads? We shall know once the brothers sent to scout return. Though Shaikyu is large, its inhabitants are numerous. People from all 7 kingdoms are searching. Any unusual movement will be detected. Look, what a stunning maiden! Which family's daughter is she? Goodness, how beautiful! As Zhao Yun and his companion strolled, they overheard numerous gasps of admiration, prompting them to glance in that direction. They beheld a carriage parked before a tavern, from which emerged a young lady clad in a flowing outfit of red and white. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned simply with a hairpin and a hairpiece. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes sparkling with clarity, her lips radiant, and her visage exuding elegance and grace, as if sensing their gaze. She turned slightly, acknowledging Zhao Yun with a subtle nod before entering the tavern, accompanied by 2 women in crimson robes. After taking a few more steps, a throng of people surged ahead, and upon inquiring, it became clear that 2 factions had engaged in a skirmish. Not long after, a patrol squad arrived on the scene. But Zhao Yun did not concern himself with what transpired thereafter. Along the way, he frequently witnessed martial artists clashing, with the surrounding townsfolk fleeing in terror at the sight of such brawls. Alas, observing this, Zhao Yun could not help but marvel at the emperor's remarkable resolve and wisdom. Soon, the 3 arrived at the tavern prepared by the nefarious individuals. That night, a figure entered the room, bowing before General Zhao, stating, "I have gathered intelligence. It is said that the woman intends to traverse the sand dunes to escape the encirclement of Zhao Qi and flee by sea. She is currently hiding in a tavern located in the desolate dunes, known as the Mo Gu Tavern. Let us depart." Zhao Yun commanded, eager to act swiftly. Having acquired this information, others would surely follow suit. Time was of the essence. In the darkness, a raven alighted upon a window sill, and a hand emerged to grasp Mo Gu Tavern. "Move," a voice echoed. Meanwhile, in another tavern, an eerie stillness enveloped the establishment, with even the innkeeper and waitstaff standing nervously in the corners. The tavern was filled with red-armored soldiers, each radiating a menacing aura, their gazes sharp as swords. "General, we've located them," a soldier announced towards a private room. "Then let us set forth." A clear voice rang out in response. Swiftly, a figure draped in black raced through the night, inquiring, "Is this the Mo Gu Tavern?" Soon, shadows began to gather in the dunes, all moving towards a common destination. The Mo Gu Tavern. That moment, the tavern was eerily quiet, with the guests fast asleep. However, within a concealed chamber, several individuals huddled together, their faces twisted in sinister smiles. Knives in hand. "Master, who shall we slay tonight?" A figure resembling a cook growled, "But Luer, you shall forever remain a butcher. You cannot even cook properly," sneered a person disguised as an inn attendant. "Get lost. This knife can slay more than just pigs. Mind your own business." "Enough, Li Laotu. Have you prepared the poison?" interrupted the leading woman, a middle-aged matron, her face etched with irritation. She then turned to the scruffy old man beside her. "Rest assured, I have placed it in every room." "The dosage could fell an ox," Li Laotu grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "All right, but remember, choose individuals alone, and do not forget to search for valuables before the slaughter." The woman felt reassured upon hearing Li Laoda's words, casually reminding him that that moment. A childlike figure rushed in, panic evident on his face. Guaizi, weren't you outside gathering information? Why are you back so soon? The attendant inquired, puzzled. Not good. What do you mean? The group immediately grew alert at Guaizi's words. The woman in possession of the Great Xia treasure map claims she is hiding in our Mo Go tavern. A large number of skilled fighters are heading this way. What? Are you serious? The others began to panic, realizing that even their strongest member was merely at the peak of the acquired realm. Calm down, they have yet to arrive. The leading woman suddenly slammed the table, shouting, Now, return to your positions and act as if nothing has happened. Guaizi, discreetly investigate the tavern's occupants, particularly the women and those alone. If we can seize the opportunity, we shall ascend to greatness. A glint of brilliance flickered in the woman's eyes. Swiftly, the group dispersed according to her instructions, awaiting the arrival of their guests. Outside the tavern, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a chilly aura. As a gust of wind swept through, stirring the yellow sand, that a figure emerged from the swirling dust. Inside a room, a seemingly ordinary man, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Rising quietly, he approached the door, straining to listen for sounds, then affixed a bell to the door and scattered triangular spikes at the entrance. Then he inspected the windows, ensuring they were likewise fortified. Finally, he concealed himself beneath the bed. The covers draped over him, mimicking the appearance of a sleeping individual. After feeling his chest, a look of determination flashed in the man's eyes. This was a matter of great significance for the Great Xia. He must ensure the safe passage of this object. The man was none other than Humaran's sister, who Yuer, skilled in disguise, which had enabled her to escape thus fart the Mo Go tavern. Su Xinyang feigned counting her accounts at the counter, her gaze occasionally darting towards the entrance. The attendant, meanwhile, was casually wiping the table, appearing indifferent. Suddenly, a strong gust blew the door open that Su Xinyang squinted her eyes. And upon reopening them, a figure clad in black stood before her. Innkeeper, I seek lodging. The raspy voice echoed throughout the silent hall. Oh, certainly, Su Xinyang exclaimed, startled. Before she could say more, the black-clad figure seated himself at a table. Dear guest, would you like something to eat? The attendant asked warmly. The black figure raised a hand dismissively, his tone cold. No need, just bring a jug of wine. Very well. As the attendant turned, he saw another group enter, armed and boisterous. We had traveled for so long, I am utterly exhausted. Innkeeper, bring forth the finest wine, at once. The attendant recognized this group as a prominent faction from Zhao country. Thief, where do you think you're running? Before the group could respond, a voice rang out, followed by a figure darting through the door. Light as a swallow, nearly invisible to the eye, a hulking man followed close behind, his countenance fierce and filled with rage. The agile figure leapt gracefully onto a beam. Ha ha! If you catch up to me, I shall return what you have lost. Perched on the beam, the figure was garbed in simple white, appearing gaunt and hunched, his face unremarkable. Yet, his hands were long and curved like an eagle's talons, exuding an aura of danger. The black-clad figure drinking from his jug glanced up, casually remarking, Oh, someone recognizes me? When Lin's gaze shifted to the black figure. Humph. No wonder you stole my belongings. It turns out you belong to the thief sect. The hulking man, incensed by the black figure's words, spat back, Thank you for the compliment. When Lin smiled, unfazed by the provocation, the thief sect's agility truly lives up to its reputation. At the entrance, a young man leaned lazily against the door, a long sword strapped to his back. Its scabbard crimson, emanating a faint aura of menace. Beside him stood a novice monk, clad in a robe and adorned with a string of prayer beads. His gaze shyly swept over the tavern's patrons. When Lin scrutinized the young man before him, then remarked with a hint of amusement, The blade is stained with blood, a fierce aura indeed. So, you are the heir of the Qi Shao sword sect. And you, little monk, where did you come from? When did the sword sect begin associating with the Buddhist order? Ba, the little monk has lost his way, and it is thanks to Li Shizhu that I have arrived here. Hui Ming explained hastily. It certainly is lively. A weathered middle-aged man entered, a large blade slung across his back. Removing his hat, he shook it and jested. How could it be? Li Bu heir, Has your master allowed you to venture out? I hope you haven't snuck away again. How could that be? Li Buer replied nervously, then discreetly slipped away to a corner, while Hui Ming, confused, patted his bald head and followed him. Creak, the door swung open once more, causing all seated in the hall to turn their heads. However, upon seeing the newcomer was unfamiliar, they resumed their previous conversations. Zhao Yun brushed off the dust from his attire, smiled, and, accompanied by the two behind him, found a place to sit. The newcomers all settled at various tables, not seeking out the woman, as they awaited intelligence to arrive. Sitting like wooden statues may seem foolish, yet each was astute, their eyes scanning their surroundings. Find her. What then? Surrounded by a throng, they would become the target of all. There must be some who are more anxious than they. As for whether someone would seize the opportunity first with so many onlookers, it would be a feat to subdue a transformative being and depart unnoticed. Such an individual would either be exceptional or possess remarkable skill. One could only admire their prowess. The tavern quickly filled to capacity. But the atmosphere was far from the initial excitement. Silence reigned in the hall. Having encountered so many formidable fighters, Su Xinyin no longer sought treasures, but merely wished for the establishment to remain intact without brawls erupting. At that moment, an old man entered, carrying a large wooden box while leading a child by the hand. The old man had one foot inside the door when he noticed the crowd and the eerie silence. Causing him to doubt whether he had entered the correct establishment, he stepped outside to glance at the fluttering flags stirred by the wind. "Am good tavern. Indeed, Grandpa, I'm hungry." All right. The old man dismissed his doubts and entered with his grandson. "Innkeeper, 2 bowls of plain noodles." "Very well." The in attendant's eyes darted, and he swiftly dashed into the kitchen, feeling overwhelmed by the intense atmosphere in the hall. Linen. "First have a bite of this." The old man took out a pancake from his bosom for his little grandson. Nearby, water was already prepared, but with no available seats. The grandfather and grandson squatted in a corner by the wall. "Ba, old man, you and your grandson should come here." Huiming approached Mo Chinfeng and said, "It's all right, thank you, young master." Mo Chinfeng glanced around and flatly refused. He had already discerned that he seemed to have stumbled into a conflict. "Innkeeper, call everyone in and out." At this moment, a group of people entered, and upon seeing them, everyone's heads involuntarily lifted, revealing a trace of smiles. Truly, the ones everyone feared had arrived. This group was clad in brocade garments adorned with exquisite patterns, with sun and moon motifs on their backs, and wore long black boots and upright black hats reminiscent of official caps, each wielding a long knife. These were the embroidered uniform guards of Zhao State. In this land, they were the most qualified to conduct searches. And they were also in a great hurry. The leader, Ji Ning, coldly addressed Su Xinyan, his gaze fixed on the hall behind him, his expression dark. He knew full well the intentions of this group. However, what could he do? He had to take the lead. "I advise you all not to obstruct the embroidered uniform guards in their duties. There are thousands of them outside." Ji Ning's face was grim as he coldly spoke to the crowd. "What do you mean, my lord? We are merely here to drink," Wen Lin said with a smile. "What? Are the embroidered uniform guards going to manage drinking as well?" The man in black downed the wine in his hand, playing with the cup while savoring the moment. "Humph. You'd best behave." Ji Ning coldly snorted. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Xinyan no longer had the courage to play tricks and hurriedly instructed the waiter to call for help. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, that Ji Ning examined them one by one. "Give me the list." Su Xinyan quickly handed it over. Ji Ning glanced at it. "The people are fine. But due to the special circumstances, you need to stay inside the room. If you refuse, there will be no mercy." A fierce light flashed in Ji Ning's eyes. He unsheathed his long knife, releasing an aura of innate perfection. The strongest among the dozen was merely at the early innate stage, their faces turning pale as they nodded in agreement. Ji Ning turned and handed the list to a deputy leader behind him. "Send 2 people to keep watch over them inside the room." The deputy leader took the list. Ji Ning did not let go at first, pressing his thumb firmly on a room number. His gaze fixed on the deputy leader in an instant. The deputy leader understood, yes. The deputy leader led 2 men to follow them upstairs. "Go call for help." Ji Ning secretly instructed the nearby embroidered uniform guards. "How interesting." The black-clad man who had arrived first smirked, secretly drawing a sword from beside him. Bang. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded. Then a figure fell down, spitting blood and dying on the spot. It was one of the embroidered uniform guards who had gone up. Following that, there was a clang, and soon the sound of fighting erupted outside the inn. "Chase!" Ji Ning shouted, leading his men to immediately pursue out of the inn. The mice have shown themselves. The black-clad man leaped and broke through the roof to escape. "What are you waiting for? The treasure has appeared." Instantly, everyone in the hall rushed out of the inn. "Grandfather." "Where to?" At this moment, the hall was in disarray, and a weak voice sounded, "Old man, it's not safe here. We should leave quickly." Hui Ming performed a Buddhist greeting to Mo Chinfeng, gently saying, "If you don't leave now, you'll miss the good show." Li Buer anxiously picked up Hui Ming and ran outside. Not far from the inn, the embroidered uniform guards were engaged in battle with several people. Initially, only one man had broken through the window to escape, but soon a dozen masked figures in red robes appeared. "Circle the knives!" Ji Ning leaped up, turned, and heavily slashed down with his long knife. A red-robed man was cleaved in two, blood splattering all over Ji Ning's face. Stopping for a moment, he glanced at the frail man. He dashed forward. In the next moment, a sword aura struck from the side. Ji Ning's eyes narrowed, and he spun in midair to evade. The black-clad man descended from the sky, drawing his sword and killing the embroidered uniform guard that charged at him. "How bold! How dare you obstruct the embroidered uniform guards?" Ji Ning's face turned furious as he coldly shouted. In the next moment, a row of embroidered uniform guards, armed with bows and arrows, unleashed a volley. Several red-robed men were shot dead. The black-clad man retreated, skillfully deflecting the arrows with his sword. Then, seizing the moment of reloading, he slashed horizontally with his sword, the sword aura cutting through a dozen meters, sending the embroidered uniform guards flying. Ji Ning's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with shock, mastery of swordsmanship. "Who exactly are you?" The black-clad man twirled his long sword and calmly said, "Xinmin, Songxiu Yuan." Chapter 065, Chaotic Battle 2. Songxiu Yuan, the one who once vied for the position of sword sect leader against the swordsmanship master Li Sini. After his defeat to Li Sini, he vanished without a trace. I never expected he had joined Xianmin. "What, Master Cong?" Li Buer, who had rushed over, was taken aback upon hearing this exchange. He knew he had a Master Cong, but had never seen him before. "I never expected my master to have joined Xianmin. This person, you cannot take him away today." Songxiu Yuan disregarded the reactions of the crowd, pointing his long sword at Ji Ning, speaking indifferently. Ji Ning's expression turned grim. "Songxiu Yuan, whether it is or not is not for you to decide. Since everyone is here, we naturally wish to see this treasure map." When Lin stepped forward, a cold smile on his face, Songxiu Yuan, "We have wandered the Jianghu for so many years. We are not easily frightened." Songxiu Yuan, what are you babbling about? Just kill them all." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed across the desolate land, and the next second, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a ghostly mask appeared in the air, holding a dripping bloody head. Unexpectedly, the ghost Wuxiang of Xianmin has also arrived. Xianmin has truly mobilized greatly this time. However, as for my Zhao state, we must still adhere to the rules of Zhao state. In the air, a middle-aged man with a sword-like brow and starry eyes floated down, dressed in embroidered uniform guard attire, but with a red stripe on his left shoulder. The leader. Ji Ning hurriedly bowed. It was the vice commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Zhang Xingfan. "Fei? What? You want to kill me?" From beneath the mask, the cold voice of ghost Wuxiang emerged, laced with amusement. "I would be willing to give it a try." Zhang Xingfan smiled slightly, courteously replying, "Did I?" In the next moment, a head flew through the air. Ghost Wuxiang transformed into a cloud of black mist. Zhang Xingfan's eyes sparkled with brilliance with a palm strike. He shattered the head. The next moment, he turned and unleashed another palm. Ghost Wuxiang retreated several steps, once again transforming into black mist. Below, the previously slightly weathered middle-aged uncle stepped forward, slowly drawing the knife in his hand. "Songxiu Yuan, I wonder how your skills compare to Li Sini. We'll find out by trying." Songxiu Yuan's expression remained calm, showing no signs of anger. Mountain cutting style, Li Wujia instantaneously appeared before Songxiu Yuan, striking down with a knife. Songxiu Yuan's expression tightened, and he raised his sword to parry. The two quickly engaged in battle, a true display of dazzling sword and knife techniques. "Wanna run?" Jining noticed Huiyue attempting to escape amidst the chaos and hurriedly chased after her. In the next moment, however, she was blocked by two figures in red. "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the embroidered uniform guards?" Yet the two directly attacked Jining. Other martial artists from the Jianghu saw this and immediately joined the fray, while the embroidered uniform guards rushed forward to stop them. A chaotic battle ensued. Amidst the crowd, Huiyue's face turned pale, panic in her eyes, as she attempted to escape in the midst of the turmoil. At this moment, even if she was at the initial stage of transformation, it was of little use. Moreover, her training did not focus on direct combat. Whoosh! Suddenly, a long arrow shot through the air. Huiyue's pupils dilated as the arrow approached too quickly for her to react. An arrow pierced through her left shoulder, and Huiyue couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. In the next moment, 3 more arrows flew out. What kind of thing is it to bully a woman? Amidst the chaos, Huiyue had revealed her true form, as Li Buer's right hand formed a sword finger. Pointing into the air, behind him the Qishao sword emitted a buzzing sound, directly flying out of its sheath to block the arrows. He did not save her because Huiyue was beautiful, nor for the sake of the treasure map, but simply to test his sword here. A swordsman should uphold righteousness in their heart as their belief. In his master's words, matters that he finds intolerable are contrary to his sword path. Of course, this is premised on being able to win. Oh, a voice of surprise emerged from the darkness. The next moment, a figure stepped out, also of middle age, holding a bow and arrow, with a long knife at his left waist, a long whip at his right, daggers on both thighs, and a long sword on his back. He also carried 3-section staff behind him. A soldier. Li Buer's brows furrowed. A person carrying so many weapons was generally a warrior. The martial family is divided into 2 factions. One faction believes that soldiers are to be deployed and arranged, and should be well-versed in military strategy, understanding the subtleties of warfare. The other faction believes that soldiers are weapons, and warriors should be proficient in every weapon, knowing the strengths and weaknesses of each. Therefore, members of this faction are each skilled in at least 3 types of weapons. The heir of the Qishao sword sect. Tang Mingfeng raised an eyebrow, recognizing Li Buer's identity. "Boy, do you wish to obstruct me? You are not capable of that. Whether I can or cannot, I will know once I try. A gentle breeze brushes my heart." Li Buer's gaze was resolute as he gripped the Qishao sword and directly slashed down. Even if the person before him was at the transformation stage, Li Buer intended to give it a try. Tang Mingfeng stepped back, then sidestepped to evade, raising his leg for a lateral kick. Li Buer's expression remained unchanged as he extended a hand to block, leveraging the force to retreat. "Humph. Boy, you are still too inexperienced." Tang Mingfeng's lips curled into a mocking smile as he swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow. Meanwhile, Li Buer had just retreated. Ba! At that moment, Huiming suddenly appeared before Li Buer, shedding his cassock, revealing his Vajra body. A radiant golden light emanated from Huiming. The long arrow struck him, but only forced him back a few steps. "By the Buddha! Thank you, my friend. I was almost hit by that arrow." Li Buer expressed his gratitude immediately. "No need for thanks, Li Donor. Please refrain from your wandering hands." Li Buer began to explore Huiming's physique, curious about its unusual firmness, causing Huiming's face to flush with embarrassment as he pushed Li Buer away. A disciple of the Buddhist sect. How could he be involved in such scandalous affairs? Ba, little monk. Ba, do not be courteous to him. Strike that stubborn donkey." Soon, it turned into a 2-on-1 battle. Let them fight. I shall take advantage of the chaos. Amidst the crowd, when Lin skillfully maneuvered closer to Huiyue, a smug grin adorning his face, "Do not take what does not belong to you." The next moment, a chilling voice whispered in Lin's ear, sending a shiver down his spine, his heart racing. He instantly teleported away, but a sudden pulling force yanked him back. Transformation realm. Lin was alarmed. Damn it. Normally, one would not even see a single transformation realm expert, yet now so many appeared. They were truly hiding in the shadows. Without a second thought, he pulled from his pocket a crumpled, dried yellow talisman. "Here goes." He flung it behind him. Instantly, a loud explosion resounded, dispelling the pulling force. Seizing the moment, Lin vanished from sight. How intriguing. From the smoke emerged a figure, carrying the unconscious Hu Yuer on his shoulder, flanked by the slain embroidered guards and wandering warriors, perfected in the transformation realm. Zhao Yun, who had been secretly observing, could not help but speak, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon witnessing someone seize Hu Yuer and hearing the explosion, everyone halted in their tracks. It was him. Someone recognized the figure, their expression shifting dramatically. They exclaimed in shock. Chapter 066. Corpse Ghost Du Feiyang. Han Qi makes his entrance. The corpse ghost Du Feiyang. He is still alive? My heavens, the extraordinary from the state of Chu did not kill him. Some individuals wore expressions of terror, staring incredulously at the towering figure before them. Du Feiyang, the former leader of the corpse sect, which was once a premier force in the state of Chu. Their methods revolved around controlling and refining corpses, leading them to collect bodies indiscriminately, even desecrating ancestral graves. They specifically targeted the graves of warriors for the quality of the corpses, inciting the ire of all martial artists in the state of Chu. However, Du Feiyang showed no restraint and, capitalizing on the anger of these individuals, set a trap that resulted in the slaughter of many warriors, casting a shadow over the entire martial world of Chu. Subsequently, the corpse sect expanded their operations to gather corpses worldwide. Initially, the royal family of Chu was pleased to see the chaos in the martial world, but soon Du Feiyang audaciously dug up the imperial tombs of Chu. Furthermore, the corpse sect managed to create an undead army of thousands using the bodies they collected, inciting widespread condemnation. The then emperor of Chu, who is now the father of Chu Yinkan, dispatched troops to eradicate the corpse sect. Yet tens of thousands were defeated by the undead army. The corpse sect even produced 3 transformation realm corpses. In the end, they sent elite forces along with 3 transformation realm protectors. Ultimately, the corpse sect was destroyed, and many of its disciples were slaughtered, the heads of the 3 transformation realm corpses severed, and their bodies incinerated. Yet, no one anticipated that Du Feiyang would transform himself into a living corpse. Half human, half ghost, his power surged to an extraordinary level. Eventually, an ancient ancestor from the state of Chu intervened and slain Du Feiyang amidst a mountain of corpses. Following that, the Chu army incinerated the corpse mountain to prevent future calamities. It was only now that some life began to return. Yet, who could have foreseen that Du Feiyang had survived? Corpse ghost Du Feiyang. Why not join our Su NMN? The dark mist coalesced into the form of Gue Wuxiang, who looked at the figure before him with a sinister smile. Since you were dead, you should remain buried. Why venture out to seek death again? In the air, Zhang Xingfan coldly observed, his gaze fixated on Gue Wuxiang. Clang! The sword in Song Shuyuan's hand turned to point at Du Feiyang. Release the person. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Du Feiyang, whose body was half covered in inky black patterns resembling ghastly faces. One eye devoid of a pupil, his fingers bore long, sharp, black nails. It is precisely because I have been dead for so long that I have nearly forgotten the flavors of the world. Thus, I have returned. Du Feiyang inhaled deeply, his tone cold yet laced with a hint of intoxication. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly flew in, striking Du Feiyang, producing a metallic sound as it failed to penetrate his flesh. I care not who you are. Hand over the person. Tang Mingfeng's expression darkened. So many had come for the treasure map, and now he wished to brazenly take it before them. Du Feiyang, with so many present today. It is not for you to decide. Li Wujie similarly stepped forward, his great knife pointed at Du Feiyang. Enough of your prattle. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, leaving behind a cold remark. The sword pierces all directions. Song Xuan's expression remained indifferent as he leaped up, sweeping his sword, unleashing 8 waves of sword energy. Excellent. Today, I shall entertain you all. Du Feiyang extended his serpentine tongue, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. He flung Hu Yuer onto the ground and stashed something in his robe before teleporting to the side. The next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed behind him. Du Feiyang spun around and effortlessly grasped the incoming long knife, declaring, "Court lackeys, not a single one is worth a dime." With his other hand, he unleashed a palm strike. The gust of wind howled. Zhang Xingfan's eyes narrowed as he met the strike with his own. In an instant, he was sent staggering back several paces. Clang! Du Feiyang's nails, as hard as cold iron, seized the arrow shot by Tang Mingfeng. With a swift turn, he hurled it back. The cold light whistled. Li Wujie teleported right before Du Feiyang, his long knife emanating a chilling aura. Du Feiyang crossed his arms to block the blade. Sparks flew as he forcefully deflected it, then spun around to deliver a kick. Then, he soared into the air, charging at Song Shun. Song Shun slashed down with his sword, followed by a horizontal cut and a flurry of stabs. Each was deftly parried by Du Feiyang, and the next moment, he lunged with a claw aimed at Song Shuyuan's chest. Song Shuyuan raised his sword to block, but Du Feiyang's claw bent the blade, forcing it against his chest. Song Shuyuan's eyes narrowed as he held his breath. Using his recoil to push back and immediately spun to the side, his eyes glinting with cold light, executing a flowery sword maneuver that unleashed a wave of sword energy, fierce and frigid. Du Feiyang's pupils constricted, his expression icy as, in the next moment, his veins bulged and his hand, covered in black patterns, turned black-red, slightly swelling. He punched towards the sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy shattered, yet the force of his punch remained unyielding. Song Shuyuan's face changed. He quickly swung his second sword. Just as he unleashed the sword energy, Du Feiyang teleported and delivered a kick. It struck Song Shuyuan squarely, sending him crashing down from the air. The next second, a cold smile crept upon Du Feiyang's lips as he abruptly turned and released a cloud of black mist. Zhang Xingfan's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly retreated, but when he extended his palm, it came into contact with the black mist, and in an instant, his hand turned black. The pain was unbearable. It's poisonous. Zhang Xingfan couldn't help but shout. Crack, a long whip lashed out, striking Du Feiyang. The soldiers of the martial family are truly repugnant. A flash of anger crossed Du Feiyang's eyes as he directed a palm strike at Tang Mingfeng. A wave of pressure descended. Tang Mingfeng swiftly turned to evade. A massive handprint appeared on the ground. Li Wujie, at this moment, also charged forward with his knife. The scene transformed into a chaotic melee, with everyone surrounding Du Feiyang. Transformation Realm Battle. The innate experts could only watch from the sidelines. Palm strikes. Sword energies and knife lights ravaged the area. In the shadows, Zhao Yun observed everything, but his gaze was fixed on Hu Yuer, was the treasure map, so easily found by Du Feiyang. At this moment, Hu Yuer lay like a lifeless body, ignored by all, as everyone believed Du Feiyang had acquired the treasure map. Moreover, it seemed Du Feiyang was deliberately distancing himself. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, he sensed the ground tremble, the earth quaking. His expression changed instantly as he turned to the two miscreants behind him and said, "You two leave now." Without hesitation, the two miscreants departed, realizing they could no longer assist in this situation. Moments later, red battle flags rose around them, emblazoned with the character Zhao in black. The next moment, rows of cavalry appeared nearby. Leading the charge were cavalry clad in red armor. The army of the Zhao has arrived. What is there to fear? We are so many. We will break through when the time comes. At the Mo Guin, Su Xinyang and her companions had turned pale. She never anticipated being embroiled in this conflict. And now the army had come. Judging by the momentum, there must be at least tens of thousands. Grandfather, I am scared. Seeing the imposing Zhao cavalry outside, Mo Linen fearfully approached Mo Qinfeng, but do not be afraid. Grandfather will protect you. Mo Qinfeng's gaze was resolute as he placed a large wooden box in front of them. He truly did not expect to be inadvertently caught up in such a grand conflict. Su NMN, Sword Sect, Knife Sect, Martial Family, and the court had all arrived. An unintended clash. Yet there was no escaping the turmoil. Life in the martial world is beyond one's control. After a prolonged struggle, it truly has become a mess. A black warhorse emerged, ridden by a figure donned in red armor, a golden mask adorning his face, wielding a black halberd. It was the fearsome Han Yingqi of the Zhao kingdom. Commander Zhang, order your men to withdraw. A hoarse, cold voice rang out, prompting Zhang Xingfan, who was in the midst of detoxifying, to immediately issue the retreat order, showing no sign of anger at Han Yingqi's tone. In an instant, all the embroidered guards withdrew. Leave behind a group of martial artists from the Jianghu. Is this really Han Yingqi? It seems nothing special, merely at the late stage of the innate realm. Li Buer scrutinized closely, filled with doubt. A mere child is still a child. Tang Mingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering coldly, "Realm, it is merely a tool for ordinary people. For some, it serves as a reference, a means to ascertain their limitations." Song Shun, gripping his sword, spoke with a pale visage, his gaze wary of the figure on horseback. "You little brat, do you still look down on him? Even your master Li Sini would not dare to say so." Li Wujie retorted with irritation. "What?" Li Buer exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. It must be noted that his master is extraordinary. "Li Ji, this is Han Ningqi, the foremost female general of the Seven Kingdoms. For 300 years, unmatched in ferocity, born with divine strength, incredibly powerful. Even my master holds great admiration for him." Hui Ming tugged at Li Buer's clothing, whispering, "Kikik, the fierce god has arrived. It seems things are about to get more exciting." Gui Wuxiang chuckled darkly, his eyes filled with apprehension as he subtly stepped back. "That it appears that after such a long absence, a formidable junior has emerged." Du Feiyang observed the expressions of those present, focusing intently on the individual before him. However, Han Ningqi merely gazed quietly at the surrounded martial artists, raising his hand to signal. In the next moment, rows of cavalry began to part, revealing an array of war crossbows being wheeled out, followed by a throng of soldiers who readied their bows. Instantly, the countenance of all present shifted, particularly those at the innate stage or below, whose faces turned pale with fear. They are actually deploying war crossbows. Fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Ningqi spoke coldly, having waited so long for this very moment. This time, not only would he reclaim the treasure map, but he would also ensure that these martial artists would not return, for the majority of them are warriors from the Zhao Kingdom. Whoosh! In an instant, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, followed swiftly by anguished screams. Song Xuan and the others at the transformation stage quickly summoned their protective chi. Some of the innate warriors did the same. Yet some innate warriors, under the relentless barrage of the crossbow bolts, found their protective chi shattered and were instantly pierced through. At the Mo Guin, Su Xinyang and her group had long since hidden in the basement, watching the torrential rain of arrows approach. Mo Chunfeng quickly slapped the center of a large box before him. In an instant, the box trembled, and the next moment, it disintegrated, transforming into a humanoid wooden figure that appeared before him, holding a shield in its left hand and a long sword in its right. It immediately raised the shield to protect the two elders behind it, its long sword deftly intercepting the arrows. Mechanical arts. A craftsman's creation. Among the crowd, Li Buer was taken aback by this spectacle. He had long sought a craftsman to create a giant war machine for him. Finally, as the rain of arrows ceased, he thought, "Damn it, rather than being besieged here, why not fight our way out? I refuse to believe that Han Ningqi is that formidable." Just as he finished speaking, an innate warrior could no longer contain himself, surging forward with killing intent towards Han Ningqi. Leaping from the air, he brought down his great blade with ferocity. In the next second, a halberd swept in from the side. The great blade shattered. Without pausing, the halberd cleaved through, splitting the man in two. Blood dripped from the halberd as Han Ningqi slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on the group before him. In that moment, dread gripped the hearts of all present. Song Shiyuan and his companions tightened their grips on their weapons, feeling as if they were facing a dire enemy. Chapter 067. Zhao Yun battles Han Ningqi. "All of you, those who drop their weapons, shall not be harmed." Han Ningqi's raspy voice emerged from beneath his mask, his eyes sharp. "To drop one's weapon is to choose a path of certain death," Li Wujie scoffed. "Han Ningqi, you might as well let us leave. We will not obstruct you. If truly provoked, the powers behind us are not something you can afford to offend." Gui Wuxiang chimed in from behind the crowd. "Above the royal soil, those who incite slaughter and chaos are guilty. Your Zhao laws cannot govern us." Tang Mingfeng huffed, his hand already reaching for the arrows at his back. "I wish to see what skills this last possesses." Du Feiyang acted decisively, teleporting to Han Ningqi's front, delivering a powerful palm strike. Though his tone was indifferent, his eyes were filled with caution, unleashing his full strength. Han Ningqi's expression remained unchanged as he gripped his halberd, thrusting it directly at Du Feiyang. A metallic clash resonated. In the next moment, Du Feiyang's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled back several steps, staring at his bleeding palm in shock. He realized that after such a lengthy battle, Song Shuyuan and the others had barely managed to harm him. Furthermore, his hand trembled slightly. What an impressive weapon! What immense strength! An innate warrior at the late stage, yet his power rivals that of a perfected transformation stage. What kind of monster is this? This old fellow has bitten off more than he can chew. Tang Mingfeng sneered, stepping forward into a bow stance, drawing his longbow to its full tautness. An arrow was released, slicing through the air. However, in the next moment, as the arrow was about to strike Haningqi, a hand reached out and seized the speeding arrow. Crack! Haningqi crushed the arrow in his grip, tossing the broken pieces to the ground. Such trifles should not be displayed. His raspy voice dripped with mockery. Instantly, Tang Mingfeng's face turned a deep shade of anger. Before anyone could react, Haningqi charged forward on horseback. Swinging his halberd in a wide arc towards the nearest Li Wujie dam, Li Wujie cursed inwardly, countering with his long knife. Bang! Their strikes collided. Li Wujie was immediately forced back several steps, using his knife to brace himself. His hand trembled uncontrollably. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Song Shuyuan unleashed a sword chi from midair. Haningqi stepped onto his horse's back, soaring into the air. A single sweep of his halberd shattered the sword chi. Then, with a swift turn, he brought the halberd down. Song Shuyuan's expression shifted as he quickly evaded, the halberd narrowly missing him. In the next instant, a fist came crashing towards him. Song Shuyuan hurriedly raised his sword in defense. The fist bent the sword's blade, striking Song Shuyuan directly. He staggered back several steps, his complexion growing even more pallid. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best strategy. Observing Haningqi, who resembled a demonic entity, Gue Wuxiang transformed into a wisp of black mist, hastily attempting to escape. Haningqi immediately summoned a long spear from the ground, gripping it tightly. He hurled it towards the dark mist of Gue Wuxiang. The spear produced a sonic boom, swiftly catching up to Gue Wuxiang, followed by a distant scream. Subsequently, Haningqi struck Du Feiyang back with another swing of his halberd, his movements relentless and powerful. How impressive, essentially invincible among the transformation stage. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yun, who observed Haningqi, a veritable beast in human form, he felt a sense of astonishment. However, his gaze soon fell upon Hu Yuer, who had stealthily blended in among the corpses. And he could not help but smile, realizing that the item was indeed still in her possession. In an instant, a white figure darted forth from a thicket, swiftly seizing Hu Yuer from among the corpses. She was truly knocked unconscious and taken away. Hu Yuer, who had been secretly grateful, promptly lost consciousness. Tang Mingfeng was left dumbfounded, for this was where he had previously hidden, yet he had not detected anyone. As Du Feiyang, engaged in battle with Haningqi, noticed the white figure holding Hu Yuer, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately disengaged, intent on pursuing. However, Haningqi struck Du Feiyang back with a swing of his halberd. Fire! Capture that person! Haningqi's cold voice echoed through the air, and in an instant, countless arrows shot toward Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's expression remained calm as he reached for the elongated weapon strapped to his back. Giving it a slight shake, the wrappings fell away, revealing a white spear. Zhao Yun swung it with precision, intercepting the rain of arrows. Faced with the crossbow bolts, he expertly deflected them all, ensuring that Hu Yuer on the ground remained unharmed. Witnessing this, Haningqi's expression tightened, surprise flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he released Du Feiyang and charged towards Zhao Yun. Sensing the cold intent behind him, Zhao Yun instantly performed a backhand strike, colliding with the descending halberd. Zhao Yun's feet sank into the arid earth. Only those who have truly fought against Haningqi can comprehend his terrifying might. Born with divine strength, immensely powerful, it is not mere talk. Even Zhao Yun nearly faltered. His expression serious, he focused his energy, deflecting Haningqi's halberd. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, executing a flip to stab at Haningqi's waist. Haningqi gripped the halberd-esque shaft in the middle, spinning to deflect the thrust. The ensuing exchange of spears and halberds unfolded, thrusting, cleaving, and striking. Two figures clashed fiercely upon the barren land. Who is this person? He can actually withstand Haningqi's strength. Li Wujie and Tang Mingfeng exchanged glances, both astonished and shocked. Even within the transformation stage, there is such a disparity. Even among innate warriors, the difference is astounding. Li Buer shook his head, Resigned, these two, one compensates for their shortcomings with strength, while the other has perfected their own cultivation. Both their inner force and spear techniques have reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Song Xuan's face was ashen as he watched the distant battle unfold. Du Feiyang has gone forth. Is the item not in hand? I think not. We have all been played. Li Wujia seemed to have realized something, his expression darkening. Indeed, a clever girl, a cunning force, Song Xuan lamented, since Han Ningqi is being delayed. Why not break free? Are we waiting for death? In the next moment, Song Xuan coldly declared, and instantly, everyone reacted, rushing toward Zhao Yun's side. The rain of arrows was unleashed once more. Zhao Yun swung his spear down with great force. Han Ningqi raised his halberd to block. The spear struck against the halberd. Yet the spearhead, propelled by its own momentum, struck Han Ningqi's back with a resounding blow. Suddenly, Du Feiyang appeared beside him, launching a palm strike towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun swiftly retracted his spear, swinging it horizontally. Du Feiyang had no choice but to redirect, striking the spear with his palm. However, in the next moment, a gust of wind howled behind him. Du Feiyang quickly turned, only to be met by a massive black halberd. The halberd sent Du Feiyang staggering back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Aren't we both dealing with the same person? My battle requires no interference from others. Han Ningqi coldly proclaimed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Upon turning around, he discovered Zhao Yun leading a group that was also breaking through. Zhao Yun deftly thrust his spear, sending a cavalryman tumbling, then swiftly commandeered a horse, placing the man upon its back before galloping away. Attempting to flee, Han Ningqi let out a sharp whistle, summoning his black steed to gallop towards him. He mounted his horse and pursued with fervor. The black stallion, swift as the wind, quickly caught up to Zhao Yun. With a thunderous crash, a halberd swung from behind. Zhao Yun arched backward to evade. Retaliating with a piercing jab of his spear, the weapons clashed, locked in a stalemate. The two steeds raced side by side. Yet due to Han Ningqi's divine strength, Zhao Yun's ordinary warhorse struggled to withstand the pressure. In the next heartbeat, Zhao Yun noticed a quiver of arrows at the side of the saddle. With a swift kick, he sent the arrows flying into the air in an instant. He retracted his spear, seized several arrows, and hurled them forth. Han Ningqi's pupils contracted, instinctively dropping low. Zhao Yun slid his spear forward, gripping its end tightly. The spearhead struck forcefully upon Han Ningqi's back, near his posterior. Instantly, Han Ningqi sprang up, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Zhao Yun. The halberd swung fiercely towards Zhao Yun. He sidestepped, the spear tracing the ground as he thrust upward. Dust erupted towards Han Ningqi. Reflexively, he shut his eyes, thrusting his halberd out. Zhao Yun, seizing the opportunity, grasped the halberd and leaped, landing directly on Han Ningqi's horse. Sensing someone behind him, Han Ningqi immediately elbowed back. Zhao Yun caught hold of it. In the next moment, the spear tightened around Han Ningqi's neck. However, Han Ningqi suddenly leaned back. The spear slipped loose, yet his head collided with Zhao Yun's chest, and Zhao Yun's hand, gripping the elbow, pressed against Han Ningqi's chest. For a moment, both were momentarily stunned. Han Ningqi's eyes widened in surprise, but in an instant, Zhao Yun's hand pressed against Han Ningqi's chest reached for his throat. Han Ningqi, realizing the intent, felt a surge of rage mixed with humiliation. He tilted his head. Zhao Yun's grasp faltered, and in that fleeting moment, Han Ningqi's mask was torn away. Before he could examine closely, a distant whinny of a horse echoed. His Yulon white dragon steed had come to retrieve him. Zhao Yun forcefully pushed Han Ningqi aside. He leaped into the air, swiftly mounting his own warhorse beside Hu Yuer. And in the blink of an eye, they galloped away, leaving behind but a fleeting white silhouette at the edge of the desert. Behind them, a graceful and beautiful maiden stood frozen in place. Chapter 068. The Annihilation of the Kingdom of Zhu. After regrouping at Tianmen Pass and reconstructing its defenses, Wang Ping left 5,000 soldiers to guard the pass before continuing the march. Although the Bashu region is expansive, it encompasses only 4 kingdoms. Zhu, established by the brother of the first ruler of Shu, one of the 2 mightiest nations in Bashu, the other being Ba. And lastly, Chong, a minor nation with only a few thousand troops, a vassal of Ba. General, we are nearing the territory of Zhu, a soldier reported. Understood, Wang Ping replied, mounted on his steed, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The breach at Tiananmen Pass had yet to be reported, and now, in their rapid advance, they could launch another surprise attack. However, this time, the two nations would undoubtedly be on high alert. The mountainous terrain of Bashu is heavily forested, resulting in few cities and greater distances between them, with the populace dispersed across various settlements. Though Zhu had split from Shu, their relationship was strained, even marked by conflict, while they maintained cordial ties with Ba. At this moment, in the capital of Zhu, Tufei City, Du Jia reclined languidly upon the dragon throne. A palace maid attentively serving him fruits, while another maid gently massaged his head. Below, a troupe of dancers gracefully performed, filling the grand hall with the melodious sounds of strings and flutes. Flanking the sides, ministers indulged in revelry, partaking in excess and debauchery. Some regarded the dancers with lewd smiles. Report, a soldier rushed in. Breathless and kneeling, urgent military news. In an instant, the dancers halted, the music ceased, and Du Jia, who had been relishing the moment, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, that he waved his hand impatiently. Take him away! Execute him! The soldier was momentarily stunned. But as the royal guards dragged him away, he cried out, Your Majesty, urgent military news. An army is approaching. His voice faded into silence. Humph. Utter nonsense, with Tiananmen Pass under our guard. Who could possibly breach it? Laughter erupted among the ministers. Indeed, stronger foes like the Chu kingdom could not conquer Tiananmen Pass. This is sheer folly. They jeered at as long as Tiananmen stands. What external threats can Zhu face? Regardless of the outside world, we remain unshaken within, they proclaimed with confidence. Well said. My loyal ministers. Du Jia, slightly inebriated, rose to his feet, gesturing grandly. With you all by my side, what fortune is mine? My empire is secure. Laughter filled the air as Du Jia boisterously declared. Draining his cup, then waving his hand, he added with satisfaction, Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Hickey burped, reclining once more, and soon the hall descended into debauchery once again. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. In a small city, chaos erupted, with battles raging fiercely. Before long, the clamor of combat subsided. General, the last military post has been eliminated. Ahead lies the capital, Tufei City. A bloodied soldier reported. At this moment, Wang Ping felt perplexed. What was happening in Zhu? He could not believe that Zhu had received no word throughout their advance. Initially, he thought they had concentrated their forces for a decisive battle at the last military post. Yet now, there was not a whisper of movement. Was no one in Zhu aware of the unusual circumstances? Wang Ping gazed at the smoke billowing from the aftermath of battle, lost in contemplation. Could it be that an ambush awaits ahead? In the woods, a figure emerged, General. The ruler of Zhu and his ministers have been indulging in revelry, living in excess and debauchery, completely neglecting state affairs. You may proceed directly to Tufei, a rogue declared. Hiss. Wang Ping was astonished, having never witnessed a nation so utterly decadent. It was not merely a foolish ruler, but an entire nation steeped in corruption to such a degree. Today, he had seen it for himself. The entire army shall set forth. Straight to Tufei, Wang Ping immediately commanded, mounting his horse and leading the troops forward. Upon Tufei's walls, soldiers stood idly, lethargic and unalert, with their crossbows gathering dust beside them. Observing this scene from the shadows, Wang Ping shook his head. Prolonged comfort had caused them to forget the taste of blood, oblivious to the fact that this era was still rife with war. Attack! Wang Ping drew his sword and shouted. Given the circumstances, he had no fear of alarming the enemy. When dealing with inept foes, no preparation was necessary. Whoosh! A volley of crossbow bolts was released. What is that? Crossbow bolts, enemy attack. In an instant, panic erupted among the soldiers atop the walls, some scrambling in confusion, while others, caught off guard, were pinned to the walls by the bolts. Immediately, a group of armored soldiers burst forth from the woods, forming ranks and raising their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows. A rain of arrows fell. The majority of the soldiers on the walls were swept away by the deluge, while those who narrowly escaped were left trembling and frothing at the mouth. Chaos ensued among the soldiers of Zhu. Some attempted to use their crossbows only to find them rusted and in disrepair. After the storm of arrows, a group of soldiers charged towards the city gates, crashing against them with wooden logs. Without siege equipment, they resorted to primitive methods, which would take another fortnight to construct. As for utilizing Jews' own equipment, they had found none in the previous military posts. Some soldiers didn't even possess usable weapons. "We are attacking. Run for your lives." In an instant, the soldiers of Jew abandoned their posts, fleeing in all directions. With no obstruction, the gates were easily smashed open. "Thank goodness they are not my soldiers, or I would surely be infuriated." Wang Ping observed the scene before him, laughing in disbelief. It could be said that it was achieved without any effort, effortlessly claiming victory. Not a single soldier had been lost. Yet, these were the enemy's troops. Wang Ping could only wish for more. With no resistance, the Wudong flying army surged into the city along the way. As the soldiers encountered the Wudong flying army, before they could even raise their weapons, the soldiers of Zhu were already kneeling in surrender. Wang Ping led his men straight to the palace gates, where the guards numbered merely in the thousands. A single volley of arrows dispatched them all. Channeling his inner strength, he kicked the palace door open, experiencing the most audacious moment of his life. Wang Ping chuckled in resignation. It was simply too easy. He casually seized a eunuch to inquire about the location of the Jew emperor. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, even before entering, he was greeted by the overwhelming scent of perfume and the sounds of indulgent revelry and laughter. Kicking the door open, the sight before Wang Ping was utterly explosive. Inside the hall, ministers were disheveled, embracing dancers, some even engaged in debauchery, while Du Jiao lounged on the dragon throne, surrounded by excess. The music of strings still played, albeit mingled with the sounds of vice. A nation's ruler and his ministers had descended to such depths. This kingdom was beyond salvation. Wang Ping shook his head, lamenting, "Who are you people? How audacious! Guards, seize them and execute them. You wretched fools! Lacking discernment, execute all the ministers and bring the monarch of Juba back to his majesty for judgment." With a single command, a throng of the unfettered flying army surged forward, catching some unawares and swiftly dispatching them. In an instant, the grand hall was saturated with the stench of blood and terror. "Who are you? Are there truly enemies at our gates? Where are the imperial guards?" Amidst the bloodshed and brutality, realization dawned upon some, who became utterly panic-stricken, their faces pale with fear. "How dare you?" Du Jia, equally aghast and enraged, concealed himself behind the dragon throne, awaiting the emergence of the ancestor. "Do you not know that you are doomed?" Boom! Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted from above. "Who are you? How has Juba come to this?" In the sky, Du Shangbia wore a mask of fury and disbelief. Opposite him, two figures donned in conical hats, their faces obscured, relentlessly assailed him. The Great Zhou, the unruly heavenly retreat star, the unruly heavenly longevity star. Both emanated the aura of early transformation realm, collectively suppressing Du Shangbia of the mid-transformation realm. "Impossible! You are from the Great Zhou? You have breached the Tianmen Pass?" Du Shangbia's expression was one of utter shock, his eyes wide with incredulity. Yet what awaited him were two powerful strikes. Du Shangbia immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood. "It seems your ancestor can no longer aid you." Wang Ping turned to Du Jia, shrugged, and commanded, "Take him down." Yes, before long, the two stars descended from the sky, with the longevity star brandishing a bloodied head. Its expression twisted in resentment, eyes forever unclosed. Soon, black banners were planted throughout Juba. Chapter 069, The Night Beasts Attack. In the capital of the Great Zhou, Chang'an, within the imperial study, Yi Yu was diligently reviewing memorials. Even with the cabinet in place, and the likes of Feng Xianling managing affairs, there remained dozens of documents that required Yi Yu's personal scrutiny, equivalent to solving several mathematics and English papers. An overwhelmingly suffocating task. "Your Majesty, intelligence from the direction of Shu has arrived." The Qinglong respectfully presented a confidential letter. After perusing its contents, a flicker of joy illuminated Yi Yu's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. "Excellent. Inform Wang Ping to swiftly seize Bashu. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Yi Yu instructed Yuan Tiangang to personally venture to Bashu. Bashu has a long and ancient history. Even during the Xia dynasty, it was merely a vassal. Since the establishment of Tianmen Pass over a century ago, it had been essentially cut off from the outside world. Little is known of any changes beyond its borders. What if an ancient monster has broken through or is lurking within? Moreover, there are hidden powers such as the Beast Gate, Witch Gate, Tang Gate, and Miao Tribe. Subsequently, Yi regarded the final piece of news with a cold smile. What use is such a foolish and incompetent person to me? Tell Wang Ping to deal with it directly. To govern a nation to such a state is indeed a talent. Born from adversity, perishing in comfort, the ancients warned us, and those who ignore it shall become another cautionary tale. All calamities arise from comfort. Diligence mitigates worries. Extravagance breeds downfall. Moderation ensures safety. Unfulfilled desires lead to discontent. Excessive ambition breeds peril. Caution in action averts disaster. This is wisdom every ruler should comprehend, and it is a lesson for all. Yi set down the memorials and gazed from the balcony, reflecting, the sunset of the great Zhou is beautiful, but I yearn to witness the sunset of this world. The burden is heavy and the journey long. At this moment, along a broad path in the forest, a horse galloped swiftly towards Shu capital, Jincheng. Within a certain palace, an elderly man with a pallid visage lay upon the bed, appearing gravely ill. Beside him stood two young men clad in dragon robes. Your Majesty, urgent intelligence has arrived. At that moment, an elderly eunuch entered, whispering into the ear of the ailing Shu emperor, Dujia, with great effort. Dujia opened his eyes. Though frail, his tone remained authoritative and unquestionable. Soon a soldier entered, cupping his fists and kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, the Tianmen Pass has been breached. Zhuge has been annihilated. The great Zhou army is advancing toward Shu. What cough cough cough? Upon hearing this, Du Jia was rendered speechless, his illness exacerbated, and the faces of those around him shifted in alarm. Du Jia hastily propped himself up with his hands, while the elderly eunuch rushed to support him. You mean the Great Zhou? The Great Zhou has breached the Tianmen Pass and destroyed Zhuge. Du Jia struggled to regain composure. Looking at the soldier once more, is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. How far has the Great Zhou army advanced? Your Majesty, they are nearly at Zitong. So soon? Du Jia's expression darkened. They had already breached Shu's borders, and yet they had only just learned of it. Leaning back against the bed, he seemed lost in thought. And the entire chamber fell silent. Dispatch orders for the Mianzhou army to immediately head to Zitong, Yenner. Take this token to a place near Zitong called Qingxu Mountain. There is a Wanshou temple at the foot of the mountain. Present this token to the temple master and tell him that the debt owed from years ago must be repaid. Have him inform those behind the scenes to obstruct the great Zhou army. Yes, father. One of the young men in dragon robes stepped forward, respectfully addressing him, while casting a challenging glance at the other. Miao, you go to Shushan to contact the Tang Gate and send someone to Ba Country. Inform them that the loss of one's lips threatens one's teeth. Shu has remained quiet for so long. If they do not wish to be disrupted by outsiders, they must act accordingly. Yes, father. The other, Du Miao, replied with a calm demeanor. General, we are approaching Zitong. Good. Let us rest for the night and remain vigilant. As they hastened onward, Wang Ping was also intent on ensuring the troops conserve their strength. Exiting Zhuge, to the southwest lay Shu, while to the southeast was Ba, with Zitong being the first city in the southwest, and Langzhong in the southeast. However, Zitong was closer, and Wang Ping had received word that the Shu monarch was gravely ill. With the two princes vying for power, and the court in disarray. As night fell, the surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the chirping of insects and the whispering wind. Soldiers patrolled, alert and vigilant. Suddenly, the grass rustled, followed by faint sounds. Nearby soldiers instantly heightened their guard, entering a state of readiness. The next moment, a snake shot forth from the underbrush that a soldier, quick-witted, unsheathed his sword and cleaved the snake in two. Yet, before they could relax, several more snakes darted out. Nearby soldiers hurriedly swung their blades to dispatch them. In the next instant, several soldiers stared in horror at the scene before them, as countless snakes emerged from the grass. A writhing mass. At that moment, they could no longer ignore the abnormality. The leading soldier bellowed, "Alert! Abnormal situation detected. Alert!" In an instant, several patrol teams echoed the call, and the entire army snapped to attention, readying themselves for combat. What is happening? Wang Ping strode forward, inquiring, General, snakes. They are everywhere. We are surrounded by snakes. Just as he finished speaking, a chorus of wolf howls erupted. In the next moment, pairs of green eyes emerged from the dark woods. There must be at least 1,000 wolves. And that was not all. Wang Ping even glimpsed bears, wild boars, and tigers. How can this be? Wang Ping frowned. While the mountains and forests were home to many beasts, it was unprecedented for them to gather so brazenly in the face of danger. Previously, when encountering wild animals, they had fled. Archers prepare to shoot into the woods. Those with blades slay the snakes. The rest light torches and remain on guard, ready to assist. Loose arrows. With a command, the woods erupted in cries of anguish. Some beasts charged forth, and the soldiers met them with drawn swords. The swarm of snakes seemed to receive an order, attacking with wild abandon. The Beast Gate. Wang Ping suddenly recalled something, coldly uttering those two words. In the intelligence provided by the unruly, this hidden power was known for taming and controlling beasts, cultivating rare creatures. It was said they were dedicated to seclusion, rarely intervening in worldly matters. Such so-called seclusion is nothing but a joke. They merely lack the means. Wang Ping scoffed, a hint of derision in his expression. General, above. Looking up, he saw a flock of crows approaching, clutching small jars in their talons. Shoot down those birds. Wear masks, be cautious. Those jars may contain poison. A barrage of arrows rained down, causing the birds and jars to plummet to the ground. Some jars shattered, releasing yellow smoke, while others revealed venomous insects. After a wave of attacks, the beasts retreated, only to launch another assault after a brief interval, continuing unabated until dawn. Interesting. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Ping's eyes. Using their own tactics against them, how delightful. Did they truly believe that he would refrain from unleashing a bloodbath? Chapter 070. The meeting with the Emperor of Chu, the encounter in Wuling. What, you say the Great Zhou has breached Tianmen Pass? Within the palace, Chu Yinkan abruptly stood, incredulity etched across his face. Yes, your majesty. The banner of the Great Zhou's black golden dragon now flies over Tianmen Pass. An individual clad entirely in black respectfully reported. After confirming the news, Chu Yinkan fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Yet within that laughter lay an undercurrent of reluctance. Well, truly impressive. I did not expect Ji Yiyu to silently deliver such a grand surprise to me. What a monumental surprise it is should Ji Yiyu capture Bashu. The Great Zhou and Great Chu would become the two nations sharing the longest border. Furthermore, the Great Zhou would effectively encircle the Great Chu. Previously, although there were Bashu, they had always remained within their territory. But with the Great Zhou, that is no longer guaranteed. Moreover, this new emperor of Zhou is none other than Ji Yiyu. What a pity. Knowing this too late, if it were known that Ji Yiyu intended to attack the Tianmen Pass, Chu Yinkang would not merely lament the gains of a third party. At the very least, he would not allow the Great Zhou army to succeed. Bashu, it would undoubtedly belong to the Great Zhou. Chu Yinkang sighed with his hands behind his back upon hearing the words of his father. The second prince, Chu Li, furrowed his brow, a flicker of defiance flashing in his eyes. Father, even if the Great Zhou captures the Tianmen Pass, it does not necessarily mean they can take Bashu. Not to mention that both Bashu and its neighboring states are formidable in their own right. And there are also hidden forces like the Beast Gate and the Tang Gate. Indeed, father, we only know that the Great Zhou has taken the Tianmen Pass, but the specifics remain unclear. It is quite possible that the Great Zhou army has suffered consecutive defeats. The fourth prince, Chu Wenba, also felt that his father was overestimating Ji Yiyu, especially considering that Ji was younger than them, which only fueled his resentment. Unexpectedly, Chu Yinkang let out a cold snort, his gaze sternly fixed on Chu Li and Chu Wenba. I have said before, confidence is commendable, but do not let overconfidence cloud your vision and obscure the truth. Upon hearing Chu Yinkang's admonition, the two immediately bowed in deference. Yes, we understand, and we will heed Father's teachings. Sewer, do you know why I say this? Chu Yinkang turned to the silent seventh prince, Chu Su, and inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Su spoke. I considered several actions taken by the Zhou Emperor and found that none have failed. Or rather, they have a high likelihood of success. Thus, The Zhou Emperor must be the kind who pursues victory with certainty. Hearing Chu Su's analysis, Chu Yinkong nodded with a smile, satisfaction evident on his face. Observing this, Chu Li's eyes darkened momentarily. Yes, well said. To truly understand your opponent, you must regard him as a friend, comprehending every action he takes. Only then can you analyze his habits and preferences. Chu Yinkong returned to his dragon throne, picked up a brush, and began writing something, sealing it shortly thereafter. But he handed the letter to a man clad in black, instructing him to deliver it to the great Zhou, presenting himself as an envoy. Yes, the man in black received the letter with respect before departing immediately. Father, what is this about? Chu Su asked, perplexed, while Chu Li and Chu Wenbo wore expressions of confusion, yet dared not question further after their recent reprimand. Ha ha! Since we are friends, how could we not meet in person? Chu Yinkong smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts that in the Chang'an Imperial Palace, the Blue Dragon General presented the letter sent by the Chu envoy for Ji Yiyu's examination. A letter from Chu Yinkong? How intriguing! Ji Yiyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, taking the letter and opening it. Since my esteemed nephew ascended the throne, I have yet to extend my congratulations that I invite you to Wuling Mountain for tea and wine to celebrate, and to discuss other important matters, hoping you can arrive in 3 days. The relationship between the Chu and Great Zhou was not particularly amicable. Chu Yinkong was of the same generation as Ji Tianfa, whom Ji Yiyu had never met. Thus their familiarity was limited to the knowledge of each other's strategies and machinations as rivals. In the letter, Chu Yinkong also intentionally adopted a tone of an elder, attempting to gain the upper hand through pretense of goodwill, that a trivial trick. Ji Yiyu sneered, then picked up his brush and wrote 3 words. I shall personally attend. This directly indicated that he considered himself on equal footing, dismissing such petty maneuvers. Have that letter returned. Yes, in the imperial study, Ji Yiyu pondered for a moment, then addressed Chao Jingshun and Xiao Yinzi beside him. Chao Jingshun, convey orders to Ma Chao and Huang Zhong to take 50,000 Northern Army troops and lay an ambush near Wuling Mountain. Xiao Yinzi, inform Li Si, Guanzhong, and Wei Yin that while I am away, they and the cabinet shall handle state affairs. Immediately sent a portion of the Jinyui to conceal themselves at Wuling Mountain. Though it was unlikely that Chu Yinkong intended any treachery in inviting him, it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality that as for not going. That would only convey fear. A sovereign of one nation fearing another would significantly undermine his country's prestige. In the capital of Yingdu, within the Chu Palace, Chu Yinkong laughed heartily upon reading the 3 words on the letter. Ha! Excellent. I am increasingly eager to meet him. At Wuling Mountain, a group appeared at the mountain's foot. Ji Yiyu, clad in a black brocade robe adorned with crimson dragon patterns, donned a golden crown, with sleeves tied back to reveal his hands. The 3 behind him were dressed in martial attire. One in a golden flying fish robe, wearing a round hat, holding a beautifully embroidered spring knife at his waist, with a wooden box on his back. The Qinglong of the Jinyui stood alongside 2 others. One was stout with a scruffy beard, while the other had a long beard, wearing a blue hat and blue martial attire, exuding a serious demeanor, armed with a long spear and a green dragon crescent blade. They were none other than Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. That moment, an elderly man with a fair complexion hurriedly approached along the stony path, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, the Zhou Emperor has instructed this old servant to guide you. He gestured ahead to lead the way. Ji Yiyu maintained a calm expression, following silently. Wuling Mountain is located at the junction of the southern Yang of the Great Zhou and the Kunying County of the Great Chu. The closest town on the Great Chu border is called Wuling Pass. The entire mountain is shaded in deep green throughout the seasons, with serene waters and tranquil scenery, often attracting literati to gather. At the mountain summit, an ancient pavilion stood, its origins unknown, where a middle-aged man was seated, a stone table before him warming wine and brewing tea, clad in a yellow robe adorned with dragon motifs. His face bore signs of age, with thick brows and graying hair at his temples. Sensing something, he opened his eyes, which were deep and spirited, exuding determination and composure, presenting an aura of maturity and foresight. 5 young individuals stood behind him, 3 men and 2 women, along with an elderly man standing quietly to the side. Surrounding the pavilion were a dozen guards standing vigilant. The Zhou Emperor has finally arrived. Truly a remarkable figure. No wonder you achieved greatness at a young age. Chu Yinkong's gaze fixed on the leading young man, scrutinizing him momentarily before rising with a smile. This time, Chu Yinkong regarded Ji Yiyu as an equal. In contrast to the great Chu, which was politically stable and benevolent towards its people, Ji Yiyu smiled slightly and sat opposite Chu Yinkong. Behind him, Chu Su and the others watched Ji Yiyu with curiosity, eager to discern what kind of young emperor he was. Chu Emperor, since you are here, let us speak frankly. There is no need for pretense. The elderly eunuch poured a cup of wine for Ji Yiyu, who did not hesitate to drink it all in one go. Playing with a wine cup in his hand, he met Chu Yinkong's gaze. The Zhou Emperor truly possesses great spirit, observing Ji Yiyu's actions. Chu Yinkong smiled with admiration. If you were to take this lightly, it would only signify that you have grown old, would it not? Ji Yiyu responded playfully. The young emperor is ambitious and self-assured. The middle-aged emperor is mature and steady, with grand aspirations. Only when one grows old does one become indifferent to all things. To grow old, yet not die, is to be a bandit. What need have bandits for virtue and morality? Chu Yinkong paused, then burst into laughter. Ha! Well said indeed, I have regressed with age. Since that is the case, I shall speak frankly. Bashu. The great Chu desires Bashu. Ji Yiyu regarded Chu Yinkong with a look of disbelief. Bashu is already half conquered, nearly falling into the hands of your great Zhou. Now you demand half of it upon your arrival. Who grants you such audacity? Yet, Chu Yinkong showed no concern for Ji Yiyu's expression. Zhou Emperor, as long as you cede Bashu to the Chu, we of the great Chu are willing to maintain eternal friendship with the great Zhou and provide ample supplies and wealth. Furthermore, should the Zhou face peril, the great Chu will undoubtedly extend assistance. The situation of the great Zhou is also precarious, Chu Yinkong stated, his gaze serious as he scrutinized Ji Yiyu. Chu Emperor, have you ever heard the saying, it is better to rely on oneself than to ask others for help? Even the Bodhisattva has moments when it cannot protect itself. And another saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Today, for the sake of Bashu, you may speak thus. Later, for greater interests, you may still say the same. Only the individuals change. Desiring land? You must either cede territory in exchange or seize it through strength. One cannot expect to grasp the wolf with empty hands. Ji Yiyu's expression remained impassive, his tone leveled at this moment. Chu Yinkong's demeanor turned serious, his tone slightly cool. Zhou Emperor, have you considered that with the Zhao, Han, and Wei states eyeing the great Zhou, the addition of the Chu might make things difficult for you? Chu Yinkong waved his hand, prompting the elderly eunuch to refill Ji Yiyu's cup. This world is one of great contention. Does retreating from them mean they will not come? Does an alliance between the great Zhou and the Chu mean there will be no further conflicts? Ji Yiyu looked at Chu Yinkong with profound significance that in the end, this world will inevitably gravitate towards unification. The world will become one. There will come a person who must stand against the other 6 nations. Chu Emperor, who do you think that person will be? Finally, Ji Yiyu's gaze locked onto Chu Yinkong, his deep eyes revealing a sharp intensity. Chu Yinkong regarded Ji Yiyu. A long silence ensued, before he took a sip of tea and replied, are you not afraid that this game will see the great Zhou eliminated first, becoming the stepping stone for the person you speak of? Huh. Ji Yiyu once again drank deeply from his cup. To attain victory, your majesty, how many methods do you propose? Chu Yinkong took another sip of tea and replied nonchalantly. Either one advances step by step, securing the win with each move, or one simply overturns the board. No, there exists a third option. Yiyu forcefully placed his wine cup upon the stone table, speaking with profound significance. The tea has grown cold, your majesty. He then turned to leave, adding, thank you for the fine wine today. Your majesty, on a future occasion, I shall invite you to sample the wines of the great Zhou. Observing Yiyu's departing figure, Chu Yinkong took a sip of tea and sighed. Indeed, the tea has turned cold. Your majesty, I am to blame. An elderly eunuch instantly knelt. Rise, it is not your fault. Father, what does this Zhou Emperor mean? The eldest princess, Chu Shuang, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, father, what could this third option possibly be? The third princess. Chu Rueo clung to Chu Yinkong's arm, equally inquisitive. Chu Yinkong stroked Chu Rueo's head, gazing in the direction Yiyu had gone. perhaps towards the great Zhou, amused when a game of chess is abandoned. One naturally emerges victorious. He seeks to be that singular individual. Chapter 071. The fire burns green Chu Mountain. Zidong. After a night of beastly assaults, Wang Ping and his troops had not marched as hastily as before. Taking an entire day to reach Zidong at this moment, the army lay concealed in the mountainous woods, resting, with Zidong City not far ahead. On the city walls, soldiers were diligently patrolling. Suddenly, a rogue emerged from the dense thicket. "General, we have located the Beast Gate," he exclaimed. "It is situated on Green Chu Mountain, not far from Zidong. No wonder the Beast Gate could strike so swiftly. Their main camp lies in proximity." Wang Ping contemplated leading his men to eliminate the Beast Gate. But upon considering the hidden forces, he knew they must have extraordinary beings guarding them. He sighed, deciding to wait for His Majesty to dispatch stronger forces for the task, while he pondered how to assault Zidong instead. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a figure appeared before Wang Ping. The rogue immediately knelt upon seeing him. "We pay our respects to the rogue commander. If General Wang desires to act, then do so, should they possess any sense. His Majesty is in need of someone to tend to the horses." Yuan Tiangang turned to Wang Ping, his hoarse voice imbued with a chilling intent. "Very well. Immediately summon 100,000 Wudong flying troops to Green Chu Mountain. The rest shall remain on standby. Stay vigilant." Without delay, Wang Ping led his 100,000 troops directly towards Green Chu Mountain. In the thicket, several figures navigated through the dense foliage. "Senior brother, do you think this will provoke retribution from the great Zhou?" a young woman asked with concern etched upon her face. "Fear not, junior sister. Not only is the Beast Gate hidden within Green Chu Mountain, making it difficult to locate, but the mountain is also teeming with snakes, insects, and wild beasts. Moreover, we have our ancestor. Indeed, junior sister, look at the Shu and Ba kingdoms. They dare not act against us, maintaining their distance." The young woman felt slightly reassured by her fellow disciples' words, though an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. At the foot of Green Chu Mountain, Wang Ping commanded further fire arrows to intensify the blaze. Even from a distance, the scorching heat wave caused everyone to sweat profusely. To hasten the flames, Yuan Tiangang summoned the power of heaven and earth. Stirring up a fierce wind, countless birds fled, and numerous animals scurried in panic. Observing the scene before him, Wang Ping inwardly sighed. If given a choice, he would prefer not to set fire, as it contradicts the will of heaven. Every individual, unless they are truly vile, harbors a modicum of compassion. Many lives hinge upon the mercy of others, but since the deed was done, it must be executed thoroughly. Before long, a furious roar echoed through the forest. "Who dares to set fire to the mountain? What audacity!" Two figures soon appeared in the sky. Upon their arrival, they utilized their extraordinary power to summon water from the ground, creating a rain-like deluge. Yuan Tiangang did not intervene. After half an hour, the two had extinguished the great fire on Green Chu Mountain, though a significant portion lay in ruins. Anguish and fury marred their faces as they glared at Yuan Tiangang and the 100,000 Wudong flying troops below. "You are truly despicable," the two elders snarled, unleashing their extraordinary aura. One was at mid-stage extraordinary, and the other at initial stage. Yet they were swiftly subdued by Yuan Tiangang. Dao Wujing was a remarkable figure, able to hold his own against Yuan Tiangang, but these two were mere ordinary extraordinary beings, soon left in a disheveled state. "Cursed be you! Who are you?" one gaunt elder shouted. "The great Zhou," Yuan Tiangang replied coldly, slapping him back with a single palm. "What?" The two elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The Shu king had dispatched them to intercept an external force, and they had assumed it would merely be a minor obstruction. A favor returned, never anticipating the great Zhou would strike so swiftly. Regret surged within them. "You have two choices, surrender or perish," Yuan Tiangang stated, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy. "Nonsense," the plump elder spat defiantly. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Tiangang acted. The sky erupted with extraordinary power. At intervals, a wave of palm energy obliterated swathes of forest. "It is the ancestor." At that moment, several Beast Gate disciples who had hurried over were left in shock. "It is them. They have truly come. Oh, fish caught in a net. Capture them." Wang Ping, noticing the sudden appearance of several individuals, promptly commanded his soldiers to encircle them. Without the aid of beasts, they were but a group of post-heavenly beings. Soon apprehended, thud, two figures crashed to the ground. Yuan Tiangang followed suit, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Wait! The gaunt elder suddenly shouted. Yuan Tiangong's palm halted just inches from his crown. We surrender, upon uttering this. The plump elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The captured disciples were equally astonished. Elder brother, what are you saying? Silence. The gaunt elder shot the plump elder a fierce glare, then turned back with a smile. Esteemed sir, we surrender, we surrender. Though he wore a cheerful facade, inwardly, he cursed vehemently. They would feign surrender, awaiting the emergence of the other two from within and the awakening of their ancestor, at which point they would settle the score. Very well, but for now, I need to see your sincerity. Yuan Tiangang replied, hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. Sincerity? The two elders exchanged bewildered glances. All right, we can assist you in seizing Zidong City at this moment. One of the captured female disciples suddenly interjected. Chapter 072. Ingeniously breaking Zidong. The waters drown the Mianzhu army. Good. You have one day.